Eternal Heart Chapter 1 to Chapter 52. It was nightfall. Yunhui Gate, Chu Nation. On a hill on the outskirts of the sect, houses were scattered here and there. This was the residence of the outer disciples of the Yunhui Gate. Among them, a dim light could be seen in one of the simple and crude houses. I have never seen the material of this crystal before. A 14 or 15-year-old boy in a green shirt was holding a strange crystal in his hand. He couldn't help but let out a low sigh. The youth's face was slightly immature, but it was clean and pleasant to look at. His eyes were bright and clear. At this moment, he was staring at the crystal in his hand excitedly. The crystal was translucent and had a strange shape. It was about the size of a baby's palm, and its surface was covered with a layer of dark silver crystal. At first glance, it looked like an exquisite crystal heart. Under the light, in the depths of the mysterious crystal, gold and silver intertwined, colorful, and bloody light rippled. It was as if it was showing all the colors in the world. It's amazing. No wonder it came with the meteoric iron. Xianxia couldn't suppress his excitement. The boy was Xianxia. He was less than 15 years old and was the lowest outer disciple of the Yunhui Gate. An hour ago, a meteor landed on the edge of the Yunhui Gate. Dust flew everywhere and the earth was shaking. For a moment, the sect was shocked. Because in the deep pit where the meteor landed, there was the meteoric iron, which was rarely seen on the continent. The meteoric iron was an extremely precious material for refining weapons. Many legendary divine weapons and treasures used the meteoric iron. If an ordinary weapon could be refined with a piece of the meteoric iron, it could be turned into a precious weapon. Xianxia was really lucky. When it happened, he happened to be near the area where the meteoric iron landed. Even though he was a mile away, he was hit by the dust when the meteor landed, and his arm was slightly injured. After the incident, the high-level enforcers of the sect arrived and sealed off the area immediately. As a result, some of the disciples who were close to the scene handed over the meteorite fragments they picked up to the sect. Xianxia was further away, so he picked up 2 thumb-sized pieces of meteoric iron and missed them. Not only that, Xianxia also picked up a strange crystal that was emitting residual heat and stuck it to the meteorite. In other words, the crystal in his hand. When meteoric iron falls, there will be cracks, but this crystal is actually unscathed? Xianxia's eyes flickered. His intuition told him that the value of this strange crystal stone was beyond imagination. It might even change his fate of being at the bottom of the sect. However, at the thought of his situation in the sect, the young man's expression darkened slightly. It had been almost 3 years since Xianxia entered the Yunhui Gate. When he first joined the sect, he was only 12 years old. Under the nurturing of his family, he had stepped into the body tempering stage. The body tempering stage, as the name suggested, was to temper the body, strengthen the physique, and lay the foundation for real martial arts cultivation. The entry requirement of the Yunhui Gate was not high. One had to be younger than 15 years old and step into the body tempering stage. After 3 years of hard work, Xianxia broke through from the early stage of the body tempering stage to the late stage. According to his father, this kind of aptitude was considered good in the family or in the mortal world. However, after entering the world of the sect, Xianxia then understood his mediocrity and inferiority. There are still 2 more months. If I can't advance to the higher meridian opening stage, I will be expelled from the sect. Xianxia's eyes darkened slightly. In the Yunhui Gate, the new outer disciples all had a probation period. The outer disciples had a rule: if they were still in the body tempering stage after 3 years or when they were 16 years old and unable to break through, they would be expelled from the sect. After all, the body tempering stage was only the foundation of the initial stage of martial arts. It was not much stronger than ordinary people. Only by advancing to the meridian opening stage could one be considered to have stepped into the door. Xianxia was very unlucky. There were still 2 more months before the assessment deadline. Just when Xianxia was in a trance. Bang bang. There was a knock on the door outside. He could vaguely see some figures. Outer disciple Xianxia, open the door quickly. Accept the inspection of the law enforcement team. A cold man's voice was heard. Xianxia's head jumped. It turned out to be the law enforcer of the sect. Could it be that he had been picking up scraps in the outer area of the meteorite metal and was discovered? It shouldn't be. Xianxia could be sure that when he picked up the meteorite metal and the mysterious crystal, there was no one else present. He hurriedly put the strange crystal stone into his clothes and lovingly placed it there. Creak, the door opened and a young man in a black robe appeared outside. Behind him was a young man in a green shirt. The young man in the black robe was wearing a law enforcement robe. From his aura, it was obvious that he was a law enforcer with a special status. With just a glance from the law enforcer, Xianxia felt as if he was being cut by a sharp blade. His skin turned cold. The other young man in a green shirt was 15 or 16 years old. He was considered handsome, but there was a hint of malice in his charm, which slightly ruined his beauty. This person's attire was basically the same as Xianxia's. They were both wearing the uniform of an outer disciple. Wang Lingyun, it's you. Xianxia knew this young man in a green shirt. His expression changed. Wang Lingyun was his old enemy in the sect. Both of them were from Xianxia city in the Chu nation and their families were enemies. At this moment, there was a hint of schadenfreude in Wang Lingyun's eyes. Wang Lingyun, is this the Xianxia that you reported? Are you sure that he walked out of the crater and brought the meteorite metal with him? The law enforcer in a black robe said indifferently. He turned his gaze to the young man in a green shirt, Wang Lingyun. Bullsh *T, Xianxia couldn't help but curse. Wang Lingyun actually reported him to the sect. However, he clearly remembered that Wang Lingyun wasn't around when he picked up the loot. He bumped into Wang Lingyun after he walked out of the cordoned area. Lord Enforcer. Wang Lingyun said respectfully, I saw with my own eyes that this kid walked out of the crater area with an unusual expression. I'm afraid that he brought the meteorite metal with him. After saying that, he sneered in his heart. Indeed, he bumped into Xianxia before, but he wasn't completely sure that Xianxia had obtained the meteorite metal. He only suspected it. However, even if it was just a suspicion, he couldn't give Xianxia the chance to rise up. How valuable was the meteoric iron from outer space? If Xianxia secretly obtained 1 or 2 pieces and exchanged them for precious materials and elixirs, he might be able to advance to the meridian illuminating stage. Once he advanced to the meridian illuminating stage, Xianxia would be able to establish a foothold in the Yunhui Gate. This was something that Wang Lingyun definitely didn't want to see. As long as Xianxia is expelled from the sect, the gap between him and me will become bigger and bigger. We, the Wang family, will suppress the Chen family and dominate Xiangyang city. Moreover, Mu Xueqing will also lose interest in him and fall in love with me. Wang Lingyun secretly planned and couldn't help but feel a little proud. Xianxia. The law enforcer said, did you bring the meteorite metal with you? If it's true, hand it over and you can avoid punishment. The law enforcer and Wang Lingyun stared at Xianxia. It's true. Xianxia's mind spun rapidly, and he quickly came up with an idea. He admitted it? Astonishment flashed across the black-robed enforcer's face. You really have it. Wang Lingyun couldn't help but feel jealous. Previously, he had only suspected that Xianxia had obtained the meteorite fragment. He never thought that Xianxia would actually obtain it. If he put himself in Xianxia's shoes, he wouldn't take the initiative to hand it over either. After all, if he handed it over, he would at most get some contribution points from the sect. How could it be compared to the true value of the meteorite metal? Luckily, I had foresight and didn't give him any chance. Wang Lingyun heaved a sigh of relief. Soon, Xianxia handed the 2 meteorite metal pieces to the law enforcer. Well, although you brought the meteorite metal pieces with you, you can avoid punishment if you cooperate and hand them over. The law enforcer nodded. Then, the 2 of them searched Xianxia's house for a long time but didn't find any other meteorite metal pieces. Lord, you haven't searched this kid yet. Wang Lingyun's eyes narrowed, revealing a trace of sharpness. She did not intend to let go of any possibility. Xianxia's heart thumped, and he immediately cursed all 18 generations of Wang Lingyun's ancestors. Although Xianxia had handed over the meteorite fragment, he kept the more valuable and mysterious Wonder Crystal Stone close to his body instead of handing it over. Luckily, Xianxia had expected this. He had already thought of what to say. He would insist that the crystal stone was his family treasure. After all, the sect only searched for the meteorite metal. No one knew about the existence of the crystal stone. I've handed over the meteorite metal. You can search me now, Lord. Xianxia waved his hand and looked relaxed. The law enforcer nodded slightly and believed him. However, he didn't want to lower himself to search an outer disciple, so he asked Wang Lingyun to do it for him. Don't worry, Lord. Wang Lingyun's face was filled with eagerness and enthusiasm. He wouldn't give Xianxia any chance. Whoosh, in a flash, Wang Lingyun had already arrived next to Xianxia and started to search him. So fast. Xianxia felt an invisible gust of wind enveloping him. His body swayed slightly and he almost lost his balance. There was an invisible aura around Wang Lingyun's palm, which made his qi and blood heavy and made it difficult for him to breathe. The aura was hard to see with the naked eye, but it was so powerful that it could easily smash bricks and stones. Neishi? Xianxu's face darkened. Wang Lingyun has indeed reached the pulse-illuminating stage, and he didn't just reach it. The so-called pulse-illuminating stage was to open up all the meridians in the body and cultivate the invisible power of Neishi. If one cultivated Neishi to the transcendent stage, one would be able to hurt people from a distance, shatter metal, and kill enemies with a flick of the finger. One would have a powerful force that was above the mortal world. Xianxia was in the body-forging stage, which cultivated physique and strengthened the body. It focused on improving the overall quality of the body, so he couldn't have the power of Neishi yet. Humph. With me here, you won't stand a chance. Wang Lingyun began to search. He didn't let go of any details, including Xianxu's ears, mouth, hair, and armpits. Xianxia groaned inwardly and felt uneasy. He was 70% confident that he could get away with it if the law enforcer searched him. However, Wang Lingyun was really picky. Even if there was no problem, there might be a problem. Xianxia couldn't guarantee that he could get away with the excuse he had prepared. Wang Lingyun's hand had moved from his neck to his chest. At this moment, Xianxu's heart was in his throat. His heartbeat suddenly sped up. That strange crystal stone was stuck to his heart. Thump. Thump, all of a sudden. Xianxia felt a heartbeat that was as heavy as a mountain and shook. Heaven and earth. It seemed to be resonating with the pulse of a space. In fact, the entire space seemed to be shaking slightly. However, the strange thing was that Wang Lingyun and the black-robed law enforcer looked normal. Xianxia felt a burning sensation in his heart. The invisible heartbeat seemed to come from the strange crystal stone that was carefully placed there. At the next moment, Wang Lingyun's hand touched Xianxu's left heart. At this moment, Xianxia held his breath, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. The black-robed law enforcer and Wang Lingyun also noticed Xianxu's abnormality, but they thought that it was the internal breath that Wang Lingyun carried, which gave him a lot of pressure. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Wang Lingyun's hand had moved away from his heart and started to search his abdomen, back, and other areas. Xianxia was a little stunned. What's going on? He didn't find it? At this moment, the burning sensation in his heart became more and more clear, and there was also a trace of pain caused by the electric current. The strange stone in his heart seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Xianxu's whole body was numb and he didn't move at all, allowing Wang Lingyun to search his body. Law enforcer, I've searched him carefully and didn't find anything, Wang Lingyun said respectfully. The black-robed enforcer nodded and said meaningfully, I am relieved that you are done with the inspection. Naturally, he could tell that Wang Lingyun was hostile towards Xianxia. He would not give the latter any chance, so he was more at ease than searching Xianxia himself. After saying that, the black-cloaked enforcer flew away. Wang Lingyun did not leave. He was calm and composed, sizing up Xianxia with a hint of mockery. There were only the two of them left in the house. It was eerily quiet. Xianxia didn't move. He felt the numbness in his chest gradually subside. He subconsciously reached out and touched his chest. What? Xianxu's head shook. The strange crystal stone that was stuck to his heart had already disappeared. What was going on? There was only a trace of residual heat and a slight pain in his heart. As for the playful expression on Wang Lingyun's face, Xianxia did not pay much attention to it. Seeing Xianxu's dazed appearance, Wang Lingyun was inwardly delighted. Now that she thought about it, ruining Xianxu's opportunity was undoubtedly a heavy blow. If he lost this opportunity, Xianxu might not be able to break through the meridian soothing realm in time and he would be kicked out of the sect. Chen Yu. Wang Lingyun suddenly said with a stern expression, I advise you to give up on Mu Shiuqing as soon as possible and go back to Xiangyang City. There is no place for you in this sect anymore. Shiuqing? Chen Yu came to his senses and temporarily put down the strange crystal stone. In his mind, the figure of a slender, elegant, and pure young girl flashed by. In Yunhui Gate, Mu Shiuqing was intelligent and beautiful. She was the target of many disciples' love and pursuit. Chen Yu and Wang Lingyun were also admirers. Moreover, Mu Shiuqing, Chen Yu and Wang Lingyun were all from Xiangyang City. On the other hand, Chen Yu's relationship with Mu Shiuqing was slightly closer, which aroused Wang Lingyun's jealousy. Hehe, but I don't need to remind you. Very soon, you will be kicked out of the sect. From then on, we will no longer be in the same world. Wang Lingyun suddenly sneered. With that, Wang Lingyun let out a long laugh, turned around, and left. From this moment on, Chen Yu was no longer a threat to him. How could someone who could not even stand in the outer sect compete with him? Watching Wang Lingyun leave, Chen Yu was silent. There are 2 months left. If I try my best to reach the illuminating pulse stage, I only have a 20 to 30% chance. If I have the help of precious spiritual materials, I can double the success rate. Unfortunately, Chen Yu sighed inwardly. He could not compare to Wang Lingyun. The latter was the young master of the Wang family and could receive the greatest support from the family. Chen Yu's own family was not bad and had a high status, but it could not compare to the support of the young master. On the path of cultivation, talent was very important. External resources were also the most important. Originally, it was an opportunity for Chen Yu to obtain the meteoric iron fragment. Unfortunately, it was destroyed by Wang Lingyun. Right. Chen Yu suddenly thought of something and hurriedly closed the door. Unbuttoning his shirt, Chen Yu looked at his heart. He had clearly put the crystal stone there. This look gave him a fright. On the surface of his left heart, there was a blood pattern in the shape of a heart. Crackle, the heart-shaped pattern was still flashing with a translucent crystal luster, emitting a faint electric shock. What was even more strange? Vaguely, Chen Yu could see a translucent, crystalline heart slowly merging with his own heart, looking like a transparent liquid. This, Chen Yu was scared out of his wits. This phenomenon was simply unheard of. Thinking carefully, the shape of the crystal stone was like a crystal heart. Thump thump. Thump thump, Chen Yu could feel his heartbeat becoming steady and powerful. Every time it beat, it brought with it an incomparably strong confidence. After a few breaths, the blood pattern on his heart disappeared. Chen Yu let out a sigh of relief. He had an illusion that it was a dream. But all of this was obviously not a dream. Vaguely, a strange clear flow was flowing from the heart to the limbs and even to the brain. This process lasted for a full hour. Boom. Suddenly, Chen Yu only felt that his mind was clear, and the blood in his body was boiling. An indescribable strange power surged from his heart, and there was a feeling of vitality all over his body. At this moment, he felt that his whole body was full of vitality. Swish, he gently tapped his feet, and his body floated up to half a person's height. It was easier than usual. Bang! He threw out a punch, bringing an invisible howl of wind, full of momentum. Crack, a thin crack appeared on the wall in front of him. This kind of power was 40% or 50% stronger than usual. Speed, strength, there is a significant improvement. Chen Yu couldn't believe it. Not only that. His eyes, through the window crack, saw the figures, plants, and houses under the night sky, became clearer and brighter. The night was as bright as day. Holding his breath, he could also hear the whispers of other outer disciples in the nearby houses. Not only his physical fitness improved, but his vision, hearing, smell, and other senses had also improved qualitatively. This body, Chen Yu raised his trembling hand, questioning in his heart, is this still a physique that a human can have? Raising his arm in midair, his eyes narrowed again. No. The scar is gone. Chen Yu stared at his arm, as if he had seen a ghost. He clearly remembered that there was a bloody cut on his arm, which was caused by the meteorite fragments from before. Look carefully. There was only a faint red scar left on his arm, and it was fading at a speed visible to the naked eye, until it disappeared. What a terrifying self-healing ability, Jinyu sucked in a breath of cold air. Although a cultivator's physique was strong, according to the usual recovery speed, it would take at least half a month for the scar to disappear. In just a moment, the scar had completely disappeared. According to the records, only some legendary physiques and some mythical races that had disappeared had this kind of self-healing ability. What exactly is that crystal heart? Jinyu reached out and touched the left side of his heart. The steady and powerful heartbeat gave him an inexplicable and strong belief. For a moment, he was half happy and half worried. He was happy because the crystal heart had strengthened his body, but he was worried because it was hard to predict whether it would be a blessing or a curse if an external object entered his heart. God knows what the hell this strange stone is. Will it lead me to the path of inhuman? Gulp, the hunger in his stomach interrupted Chinyu's thoughts. That's strange. 2 hours ago, I just had a meal. Chinyu muttered. Thud, he didn't think too much and went to a forest at the edge of the mountain alone. With the vision of night like day and the greatly increased agility, Jinyu easily caught a wild rabbit and roasted it. In the end, Jinyu ate the whole roasted rabbit, but his stomach still didn't feel full. He hunted a wild wolf and ate half of it, which was at least 10 kilograms, before he was full. This amount of food and digestive ability had exceeded the scope of a normal human. Jinyu felt even more uneasy. However, he had no way out. He couldn't just dig out his heart. Taking advantage of the night, he started to practice his fist technique. Iron plow fist. Chinyu's fists were like 2 iron balls, whistling and moving faster and faster. In the night, the young man's moves were fierce and powerful, but they also had a kind of balance and smoothness. After a few rounds of practice, Jinyu felt that something was wrong. Iron plow fist was the fist technique he chose when he first entered the sect. Its power was quite famous among the low-level martial arts. However, iron plow fist was easy to learn but hard to master among the same level martial arts. This fist technique was easy to learn and not very exquisite. Then, to train it to a certain level, it had a higher requirement for the body and the person's willpower. But just now, Jinyu realized that his practice of iron plow fist was much smoother than usual. In terms of mastery, it seemed that he had made quite a bit of progress. Again, Jinyu focused his mind and executed his fist technique. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water, and it was completed in a single breath. Usually, some of the more difficult moves were actually so easy. Whoosh! Pung pung pung! Pung pung pung. In the night, the young man's fist technique was like a pear blossoming in a storm. Every punch was like an iron ball whistling, oppressive and frightening. A layer of dust rose around him, and there was a faint roar. How is this possible? Not only did the iron plow fist break through to Xiaocheng, but it also seems to be very stable. Jinyu stood still in disbelief. Before this, his iron plow fist was only at the initial stage. To reach Xiaocheng, it would still take a few more months. Not only that. After practicing for 2 hours, Jinyu felt the qi and blood in his body becoming stronger and stronger, as though it was endless. On normal days, if Jinyu practiced for an hour, his body would be drenched in sweat and he would feel tired. But now, after practicing for 2 hours, it was actually very easy. After the transformation, his body seemed to know no fatigue, and the recovery of his stamina was even more shocking. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. Who? Pung pung pung. Pung pung pung. Jinyu's fist technique was big and powerful, and he himself was fighting to his heart's content. Unknowingly, a night had passed. For the entire night, Jinyu practiced iron plow fist, and only when he was hungry would he rest for food. After a night, Jinyu's iron plow fist had a feeling of freedom, as though it was not too far from the great success stage. What was even more surprising was, he, who had been stuck at the late stage of body refining for a long time, after a night of hard work, his martial cultivation was actually approaching the upper limit of the body refining realm. This is really hard to imagine. Jinyu took a deep breath, and opened up his slightly trembling hands. At this moment, he could clearly feel his improvement. His heart was beating steadily, bringing with it an unparalleled belief. The crystal heart that had fused not only transformed Chinyu's physique, but even his martial cultivation talent had undergone some mysterious changes. In addition, Jinyu had been stuck at his current stage for a long time, and with the accumulation, he was able to cultivate Iron Plow Fist, a low-level fist technique. It could be said that he was making rapid progress. A sliver of dawn appeared on the horizon. Jinyu stopped practicing, and floated back to the outer sect encampment, his face overflowing with excitement and joy. With today's progress, it did not seem difficult for him to advance to the Illuminating Pulse stage in 2 months. As long as he broke through to the Illuminating Pulse stage within the time limit, Jinyu would be able to establish himself in the sect. He even felt that after the transformation of his body, his martial talent was definitely not inferior to those rumored geniuses in the sect. At this moment, Jinyu's stomach began to rumble with hunger again. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that after merging with the mysterious crystal, his appetite had increased by more than 10 times. Fortunately, the outer disciples of Yunhui Gate had a cafeteria where they could have their meals. In the early morning, there were already some people in the cafeteria. Jinyu couldn't care less. He held a big bun in his left hand and half a pig's trotter in his right hand as he ate. His wolfing down the food attracted the attention of the nearby outer court disciples. When did this kid become a good-for-nothing? I think he's been oppressed by Wang Lingyun for too long and needs to vent. In the cafeteria, several disciples teased each other. In Yunhui Gate, the number of outer disciples was usually limited to around 300. Because of the sex elimination system, if one didn't break through to the meridian opening stage within 3 years, or if one didn't break through to the meridian opening stage by the age of 16, they would be expelled from the sect. Therefore, most of these outer sect disciples recognized Jinyu, and they also knew about the enmity between him and Wang Lingyun. Humph. I don't know why Mu Shiuqing likes this good-for-nothing. A horse-faced youth walked over with an unfriendly expression. Jinyu glanced at him, then shifted his gaze to the oily pig's trotter in his hand. He felt that the latter was more attractive, so he ignored him. This kind of disregard made the horse-faced youth furious. He was puzzled. Normally, Jinyu was wary of him and didn't dare to offend him. TSK, this Fengde has only entered the sect for a year, but he's already reached the peak of body forging. I didn't expect him to also be a pursuer of Mu Shiuqing. Some of the nearby outer sect disciples laughed playfully, which made the horse-faced youth even angrier. The horse-faced youth was called Fengde, and he was considered to be quite talented among the outer sect disciples. Bang! A large pig's trotter smashed in front of Jinyu's table, and meat flew everywhere, interrupting his meal. Jinyu frowned and looked at the horse-faced youth in front of him. Fengde, what's the meaning of this? Jinyu was a little unhappy that his meal was interrupted. However, he was helpless against this kind of provocation. Using logic to educate him would definitely not work. This was because the Yunhui Gate encouraged competition between disciples. As long as no one was killed or seriously injured, it wasn't a big problem. This kind of provocation was extremely common. In the past, Jinyu would always try his best to endure it. I'm here to admire Brother Chen's majesty. A person that Mu Shiuqing likes is indeed different. Even his meal is so bold and unrestrained. Fengde crossed his arms with a playful expression. Ha ha ha, the disciples nearby burst into laughter. Jinyu frowned slightly, but he didn't move and continued to eat the food in his hand. However, Fengde didn't plan to let Jinyu off just like that. The other party's previous disrespectful attitude made him very unhappy. Fengde planned to take this opportunity to teach Jinyu a lesson. Perhaps it could let Dream Fairy Mu Shiuqing remember his name. As Mu Shiuqing's admirer, Fengde had tried to strike up a conversation, but he didn't expect that the other party didn't even remember his name. That incident had caused Fengde to lose a great deal of face, and he had been sulking for a long time. Now that he bumped into Jinyu, he was even more unhappy. He was happy that Jinyu actually dared to talk back to him. Mu Shiuqing, Jinyu was suddenly stunned and sighed in his heart. Many people in the sect thought that Mu Shiuqing had taken a liking to him, and they ended up together. However, the reality was not like that. Jinyu had pursued Mu Shiuqing before? It was true, Mu Shiuqing was his dream lover? That was right, after all, how many young men wouldn't be tempted by such a pure, elegant and talented beauty? However, in fact, Jinyu didn't chase after Mu Shiuqing. He just walked closer to her. This was because the two of them were from the same big family in Xianxia City. They knew each other when they were young and could be considered as childhood sweethearts. In the past, Mu Xiuqing, the little beauty, was still quite dependent on him and they were considered close. However, ever since they entered the Yunhui Gate, Mu Xiuqing began to be indifferent to his pursuit, but she didn't reject him directly. However, compared to other disciples, the relationship between Qinyu and Mu Xiuqing could be described as intimate, which made many people jealous. "Come on, brother Chen, this pig trotter, it's my treat." Fengde picked up a pig trotter and poked Qinyu's face, interrupting the latter's brief reminiscence. Such a frivolous action was simply a blatant insult. As for the nearby disciples, they all cheered loudly, not wanting to miss out on a good show of love rivals. Fengde is already at the peak of the body tempering stage and is not far from the meridian opening stage. His martial talent is even better. This Qinyu has been at the bottom of the outer sect for a long time. I'm afraid he's going to suffer again. The nearby people shook their heads, but they were not optimistic about Qinyu. Scram! Qinyu dodged the pig trotter and subconsciously counterattacked with a punch. That punch had a faint sound of thunder, naturally displaying the power of the iron plow fist. You still dare to counterattack? Fengde sneered. He was intentionally provoking Qinyu to attack. However, he didn't expect the other party to attack so quickly. Formless palm, Fengde's palm spun and his leg slightly arched, using an exquisite method to block Qinyu's attack. His move contained the power of a reverse spin, and there was a follow-up move. First, cushion the opponent's attack, then use the power of quick thunder to rebound back like a bowstring. However, Fengde's plan failed. Bang! The fist and palm clashed together, giving off a low sound like thunder, causing people to shiver. Ah! Fengde screamed, feeling a sharp pain and numbness in his entire arm. Bang! In the next moment, Fengde's body flew out pathetically, smashing a table. What? Some of the outer sect disciples present were stunned or had their mouths wide open. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, this Fengde was actually sent flying by Qinyu's punch. In an instant, the entire cafeteria was in a depressing silence, and only the clang of cutlery could be heard. After a long time. Ah? This is too strange. Fengde's martial arts cultivation and talent are much better, even the martial art formless palm that he used is more profound. The outer sect disciples were in an uproar, and many of them were somewhat indignant. After all, subconsciously, they were all optimistic about Fengde. What? After sending Fengde flying with a punch, Qinyu was slightly dazed, looking at his own fist. He could not believe that this was his own punch. Thump thump. Thump thump, as his heart beat, the surging vitality and chi and blood gave him an unprecedented sense of reality and a strong will. Just now, I only used 60 to 70% of my strength. The power of the iron plow fist is probably not far from the great success stage. Qinyu immediately understood what was going on. In just a day, not only did his physique transform, his strength increased greatly, the power of his martial arts fist technique also increased greatly. The combination of the two brought a sharp increase in his combat power. How is this possible? My formless palm has recently broken through to Xiaocheng. Fengde crawled up from the ground, unable to accept this reality, and muttered, he must have made the first move, I have not used my full strength. The spectators also agreed with this point. Qinyu's sudden attack had the advantage of making the first move. Again. Fengde roared, the veins all over his body bulged, his palms turned wonderfully, attacking Qinyu's shoulders. Iron plow fist, Qinyu smiled coldly, his fists whistled like iron balls, bursting out an even more shocking aura than before, facing Fengde. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged 3 blows, the sound was deafening. The first punch. Fengde retreated 3 steps, this time he was not sent flying, but his face was smeared with a trace of red. The second punch. Wah! Fengde's face turned pale, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face full of horror. The third punch. Bang! Fengde's body flew out again, directly crashing into 2 tables. The surrounding disciples who were watching the show, the playful expressions on their faces gradually froze. Seeing Qinyu approaching step by step, Feng De's arm had already lost feeling, could not be lifted at all, his face full of horror. I admit defeat. Admit defeat. The continuous collisions just now made him fear Qinyu. The opponent's strength was really terrifying, his aura was even more violent, each punch stronger than the last. He was simply a monster. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. In the canteen, only Feng De's terrified cries for mercy could be heard. The surrounding outer sect disciples looked at each other in shock and whispered among themselves. Everyone's gaze towards Qinyu instantly changed. Even some of the senior disciples at the meridian opening stage stopped looking down on him. In the Yunhui Gate, fists are indeed better at educating people, but I like it. Chuckling, Qinyu exhaled a puff of air onto his fist. He no longer paid attention to Feng De and returned to his own table. He started wolfing down his food again, leaving behind a group of stunned faces. How did Feng De lose so badly? Sent flying with one punch. Crushed in 3 moves. Even if a meridian opening stage attacked, it would only be so. Some of the outer sect disciples still had bewilderment on their faces. After all, Feng De's strength was at the upper end of the body tempering stage. At this moment, outside the canteen, a handsome youth in a green shirt walked in. How could this be? The youth in green shirt had a face of bewilderment. He just happened to see the scene of Qinyu defeating Feng De. Immediately after, he fell into a short period of thought and his expression was uncertain. Brother Wang. Senior Brother Wang Lingyun. Some of the nearby disciples greeted him respectfully. However, Wang Lingyun's expression was not good. He had just entered the canteen and actually saw the scene. Just last night, he had killed Qinyu's opportunity and admitted that he did not see him as a real opponent. Junior Brother Feng, how are you? Wang Lingyun's expression returned to normal. He walked over and helped the defeated Feng De up, his face full of concern. In reality, Wang Lingyun and Feng De's relationship was very ordinary. They did not even talk much. However, Wang Lingyun needed to get more accurate information from Feng De. After all, he had just entered and only saw Qinyu's last punch and the moment he defeated Feng De. He did not understand the situation before. It's Brother Wang. That's great, Feng De was overjoyed. The relationship between Qinyu and Wang Lingyun was mortal enemies. This was something he was very clear about. In particular, Wang Lingyun had always suppressed Qinyu in the sect and made things difficult for him in all aspects. TSK. Wang Lingyun is here. This is going to be fun. The interest of the onlookers didn't diminish. Instead, they became even more expectant. Not long after, Feng De recounted the entire process of his battle with Qinyu. Impossible. How long has it been? His strength has increased by so much? Wang Lingyun questioned in his heart. Gradually, he began to have doubts again. Qinyu's sudden increase in strength was indeed suspicious, and even abnormal. Increasing one's strength by a large margin within a short period of time is mostly due to external objects, such as some legendary natural treasures and elixirs. Wang Lingyun was very quick-witted. His sharp eyes fell on Qinyu, who was focused on eating the pig trotters. But with his wealth, he obviously didn't have the ability. Unless, a sharp light flashed in Wang Lingyun's eyes. Unless, that kid still has the meteoric metal fragment, or some other fortuitous encounter. Thinking of this, Wang Lingyun was extremely unwilling. No, I can't let him get what he wants, Wang Lingyun's heart sank. He began to plan. In Shenyang City, the Wang family and the Chen family where Qinyu was from were both one of the 3 major families. The 2 families had been fighting for many years. Both wanted to be the overlord of Shenyang City. However, although the 2 families were powerful, they were only in the secular world. On the Kunyan continent, the power of the sect was above that of the secular world. The sect was the real ruler of the world, some of the legendary overlords, who could fly in the sky, travel thousands of miles, shatter mountains and rivers with their swords, and break through the void, all came from the mysterious world of the sect. Only by establishing a foothold in the sect can I make my family stronger. Wang Lingyun understood this very well. That was also why he spared no effort to suppress Qinyu. Even competing with Qinyu and pursuing Mu Shuiqing was for this goal. As if sensing something, Chen Yu, who was eating, looked over. Wang Lingyun. The gazes of the two collided. Chen Yu's face darkened. He suddenly felt a hostile gaze while he was eating. He had never had such sharp senses before. My junior brother Chen, it's only been a night, but your strength has improved by quite a bit. Wang Lingyun was all smiles as she intimately approached him. Chen Yu's heart trembled. He was very clear about Wang Lingyun's true colors as a smiling tiger. Come on. Let me see what you're capable of. As expected, as soon as Wang Lingyun got close, he suddenly formed a claw and grabbed Chen Yu's arm. Swoosh, the claw was like quick thunder, with a sharp gust of wind. Be it speed or the power of the move, it was more than a level higher than Fengde's. Chen Yu felt his blood flow stagnate and his skin turn cold. However, his heart was beating vigorously and the blood in his body was surging. Open! Chen Yu threw a punch, his punch accompanied by a dull whistling sound. Bang, the fist and the claw collided. Chen Yu's expression changed. He felt a sharp and overbearing force piercing into his body. Neishi, Chen Yu's body shook violently and he barely stabilized himself. At the same time, the blood in his body was tumbling and he felt very uncomfortable. Wang Lingyun stood where she was without moving, her claws drooping slightly. The moment they clashed, it was clear who was stronger. There was a trace of fear in Wang Lingyun's eyes, but he was shocked. He had used 50 to 60% of his Neishi's strength in the claw just now, but he couldn't defeat his opponent. Not only that. His palm was numb from the clash just now. His opponent's strength was so terrifying, he was afraid that Chen Yu didn't use his full strength when he fought with Fengde. Thinking of this, his heart was clouded and a strong murderous intent arose. This kid must have had some opportunities. Maybe he hid the meteorite fragments. The value of the meteorite fragments was definitely beyond imagination. Chen Yu probably hid a few pieces and traded precious materials and elixirs with the outside world or the sex higher-ups. That was why he could have such a big breakthrough. I can't let him succeed. The murderous intent in Wang Lingyun's heart grew stronger. He secretly circulated his Neishi. He had made up his mind. Even if he had to risk being punished by the sect, he had to severely injure or even disable Chen Yu. Then it would be easy to deal with him. Otherwise, when Chen Yu advanced to the soothing pull stage, it would be a little tricky. He was just about to launch a quick thunder attack. Bang, the young man in front of him flashed and instantly floated back a few feet, distancing himself from him. Chen Yu wasn't a fool. He knew the gap between him and Wang Lingyun, so he wouldn't wait for his opponent to attack again. Iron Cloud Claw. Wang Lingyun's green robe flashed. His claw was surging with fierce inner chi, cutting through the air with a sharp piercing sound. Obviously, Chen Yu underestimated Wang Lingyun's determination. Iron Cloud Claw. This is one of the most ferocious mid-grade martial arts. This claw technique can be used to its fullest in the soothing pull stage. It has the power to crush iron and stone. Some of the senior disciples nearby couldn't help but exclaim. Wang Lingyun's Iron Cloud Claw was a middle-rank martial art. It was a whole level higher than the Iron Plow Fist. In a split second, Chen Yu felt a sense of danger. The Iron Cloud Claw hadn't even reached him, but the formless wind made it hard for him to breathe. Bang, luckily, his body's quality had greatly increased. A surge of energy surged from his heart, allowing his body to leap into the air. He quickly moved a few feet away, once again distancing himself from his opponent. Crack, Wang Lingyun's claw missed, leaving a claw-shaped hole on the thick wooden table. One could imagine what would happen if that claw had hit a body of flesh and blood. With my current strength, even if I can't win against Wang Lingyun, it shouldn't be a problem for me to protect myself for a short period of time. After dodging the attack, Chen Yu let out a sigh of relief. He was very confident in his body's quality. After merging with the mysterious heart, his body's quality had been improved in all aspects. His strength, speed, and reflexes were all different from before. Come and chase me. Come on, come on. He smiled mischievously, his figure darting into the crowd of disciples. Get out of my way. Wang Lingyun's heart was filled with anger. His figure flashed, preparing to give chase. Ah, the disciples in the crowd shouted and quickly dispersed, not wanting to be caught in the crossfire. Instantly, the canteen was filled with people, the scene was chaotic. This slippery fellow, Wang Lingyun, was flustered and exasperated. He couldn't catch the other party in a short period of time. This dilemma made him extremely embarrassed. Stop. Suddenly, a cold female voice came from behind. That voice, although filled with displeasure and coldness, still had a unique gentleness of a young girl, making people daydream. Suddenly, the entire canteen was dead silent. Wang Lingyun's body stiffened. He looked at the figure of a young girl behind him with an apologetic smile. In his sight, a slender, graceful, and charming young girl walked over leisurely. Her hair was like a waterfall, her eyes were bright, and her eyelashes were long and curved. She had the unique pure beauty of a young girl, which made people's hearts race. Junior sister Mu. Mu Xiuqing? The most beautiful girl in the outer sect. The young girl was wearing a long blue lotus dress, which set off her soft curves. She instantly became the center of the canteen. The male disciples subconsciously swallowed their saliva. Some of the female disciples felt gloomy and were secretly annoyed. It's Xiuqing. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Lingyun greeted him with an elegant smile. Mu Xiuqing ignored him. Her bright eyes landed on Qinyu, and her voice was like an aureole. Brother Chen. She walked over and held Qinyu's arm. The scene immediately made some of the male disciples, including Wang Lingyun, wear unpleasant expressions. Xiuqing? Feeling the softness of the young girl's arm, Qinyu's eyes widened in disbelief. In addition to the sudden surprise and happiness in his heart, he was more surprised. In the past 2 years, it was the first time that Mu Xiuqing had such an intimate action with him. Brother Chen, let's go, he saw the slight blush on the young girl's pretty face. As a 14 or 15-year-old boy, Qinyu also felt happy and comfortable to be liked by the beauty of his dreams. Chen Yu. How dare you hide behind a woman? Wang Lingyun's cold voice came from behind. The man and the woman seemed to be unaware of it, leaving the room full of jealousy and hatred. Walking out hand in hand with the girl, Qinyu had a surreal feeling. The Mu Xiuqing in front of him, with her blushing and shy face, was like a peony that bloomed after the rain, making people unable to help but feel pity for her. The long dress accentuated her delicate figure, and overall, it gave off a sense of beauty and refinement. The girl's beautiful hair, with a soft and light fragrance, when it brushed past his ears, it brought an inexplicable itch and heat to his heart. Especially, the girl's white and delicate arms, it brought such a real feeling of smoothness and softness. However, the steady and powerful heartbeat, with an invisible strong conviction, did not let him forget himself. After the fusion and transformation of the crystal heart, not only did Qinyu's body transform, but his thinking and reaction were also far better than before. Thinking about it, Qinyu felt that something was wrong. As the saying goes, there must be something wrong when something is abnormal. In the past 2 years, he had been pursuing Mu Xiuqing for a long time. However, Mu Xiuqing did not reject him, nor did she agree. That kind of distant feeling made him feel uneasy. It gave him the feeling that, it was not that Mu Xiuqing did not like him, but due to some reason, she had unconsciously distanced herself from him. And now, Mu Xiuqing held his arm in front of everyone. Such an intimate action was a little sudden and abnormal. Walking out of the canteen, the girl in front of him stopped in her tracks. Brother Chen. Mu Xiuqing suddenly let go of his hand, the redness on her pretty face faded. She took a slight breath, her bright eyes were clear, as if she had made up her mind, and looked straight at Qinyu. The girl's sudden release made Qinyu feel a sense of loss. And the change in Mu Xiuqing's expression, that calm as a lake, made him feel unfamiliar. Xiuqing has something to say? Qinyu calmed his emotions. That steady and powerful heartbeat made him dare to look straight at the girl in his dreams, who he did not dare to blaspheme. Mu Xiuqing was slightly startled, feeling that the boy in front of her was different from before. However, this would not change her original intention. Brother Chen, with your talent, you'll be able to live a better life if you return to your clan in the secular world. Perhaps, the sect might not be suitable for you, and Xiuqing can't bear to see you being bullied by others. Mu Xiuqing's gentle voice echoed in his ears. That voice was very pleasant to listen to, but the tactful meaning behind it made Qianyu's hair stand on end. At that moment, he felt as if he had fallen from the rainbow clouds into a bottomless abyss. It was also as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his fiery heart. You think I'm not talented enough, so you want me to leave the sect and return to the secular world? So, what you did just now was only to protect me. Qianyu interrupted her. Mu Xiuqing's beautiful face stiffened. Her words were rather tactful, as she was afraid of hurting Qianyu's self-esteem. He didn't expect the other party to be so direct. Indeed, Mu Xiuqing's action in the canteen just now was because she couldn't bear to see Qianyu being bullied, so she adopted a disguised form of protection. That's right. Mu Xiuqing gritted her teeth, and her expression was dignified. I'm just suggesting that Brother Chen return to the secular world out of kindness. And what? Qianyu surprisingly calmed down. Soon, I'll enter the inner sect and become an inner sect disciple. At that time, no matter what decision Brother Chen makes, in the end, we'll be people of two different worlds. At the end of her words, Mu Xiuqing faintly sighed, and her eyes were peaceful. When she said this decision, the guilt and uneasiness in her heart seemed to have returned to calmness at that moment. In the end, we'll be people of two different worlds. This is your decision? Qianyu suddenly laughed. Mu Xiuqing's words were tantamount to completely drawing a line with Qianyu. It also meant that Qianyu's previous pursuit and efforts had been in vain. The inner sect was the core of the Yunhui Gate. The inner sect disciples were the focus of the sect's training, and there was a world of difference between them and the outer sect disciples. Based on Qianyu's performance in the past 2 years, it would be very difficult to establish a foothold in the outer sect. In a way, Mu Xiuqing's conclusion and decision didn't seem to be wrong. Brother Chen, Xiuqing knows that you're a good person, and I'm sorry for what I've done to you. If you really want to stay in the sect, as long as Xiuqing is here, I won't let anyone bully you. Mu Xiuqing bit her thin lips, and her face was full of guilt. After all, the two of them had known each other since they were young, and they had a good impression of each other. Would it hurt his heart if she did this? She was worried that Qianyu wouldn't be able to take such a big blow. Thank you. Qianyu said these 3 words, with an inexplicable smile on his face. That smile had a sense of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Thinking back to the past few years, when he pursued Mu Xiuqing, he felt that she was neither close nor distant, and became more and more distant. It turned out, Mu Xiuqing had gone so far, and was about to enter the inner sect. From this point of view, the outer sect disciples, whether it was him, Wang Lingyun, or other pursuers, were all meaningless efforts. The only difference was that Qianyu had won the heart of a beautiful woman. Could this be considered a glorious defeat? Qianyu couldn't help thinking, if Mu Xiuqing had come clean earlier and severed his thoughts, Xianxia would have had more time and energy to devote to his cultivation. Maybe he would have broken through to the soothing pulse stage now, and the success rate would be higher. Luckily, it's not too late now. Qianyu was relieved of the heavy burden, and his heart was calm. Although it was inevitable that he would feel some pain, he had crossed this threshold after all. Thank you. Mu Xiuqing's bright eyes carefully examined Qianyu, and suddenly she couldn't see through this young man. I will still stay in the sect, but I don't need your so-called protection. Qianyu said indifferently. Martial arts cultivation was the path that he had been dreaming of. In the world of the sect, the martial arts experts were the rulers of this world. He yearned for this path. With that, Qianyu turned and left without a trace of reluctance. The resolute young man made Mu Xiuqing's heart tremble, and she felt a sense of loss and pain. At this moment, the confident and masculine aura of the young man tugged at her heartstrings. Chen, Mu Xiuqing's eyes turned red. Suddenly, she felt as if she had lost something precious, and it was impossible to get it back. At this moment, Qianyu suddenly turned and said, also, we will meet again in the inner sanctum. Meet again in the inner sanctum? That's impossible. Mu Xiuqing shook her head slightly, and almost subconsciously made a conclusion. Of course, she knew Qianyu's current situation. She was afraid that it would be very difficult for him to gain a foothold in the outer sanctum. Soon, Mu Xiuqing calmed herself down, and her eyes were calm and determined. Since she had chosen this path, she would not regret it. She had her own family, her own life goals, and a higher future. How could she be limited by a hazy relationship that had not yet begun? After saying goodbye to Mu Xueqing, Qingyu ran all the way to the barren mountains outside the sect. Thud. 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 Along the way, Qingyu felt that his body was getting lighter, and the world in his eyes was getting wider and wider. After a short period of pain, his heart was wide and bright, as if the dark clouds had parted and he could see the moon. I must gain a foothold in the sect and enter the inner sanctum. I want my family to be strong, and my parents will be proud of me. Qingyu let out a long roar as he leaped into the air. At this moment, the young boy was filled with vigor and strength, and he had set his own goals. He did not know, after taking this step, how far and how high he would go would he stand. In the forest of the barren mountains. Iron plow fist. The young boy's figure flashed, and his fists whistled, giving off a depressing and shocking sound. As time passed, the power of Qinyu's fists grew stronger, and there was an illusion that he was riding the wind and breaking the waves, and a thunderstorm. He continued to train, not only to raise his cultivation and martial arts, but also to adapt to this strengthened body. After fusing with the mysterious heart, Qinyu's recovery ability was extremely strong, and he would not feel tired even after training for a few hours. Only when he was too hungry would he hunt for wild animals. In other words, his training time and efficiency were far better than ordinary people. Time passed slowly. Qinyu's fist technique and cultivation were all increasing at the same time. Especially the former, it could be said to be 1,000 miles in a day. Evening 10 days later. Boom, the roaring iron fist directly broke a tree the size of a bull, sending wood shavings flying everywhere. For a moment, dust flew everywhere, and the beasts retreated in fear. To break a bull-sized hardwood with one punch, and the wood at the gap shattered, this can only be achieved with the iron plow fist. In the center of the dust, the young boy closed his eyes, and a hint of satisfaction appeared on his face. After 10 days of hard training, his iron plow fist had finally reached the great success realm. Normal fist techniques were divided into 4 realms: beginner, minor achievement, great success, and peak. In short, they were beginner, Xiaoqing, great success, and peak. A martial art, even if it was a low-level martial art, if it could be trained to the great success realm, it would have a power that could not be underestimated. Moreover, iron plow fist was known to be easy to learn, but hard to train. The further one went, the more powerful it became. When this fist technique was a beginner and Xiaoqing, its power was slightly inferior to other martial arts of the same level. And when it reached great success, its power would skyrocket. With my current strength, even if I fight with a disciple in the early meridian opening stage, I might not lose. Qingyu closed his eyes, feeling the vigorous power in his body. At this moment, not only did his iron plow fist improve greatly, but even his cultivation had reached the limit of the body forging stage. Peak body forging stage. Peak body forging stage already had the basic conditions to break through to the meridian opening stage. In other words, Qingyu could try to break through to the meridian opening stage now. As for whether he would succeed or not, it was hard to say. There's no hurry to break through, there's still 1.5 months. Qingyu was deep in thought. He heard from the preaching elder in the sect that the more solid the foundation of the body forging stage, the better. With a solid foundation, the meridian opening stage would be able to withstand more internal energy, and he would be able to walk further on the path of martial arts in the future. Besides, when breaking through, the main cultivation technique one cultivated was also more important. The higher the level of the main cultivation technique, the deeper the foundation, and the stronger the strength after breaking through to the meridian opening stage. When Qingyu entered the Yunhui Gate, he chose a low-level martial art iron plow fist from the Sky Martial Pavilion for free. According to the rules, after breaking through to the meridian opening stage, he could choose a higher-level mid-level martial art for free. Other than that, he could only rely on the sect's contribution points. Completing some missions from the sect could give him contribution points, but it was not easy to get them. Qingyu had been in the outer sect for nearly 3 years, and the contribution points he had accumulated were only enough to exchange for one low-level martial art. To him, this did not mean much. My goal is to enter the inner sect, and the starting line cannot be bad. I need to gather more contribution points, choose a better main cultivation technique, and then break through to the meridian opening stage. Qinyu thought for a while and quickly made a decision. The next day. Yunhui Gate, Zhongwu Hall. The sky had just brightened, and many disciples had already gathered in the main hall of Zhongwu Hall. The mission list has been updated. A group of sect disciples looked expectant as they stared at the newly posted mission list on the wall. Zhongwu Hall was the organization where Yunhui Gate released all kinds of missions. According to tradition, every morning, the mission list of Zhongwu Hall would be updated. Today was no exception. The first on the assassination list is still the Devil Clown, and the contribution points for this mission has actually risen to 28,000. Some outer disciples clicked their tongues in wonder. This Devil Clown is not someone we can provoke. I heard that this demon had once bathed a small city in blood. The number of meridian opening disciples and even inner sect disciples that died in his hands was not small. This demon's cruelty is well known in Chu country. Any enemy that falls into his hands, regardless of gender or age, will be mercilessly slaughtered. That tragedy. The senior disciples present all changed their expressions and shook their heads. At this time, a young man with a slightly immature face walked into Zhongwu Hall. The young man was dressed in the green uniform of outer sect disciples. He was not eye-catching, but his eyes were clear and powerful, and his steps were very steady. The person who came was Qinyu. The assassination list is not something I can come into contact with right now. Qinyu's gaze lightly swept through the terrifying names on the list. The first-ranked Devil Clown, needless to say, had 28,000 contribution points, including other rewards. One must know. The middle ranked martial arts that Qinyu desperately wanted could be exchanged for only 1,000 contribution points. The second-ranked Seamless Thief and the third-ranked Blood Edge Wolf King were equally notorious. Each of them were either ruthless or cunning, and were even wanted by various sects in Chu country. For example, the Seamless Bandit was a rapist who specifically targeted the ladies of prestigious families. His highest achievement was to enter the Chu country's palace and play with the Chu country's princess and princess. The contribution points for killing this thief were as high as 26,000. The reward for being in the top 20 of the assassination roll was at least 10,000 contribution points. The rewards of the assassination roll were generous, but with Jinyu's current cultivation, if he encountered these people, he would only be instantly killed. However, after breaking through to the Meridian opening realm, he could attempt some of the lower-ranked targets. Jinyu's gaze moved away from the assassination roll and began to search for other categories of mission lists. Aside from the most dangerous assassination missions, there were also more common gathering missions that required one to go to dangerous places, including hunting down some ferocious beasts to obtain materials. The simplest tasks were to run errands and deliver letters, including trivial matters such as going to the secular world to solve small problems. As for these simple missions, the rewards were either pitifully low, and the contribution points might even be in the single digits, or they were extremely complicated and would waste a lot of time and energy. In the past, Jinyu could only choose these simple and risk-free missions. He did them a few times a year, and the rewards were very low. But this time, Jinyu planned to do some quests with higher rewards. Correspondingly, the danger of the mission was also higher. However, Jinyu had a certain level of confidence in his current strength. It shouldn't be a problem for him to protect himself in an ordinary mission. Not long later, Jinyu found a suitable mission on the list. Kill Iron Brown Bear, obtain Bear Gallbladder, Bear Claw, and other materials. Depending on the Iron Brown Bear's level, one Bear Gallbladder will reward 20 to 60 contribution points, 1 to 5 substandard primordial stones, 1 Bear Claw, 5 to 20 contribution points. Seeing this mission, Jinyu's eyes lit up. This mission not only gave good contribution points, but also primordial stones for obtaining Bear Gallbladder. Primordial stones were the hard currency of the sex world. Primordial stones were crystals formed by the gathering of heaven and earth yuan qi. They could increase the speed of cultivation, replenish yuan qi, and could be used to exchange for all kinds of cultivation resources. Jinyu had been in the sect for so long, but he didn't have a single primordial stone in his hands. This was because he was currently still in the outer sect's probation period and hadn't become an official outer sect disciple. Otherwise, as an official outer sect disciple, he could receive 3 substandard primordial stones every month. Iron Brown Bear, a few outer sect disciples' gazes paused on this mission for a moment, but they quickly shook their heads. Xianxia couldn't help but ponder. The reward for this mission was quite generous. Although the Iron Brown Bear had thick skin and strange strength, its speed and agility were said to be average. Logically speaking, there should be quite a number of people who would accept this kind of mission. However, this was not the case. It seemed like this mission was not as simple as he had imagined. Iron Brown Bear mission, our team is still missing one person. At this moment, Xianxia heard a voice in the noisy crowd. The voice came from outside the sect hall. Following the voice, Xianxia walked towards the 3 men and 1 woman outside the hall. The one who shouted was a man with triangular eyes. He was in his early 20s and looked like a senior disciple of the Illuminating Pulse stage. After staying in the outer sect for almost 3 years, Xianxia knew most of the people. This man with triangular eyes was called Ding Zhouhui. He was a wily old fox in the outer sect, and his strength was not inferior to Wang Lingyun's. The other 2 men and 1 woman included a pockmarked boy, a slim girl, and a horse-faced young man. Xianxia had some impression of the first 2 people, but he couldn't remember their names. However, the last one was a horse-faced young man. He looked at Xianxia with resentment. He was an old acquaintance. Xianxia. The horse-faced young man gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. This person was Fengde. A few days ago, he was punched away by Xianxia and defeated in 3 moves. Kid, I know you, the leader, Ding Zhouhui, stared at Xianxia with a strange look in his triangular eyes. You're that Xianxia? On the other side, the pockmarked boy and slim girl looked at Xianxia with a look of realization. They seemed to be very familiar with him. Am I very famous? Xianxia couldn't help but touch his chin. However, looking at the situation, although these people knew him, their eyes were filled with disdain and mockery. Brother Chen's nickname of living off a woman has spread throughout the outer sect. TSK, even a beauty like Mu Xiuqing could be found. How enviable. The pockmarked boy had a wretched look on his face. He looked like he really admired him. Living off a woman, under the strange gaze of the people around him, Xianxia almost stumbled. Obviously, the scene of Xianxia and Mu Xiuqing walking out of the canteen hand in hand was seen by many people. Cough. Since you all know each other, then it's easier to talk. I'm not talented, but I'd like to join your team to hunt the Iron Brown Bear. Xianxia felt uncomfortable being stared at by these people, so he quickly got to the point. Hunt the Iron Brown Bear? You? The people present, with Ding Zhouhui as the leader, were stunned at first. Then, they all looked like they found it funny. Other than Fengde, the other 3 all looked like they didn't think it was a big deal. Do you have any questions? Xianxia finally realized that his nickname of living off a woman had been looked down upon by these people. You're not good enough. Ding Zhouhui's triangular eyes glanced at Xianxia indifferently and said bluntly. As a senior outer sect disciple, he didn't give Xianxia any face and rejected him mercilessly. Haha. Brother Chen, the Iron Brown Bear is an existence that can be classified as a fierce beast. It's not as easy to deal with as you think. Among us, the lowest cultivation base is at the peak of the body forging realm, and we have to be the top ones below the meridian illuminating realm. The pockmarked boy quickly came over to help. As he spoke, the pockmarked boy showed that he was proud of his strength. Oh, is that so? Xianxia came to a realization. The mission to hunt the Iron Brown Bear was indeed not easy. However, among these people, the lowest cultivation base was at the peak of the meridian illuminating realm. Fengde was probably considered weak among them. It's good that you understand. Ding Zhouhui pursed his lips, as if he was saying, at least you know what's good for you. Of course. If that's the case, I'm sure that I'm qualified to participate. Xianxia said unhurriedly. What? Ding Zhouhui's face darkened. The formless inner aura emitted by the meridian illuminating realm made the people present breathe heavily. The pockmarked boy and slim girl looked at Xianxia in surprise. After all, there are people among you who have lost to me. Xianxia was unmoved. His gaze subconsciously glanced at Fengde. Xianxia. Don't you dare be so arrogant. Fengde's face turned as red as a pig's liver, and he was extremely embarrassed. However, he couldn't deny this fact, and he was even afraid of Qinyu in his heart. Among the members of this mission, his strength was at the bottom. He was only able to join because he had a good relationship with Ding Jiuhui. Oh? Ding Jiuhui looked at Feng De thoughtfully. The humiliation of Feng De's crushing defeat would naturally not be spread around. The short confrontation in the canteen that day could only be considered a small fight. It was very common in the sect, and only a small circle of people knew about it. However, Qingyu and Mu Shuiqing's walking hand in hand was the focus of everyone's attention, and it spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. Hee, kid, it seems that I've underestimated you. How about this, as the deputy leader, you only need to go through the test of my one finger, and you'll be recognized. Ding Jiuhui's pair of triangular eyes had a playful look as he re-examined Qinyu. He had already confirmed that Qinyu's strength should be above Feng De's. Logically speaking, he was qualified to be the last member of the team. However, Qinyu had just humiliated him. In addition, he had a good relationship with Feng De, so he felt the need to avenge his friend. One finger, on the other side, the expressions of pockmarked boy and slim girl changed when they heard this. The two of them were shocked. They understood that Ding Jiuhui wanted to make things difficult for Qinyu, and even wanted to teach him a lesson. Alright then. Qinyu's expression was normal, as if he could not understand Ding Jiuhui's evil intentions. Alright. Ding Jiuhui smiled strangely. He extended a soft finger and lightly pointed at Qinyu. That finger did not seem to be using any strength, but there was a faint muffled sound of air currents around the finger. It's the middle-rank martial art, Shady Willow Finger. The expressions of the people nearby changed. This Shady Willow Finger belonged to the feminine type of martial art. It looked like a willow branch caressing one's face, but it was actually filled with murderous intent. Qinyu could faintly feel that there was a formless feminine aura on his opponent's light finger. The sense of danger it brought was even stronger than Wang Lingyun's Iron Cloud Claw. The murderous intent of Iron Cloud Claw came from the light, but this Shady Willow Finger was hidden in the dark. Break! Qinyu did not retreat. He punched out, his heart beating strongly, and a wave of qi and blood surged out. Whoosh! The moment he punched out, the wind was heavy, and it was faintly accompanied by a thunderstorm. Bang! In an instant, the finger and the fist collided in midair, and an invisible wave of air exploded. The few people who were watching the fight felt the cold wind piercing their faces, and they could not help but take a few steps back. Outside the Zhongwu Hall. Bang! A finger and a fist clashed. The air vibrated, and a cold wind blew. The extraordinary momentum startled many people. Feng De, the other man, and the woman couldn't help but take a few steps back in astonishment. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two figures clashed and quickly separated. Qinyu took a few steps back and swayed on the spot. His qi and blood were boiling and his face was slightly red. He was not injured, but he felt a stinging pain in his fist. After being invaded by his opponent's soft inner breath, his qi and blood were blocked. However, there was a strong flow of heat in his heart, and his qi and blood were quickly unblocked. Qinyu found that after being modified by the mysterious heart, his body's resistance to inner breath attacks had increased. On the other side, Ding Jiuhui took a few steps back and quickly steadied himself. His fingers drooped slightly. It seemed that he had the upper hand. However, Ding Jiuhui's face gradually turned serious, and he tried to hide his surprise. I didn't expect Chen to be someone who hid his strength. Not only is his fist technique amazing, but he also has innate strength. Ding Jiuhui squeezed a smile on his face. He had used 70% of his inner breath in the exchange just now, but his fingers were still slightly numb. Thank you, senior brother Ding, for holding back. That finger attack just now really made me suffer a bit. Qinyu pretended to rub his hand, giving him a way out. In the sect, it was necessary to show a certain degree of strength and strength. Just looking at Ding Jiuhui's attitude toward Qinyu before and after their confrontation, Ding Jiuhui's attitude toward Qinyu had undergone a 180-degree change. Haha, with this, our team is complete. Ding Jiuhui let out a sigh of relief. As for Qinyu's words, he was also dubious. Logically speaking, with his meridian-soothing stage cultivation, his invisible soft inner breath should have been enough to hurt his opponent. However, a thought flashed through his mind: if Qingyu didn't suffer any losses in the confrontation just now, then this person has hidden too deeply. Of course, this unrealistic thought was quickly dispelled by him. With Brother Qin joining us, our chances of winning will be greater. The pockmarked boy also had a smile on his face. He was quite intimidated by Qinyu's strength. Fengde was the only one who looked a little embarrassed. Is everyone here? At this moment, the gentle voice of a young man came from beside Qinyu. Qinyu felt a chill run down his spine. He only noticed the other party the moment he appeared. A handsome and gentle young man with long hair appeared in front of them with a long bag on his back. Brother Liu. Ding Jiuhui and the others greeted him politely. Brother Yafeng, you're finally here. The eyes of the slender girl, who had been silent all this while, lit up. Her voice was gentle and pleasant. Yafeng. He's that Yafeng? Qinyu was startled, and he hurriedly greeted the handsome young man. Speaking of Yafeng, he was one of the few geniuses in the outer sect. Qinyu remembered that he entered the sect half a year later than him, but he broke through to the meridian-soothing stage in a short year. It was said that Yafeng's current cultivation was at least in the middle stage of the meridian-soothing stage. In terms of age, he was younger than him. Facing such a genius, Qinyu couldn't help but feel deep respect. Oh, you're that senior brother Qinyu? Yafeng's gaze lingered on Qinyu's face for a moment, looking slightly interested. Qinyu couldn't help but feel depressed. It seemed that he couldn't get rid of the living off a woman label in a short period of time. There was no other way. Mu Xueqing was too famous in the outer sect. She was a proud daughter of heaven, the #1 beauty in the outer sect, and so on. It was a headache to have such a relationship with her. Brother Chen, don't misunderstand. Yefeng smiled and explained, Mu Xueqing's beauty and talent are amazing. She used to be my competitor. However, due to some reason, she entered the inner sect early. So, as one of the outer sect geniuses, Yefeng and Mu Xueqing had competed on the same stage. Humph. That Mu Xueqing entered the inner sect half a year earlier than Brother Liu. Moreover, who knows if Mu Xueqing entered the inner court ahead of time due to some special reason. That slim girl seemed to be very protective of Yefeng. Alright, let's not talk about this. Everyone, let's discuss the mission. Yefeng waved his hand and got to the point. At this point, all the members of the team were gathered. The captain was Yefeng, and the vice-captain was Ding Jiuhui. The 4 members were Qinyu, Fengde, Pockmarked Boy, and Slim Girl. There were a total of 6 people. Qinyu was slightly surprised. The mission to kill the Iron Brown Bear actually had a good lineup. In the team, Yefeng and Ding Jiuhui were both in the Meridian Illumination stage. Especially the former, he was considered a genius in the outer sect. Although the other 4 members were not in the Meridian Illumination stage, they were all at the peak of the body tempering stage. A moment later, the 6 members of the team received the team mission in Zhongwu Hall and discussed some details. Half a day later, the group of people rode horses and arrived at the border of the Yunhui Gates territory, a mountain range. This is the Deep Cloud Mountain Range. It runs through the nearby countries and is under the jurisdiction of the Yunhui Gate. In fact, it's a neutral and dangerous forbidden land. Yefeng took the lead and got off the horse. Qinyu had heard of the legends of the Deep Cloud Mountain Range. It was said that there were ancient beasts in the depths of the mountain range. They had the terrifying power to destroy sects and countries. Many years ago, the super experts of the nearby countries had worked together to eliminate the terrifying existence in the depths of the mountain range. An earth-shattering battle had occurred. As for the final result, no one knew. With the current situation, as long as the humans did not go too deep into the Deep Cloud Mountain Range, they would not encounter the terrifying existence of the legends. According to the mission, the Iron Brown Bear should be nearby. We don't need to go too deep. Yefeng dispelled their worries. The Deep Cloud Mountain Range was, after all, a famous forbidden land. If they wanted to go deep, the outer sect disciples would not even be able to fill the gaps between their teeth. Roar. Not long after entering the mountain range, there were some tiger and leopard-type beasts nearby. However, these were just normal beasts. body-forging realm cultivators could easily deal with normal tigers and leopards. Dark Willow Finger, Ding Jiuhui lightly tapped on the head of a leopard with one finger, and the latter let out a whimper and breathed its last. Beasts that ordinary people feared could be killed in one move by Meridian Opening Realm cultivators. After all, Meridian Opening Realm cultivators had cultivated qi. It could invade the body and destroy organs, blood vessels, and other vital parts. Normal bodies of flesh and blood could not defend against it. In comparison, Fengde, Pockmarked Boy, Slim Girl, and the others usually needed 2 to 3 moves to deal with a tiger and leopard-type beast. Under such circumstances, the difference between Meridian Opening Realm and Body Forging Realm was obvious. Scram! Qinyu punched the head of a wolf. The latter's head exploded and blood splattered everywhere. Although he did not have qi, Qinyu's strength was very great and his fist technique was very skilled. Even if he could not kill normal beasts with one punch, they would be heavily injured and lose their combat strength. And this was under the situation where he had yet to unleash the full potential of the Iron Plow Fist. The strength that Qinyu displayed made Ye Feng look at him again. He had a look of praise on his face. We're almost there. Ye Feng led the way in front. The beasts that approached him were instantly killed. It was hard to see their movements clearly. Not long later, the 6 of them went over a mountain peak and a forest appeared in front of them. They could vaguely see some caves. Qinyu's vision, after the transformation of his body, far surpassed that of ordinary people. He could vaguely see some thick footprints in the forest. They were far better than humans and normal beasts. It's nearby. Everyone get ready. Lu Feng took out a small jar of honey and threw it on a hill that was upwind. Since they did not bring any tools, they could not set up any traps. They could only set up simple bait. Moreover, normal traps and blades were useless against the iron brown bear, which was a fierce beast. Roar! In just half a cup of tea's time, 2 huge brown bears jumped out of the forest. They were almost 10 feet tall and were almost the size of a 1-story house. The 2 enormous dark brown shadows roared as they pounced over. The invisible aura of beasts caused the nearby insects and beasts to retreat in fright. This is an iron brown bear. It's so big, the slim girl, Fengde, who was slightly weaker, felt her scalp tingle and her legs trembled. It was their first time facing a fierce beast of this size. After all, they were still inexperienced outer sect disciples. There are 2 of them. They're bigger than I expected. Ye Feng's expression changed. According to the mission description, the gall of an iron brown bear of this size could be exchanged for 40 to 50 contribution points. Everyone, let's go. Ye Feng and Ding Jiuhui looked at each other and each faced an iron brown bear. Qinyu and the other 3 body-tempering cultivators followed the plan and split into 2 groups to support the 2 meridian illuminating cultivators. Ding Jiuhui, Qinyu, and Fengde split into one group to deal with one of the iron brown bear. Ye Feng, Pockmarked Boy, and Slim Girl formed the other group. However, the result of the initial confrontation was not ideal, and it even made people feel disappointed. Dark Willow Finger. Ding Jiuhui's body swayed as he moved to the side of the iron brown bear and pointed at its back. The iron brown bear's back was already a few feet above his head. Poof, the huge body of the iron brown bear swayed, but it was not seriously injured. Then, it waved its arms randomly and a strong wind blew. Be careful. With Ding Jiuhui's speed, he dodged the attack. Ah! However, Fengde shouted and could not dodge in time, so he took the attack of the iron brown bear head-on. In the next instant, swoosh, Fengde turned into a black shadow and was sent flying. He crashed into the mountain wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. Fengde was sent flying by the slap. As for Qinyu, his reaction was surprisingly fast. He rolled on the spot and dodged the thick bear's arm. That was close. Qinyu broke out in cold sweat. If his body had not undergone the transformation of the mysterious heart, his reaction and speed would have greatly increased. He might have been like Fengde and had to take the attack head-on. On the other side, the situation of Ye Feng and the other 2 was not optimistic either. Crack, Slim Girl waved a silver whip and wrapped it around the leg of the other iron brown bear. Her face was filled with joy. The iron brown bear was enraged. The wind howled and it grabbed the silver whip. Let go. Yefeng shouted, but it was too late. The next moment, the iron brown bear grabbed the silver whip and pulled Slim Girl into the air. The mouth of the iron brown bear was like a giant python, and it bit at the girl, who lost balance in the air. Ah! The girl's scream echoed in the mountains. Hearing Slim Girl's scream, Qinyu and the rest felt a chill in their hearts. The difficulty of this mission had exceeded their expectations. Slim Girl and Fengda's strength were top-notch in the body-tempering realm, and they could easily kill tigers and leopards. However, when facing the iron brown bear, which had thick skin and immense strength, it was almost impossible for them to defend themselves. Slim Girl was about to fall into the bear's mouth. She lost her balance in midair and had no strength to dodge. Her face was pale from fright. Swoosh! At the moment of life and death, an elegant figure leaped into the air and appeared between the iron brown bear and Slim Girl with an unbelievable trajectory. What an exquisite movement technique, Qinyu could not help but exclaim when he saw this scene from the corner of his eye. The person who made the move was naturally Yefeng. The movement technique he displayed indicated that he had cultivated at least a mid-tier movement technique. Yefeng was in mid-air, and he lightly patted Slim Girl's shoulder with one hand. With just a trace of force, Slim Girl regained her balance in mid-air and floated 2 feet to the side. 2 feet was enough to change life and death. Whoosh! The iron brown bear's bite missed by a few inches. Big brother Yefeng, Slim Girl's eyes were filled with gratitude, and her face was flushed. She felt that Yefeng was like a Prince Charming who had descended from the heavens. However, Lu Feng wasn't done with what he was doing in mid-air. Evil creature! Yefeng's face was filled with anger. While in mid-air, he kicked the iron brown bear's face. That kick carried a sharp inner breath and a strong gust of wind, and its power was astonishing. With a bang, the iron brown bear's body was pushed back. Blood splattered from its face, and it let out a blood-curdling scream. Not only that. The iron brown bear screamed and covered one of its eyes with its paw, looking like it was in extreme pain. That kick actually hit the iron brown bear in the eye. Beside him, Pockmarked Boy and Slim Girl were both shocked and overjoyed. Everyone present could not help but heave a sigh of relief. As expected of Yefeng. His life was hanging by a thread, but he managed to turn this situation around in a single move and severely injured the iron brown bear with one kick. The two of you, stay at the back and attack the iron brown bear's lower body. Get used to its attack style first, don't fight it recklessly. Yefeng instructed. Yes, Pockmarked Boy and Slim Girl immediately agreed, especially the latter, who admired Yefeng very much. Yefeng's strategy was indeed good. After being severely injured, the iron brown bear's vision was blurry. The two of them restrained the iron brown bear and attacked its lower body, which greatly affected the iron brown bear's agility. As the main force, Yefeng used all his punches and kicks, causing the iron brown bear's head to bleed and its injuries to worsen. From the looks of it, it was only a matter of time before Yefeng's team killed the iron brown bear. However, things were not going so smoothly for Ding Zhouhui's team. The main reason was that Fengda had been slapped by the iron brown bear the first time they met, and he had yet to recover from it. Fengda was sitting with his legs crossed in the distance, adjusting his breathing and taking a few healing pills. Fengda would not be able to fight in a short period of time. Therefore, this iron brown bear could only be handled by Qinyu and Ding Zhouhui. The two of them did not dare to fight the iron brown bear head-on. They only wandered around the bear's body and attacked it when they had the chance. What surprised Ding Zhouhui was that Qinyu could deal with the iron brown bear calmly. At the very least, he would not be a burden to the team. Dark Willow Finger. Ding Zhouhui finally found an opportunity. He leaped and pointed at the iron brown bear's temple. There was no other way. The iron brown bear was too big. If he wanted to attack its head, he would have to jump into the air. Poof! The finger hit the target, the soft finger force rushed into the iron brown bear's vital point. It let out a shrill cry and staggered on the spot. The iron brown bear's temple was hit, leaving behind a bloody hole that was half an inch deep. However, the iron brown bear's skin was too thick. It was considered a beast, and it had a certain degree of resistance to internal energy attacks. Although this attack caused quite a bit of damage, it was not fatal. Roar! the iron brown bear seemed to be dizzy. It spun on the spot and waved its claws randomly. Ding Jiuhui, who was in midair, had a regretful look on his face. He was forced to touch the iron brown bear. Plop, a huge force caused Ding Jiuhui to roll on the ground. At this moment, something strange happened. Roar, the iron brown bear had a ferocious look in its eyes. It suddenly sobered up and pounced at Ding Jiuhui with its huge body. Oh no! Ding Jiuhui tried his best to roll on the ground to dodge the attack. He was in a dangerous situation. He had underestimated the iron brown bear's defense. It could recover from the dizziness so quickly. Once the iron brown bear forced him to the ground, the consequences would be dire. Quick! Ding Jiuhui shouted at Qinyu as he rolled on the ground. At this critical moment, as long as Qinyu attracted the iron brown bear's attention, Ding Jiuhui would be out of danger. It all depended on Qinyu. On the other side, Yefeng was also paying attention to this scene. At this critical moment, Qinyu did not retreat. Eat my fist. Qinyu jumped up like a spring. Although he was not as graceful as Yefeng, he was fast and unpredictable. In the blink of an eye, Qinyu was in midair. His shoulder was level with the iron brown bear's head. Bang, a heavy punch, like an exploding iron stone, landed on the iron brown bear's face. Crack, the iron brown bear's face exploded with blood. Its huge nose was almost flattened. What a powerful punch! The eyes of the crowd flickered. It must be a fist technique that is nearing completion. What's more, that terrifying strength. Yefeng, who was far away, had a look of approval on his face. Such a heavy punch caused the iron brown bear to howl in anger and pain. It staggered on the spot. Nice! Ding Jiuhui took this opportunity to roll on the ground like a carp and escaped from danger. Just as he was feeling happy, he realized that Qinyu, who was in midair, had not escaped the iron brown bear's attack range. Not good. Ding Jiuhui and Yefeng, who was far away, realized that something was not right. Qinyu was in midair. It was difficult for him to move his body, unless he was as graceful as Yefeng. What happened next shocked everyone. After Qinyu punched the iron brown bear's face, he had no intention of stopping. Only Fengde, who was recuperating at the back, realized that Qinyu had used his left hand for that punch. Excluding left-handers, most people would use their right hand for strength. Iron plow earth. Qinyu swung his right fist. Taking advantage of the fact that he had stunned the iron brown bear, he charged up to his peak. Whoosh, that punch had the illusion of being slow and heavy. However, a muffled sound could be heard as if it was tearing through the ground. It was as if there was a clash of iron and lightning. Fist technique, completion. Whether it was Ding Jiuhui, who was in front of him, or Yefeng, who was far away, they were all shocked. Completion, even if it was a low-level martial art, completion was not a small matter. If a normal person wanted to cultivate a low-level martial art to completion, they would need close to 10 years of hard work. Furthermore, Iron Plow Fist was a martial art that was easy to learn but hard to master. Bang, a punch landed on the iron brown bear's temple. Instantly, a cracking sound could be heard. Qinyu only felt that the punch seemed to have released a surge of heat. All the strength in his body was hooked onto the iron brown bear's temple. What was more ruthless? This punch landed on the wound that Ding Jiuhui's willow finger had previously hit. In his field of vision, that stunning punch had smashed the iron brown bear's head. Even the brain matter was splattered everywhere. Rumble. Dust flew everywhere. The iron brown bear's huge body fell to the ground powerlessly. The arena fell into a momentary silence. Even the other iron brown bear's eyes were filled with fear. Its attack paused for a moment. Good job. Ding Jiuhui came back to his senses and could not help but applaud. Previously, when he was in danger, he called for Qinyu because he wanted Qinyu to help restrain the bear. But he did not expect that Qinyu would be able to finish off the iron brown bear in one go. That felt good. Fengde, who was at the back, had also stabilized his injuries. He slowly stood up and joined the battle. Out of the two iron brown bears, one was taken care of. Now that there was one left, it would be easy. Yefeng and the other two did not need any help at all. They were able to beat the iron brown bear to the point. where it could not even fight back. That iron brown bear was not stupid. It turned around and wanted to run away. It's about time. Yefeng mumbled and suddenly opened the long package on his back. Hua! In the long package, there was an ancient sword. There was a picture of a swimming fish on the scabbard. Clang! A cold light was dragged out from the scabbard. A bone-chilling coldness spread out. Everyone at the scene inexplicably shivered. Xianxia took a closer look. It was a broken ancient sword. It was emitting a cold light. Obviously, it was not an ordinary weapon. Sword of life. Yefeng's expression was cold. He moved his body and the broken sword in his hand drew a blurry arc in the air. Pucci, the iron brown bear, who had just run a few meters away, was hit by the sword. Drip. Drip, gurgling blood flowed down from the thick brown fur and quickly gathered into a small pool of blood. Yefeng's sword pierced through the iron brown bear's throat. A one-hit kill. Everyone at the scene could not help but be shocked by Yefeng's strength. Yefeng, you finally showed your true strength. I didn't expect you to have a treasure. Ding Jiuhui smiled. It's only a broken low-quality treasure. But it's easy to deal with ordinary beasts. Yefeng put the sword away. However, the others at the scene, including Qianyu, Pockmarked Boy, and Fengde, did not look happy. Yefeng, why did you hold back when you were so strong? Pockmarked Boy said unhappily. Yefeng's actions were like a joke with his teammates' lives. Please don't misunderstand. Yefeng raised his hand and said slowly, the battle just now was just an appetizer. I'm planning to let you get used to fighting against the iron brown bear. After all, you're still lacking in experience. It's already so difficult for you to deal with one or two iron brown bears. Hearing that, Fengde and Slim Girl were a little embarrassed. When they met the iron brown bear just now, their performance was indeed a little inferior. On one hand, the iron brown bear was stronger than expected. On the other hand, they lacked experience and awareness. Qianyu could not agree more with this point. When they were fighting against the iron brown bear, he was just trying to stay alive. After he got used to the battle, he cooperated with Ding Jiuhui to kill it. If the battle just now was just an appetizer, then, what's the real main course? Qianyu realized something. I'll tell you even if you don't ask. Yefeng paused, then pointed at the two iron brown bear carcasses on the ground. Senior brother Ding and I don't want the gallbladder and claws of these iron brown bears. I'll give them to you. What? Qianyu and the others were in disbelief. Each iron brown bear had one gallbladder and 4 claws. The size of the two iron brown bears alone could be exchanged for at least 200 contribution points, and that didn't include the primal stones. And the leaders, Yefeng and Ding Jiuhui, didn't want any of them? For a moment, Qianyu, Fengde, and the rest were stunned. Wasn't this mission to hunt the iron brown bear for the reward of contribution points and primeval stones? Yet, Yefeng and Ding Jiuhui didn't want them. In that case, what was their true motive? Not only the gall and claws of these two iron brown bears, we don't want them either. Ding Jiuhui added from the side. Hearing that, Qianyu, Fengde, and the pockmarked boy exchanged glances. According to the news, there was a small iron brown bear community nearby. With the strength of Yefeng and the rest, it wouldn't be difficult for them to kill an iron brown bear. If what Yefeng said is true, we can get a lot of contribution points from this mission, and it'll be easy to exchange for a mid-tier martial art. Qianyu was really tempted. He was about to break through to the meridian illuminating stage, and he needed a better main martial art. He couldn't be left too far behind by the other inner disciples. Then, what do Brother Lu and Senior Brother Ding need? The pockmarked boy asked. They weren't fools. They wouldn't do a mission that was too dangerous. Our target is a bear king in a cave in the forest ahead. To be exact, it's the gall of the bear king. Yefeng said frankly. Bear king? Bear king's gall? The hearts of Qianyu and the rest shuddered. Just from the words bear king, they knew that it wasn't someone easy to deal with. The strength of the ordinary iron brown bear was evident. Ordinary meridian opening disciples wouldn't be able to face it head-on. The bear king's gallbladder, along with several other supplementary ingredients, can be refined into a type of bear gall fluid. It will be of some help to me and senior brother Ding in making breakthroughs. Yefeng explained the reason. Qinyu and the others came to a realization. Yefeng's cultivation base was stuck at the mid-meridian opening realm. He was just half a step away from breaking through to the late meridian opening realm. Ding Jiuhui was in a similar situation. He was about to break through to the middle stage of the soothing pulse realm. The Bear King's gall was far more useful to them than ordinary bear galls and claws. Therefore, they would generously give up on the latter. How strong is the Bear King? Brother Lo wants us to help deal with Bear King? Pockmarked Boy had the intention to retreat. He already had a hard time dealing with ordinary iron brown bears. If he met the Bear King, wouldn't he be instantly killed? Humph. Of course, the Bear King isn't someone you can deal with. Ding Jiuhui snorted. When the time comes, Brother Lu and I will work together to deal with the Bear King. Your task is to restrain and lure away some ordinary iron brown bears. After hearing this, the crowd let out sighs of relief. Qinyu nodded. If we don't need to deal with the Bear King, then there won't be a problem. Pockmarked Boy and Fengda nodded in agreement. After all, their goal this time was to obtain a large number of contribution points. However, let's get this out of the way first. At that time, if any of you were to run away, then all your previous gains will be for naught. Ding Jiuhui said coldly. No one had any objections to this. In a normal team mission, it was not very disgraceful to run away. After everyone reached an agreement, they began to divide the profits of the 2 iron brown bears. As usual, the profits will be divided according to the degree of contribution and contribution. Yefeng said. Soon, the profits of the 2 iron brown bears were divided into 10 portions. Qinyu had contributed the most in killing the iron brown bear, so he took 5 portions. Pockmarked Boy and Slim Girl each got 2 portions. Fengda only got 1 portion because he was slapped away at the beginning of the mission. No one had any objections to this distribution. Normally, team missions usually divided the profits according to contribution, so that no one could fish in troubled waters. Alright, let's go deeper. Yefeng and Ding Jiuhui led the way carefully into the dense forest. After entering the forest, Yefeng took out a small jar of honey. This honey was made with a secret recipe and was effective on the iron brown bear. Ordinary honey would not work on it. Soon. In the depths of the forest, 3 iron brown bears leaped out at once. Every single one of them was as big as the 2 in front. Yefeng said, Everyone, get used to fighting in the forest. He waved the broken sword in his hand and stabbed and lured away an iron brown bear. The other 2 iron brown bears were dealt with by Ding Jiuhui and Qinyu. This time, Ding Jiuhui dealt with an iron brown bear alone. The last iron brown bear was left to Qinyu, Fengda, Pockmarked Boy, and Slim Girl. Obviously, Yefeng and Ding Jiuhui wanted the 4 of them to get used to fighting the iron brown bear. In the forest, with the help of the geographical environment, it was easier to deal with the relatively clumsy iron brown bear than on flat ground. Puff. Puff, in less than a moment, Yefeng had cut the iron brown bear into pieces. Ding Jiuhui had also severely injured an iron brown bear. It was only a matter of time before he killed it. On Qinyu's side, Qinyu was the main force for the time being, while the other 3 restrained the iron brown bear. It was relatively easy to deal with them. A moment later. Iron Plow Fist. Qinyu punched the back of the iron brown bear's head several times and cracked it. The latter's huge body fell to the ground. Almost at the same time, Ding Jiuhui also dealt with the other iron brown bear. With experience and skills, the 3 iron brown bears were taken down just like that. Later, the 4 of you will deal with 2 iron brown bears. Yefeng pondered. Obviously, he wanted to further exploit the potential of Qinyu and the other 3. Qinyu didn't have any objections. After all, he had super strong stamina and lacked actual combat experience. The 6 of them went deeper into the forest. This time it attracted 5 iron brown bears, a slightly larger number. Yefeng took the initiative to lure 2 away, Ding Jiuhui lured 1 away, and the remaining 2 were handed over to Qinyu and the other 3. This time, Qinyu and Fengda worked together to deal with 1. Qinyu was also the main force, so it was quite easy for the 2 of them to deal with it. Pockmarked Boy and Slim Girl worked together to deal with the other one. It was a little more difficult, but it was not difficult to deal with it and stay alive. Boom, this time, Jinyu threw a punch in the air and killed the Iron Brown Bear before Ding Jiuhui. With Feng Da on his side, his efficiency was higher. After that, Jinyu and Ding Jiuhui went to help Pockmarked Boy and Slim Girl. 10 minutes later, the 6 Iron Brown Bears were killed by the group one by one. Yefeng killed 2 by himself, and Ding Jiuhui killed 1. Jinyu was the main force of 4, and he killed 2. It seems that Brother Chen will have no problem facing an Iron Brown Bear alone. Yefeng said with surprise. The stronger the strength of the team, the higher the chance of obtaining the Bear King's Gall. After a short rest, the group continued to move forward slowly. Half a day later, the group killed 20 to 30 Iron Brown Bears in total. It was much easier for everyone to deal with the Iron Brown Bear. According to the distribution of credit, Jinyu still took the majority. Jinyu took at least 55% of the nearly 30 Iron Brown Bears. The contribution points alone were more than 2,000, and that did not include the vital stones. Jinyu was overjoyed with the harvest. Even Ding Jiuhui was jealous of Jinyu's harvest. However, the strength that Jinyu displayed was no weaker than an early-stage illuminating pulse cultivator. He was speechless. Night fell. The 6 of them spent the night outside and rested. The next morning, the 6 of them reached the depths of the forest. A huge cave appeared in front of them. They could vaguely see the Iron Brown Bear near the cave. It was obvious that this was the nest of the Iron Brown Bear. I estimate that more than half of the Iron Brown Bears in the cave have been lured to death. The remaining Iron Brown Bears have become more cautious. It might be the Bear King's vigilance. Yefeng analyzed. Ding Jiuhui said in a low voice, "Then we can only attack." Yefeng nodded. It was going to be a tough battle. Jinyu and the others took deep breaths. They were finally at the last moment. They could not back out now. Otherwise, all their previous gains would be for naught. Thinking of this, Jinyu could not help but be shocked by Yefeng's and Jinyu's careful plan. Go. Yefeng held the broken sword in his hand and led the way toward the bear cave. Ding Jiuhui and Jinyu followed closely behind. Swoosh, the sword flashed. Yefeng killed an Iron Brown Bear with 1 or 2 slashes. Dark Willow Finger. Iron Plow Fist. Ding Jiuhui and Jinyu worked together and killed another Iron Brown Bear in a few moves with quick thunder. The 2 Iron Brown Bears screamed and died, which immediately alerted their own kind near the bear cave. Some figures quickly jumped out of the cave. Roar, a roar that shook the cave came from the depths of the cave, and a faint wave of fishy wind surged out. The terrifying aura made everyone's blood flow stagnate. It's the Bear King's voice. Yefeng's expression changed, but his eyes became sharper. He quickly killed another Iron Brown Bear nearby. According to the plan, the 6 of them split up and ran in different directions, each attracting a certain number of Iron Brown Bears. Ah, save me, the pockmarked boy accidentally attracted 6 or 7 Iron Brown Bears. It just so happened that Jinyu's side was empty. He picked up 2 or 3 stones and threw them at 3 Iron Brown Bears, causing a series of angry roars. In this way, Jinyu attracted 3 Iron Brown Bears. At this moment, apart from Yefeng and Ding Jiuhui, the rest of the mission was to attract a certain number of Iron Brown Bears away. Among them, Jinyu attracted 3 Iron Brown Bears, while Feng De and the pockmarked boy each attracted 3 and 4. That slender girl's luck wasn't bad. She only attracted 2. A total of 12, this had already met the requirements of the plan. Although there were 7 or 8 Iron Brown Bears nearby, Yefeng's broken sword was invincible. He could kill an Iron Brown Bear in 1 or 2 moves. You don't need to fight. You just need to attract these Iron Brown Bears away. The further, the better. Yefeng shouted as he killed. Not long after, the 4 body forging disciples successfully lured the 12 Iron Brown Bears away by 100 feet. At this moment, boom, there was a slight tremor at the entrance of the cave, and a wave of dust rose. In the dust, the shadow of a giant bear appeared. A silver-brown giant bear that was half the size of an ordinary Iron Brown Bear stepped out of the cave. Bear King. Qinyu, who was more than 100 feet away, felt his heart tremble as he felt a terrifying blood pressure. Life-chasing sword. After Yefeng killed an iron brown bear, his figure rose into the air, and a wisp of sword light slashed the Bear King. Chi, the broken sword only left a shallow bloody mark on the Bear King's body. Roar, a shocking roar, accompanied by dust and wind, rushed in all directions. Bang, before he could see the details, Yefeng's body flew back several feet. Fortunately, his movement technique was brilliant. He somersaulted in the air and landed on a tree. On the tree, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of Yefeng's mouth. "Brother Liu, are you okay?" Ding Jiuhui's face was full of shock. With Yefeng's powerful strength, he was actually sent flying in one move. "I'm fine." Yefeng wiped away the blood and said in a low voice, "This Bear King's roar actually contained sound waves. Moreover, its defensive power was beyond imagination. If not for this broken treasure, I wouldn't even be able to injure it." In front of the bear cave, Yefeng and Ding Jiuhui were facing the unfathomably powerful Bear King and a few scattered iron brown bears. Both of their expressions were extremely solemn, and their breathing quickened. In the short exchange just now, the Bear King's sonic attack had caused Yefeng to suffer a small loss. Whoosh, Ding Jiuhui leaped onto the tree branch and stood side by side with Yefeng. Luckily, Brother Liu has a broken artifact that can at least scratch the Bear King. Otherwise, I'll turn around and leave right now. Ding Jiuhui calmed himself down and took out a small bottle. The small bottle was half filled with a purple liquid that was bubbling with black bubbles. "This is blood-dissolving poison. 50 yuan stones per bottle is enough to deal with normal low-tier deadly beasts." Ding Jiuhui's lips curled into a sinister smile. With that, he carefully smeared half of the blood-dissolving poison on Yefeng's broken sword. Boom! Crack! At this moment, the Bear King slammed into the tree several times, causing the tree to shake violently and cracks to appear on the branches. What terrifying strength! The two looked at each other with a chill in their hearts. Lu Feng was skilled and daring. Relying on his extraordinary lightness martial arts, he leaped into the air and swung his sword at an iron brown bear that was left alone. Whoosh! The sword smeared with the blood-dissolving poison slashed across the back of the iron brown bear's neck. The latter's body stiffened and fell to the ground in a few breaths, dead. This poison is quite powerful. Yefeng's eyes lit up. His confidence in killing the Bear King increased. With the broken sword and the blood-dissolving poison, his attack power had almost doubled. Now, as long as the other four don't drag me down, this mission should be completed smoothly. Ding Jiuhui murmured. At the same time, the other members of the team were being chased by several iron brown bears. It was a torment. Even Slim Girl, who was under the least pressure, was trembling in fear when faced with the two iron brown bears. The iron brown bear's speed wasn't slow. At the very least, it could keep up with disciples below the meridian opening stage. Furthermore, its stamina wasn't bad. With Slim Girl's speed, it would be difficult to shake off the two iron brown bears behind her. However, the one who suffered the most was the pockmarked boy. He was being chased by 4 iron brown bears. If he paused for even a moment, one of them might pounce on him. Fortunately, his body movements were not bad, and he was quick-witted. With the help of various geographical environments, he circled around the 4 iron brown bears. There's no way out. I should have known that those contribution points weren't that easy to obtain. Pockmarked boy wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Once he ran out of stamina, what awaited him would be a nightmare. Among the 4 of them, the one who had it easy was naturally Qinyu. Thud. Thud, Qinyu was like a leopard, shuttling through the dense forest. His breathing was steady, unlike the others who were panicking. Every time he ran a certain distance, he would deliberately slow down. He was worried that the 3 iron brown bears behind him would lose track of him. After the transformation of the mysterious crystal, Qinyu's strength and speed were far better than before. Especially his stamina and recovery ability. He wouldn't be afraid even if he ran for a few more hours. Even if he exhausted himself, he would be able to exhaust the 3 iron brown bears. It's not a big problem to hold 3 iron brown bears back. Even if there are 3 more, it'll just be more pressure. Qinyu couldn't help but ponder. He was no longer thinking about holding back the 3 iron brown bears. Instead, he was thinking about how to kill them. If Feng De and the other two knew about this, what would they think? The reason why Qinyu thought this way was mainly because he lacked actual combat experience. However, he was now facing 3 iron brown bears, not one. If it was only one, based on his previous performance, he would have a 100% chance of winning and killing it. Soon, Qinyu had a plan. There was only one way, and that was to split them up and kill them. Qinyu glanced behind him. Due to his fast speed, the 3 iron brown bears chasing behind him were relatively loose, and there was a distance between them. Got it. Qinyu suddenly thought of a hill outside the dense forest. Not long after, Qinyu brought the 3 iron brown bears out of the dense forest and came to the hill. This hill was nearly 2 feet high and hundreds of feet in radius. It was in an irregular oval shape. Next, Qinyu dragged the 3 iron brown bears around the oval hill and began to wander. The plan went smoothly. As low-level ferocious beasts, the iron brown bears did not have much intelligence. Soon, they were a little confused by Qinyu and were separated from each other. Great! Qinyu was overjoyed. To be able to do this, at least half of the goal of killing 3 iron brown bears had been achieved. Thud, he leaped and appeared behind an iron brown bear. Iron Plow Fist. Qinyu took a deep breath, and a vigorous qi and blood surged in his heart. He gathered all the strength in his body and punched. Whoosh, that punch was like a roaring iron ball. The power of the Iron Plow Fist was displayed to the fullest. Not only that, but Qinyu had also executed the strongest punch he could execute after his body's transformation. At that moment, the iron brown bear that was attacked had its hair standing on end. Bang, blood splattered from the back of the iron brown bear's head. Its body was dizzy, and its vision turned black. Just one punch was enough to kill the iron brown bear and make it lose its ability to resist. Die. Under Qinyu's second punch, the iron brown bear's body fell to the ground. If the other members of the team were there, they would be extremely shocked. That was because Qinyu was alone and killed the iron brown bear in 1 or 2 moves. Even Ding Jiuhui, who was in the early stage of Soothing Pulse, could not do that. Although Ye Feng could kill the iron brown bear with 1 strike, it was because of the sharpness of the artifact. After killing this iron brown bear, the remaining 2 were even easier to deal with. Qinyu could kill the remaining 2 iron brown bears in 2 or 3 punches. It seems that I can really stimulate my combat power through actual combat. Qinyu could not help but feel a sense of accomplishment. When he first faced the iron brown bear, he was a little scared and could not even use 60% of his strength. But now, he could basically kill any iron brown bear. Let's go back and take a look. Qinyu still had plenty of stamina. He was addicted to killing a few iron brown bears in a row. As soon as he was near the forest, Qinyu heard someone calling for help. Help! A panting voice came from the side. It was the pockmarked boy. At that moment, the pockmarked boy was being chased by 4 iron brown bears. He was in a sorry state and was walking on a tightrope. With this kid attracting attention, I can kill more iron brown bears, and when the time comes, I'll get more rewards. Qinyu made up his mind. Thud, without hesitation, he chased after them. Then, a strange scene happened. The pockmarked boy was being chased by 4 iron brown bears. A young man was running toward the iron brown bear with a murderous look. A few breaths later. Kaboom, the first iron brown bear was killed by Qinyu from behind. Then, the second and third iron brown bears were successively busted by Qinyu from behind. Perhaps it was frightened by Qinyu's murderous aura, the 4th iron brown bear ran away. With an inhuman gaze, the pockmarked youth stared at Qinyu, who was filled with killing intent and covered in blood. However, in reality, none of that blood was his own. In the end, the iron brown bear that was running away did not manage to escape Qinyu's ferocious attack. With a shrill cry, it fell to the ground. The pockmarked youth's face was filled with horror, and he stood there dumbfounded. Let's go in and have a look. Qinyu did not blush. He continued to go deeper into the forest. He wanted to see the battle of the Bear King. Bro, I can't run anymore. The pockmarked youth had a long face and fell to the ground with a plop. He was exhausted after being chased by 4 iron brown bears for a long time. Yu, on the other hand, was still calm. He walked into the forest at a steady pace. On the way, Yu met the slender girl again. Although the girl was only facing 2 iron brown bears, she was still having a hard time as she was drenched in sweat. "Brother Chen, help me." The slim girl was delighted. Without saying a word, Yu attacked from behind with a numb expression and killed the 2 iron brown bears. He was used to attacking from behind when fighting with the iron brown bear. The slim girl was naturally shocked by Yu's terrifying strength, but there was a strange look in her eyes. "Senior brother Yu, let's go help brother Yefeng, okay?" The slim girl begged with a soft voice. "Help? You?" Yu glanced at the panting girl from the corner of his eyes. He reckoned that her small arms and legs were not enough to fill the gap between the Bear King's teeth. "According to the agreement, the Bear King doesn't need us to do anything." But we can still help clean up the battlefield." Yu nodded. The slim girl snorted in dissatisfaction and followed Yu to the bear cave. Roar! As they approached the Bear King's battlefield, the 2 of them heard a deep and terrifying roar. Their eardrums trembled, and their chi and blood surged. The slim girl almost lost her balance. "Huh? This seems to be a sound wave attack." Yu suddenly realized that he was fine. His physique could no longer be compared to a normal human's. Hearing this, the slim girl adjusted her chi and blood, breathing, and covered her ears with her hands. She was only at the body forging stage, so she could not seal her ears with her inner breath like Yefeng and Dingjiu. As they approached, the 2 of them could clearly see the situation on the battlefield. Near the bear cave, there were 7 or 8 iron brown bear corpses. Some of the corpses were still bleeding purple and black poisonous blood. As for Yefeng and Dingjiu, they were panting heavily, and there were some injuries on their bodies. Dingjiu's injuries were more serious, and he was almost half kneeling on the ground. On the other side, Yefeng held the broken sword in his hand, and his footsteps were unsteady as he fought with the Bear King. There were many wounds on the Bear King's body, and purplish-black pus flowed from them. However, the power of the bear's claws and roars did not decrease. "Yu, you came at the right time." When Yefeng saw the 2 of them, his face lit up with joy, especially when he saw Yu. As for the slim girl, although she had a loving and worried expression on her face, she was ignored by Yefeng. "Why? Brother Lu, you don't intend to kill this bear in one go?" Yu stood at the side, not intending to make a move. The Bear King's strength far surpassed that of an ordinary iron brown bear. Especially at the last moment, when a cornered beast counterattacked, it could take someone's life at any time. According to the previous agreement, he did not need to make a move. Yefeng's expression froze, but he did not know how to refute. After all, the 2 of them had already made an agreement. "Chen, brother Lu, and I are both injured, and our strength is not enough. You just need to help delay the Bear King for a while. When we recover, killing the Bear King will not be a problem." Dingjiu squeezed out a smile and said politely. In front of the bear cave, Yefeng and Dingjiu, the 2 meridian illuminating disciples, looked at Yu expectantly. Dingjiu's words were filled with politeness and pleading. The 2 of them were helpless. Although they were fully prepared, they still underestimated the strength of the iron brown Bear King. Especially the Bear King's powerful physique. Even if he was poisoned by the blood-dissolving poison, his combat strength did not decrease too much. This battle could be said to be incomparably difficult. According to Dingjiu's estimation, if they wanted to poison the Bear King, the amount of the poison had to be at least several times heavier. Fortunately, after a long battle of attrition, the poison had invaded. The Bear King's speed had decreased sharply, and his vitality was draining bit by bit. However, the physical strength of the 2 of them and their injuries were somewhat unable to hold on. At this moment, as long as one of them delayed the Bear King for a while and allowed the 2 of them to recover, killing the Bear King should not be difficult. "Brother Chen, please make a move." That slim girl pleaded pitifully. In her heart, there was only worry for Yefeng. She wanted to rush up and help everyone. Yu rolled his eyes. "You want me, a mere body-tempering stage, to deal with the Bear King that even the meridian illuminating stage can't match?" Isn't this request a little too much? As soon as these words came out, Yefeng and Ding Jiuhui felt as if they were choking on fish bones. However, they could not refute at all. One had to know. The difference in strength between the meridian illuminating stage and the body tempering stage was not small. Now, 2 meridian illuminating stage cultivators could not match the Bear King, and they wanted one of them to deal with him at the body tempering stage. Was this delaying or sending him to die as cannon fodder? Humph. You are not an ordinary body tempering stage cultivator. I saw with my own eyes that you easily killed 2 iron brown bears. The slim girl retorted coldly. Qinyu sneered and said nothing. This woman was completely captivated by Yefeng's charm. She was so deeply in love that she couldn't extricate herself. She had completely forgotten who had helped her not long ago. Brother Chen. As Yefeng dealt with Bear King, he said, I know it's a bit risky to ask you to help me stall Bear King. I won't let you work for free. With that, he took out a book from his bosom. Qinyu was slightly surprised. Yefeng's movements were exquisite. Under such circumstances, he could still talk to him and deal with Bear King at the same time. Of course, no matter how good his movement technique was, there was no solution to the problem of his physical strength and injuries. You've seen my movement technique. This soaring cloud steps is a martial art that my family spent a great price to obtain. Its exquisiteness is at the pinnacle of middle-rank martial arts, and it is even close to high-rank martial arts. Yefeng let out a sigh of relief. Ding Jiuhui, who was at the side, had a look of surprise on his face. He stared at the soaring cloud steps, obviously very tempted. You want to use this martial art to exchange for my help? Qinyu asked curiously. Under normal circumstances, this kind of elite martial art would not be taught to outsiders. Its value might not lose out to the Bear King's gall. Of course, Brother Chen has to guarantee that you can help stall Bear King for half the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Yefeng said in a low voice. Hearing this, Ding Jiuhui, who was at the side, had a strange look on his face. Thinking about it carefully, Yefeng's plan was very precise. Stall for half the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. If it was at Yefeng's level, at the meridian opening stage, he could still do it. But if it was a body tempering stage, it would be almost impossible, and he might even lose his life. In other words, this soaring cloud steps was just a bait. If Qinyu agreed, he wouldn't be able to stall for that long, and naturally wouldn't be able to obtain the martial art. Moreover, regardless of whether Qinyu succeeded or not, it would be able to buy some breathing time for the two of them. Okay, I agree. But you have to give me the secret manual first. Qinyu said straightforwardly. Yefeng wasn't surprised. He was certain that a fringe outer disciple like Qinyu would have a thirst for high-level martial arts. Yefeng stretched out his hand, and the soaring cloud steps secret manual was thrown to Qinyu. Qinyu caught the secret manual, opened it, and took a few glances. After confirming that there weren't any problems, he kept it. Properly. After coming to an agreement, Yefeng's figure hurriedly moved backwards. Bang! Qinyu picked up a rock from the ground, and fiercely smashed it against the Bear King's head. If it was a normal person's strength, this rock would be like scratching an itch to the Bear King, and it wouldn't be able to divert his attention. But Qinyu's rock caused the Bear King to let out a low roar. Roar! The Bear King's roar was accompanied by the sound wave attack. A pair of blood-red, ice-cold eyes locked onto Qinyu's body. Qinyu quivered, and his whole body felt cold. The gigantic creature in front of him could be said to be the greatest threat he had ever faced in his life. The sweeping sound wave caused Qinyu's blood to fluctuate, and his eardrums to ring. But he was already prepared. He took a deep breath, and his heart beat strongly, instantly stabilizing the blood in his body. Bang! Qinyu's figure lightly jumped, and he maintained a distance of around 6 feet from the Bear King. Roar! As the Bear King charged forward, dust flew everywhere, and a trench was left on the ground. The powerful might was enough to cause ordinary body tempering cultivators to lose their will to fight. Qinyu's face did not turn red, and his heart did not jump. He was like a leopard, jumping in the dust, and his feet would occasionally borrow strength from the nearby trees. Yefeng's group of 3 took the opportunity to retreat hundreds of feet away. This Qinyu's speed and reaction are not bad. He doesn't seem like a body tempering cultivator at all. Ding Jiuhui evaluated. Let's see how long he can last. Yefeng's expression was strange. When they faced the Bear King, they often had to use their internal energy to seal their ears in order to deal with the sound wave attacks from time to time. Imperceptibly, the battle against the Bear King consumed a lot of energy. But Qinyu did not have such worries in this aspect. Time slowly passed. Amidst the dust, that nimble figure continued to move about, and his movements were becoming more and more calm. Shock appeared on Yefeng and Ding Jiuhui's faces. This was too unexpected. As time passed, Qinyu seemed to have an easier time dealing with the Bear King. During this time, the Bear King tried to escape once, but Qinyu turned around and punched the back of his head. Under normal circumstances, Qinyu's punch would not be able to cause much damage to the Bear King. But after experiencing a bitter battle, the Bear King's head had many wounds, and he had also been poisoned. This punch caused the Bear King to stagger, and he let out a roar. Yefeng and Ding Jiuhui's expressions changed once more. Whoosh, at a certain moment, a figure quickly flashed towards the two of them. Half an incense's time has passed. I'll leave the rest to the two of you. This figure was Qinyu. Yefeng and Ding Jiuhui looked at each other, sighed bitterly, and got up to deal with the Bear King. The two of them had recovered some strength, and their injuries were also stabilized. At this moment, it was not difficult to deal with the Bear King who was at the end of his rope. Pucci, especially Yefeng's broken sword, which once again expanded the wounds on the Bear King's body. Waves of mournful roars reverberated in the forest. In the blink of an eye, the Bear King's life was finally coming to an end. Roar, at the last moment, the Bear King madly pounced at Yefeng, seemingly knowing that it was his death. His final counterattack was even faster than usual. Yefeng shouted that it was not good. After fighting for a long time, his injuries were not light. His body was exhausted, and it was impossible for him to retreat in one piece. Brother Lu, be careful, a slender figure ran from behind, holding a silver whip, and lashed at the Bear King. Pa, the whip hit the Bear King's face, and even his eyes. The one who attacked was Slim Girl. After this period of fighting, she naturally understood how to attack the Iron Brown Bear's weak spots. The Bear King, who was whipped in the face, opened his mouth and howled. Good chance. Yefeng stabbed out with his sword, piercing right into the Bear King's mouth, and piercing through his throat in one breath. Previously, he had also tried to attack the Bear King's throat, but it was difficult to stab. This time, the stab was very successful at close range. The Bear King, who was fatally injured, let out a heart-wrenching scream, and waved his claws wildly. Gulp, Yefeng reacted quickly and rolled on the ground. After all, the Bear King would definitely die after this attack, so there was no need to waste time. However, he dodged the attack, but Slim Girl, who was helping to cover him, did not escape. Ah, Slim Girl screamed, and her delicate body was pierced by the bear's thick claws. The body that was pierced hung in the air, struggling for a while, and soon, her whole body was dyed red with blood. Luda, she looked at Yefeng with disbelief and reluctance, and closed her eyes. The scene was dead silent. The Bear King's final counterattack took away the life of a budding girl. Qinyu and Ding Jiuhui showed a trace of pity. Yefeng gritted his teeth, and his breathing was rapid, but he did not look at the girl's body. After a while, boom! The huge body of the Bear King, which was badly mutilated, fell to the ground. Finally killed, Yefeng and Ding Jiuhui heaved a long sigh of relief, and there was a trace of joy in their eyes. As long as they could get this heart of the bear gallbladder, their chances of breaking through their current realm would be much higher. But at this moment, roar, from the deeper part of the jungle, a faint roar could be heard, and its power was not inferior to the Iron Brown Bear King. Not good. If it's another berserk beast, I'm afraid it's an existence comparable to the Bear King. Yefeng's face turned gloomy. Under normal circumstances, berserk beasts had territorial awareness. This area belonged to the Bear King, and other berserk beasts would not invade unless it was an existence of the same level. Perhaps the smell of blood here is too heavy, and it attracted other berserk beasts of the same level. Qinyu analyzed. Quick, Yefeng and Ding Jiuhui quickly cut the Bear King's body and dug out the bear gallbladder. With their current state, if they were to face another berserk beast of the same level as the Bear King, it would be a disaster. Go. After digging out the bear gallbladder and cutting off the bear claws, they quickly left the bear cave and ran out of the jungle. A moment after the three of them left. Swish. Swish, two figures appeared on top of the mountain above the bear cave. One was a young man with a sword with a scar on his face, and the other was a beautiful woman in a flowery dress. Hee hee, I've really watched a good show. The beautiful woman had a playful look on her face as she looked in the direction that Lu Feng and the others had left. That young man is really ruthless. In order to seize the best opportunity to kill the Bear King, he actually let the little girl who was waiting for him die in the hands of the Bear King. What's so strange about that? The path of the strong is to step on piles of white bones. The scarred young man with a sword said calmly. However, the young man murmured, the strength these few beginner-level brats have shown is passable. And they are probably the lowest outer disciples. The foundation of the Yunhui Gate cannot be underestimated. Why? Brother wants to change the original plan? We, the Flower Sword demonic duo, don't need to be afraid of a mere Yunhui Gate. The beautiful woman in a flowery dress didn't seem to mind. I originally wanted to pressure the upper echelons of the Yunhui Gate to trade a certain amount of meteoric metal to repair my Cloud Evil sword. But after seeing these brats' performance, I suspect that the Yunhui Gate isn't as simple as it seems. Maybe there really are old bastards of that level. A young man with a sword explained. The beautiful woman was about to speak when a frightening roar came from not far away. A spotted giant leopard the size of the Bear King swooped down and glared at the two people on top of the mountain. Judging from its power, the spotted giant leopard wasn't any weaker than the Bear King, and it was even faster. If Yefeng and the others encountered this giant leopard that specialized in speed, it would be difficult for them to escape. The beautiful woman's expression remained the same. She slowly pointed with a slender finger. In an instant, a cluster of strange and beautiful halos appeared on the tip of his finger and hit the spotted leopard with a puff. A horrifying scene appeared. Buzz, the spotted giant leopard's body suddenly blossomed with a fierce light that was as gorgeous as a flower, and it instantly pierced countless bloody holes on the giant leopard's body. The giant leopard didn't even have the time to scream before its body transformed into a pool of blood. This small interlude didn't affect the topic of the two at all. Most importantly, my shaman mouse has sensed an aura nearby that caused it to feel uneasy and fearful. Duan Ling Tian said. A trembling purple-furred mouse appeared in the palm of the young man's hand. This spirit rat of mine is a mutated species, and its sense of smell is extremely sensitive. Its sense of smell towards danger and powerful existences has allowed me to avoid a few calamities in the past. But this time its fear is unprecedented. A young man with a sword's words caused the beautiful woman to be shocked. She was very clear about the special ability of this mutated spirit rat. Just what kind of existence can make the spirit rat so afraid, especially when those little fellows were around? We need to be careful on this trip to the Yunhui Gate. Outside the forest, the five of them ran out of the Cloud Abyss mountain range as fast as they could, as if they did not want to stay there for a second longer. As soon as they ran out of the forest, Qinyu paused, and his eyes showed a trace of doubt. In that instant, the invisible fiendish aura that he had sensed earlier had abruptly stopped. If he was not wrong, that murderous aura should be from a powerful beast that was not inferior to the Iron Brown Bear King. Everyone, don't stop. If the powerful beast behind us is a speed type, it might be able to catch up to us. Yefeng reminded them. 2 hours later, the group arrived at the edge of the Cloud Abyss mountain range and found the place where the horses were previously stationed. Finally out of danger. Ding Zhouhui let out a long sigh of relief, and could not help but look back in the direction of the bear cave. The mission this time was naturally dangerous. One of the original 6 people had died under the claws of the Bear King. However, everyone had a tacit understanding and did not mention the death of Slim Girl. Qinyu recalled the details of Slim Girl's death and felt that it was a little strange. Was this girl stupid, or did Yefeng really neglect her safety? However, none of this mattered anymore. Outer disciples were the lowest members of the sex pyramid. It was normal for 1 or 2 of them to die in a mission. Under normal circumstances, the sect would only pay attention to such matters. Usually, only when an inner disciple died would the higher-ups of the Yunhui Gate send someone to investigate. Before we return to the sect, should we distribute our gains? Qianyu suggested. When it came to the gains, the few of them were slightly excited and looking forward to it. Of course. Yefeng nodded. A moment later, everyone's bear gall and claws were laid out in front of him. After tallying them up, there were more than 40 bear galls and 160 bear claws. They could be exchanged for at least 5,000 contribution points. Of course, this did not include the Bear King's gall and Bear King's claws. Qianyu estimated that the value of the Bear King's gall and Bear King's claw was not inferior to the huge quantity of the former. After a discussion, ordinary bear gall and claws were split into 10 portions. Qianyu's contributions were the greatest. The number of ordinary iron-brown bears he had killed was ranked first among the body-tempering cultivators. He had even killed more than Ding Jiuhui. Therefore, he alone took 70%. Feng De and Pockmarked Boy could only play a limited role, so they each got 15% of the profits, so there was no objection. 70% profit was already more than what Qianyu had expected. According to his original plan, he would be able to get around 60% of the profits. Very soon, he understood the reason. Yefeng and Ding Jiuhui had split Slim Girl's share with Qianyu and the other two. As such, everyone had gained a lot. Naturally, they would not have too many doubts about Slim Girl's death. On the other side, Yefeng and Ding Jiuhui had also come to an agreement. For this mission, I used treasures and even paid the Cloud Treading Steps manual. I want at least 2/3 of the Bear King's gall. Yefeng said calmly. This time, Brother Li's contribution to killing the Bear King is great. Why would I have any objections? Ding Jiuhui chuckled. Indeed, Yefeng was the main force of this mission, and the price he paid was great. I just didn't expect that Brother Lu would be willing to give the Cloud Treading Steps to that kid. Ding Jiuhui said curiously. The Cloud Treading Steps was a top-notch light martial art amongst those of the same rank, and its value was not inferior to the Bear King's gall. Even Ding Jiuhui was moved by this light martial art. As long as I can enter the inner court, paying a middle-rank martial art is nothing. Yefeng said lightly. In reality, he felt gloomy and pained in his heart. According to his expectations, with Qianyu's body refinement stage cultivation, it was an impossible mission to delay the Bear King for the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn. Oh? I understand now. Brother Lu is aiming for the outer court competition 3 months from now. Ding Jiuhui came to a sudden realization. In the Yunyu school, every year, the outer circle would hold an outer circle competition. Among them, there was an ancestral rule of the sect: whoever came first in the competition could enter the inner court unconditionally and become an inner court disciple. Apart from that, there would be some sect elders spectating the competition. Usually, the top 10 disciples in the competition would have a chance of being chosen by an elder and entering the inner court. According to past experience, apart from the first who would definitely enter the inner court, the top 3 would also be more stable. That's right. Yefeng didn't deny it, and his tone revealed a sense of confidence. I am determined to win the outer court competition. In terms of martial arts aptitude, he was one of the top geniuses in the outer court. But his only weakness was that he had only entered the sect for a short period of time, half a year later than Qianyu. Thus, his cultivation couldn't compare to the top disciples in the outer court. And this time, he had obtained the Bear King's gall, and the quality was beyond imagination. Breaking through to the late meridian opening stage should be a matter of course. Then I will congratulate you in advance, senior brother. Ding Jiuhui smiled as he congratulated, and his tone was even more polite and respectful. Once Yefeng broke through to the late meridian opening stage, his strength would definitely increase greatly. Moreover, he had a treasure, and was indeed a strong competitor for the outer court competition. Outer court competition? Qianyu's hearing was far better than the average person. Although the two of them spoke softly, he could still vaguely hear some key words. He had also heard of the outer court competition. He had even experienced the outer court competition once or twice, just that he didn't have the qualifications to participate. To participate in the outer court competition, one had to be at least in the meridian opening stage. Back then, when he was spectating the competition, he was amazed by the exciting battles between the strong disciples. There are still 3 months to the outer court competition. I wonder if I can participate this time. Xianxia thought to himself. After all, it was an annual meeting of the entire sect, and it was very important to the outer court disciples. But thinking about it, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He hadn't even broken through to the meridian opening stage. Fortunately, he had gained quite a lot from this mission. He had gotten 70% of the rewards, which could be exchanged for at least 3,500 contribution points. With so many contribution points, it wouldn't be a problem to exchange for a middle-grade martial art or above. When he returned, his goal was to break through to the meridian opening stage. Half a day later, a group of 5 rode horses back to the sect, and went straight to Zhongwu Hall. Zhongwu Hall, in a large hall. Eh? You guys have gained quite a lot this time. The quality of the bear's gall and claws are considered high. A gray-robed elder's eyes flashed as he stared at the spoils of war in front of him. Very soon, he saw Yefeng and the other 2 take out the Bear King's gall and Bear King's claw. The gray-robed elder's eyes lit up, and his face was full of praise. With your strength, you were actually able to kill the Iron Brown Bear King? Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult to succeed without the cooperation of 2 late-stage meridian opening disciples and a few meridian opening cultivators. Senior, we lost a disciple on our mission this time around. Xianxia reminded him. What? Only 1 outer disciple was lost? It's already not bad that you guys came back alive. The gray-robed elder didn't care, and his eyelids didn't even twitch. Xianxia and the rest were speechless. What did he mean by only losing an outer disciple? From what the senior said, this loss was still within his expectations. Cough. Could it be that the one who died was a late-stage meridian opening disciple? The gray-robed elder seemed to realize that he had made a mistake. Very soon, he opened the mission list and found that the one who died was only a female disciple in the body tempering stage. He curled his lips. All right, I'll report this matter to the sect's higher-ups. No matter how slow they were, they could tell that he was being perfunctory. A mere outer disciple, and an unofficial outer disciple at the body tempering stage at that, the sect probably wouldn't care about this kind of death. Xianxia shuddered. He deeply felt the lowly position of an outer disciple in the sect. Only by becoming an inner disciple could the sect pay attention to them and even give them a certain amount of training. After a while, they exchanged the spoils of war in their hands for contribution points and primeval stones. Among them, the bear gallbladder could be exchanged for contribution points and a small amount of primeval stones. Contribution points, a total of 3,760. Substandard primeval stones, a total of 165. Not bad, little guy. The gray-robed elder looked at Xianxia in surprise. These were Xianxia's rewards. As a deacon of the Zhongwu Hall, the gray-robed elder naturally knew that the rewards were distributed according to contribution. Thank you, senior. Xianxia was overjoyed, especially when he touched the substandard primeval stones in his hand. This primeval stone was the sect's currency. Not only was it suitable for the Yunhui Gate, but it could also be used in the outside world. As for contribution points, it was limited to the sect's internal use. Alright, everyone is dismissed. We'll contact each other for the next mission. In front of the sect affairs hall, Ding Zhouhui laughed. Everyone dragged their tired bodies back to their residences. Xianxia planned to rest and recharge his energy for the night. Tomorrow, he would go to the Sky Martial Pavilion and choose a cultivation technique to cultivate. Back at the residence, Xianxia was still very excited. He thought about the use of the primeval stones and contribution points. First of all, 3,700 contribution points could be used to exchange for a mid-rank martial art. Other than a main martial art, he could also choose another mid-rank martial art. As for the primeval stones, they were even more useful. Primeval stones could be used to buy some precious herbs that could help in breaking through. This included the ability to trade for some powerful weapons and protective gear to arm themselves. For example, Yefeng's treasured weapon, Xianxia was very envious. A treasured weapon could increase one's lethality. Especially for this mission, without this treasure, it would be impossible to kill the Bear King. However, the primeval stones in Xianxia's hands were far from enough to buy a treasured weapon, even if it was a broken one. Bang bang, suddenly, there was a knock on the door, interrupting Qianyu's thoughts. Law enforcement officers? When the door opened, Qianyu was surprised to see two black-robed law enforcement officers. He was shocked. Last time, when the law enforcement officers came, they made Qianyu hand over 2 pieces of meteoric metal. He was still holding a grudge against them, especially after he saw the power of the treasured weapon. Qianyu. We are here under the order of the sect to compensate the person who handed over the meteoric metal. A slightly chubby law enforcement officer said with a smile. Compensation? Qianyu was stunned. This was too unexpected. There was compensation after handing over the meteoric metal? Yes, the compensation is not low. You handed over 2 pieces of meteoric metal, and the sect will compensate you with 6,000 contribution points. The other young law enforcement officer was the one who had come last time. 6,000? Qianyu's heart skipped a beat, and he found it hard to close his mouth. 6,000? Qianyu was overjoyed and couldn't believe his ears. The 2 law enforcement officers exchanged glances with each other and smiled. Qianyu, take this token. You can go to the Zhongwu Hall and exchange it for the corresponding contribution points. The chubby enforcer passed 2 small tokens to Qianyu. Thank you, enforcer. Qianyu came back to his senses and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. The 2 enforcers didn't stay any longer and left Qianyu's residence in a hurry. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 enforcers stopped at a corner after moving a few hundred feet away. Senior Brother Zhu, here are your 10 primordial stones. The chubby enforcer smiled as he took out 10 primordial stones and passed them to the young enforcer. These 10 primordial stones were crystal clear, and their quality was far better than the substandard primordial stones that Qianyu had obtained. Haha, thank you. The young enforcer said tacitly. That's what we should do. The 20 authentic primordial stones are a form of protection for that lad. The chubby enforcer waved his hand. If Qianyu was there, he would probably have the urge to curse out loud. It turned out that the sect's reward included 20 authentic primordial stones in addition to contribution points. That's true. 20 authentic primordial stones can be exchanged for at least 2,000 substandard primordial stones. It's not a small amount for an outer sect disciple. If we don't handle it well, we might really get killed. The young enforcer nodded his head. The 2 of them took part of Qianyu's reward and even found a righteous excuse. Hee, I heard that the sect obtained this batch of extraterrestrial meteoric metal of good quality. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so generous and even gave a few outer sect disciples such a generous reward. The chubby enforcer smiled and said. However, this batch of meteoric metal has already attracted the attention of a few nearby sects, including some well-known experts. Especially the rival sect, the Iron Sword sect. They want half of the meteoric metal from us. The young enforcer sighed. Iron Sword sect, the plump enforcer sneered, this sect's martial arts are mostly inclined towards swords. If we let them obtain a large amount of meteoric iron and produce some sword Dao treasured weapons, wouldn't that be terrible? The next morning, Qianyu woke up early, feeling refreshed. He had exchanged the 2 tokens from yesterday at Zhongwu Hall for 6,000 contribution points. In addition to the 3,700 points he had obtained from the mission and the 100 points he had accumulated daily, Qianyu's total contribution points were close to 10,000. Close to 10,000 contribution points are more than enough to exchange for a few mid-rank martial arts. Qianyu's goal had changed. With close to 10,000 contribution points in his possession, middle-rank martial arts could no longer satisfy his appetite. Not long after, Qianyu arrived at the sect's most important place, Sky Martial Pavilion. The Sky Martial Pavilion was an important place for the Yunhui Gate to exchange for martial arts techniques. Here, the only way to exchange for martial arts was with contribution points. The pavilion in front of him was simple and low-key. It was divided into 4 levels. There were some guards stationed in front of the pavilion. Qianyu felt that the aura of each guard was stronger than that of the Iron Brown Bear King that he had killed earlier. I'm afraid that the cultivation of these guards is at least at the organ's refinement stage. Qianyu's heart shuddered. The entry level of martial arts was divided into 3 stages: body refining stage, meridian soothing stage, and organs refinement stage. The first stage was body refining stage. As the name suggested, it was to strengthen one's physique. It was the most superficial stage. At this stage, people like Qinyu and Fengde had already surpassed ordinary people in terms of physique and could kill tigers and leopards. The second stage was meridian soothing stage. Within the strong physique, one would be able to condense inner breath and open up the meridians to stimulate the potential of the human body. At this stage, one would have mastered extraordinary martial arts. They were much stronger than ordinary people and could even fight ferocious beasts. The third stage was organs refinement stage. On the basis of opening up the meridians, one would begin to strengthen the internal organs, allowing the human body to be reborn. It could be said that once one entered the organs refinement stage, it was the beginning of the transformation of the human body. It was also a leap in strength. It was said that the inner breath of a organs refinement stage powerhouse could already hurt people through the air, reaching the level of shattering iron and stone. The inner chi of these guards could probably kill a body refining stage cultivator in the blink of an eye. Qinyu was naturally filled with awe and did not dare to make any abnormal movements. He took a deep breath and stepped into the first floor of the Sky Martial Pavilion. He had come to the first floor when he first entered the sect and chose the low-level martial art, Iron Plow Fist, for free. However, the martial arts on the first floor were limited to low-level and mid-level martial arts. Qinyu only glanced at some of the mid-level martial arts. Among them, there were a few that even tempted him. Spirit Tiger Fist. The fist technique is like the roar of a tiger, strong and fierce. When cultivated to the extreme, the aura of a tiger can appear in the fist. This martial art includes the Spirit Tiger Heart technique. The inner breath that is condensed contains the power of a tiger and can shock the enemy's soul. Exchange for contribution points, 1,800. A normal mid-level martial art was worth no more than 1,000, but this Spirit Tiger Fist was as high as 1,800. This martial art had a main heart technique. If it was cultivated on the basis of Qinyu's original Iron Plow Fist, the style would be similar. It was very suitable to be an upgraded martial art. In the past, this was the mid-level martial art that Qinyu dreamed of. However, now that Qinyu had obtained a large number of contribution points, his vision was different. He would not make a decision for the time being. Everywhere he looked, there were the best of the mid-level martial arts, and some were even the best of the best. 7-star steps, a mysterious footwork that surpasses the 7 stars. When cultivated to the great success stage, one can easily contend with 2 or 3 people of the same level without losing. This martial art has a corresponding footwork and heart technique. When using the light body technique to travel, one's chi will be longer. Exchange for contribution points, 1,500. This was a movement-type martial art. However, in terms of exquisiteness, it could not surpass the cloud-treading steps that Qinyu had obtained. The cloud-treading steps that he had obtained from Yefeng, in terms of profoundness, was close to a high-level martial art. It should be slightly better than the 7-star steps here. Qinyu realized that the low-level martial arts on the first floor were usually more than 100 contribution points, and the higher ones did not exceed 300. As for mid-level martial arts, they were usually more than 1,000, and the higher ones did not exceed 2,000. Around 2,000 was already the best of the same level. Let's go to the second floor and look at the high-level martial arts. Qinyu was secretly looking forward to it. There were quite a few mid-level martial arts on the first floor that moved his heart. Some were even things that he had dreamed of. Junior. Just as he stepped on the stairs, a voice sounded in Qinyu's ears. Unknowingly, a red-faced old man with a large mole on his forehead had appeared beside him. This person's appearance could not be said to be ugly, but he was still a little clown. His sudden appearance really gave Qinyu a shock. Senior, what can I do for you? Qinyu had a respectful expression on his face. The other party had appeared beside him without a trace. Even a viscera refinement stage expert might not be able to achieve this level of attainment. This person might be a high-ranking member of the sect. Little brat, don't you know that as an outer sect disciple, you do not have the authority to enter the second floor? The red-faced old man squinted his eyes and said. Ah, Qinyu was a little surprised. He really did not know about this. However, he was not too surprised that there was such a rule. The feeling that the sect gave him was that it was like a pyramid with a strict hierarchy. Every level had its corresponding authority, and it was difficult to surpass it. According to the rules, outer sect disciples need to pay 1,000 contribution points to enter the second floor, and the time limit is only 2 hours. Once the time limit is exceeded, you will have to pay an additional contribution points. The red-faced old man said with an expressionless face. 1,000 contribution points, Junior can pay it. Chinyu let out a sigh of relief. No matter what, he had close to 10,000 contribution points now, so he was very confident. Oh? The red-faced old man was slightly surprised. 1,000 contribution points to enter the second floor was just an entrance fee. This was not something an ordinary outer sect disciple could pay. He couldn't help but squint his eyes and look at Chinyu again. However, with this look, the red-faced old man's eyes flashed. Whoosh, Chinyu only felt his vision blur, and in the next instant, his body was lifted into the air. Then, his joints were pinched by the red-faced old man a few times. Finally, Chinyu even felt a strange energy seeping into his body. In that instant, his blood and chi stagnated. What a pity. The red-faced old man put down Chinyu and sighed, your physique is not bad, and your strength should be very strong. Furthermore, your foundation is very stable, even better than some inner sect disciples. What was going on? Chinyu couldn't help but be stunned. This senior was sighing and praising him at the same time. However, your cultivation talent is too ordinary. According to your talent, it should be between a mortal body and a spiritual body. It is more appropriate to call it a half-spiritual body. The red-faced old man explained. Half-spiritual body? Chinyu couldn't help but remember that when he first entered the sect, he had undergone an inspection. At that time, the old man who inspected his talent had a very calm expression, but when he inspected Mu Xiuqing, he was obviously surprised. Of course, you don't need to be discouraged. If you want to see a person's talent, you have to wait until after the meridian opening stage. Many special constitutions are only revealed in the later stages. The red-faced old man's expression relaxed again. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Chinyu suddenly felt enlightened. Now, he finally understood some of the situations he encountered during the entrance examination. Mu Xiuqing was able to enter the inner sect early, so she probably had good talent. The reason why some people with low talent were not excluded when they first entered was probably because they were afraid that they would miss out on some special constitutions. After all, it wouldn't be difficult for people with real potential or special constitutions to break through to the meridian opening stage. Soon, Chinyu took out his identity token and paid 1,000 contribution points to the red-faced old man. This identity token had been specially refined and contained some simple information. This lad's net worth is not low. The red-faced old man's eyes showed more interest as he watched Chinyu step onto the second floor. The information on the identity token was usually hidden. Even the middle-level attendants in the sect would not be able to see the specific numbers. However, this red-faced old man's position in the sect was obviously not ordinary. When Chinyu stepped onto the second floor, a man and a woman walked into the outer door of the Sky Marshal Pavilion. It was a handsome man and a beautiful woman. The man was about 20 years old and wore luxurious clothes with golden patterns. He had a noble and arrogant air about him. This person's clothes were not the uniform of an outer sect disciple. According to the sect's rules, even an ordinary inner sect disciple had to wear the corresponding uniform. Xiuqing, do you really not have time to accompany me to the Hidden Lake meeting? There are many rare treasures being auctioned in this meeting. The man's clear voice had a hint of dominance. Seventh Princes, Xiuqing plans to come to the Sky Marshal Pavilion to choose a movement technique. I really don't have time. That girl had a waterfall of beautiful hair and a sweet voice. Just the soft curves on the side were like a bright and beautiful scenery. At that moment, Mu Xiuqing looked at the luxurious man in front of her with a helpless tone, but she could not afford to offend him. That was because he was the seventh princes of the Chu nation. He had a high status, and the royal family behind him was powerful enough to influence the rise and fall of a family. People like the three big families of Xiangyang City were nothing in his eyes. At the same moment, Qinyu entered the second level of the Sky Marshal Pavilion by one step. The space on the second level was smaller, and the manuals on the first level had shrunk by more than half. However, most of the manuals here were high-tier martial arts, and there were even a few top-tier martial arts. The contribution points they required were astronomical. Startling sword, one startling sword, slaying demons and demons. When this sword technique was mastered, it could cut through metal through water and hurt people across the shore. When it was mastered, it could create the invincible startling sword Qi, which could help one break through to the Qi transformation realm. Contribution points redeemed, 15,000. After reading the introduction, Qinyu was shocked. This martial art was too powerful. Once it was mastered, it was even possible to kill the Iron Brown Bear King. Its final stage was beyond the organ's refinement realm, and it entered a broader realm. However, this was a top-tier martial art, and its 15,000 contribution points was not something that Qinyu could afford. Qinyu shook his head, and after searching for a while, he fixed his gaze on a top-tier martial art that was suitable for him. Fiendish Cloud Fist, a branch of the Yunhui Gate's primordial fiendish divine skill. Combined with the Fiendish Cloud Heart Sutra, the fist technique could produce the power of fiendish Qi, which could increase the power of the fist technique. The more people killed, the more powerful the fiendish Qi would be. When this technique was mastered to the extreme, some could produce the Fiendish Cloud True Qi, which could crush gold and iron, and corrode flesh and blood. It was extremely domineering. In the future, this technique could be advanced to the real primordial fiendish divine skill. Contribution points, 6,000. After reading the introduction, Qinyu's eyes lit up. As a high-rank martial art, the might of this Cloud Fiend Fist was so overbearing that it practically didn't lose to a top-rank martial art. Moreover, for the advancement of this cultivation technique, one could even choose the Primordial Fiend Divine Technique, the most treasured cultivation technique of the Yunhui Gate. Compared to the 4,000 to 5,000 contribution points of other high-rank martial arts, the price-to-performance ratio of this Cloud Fiend Fist was considered extremely high. But soon, Qinyu saw the reason. There was also a note under the introduction of Cloud Fiend Fist. Note, this technique has a certain drawback. Because it is not the original Primordial Fiend Divine Technique, during the cultivation process, it is easy to be affected by the fiendish aura, and there is a risk of Qi deviation. Those who are not strong-willed should practice cautiously. Seeing this, Qinyu could not help but hesitate. The might of the Cloud Fiend Fist was domineering, and the price-to-performance ratio was also high. However, its drawback was that it was life-threatening. Immediately, Qinyu searched for other high-level martial arts. The martial arts of the second layer were all high-ranked, and some were even top-ranked. There weren't many of them. Among them, Qinyu did not have enough contribution points for the top-ranked martial arts. As for the high-ranked martial arts, they usually required 4,000 to 5,000 contribution points, and their potential power was not as good as the Cloud Fiend Fist. Of course, it was not that there were no high-ranked martial arts that were on par with the Cloud Fiend Fist. Golden Wave Saber. The saber was like a golden wave, sweeping away the autumn leaves. This saber technique had both offense and defense. When cultivated to great success, the saber wave could break bridges and split waterfalls. When cultivated to the extreme, the golden patterned saber gleam could slash through walls. It was almost comparable to acquired true Qi, exchange contribution points, 7,000. This saber technique was also one of the best among the high-ranked martial arts, and its power was not much inferior to the Cloud Fiend Fist. Most importantly, this saber technique had both offense and defense, and there were no drawbacks. It was a pity that this was a saber technique. The most suitable cultivation technique for Qinyu to advance was the fist and palm type. The style and meaning of the Cloud Fiend Fist was also suitable for the advancement of the Iron Plow Fist. Among the cultivation techniques that are suitable for me, the Cloud Fiend Fist has the highest power and price-to-performance ratio. Qinyu's eyes flickered. Just as he was about to make his choice, a voice came from behind him. Shuoqing, your contribution points don't seem to be enough to exchange for the Wind Shadow Steps. Do you want it? I'll give you 2,000 contribution points. The seventh princess's voice came. Thank you for your kind intentions, Your Highness. The Wind Shadow Steps is the best high-ranked movement technique here, and Xiuqing is only short of 1,000 contribution points. I just need to go out and do a mission. Mu Xiuqing said politely. Qinyu could not help but turn around, and saw the beautiful young girl in his memory. Brother Chen? Mu Xiuqing's body froze, and her bright eyes met with Qinyu's. When she first entered the second level, it was not that she did not see that figure, but she felt that it was a little familiar, but she did not recognize Qinyu. At this moment, the change in Qinyu's appearance surprised her. It had only been around 10 days, but the young boy in her memory had grown a little taller, and his skin was fairer. He had an indescribable manliness and ability. As a result, Mu Xiuqing did not recognize him at first glance. Perhaps even Qinyu himself did not notice that after he integrated with the mysterious heart, his body and mind had been reborn from the inside out. In that instant, Mu Xiuqing's heart couldn't help but beat faster. Xiuqing is also here to choose a martial art. Qinyu calmed himself down. At this moment, he finally made a decision, and resolutely grabbed the Cloud Fiend Fist manual in front of him. Cloud Fiend Fist? The seventh prince's eyes were sharp, and his lips curled into a playful smile. You're just an outer sect disciple. Do you have enough contribution points to exchange for this almost top-ranked martial art? Why not? Qinyu's expression did not change. He did not know the seventh princes, but from his attire and temperament, he could tell that this person was not ordinary. After saying that, he took the Cloud Fiend Fist manual and walked out. Mu Xiuqing's eyes flashed with surprise. Did Qinyu really have so many contribution points? One must know. The wind shadow steps that she wanted to exchange for was the best high-level movement martial art here, and it only required 4,000 to 5,000 contribution points. Kid, are you sure you want to exchange for this martial art and make it your main cultivation? The ruddy-faced old man appeared out of nowhere. Yes, senior, Qinyu said solemnly. The ruddy-faced old man could not help but shake his head. Let's not talk about the danger of the Cloud Fiend Fist. As a branch of the sect's main cultivation technique, it has a high requirement for martial arts aptitude. However, his words did not sway Qinyu. The ruddy-faced old man did not say anything else. He passed the full manual of the Cloud Fiend Fist manual to Qinyu and deducted the contribution points. Seeing that Qinyu had exchanged for the Cloud Fiend Fist manual, the seventh princes and Mu Xiuqing were surprised. Haha, this friend of yours is really not simple. The seventh princes squinted his eyes slightly, as if he had some interest in Qinyu. Of course, as the seventh princes of the Chu country, he would not find trouble with an outer sect disciple for no reason, nor would he treat him as a competitor. The young man in front of him only made him a little interested, that was all. After obtaining the complete manual, the ruddy-faced old man gave Qinyu the corresponding warnings as per usual. Firstly, the borrowed manual must be returned within 2 months, and copies of it must not be made. Secondly, the manual could only be cultivated by oneself, and could not be passed on to others. If any of these were violated, according to the sect rules, one's cultivation would be abolished, and one would be expelled from the sect. Xiuqing, this lad has already exchanged for the Cloud Fiend Fist manual. As an inner sect disciple, how can you be worse than him? If you need, I can pay for the insufficient contribution points at any time. The seventh prince's smile was warm, and his demeanor did not diminish. He had vaguely guessed Qinyu's identity, and used it to provoke Mu Xiuqing. No need. Mu Xiuqing still shook her head, and did not accept the favor from the seventh princes. The seventh prince was not angry. He watched as Mu Xiuqing walked down the stairs, and a smile appeared on his face. Very interesting. This girl can actually resist the temptation of external things many times. Her temperament is unexpectedly high. However, a woman like this will give me a greater sense of achievement. Qinyu walked down from the second floor of the Sky Martial Pavilion with the Cloud Fiend Fist manual. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped. He waited where he was for a while, and watched as the seventh princes and Mu Xiuqing left. It seemed that Mu Xiuqing did not accept the favor from the seventh princes. Junior. The red-faced old man appeared beside him, and he was holding a wooden box in his hand. Senior, why did you stop me? Qinyu said respectfully. It turned out that when he was walking down the stairs, he suddenly heard the other party's voice transmission, asking him to stay. I just can't bear to see such a good foundation of yours being wasted. There's a special technique here that you might be able to give it a try. At the end of his sentence, the red-faced old man opened the wooden box in his hand. An old and yellowed secret manual was revealed in the wooden box, and a layer of dust could even be seen on it. Bronze statue technique? Xianxia took the secret manual, blew away the thick layer of dust, and saw the name of the secret manual. He could not help but feel suspicious. If it was really a good technique, why would it be sealed for so long? It seemed like no one had touched it for many years. Cough. The red-faced old man coughed lightly. Kid, what's with that look? If you master this technique, its power will be above your fiend cloud fist. It was that powerful? Xianxia was surprised. If its power was above the fiend cloud fist, then wouldn't it be a top-grade technique? However, the red-faced old man paused, and continued, I can't give you this technique for free. According to the original price, it will cost at least 6,000 to 7,000 contribution points. I'll give you a discount, only 2,500. But, why have I never heard of the martial art bronze statue skill? I don't think anyone has practiced it before? Xianxia could not help but ask. No matter how he looked at it, the dusty secret manual gave people a feeling that it was unreliable. What was more coincidental was that after paying the 2,500 contribution points, Xianxia's contribution points were almost used up. The choice is yours. The bronze statue technique is indeed unorthodox, and it has extremely strict requirements for the cultivator. Without great determination, it will be difficult to master it. The red-faced old man's face was serious, and he waited for Xianxia's final decision. All right. Xianxia finally agreed. With the other party's status in the sect, he would not harm him too much. Moreover, he did not dare to reject the other party's good intentions. If he offended an elder in the sect, how would he survive in the Yunhui Gate? Very well. The red-faced old man revealed a satisfied smile, and he exchanged the bronze statue technique to Xianxia. Just like that. Xianxia took the fiend cloud fist and the bronze statue technique and left the Sky Martial Pavilion. Swoosh, after Xianxia left, a white-bearded old man appeared in front of the red-faced old man. You actually taught the bronze statue technique to an outer sect disciple. In the past 20 years, no one has successfully mastered this technique. The white-bearded old man said. Hee, I'll take it as a small gamble. If it succeeds, it will be of great help to the plan. The red-faced old man revealed a cunning look. All right, it's my turn to stand guard. The white-bearded old man said disapprovingly, obviously not optimistic about the red-faced old man. Outer sect encampment. Xianxia returned to his room and took out the fiendish cloud fist and the bronze statue skill. He was unable to conceal the excitement on his face. In the past, even if he wanted to obtain a middle-rank martial art, it would be quite difficult. But this time, he actually exchanged for 2 high-level martial arts at once, and they were not ordinary high-level martial arts. Among them, the fiendish cloud fist was a branch of the sect's primary fiendish divine skill. As for the bronze statue skill, according to the red-faced elder's description, its origin was not simple either. He first opened the bronze statue skill and started reading. The reason why he chose this martial art was that he could not refuse the red-faced elder. With a quick glance, Xianxia's expression turned a little awkward. Bronze statue technique, the first part of the bronze statue technique, an ancient body tempering technique that focuses on tempering the soul and strengthening the body. Once you have mastered the first part, your entire body will be like copper skin and iron bones. Apart from your vitals, your entire body will be impervious to swords and spears. You will also have boundless strength, and your body will be like a bronze statue. Even without inner breath, you will be able to do as you please below the transformation stage. Xianxia skimmed through it. From the description of this technique, it was more like a defensive external technique. There was no mention of meridian opening, nor was there any corresponding mental cultivation method for breaking through to the meridian opening stage. What made him even more speechless was that the bronze statue technique was only the first half. The reason Xianxia had chosen to focus on was to open his meridians. After opening his meridians, his foundation would become even stronger. He couldn't lose to those inner sect disciples. Xianxia seemed a little unlucky and threw the bronze statue skill to the side. He quickly took out the fiendish cloud fist and began to study it carefully. Not long after, a smile appeared on his face. As a branch of the sect's core cultivation technique, the fiendish cloud fist did not disappoint Xianxia. This cultivation technique contained the fiendish cloud heart sutra and fiendish cloud fist technique. Among them, the murderous cloud heart sutra contained a method to cultivate inner breathing and a method to break through to the illuminating meridian stage. Not bad. Xianxia revealed a smile and took the lead to start cultivating the cloud fiend heart sutra. By right, his foundation in the body forging realm was extremely stable. The conditions for him to advance to the meridian opening realm were incomparably ripe. Under such circumstances, as long as the mental cultivation method was combined, one would be able to break through to the meridian opening realm. However, Xianxia circulated the murderous cloud mantra in an attempt to condense his qi and blood in his body to produce inner breath, but it was very strenuous. There wasn't much reaction in his meridians. According to some of the older disciples, this was a lack of qi sense. The first day, Xianxia's murderous cloud heart technique had almost no progress. The qi and blood in his body were strong enough, but he was unable to produce inner breath, nor did he have the so-called sense of qi. The next day, it was still the same. On the third day, there was little progress. He still did not produce any inner breath. At this moment, Xianxia was finally a little flustered and even doubted his own aptitude. If it was said that other people's foundation and physique were not strong enough to condense inner breath, it would be understandable. However, Xianxia's foundation was something that even the red-faced old man marveled at. Xianxia could not help but think of the red-faced old man's evaluation of his aptitude. At that time, the red-faced old man had looked very regretful. Could it be that it was truly as he had said, that his talent for martial cultivation was very ordinary? You're right. If it was a very ordinary talent, the illuminating meridian realm would indeed be a bottleneck. It would be normal to spend a few months to break through. Xianxia finally came to a conclusion. The conclusion was, he was not a genius. A few days ago, after the transformation of the mysterious heart, his training of iron plow fist was like a god's help. He even thought that his talent was comparable to some of the geniuses in the sect. If he was not a genius, this progress would be too normal. According to some of the outer disciples, breaking through the illuminating meridian realm, producing qi sense, and condensing inner breath usually required around 2 months. However, Xianxia did not have 2 months left. There was still 1.5 months left. If he could not break through to the illuminating meridian realm, he would be kicked out of the sect. Calm down. Xianxia took a deep breath and started to ponder. If his talent was average, why was it that when he was training iron plow fist, it was like a god's help, thinking to this point? He put down murderous cloud heart technique and started to read murderous cloud fist. As a high-grade martial art, the profoundness of murderous cloud fist naturally surpassed iron plow fist. It also had a higher requirement for the physique. Hua! 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 Xianxia swung his fists and practiced murderous cloud fist. Every punch was filled with power and was easier than he imagined. Although he did not understand the true meaning of murderous, Xianxia easily learned the form of the fist technique and slowly understood the murderous power of the fist technique. Half a day later, Xianxia was shocked. He was improving at a godly speed when he practiced iron plow fist. That smooth feeling was like he had returned to the days when he practiced iron plow fist. 3 days later, murderous cloud fist. Xianxia punched out. Within the charm and aura, there seemed to be a murderous aura, like the ferocious beast he encountered in the deep cloud mountain range. Within the fist technique, there seemed to be a raging gale and the roar of a ferocious beast, causing one's qi and blood to fluctuate. Just this punch alone seemed to surpass the mastery of iron plow fist. Murderous cloud fist, basic mastery. Xianxia was stunned on the spot and exclaimed in surprise, "I'm a genius?" According to the secret manual, a normal person would need at least a few months to half a year to master the basic mastery of murderous cloud fist. It was a different story for geniuses. However, thinking of the bottleneck in his mental cultivation method, Xianxia felt a little discouraged. Even if he was a genius, he was not a complete genius. After mastering the basic mastery of the murderous cloud fist, Yu continued to cultivate for a few days and still had quite a bit of improvement. He felt that his body seemed to have the help of a god, and all his moves could be achieved in a miraculous manner. His body was the first step to be in perfect harmony, and the charm appeared bit by bit. Another 10 days passed. Yu's murderous cloud fist was approaching the realm of Xiaoqing. At this moment, he also encountered a bottleneck and his progress was slow. On one hand, this fist technique needed to be complemented by the murderous cloud mantra in order to unleash its greatest power. On the other hand, this cultivation method needed to be complemented by a certain level of killing and battle to accumulate murderous aura. Only then would it be easy to progress. Let's try the murderous cloud mantra. Yu took a deep breath and returned to cultivating the mental cultivation method. After the murderous cloud fist approached the realm of Xiaoqing, the foundation of his body and even his strength had reached a terrifying extreme. Even inner sect disciples were far inferior to him. Unexpectedly. This time, when Yu cultivated the murderous cloud mantra, he had some feeling. His vital energy, blood, and spirit were not only unprecedentedly strong, but they were also faintly tainted with the meaning of the murderous cloud fist. In less than half a day, in Yu's vital energy, he could faintly sense an aura, which carried a charm similar to the murderous cloud fist. That aura emitted a cold, bloody murderous aura, causing Yu's body and mind to turn cold. Thump thump. Thump thump, in his heart, there was suddenly a thumping that was as heavy as a mountain. That aura that affected his mind instantly disappeared. As time passed, that shapeless murderous aura became more and more intense in his vital energy, giving off a domineering and unruly feeling. The feeling of the aura is clear. Yu was overjoyed and continued to activate the murderous cloud mantra. Late at night, Yu spread out his arms, the meridians and blood vessels on his body swelled, revealing a faint hideous green pattern. An icy cold murderous aura appeared around his body. Whoosh whoosh, that aura became stronger and stronger, even forming a circle of air around him. Bang! Yu shouted loudly, the hideous green pattern on his body suddenly appearing, and he waved his fist. Whoosh, a cold and domineering aura vibrated on his fist. The paper window not far away, with a poochy sound, under the strong wind, inexplicably exploded. Success! Yu was excited, feeling a wave of cold inner energy, opened up his meridians and rushed out from his fist. This is inner energy? He took a deep breath, activated the murderous cloud mantra, and a piercing sound came from his palm. That shapeless inner energy was cold and domineering, as if there was a fierce beast baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. In the meridian opening stage, the inner energy that a martial artist condensed was still unable to leave the body to attack, unless they advanced to the viscera training stage. Even so, there was a qualitative difference in the power of an attack with inner energy. Moreover, the inner energy condensed from different levels of martial arts also differed in strength. Yu felt that the murderous cloud inner energy he condensed was much stronger than Ding Jiuhui's Willowfinger inner energy. Since then, Yu spent half a month condensing the inner energy, breaking through to the meridian opening stage in one go. Finally, I can establish myself in the sect. Yu heaved a sigh of relief. In the past 3 years, this had been his goal. Establishing himself in the sect was the first step, and he had the preliminary qualifications to become a martial arts expert. Only when he was strong, his parents could live a better life, and his family could be more stable, and even prosperous. I haven't been home for a long time, I can go back soon and tell my parents this news. The corner of Yu's mouth curled into a smile. At this moment, he could almost see the joy on his parents' faces when they heard the news. 2 days later, Yu's cultivation, and even his inner energy, had been stabilized. Because his foundation before the breakthrough was incomparably solid, his realm after the breakthrough was very stable. This morning, Yu got up and went to the central hall of the outer sect. He came here for 2 things. First, to establish his official qualifications as an outer sect disciple. Second, he had to make a trip home to apply for it. In a side hall of the central hall. Show me your main cultivation technique. A middle-aged deacon said casually. Yu nodded and punched out. Whoosh, the moment the murderous cloud fist was punched out, a faint fierce wind accompanied the fist's roar, making one's heart palpitate. What? Xianxia divine skill? No, this is the murderous cloud fist. The middle-aged deacon stood up with a pop. The casual expression on his face no longer existed, and he suddenly became serious. His eyes were like torches, sizing up Xianyu. Lord Deacon, I should have reached the standard, right? Xianyu felt diffident from his stare. After advancing to the meridian opening realm, his senses had increased. He could vaguely feel that the powerful inner breath in the middle-aged deacon's body was a level higher than his and Yefeng's. This person's cultivation had probably reached the peak of the viscera refinement realm. My surname is Liu. You can call me Deacon Liu. Xianyu, how long have you been practicing Cloudfiend Fist? The middle-aged deacon had a smile on his face. Xianyu was stunned. Why did this middle-aged deacon suddenly become so polite? Actually, he was very casual with that punch just now. He had not used his full strength. About half a month. Xianyu could not hide it. After all, he had just obtained the secret manual for a while. It's only been half a month and your Cloudfiend Fist is already at the entry level? Deacon Liu was shocked. Cloudfiend Fist had a high requirement for talent and there was a certain amount of danger in practicing it. Otherwise, as a branch of the sect's core cultivation technique, it would not only require so many contribution points. To reach this level of Cloudfiend Fist in half a month, one could be considered a genius. After a while, Deacon Liu recorded Xianyu's information and confirmed his status as an outer sect disciple. Then, Xianyu received a new token and 2 new sets of clothes. The token was a new identity token. The new clothes were slightly different from the original in terms of details. These showed that Xianyu had truly become a member of the Yunhui Gate. Other than confirming his official disciple status, Xianyu had to go home for a month. He had applied for it from Deacon Liu and received permission. After Xianyu left, the middle-aged deacon took out a thick book and started reading. When I first joined, I only had an ordinary, half-spiritual body and spent 3 years to break through to the meridian opening realm. Strange, so strange. Deacon Liu was in deep thought. Yet, with such talent, he could master the entry level of Cloudfiend Fist in half a month. Walking out of the central hall of the outer sanctum, Xianyu's head felt refreshed and he had the urge to look up to the sky and roar. After 3 years, his wish had finally come true. However, outer disciples are the lowest members of the sect. They don't have any status at all. Next, my goal is to enter the inner court. Xianyu made up his mind. For some reason, the scene of the slender girl's death appeared in his mind. Slim girl's death did not attract the attention of the sect at all. Until now, many disciples did not know that she was dead or alive. Outer sect disciples were too lowly. Only by becoming an inner disciple would one be able to receive the sect's attention, resources, and even more privileges and opportunities. Whether it was for strength, status, or future prospects, becoming an inner disciple was a threshold that one had to cross. The central hall was located at the peak of the outer sect's mountain. When Xianyu went down the mountain, there were also some people going up the mountain to handle some affairs. Among them, many disciples had come to ask for leave to return home. Thud. Thud, a 15 or 16-year-old youth in green clothes leaped up the mountain. There was a sense of lightness in his steps. Brother Wang. A few youths nearby greeted him. This youth in green clothes had a chiseled face and could be considered handsome. There was a gentle smile on his face. It was obvious that he was quite popular in the circle. It's Wang Lingyun. Xianyu was going down the mountain. His gaze fell on the youth in green clothes. These days, he had been training hard. He rarely saw Wang Lingyun and was not picked on by him. What Xianyu did not know was that Wang Lingyun had also been training hard these days. I've finally broken through after training hard this time. However, it's still not enough to perform well in the outer court competition. It's time to go back to the family and ask for more resources. Wang Lingyun calculated in his heart. There were still 2 more months before the outer court competition. Recently, his thoughts were all on this. Brother Wang. A faint and familiar voice came from the mountain peak. Okay, Wang Lingyun subconsciously responded. Along the way, there were many people who greeted him. But in the next moment, he felt that something was wrong and looked up. Chen Yu? Wang Lingyun's face darkened. He found it hard to believe. In the past, he would often pick on Chen Yu. When Chen Yu saw him, he would most likely avoid him and even be extremely vigilant. This time, it was very unusual. Chen Yu actually took the initiative to come over and greet him. Oh? I was wondering what was going on. So Chen has already advanced to the illuminating pulse stage. Wang Lingyun's gaze swept across Chen Yu's new clothes. After becoming an official disciple, Chen Yu changed into a new uniform. There were some slight differences in the details. This scene naturally made Wang Lingyun's heart gloomy. He had tried his best to kick Chen Yu out of the sect. But in the end, he did not succeed and allowed Chen Yu to advance to the illuminating pulse stage. I'm slow-witted. I've just advanced to the illuminating pulse stage. I've disappointed Brother Wang, Chen Yu said with a faint smile. Humph. Stop putting on an act. Don't think that you can be on equal footing with me just because you've advanced to the illuminating pulse stage. Wang Lingyun snorted coldly. Is that so? I, your junior brother, would like to experience senior brother Wang's skills. Chen Yu suddenly changed the topic. What? Wang Lingyun almost thought that he had heard wrongly. Whoosh, in the next moment, Chen Yu's body swayed and he threw a punch at him. He attacked without hesitation. Chen Yu's sudden punch not only shocked Wang Lingyun, but some of the nearby disciples also looked as if they had seen a ghost. Facing the scene. After a moment of shock, Wang Lingyun's lips curled into a mocking smile. Iron Cloud Claw. Wang Lingyun pushed forward with one arm and the iron claw tore through the air. The sharp inner breath whistled and a sharp cold light could be seen. Bam! Chen Yu's punch with his inner breath collided with the iron cloud claw. In an instant, he felt a strong and sharp internal energy suddenly rebound, and his palm felt stiff and painful. Chen Yu's first punch did not gain the upper hand. Middle stage illuminating pulse stage? Chen Yu took a light breath and calmed the qi and blood in his body. He looked at Wang Lingyun in surprise. Although he did not use the murderous cloud fist in that punch, he did not hold back much in terms of his inner breath. He thought that such an attack should be able to suppress early-stage illuminating pulse stage. But he did not expect Wang Lingyun to advance to mid-stage illuminating pulse stage. Compared to early-stage illuminating pulse stage, the strength and richness of the inner breath were much stronger. Moreover, mid-stage illuminating pulse stage expanded more meridians and his physique improved. However, the one who was truly shocked was Wang Lingyun. Did this kid really just break through illuminating pulse stage? How can his inner breath be so strong? Wang Lingyun swayed on the spot. He only felt a dark and overbearing aura coming at him. It was extremely strong and caused his qi and blood to churn. He barely managed to stabilize himself. Haha. Again. Chen Yu laughed out loud when his punch did not work. Iron Plow Fist. This time, Chen Yu's attack was even more violent. His iron fists danced and his inner breath whistled. The air seemed to explode with pear blossoms and iron thunder. How did this guy become so strong? Wang Lingyun could only feel a torrential downpour assaulting her, and her breathing became heavy. The inner breath from the murderous cloud heart technique and the mastery of Iron Plow Fist allowed Chen Yu's attack to reach a new level. Pung! Pung! Pa! In an instant, the two exchanged more than 10 blows at the waist of the mountain. Some of the nearby disciples were dumbfounded, unable to react in time. When did Chen Yu break through illuminating pulse stage? He's actually on par with Wang Lingyun. Even mastery of Iron Plow Fist shouldn't be so strong. These disciples were more shocked by Chen Yu's performance. After all, no one would have thought that Chen Yu could master a near top-grade murderous martial art like Murderous Cloud Fist. The inner breath he condensed was better than those of the same level. In the repeated exchanges, Wang Lingyun felt pressured. Chen Yu did not fear him at all when they fought head-on. His aura became fiercer and fiercer, and his strength was like that of a fierce beast. Soon, 30 moves were over. Wang Lingyun's claws felt numb and he was suppressed in the subsequent clashes. Originally, he wanted to rely on his mid-stage illuminating pulse stage cultivation and longer meridians to slowly drag Chen Yu to death. Now, it seemed to be unrealistic. The teenager in front of him had become so tall and mighty that he felt helpless. He even had a feeling that Xianxia was purposely using him to sharpen his blade. He was not wrong to have such a feeling. Xianxia had just broken through illuminating pulse stage and was itching to fight. Now that he met Wang Lingyun, he naturally would not let him go. 60 moves later. Wang Lingyun finally changed his strategy. He no longer clashed head-on with Xianxia. Instead, he used a movement technique and moved around. Whoosh! Bang, bang! Xianxia's next few punches mostly missed. Swimming fish movement technique. Wang Lingyun's body was like an agile fish, moving around Xianxia. Although Xianxia's attacks were strong, his opponent did not clash head-on with him. This fellow has actually cultivated a mid-rank movement technique. Xianxia was shocked. Xianxia was a little surprised. If he used his full strength, Xianxia's strength and speed could still increase. However, his movement technique was based on technique. It was not easy to break the movement technique when the gap was not too big. I can't reveal my Cloud Fiend fist now. It's best if I can preserve some of my strength. Xianxia stopped his attacks. He had the intention to fight for the Outer Disciple competition in 2 months. It was not suitable for him to reveal his true strength before the competition. Seeing that Xianxia had stopped, Wang Lingyun heaved a sigh of relief. His forehead was already covered in sweat. I've experienced Brother Wang's movement technique. Let's fight again next time. After saying so, Xianxia dashed down the mountain in a flash. As they watched him leave, some of the nearby outer disciples whispered to each other in bewilderment. Xianxia, with your talent, how did you improve so much? There must be some secret on you. Don't let me find the chance. Wang Lingyun clenched his teeth, his eyes were filled with malice. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, Xianxia went down the mountain gate. This time, he did not hire the sex horses but walked. Not only did he walk, he especially looked for places with fewer people to walk. At the foot of a remote mountain, Xianxia took out a secret manual from his bag. It was the cloud treading steps he got from Yefeng. This cloud treading steps should be better than Wang Lingyun's swimming Pisces body technique. The corner of Xianxia's mouth curled up into a smile. The battle with Wang Lingyun just now made him realize the importance of movement techniques. And this cloud treading steps, he saw Yefeng use it to save Slim Girl in midair and injure the Iron Brown Bear with one stomp. Just like that. Along the way, Xianxia practiced cloud treading steps as he hurried. 5 days later, he finally returned to Xianyang City, and his cloud treading steps had smoothly reached the Xiaoqing stage. Xiaoqing's cloud treading steps was already at the level that Yefeng had demonstrated that day. Xianxia was deep in thought at the smooth progress of his movement technique. The first thing that came to his mind was Iron Plow Fist. Ever since he had merged with the mysterious heart, his body had undergone a drastic change. The initial Iron Plow Fist felt as if it had been blessed by God. Now, it was reflected in cloud treading steps. Iron Plow Fist, Cloud Soaring Steps, and Cloud Fiend Fist technique. I've cultivated these 3 martial arts that lean towards the body skill category very smoothly. Xianxia finally found a common point. As a movement technique, cloud treading steps could not be separated from the use of one's body. Although it had a corresponding mental cultivation method and chi to complement it, they were only supplementary. On the other hand, Xianxia's progress in Murderous Cloud Heart technique was slower. Saying it was slow was relative. It was normal. Murderous Cloud Heart technique leans towards chi and focuses on the inner body. It has certain requirements for talent. As for my talent, it is said that I am only half spiritual, which is why I find it difficult. The more Xianxia thought about it, the more he understood. His own talent was manifested in the field of body techniques. Chi was a special type of energy. It was another area. As for Xianxia's area, it was limited by talent. In the end, Xianxia still managed to cultivate chi through Murderous Cloud Heart technique. It was mainly because his body's foundation was shockingly solid, far exceeding the requirements of the meridian opening stage. He also understood the meaning of Murderous Cloud Fist. From the looks of it, Xianxia could really be considered a physical skill genius. It was no wonder that the red-faced elder from Sky Marshal Pavilion would recommend bronze statue technique to him. Qingyu decided to try bronze statue technique when he had the time. Xianxia City, in the bustling market. Qingyu walked slowly. This was the place where he grew up in his childhood. Every brick and tile was so familiar. There were memories of him and Mu Xueqing when they were children, from knowing each other to playing with each other. Of course. His family and the people closest to him were all here. I'm back. Qingyu was filled with anticipation. He hadn't returned home in the past year, and this time, he brought good news. As one of the 3 major families in Xianxia City, the Qin family owned a mansion that covered an area of 1,000 acres. At the entrance of the Qin family, there was an endless stream of visitors every day. You are Gongzi Qingyu? The guard at the door took a few glances before blurting out in astonishment. It wasn't that they were blind, but that Qingyu had changed too much recently. 14 or 15 years old was the age of growth. Moreover, after Qingyu merged with the mysterious heart, his body had transformed from the inside out. Patriarch, are my parents and I in the mansion? Qingyu stepped into the mansion with a relaxed expression. When he got home, he felt comfortable and incomparably close to home. Patriarch and the others are all here. I will go and inform them now, the servant replied. No need, I'll go in myself. Qingyu smiled. He thought that the news of him breaking through the pulse-soothing realm and gaining a foothold in the sect would definitely surprise the patriarch and his parents. Qingyu passed through a few corridors and entered the courtyard. In the courtyard, a middle-aged couple was making tea. Dad, Mom, the voice of a young man broke the silence in the courtyard. You? Chen's father, Chen Tianda, stood up abruptly and stared at Qingyu in surprise. Chen Tianda, about 40 years old, was still handsome, with a straight back and bright eyes. Son, it's been more than a year. You're finally willing to come home. The teacup in Chen's mom, Lu Zhen's hand almost fell to the ground. Chen's father and Chen's mom were well-dressed, and they looked much younger than they actually were. Especially Chen's mom, Lu Zhen. She was close to 40 years old, with fair skin and bright eyes. She looked like she was at most in her 30s. In the courtyard, the family of 3 began to reminisce about the past. You has changed so much in a year. Chen's mom's eyes were fixed on her son. Qingyu had grown a lot taller, and his temperament had also undergone a huge transformation. In the past, Qingyu gave off a somewhat dull feeling. Now, however, the feeling he gave off was one of vigor and vigor. After taking a sip of tea, Qingyu announced a piece of news. Oh? You've broken through to the pulse-soothing realm and gained a foothold in the outer sect. Chen's father and Chen's mom looked at each other. Other than joy, they were more surprised. Qingyu felt that something was wrong. His family had high hopes for him and sent him to the sect. Now that he had finally broken through to the pulse-illuminating realm, his parents should be very surprised. However, it wasn't a special surprise that his parents had expected, but more of a surprise. Could it be, his parents didn't have high hopes for him? 3 years ago, when you passed the sect's preliminary selection, we learned that you have a half-spiritual body. Perhaps sensing Qinyu's doubts, his father, Chen Tianda, explained the reason. Qingyu said, as expected. His parents didn't expect him to achieve much. A true cultivation body is called a spiritual body. This kind of body is naturally suitable for cultivation. It has a stronger sense of qi, and it's easier to unblock meridians. Most importantly, in the subsequent advancement, it has a unique advantage in sensing the qi of heaven and earth. Chen's father sighed. What's going on with my semi-spiritual body, then? Qingyu voiced his doubts. A spiritual body is the darling of cultivation. It also has a high and low level. Let's not talk about this for now. Below the spiritual body is the mortal body that most of us have. It's not that we can't cultivate with a mortal body, but it's extremely difficult. It's said that the limit of a mortal body is the viscera refinement realm. Chen's father added. It was obvious that Chen's father and Chen's mom were both mortal bodies. Your half-spiritual body is between a mortal body and a spiritual body. In other words, it's an incomplete spiritual body. It's not much stronger than a mortal body. Generally speaking, this kind of body won't stay in the sect for long. Even if you spend a lot of money to advance to the pulse illuminating realm or the viscera refinement realm, your future achievements will be limited. At this point, Chen's father and Chen's mom looked at Chenyu in surprise. It seemed that the two of them didn't expect that Chenyu could break through to the pulse illuminating realm in 3 years. I understand. Chenyu smiled bitterly in his heart. He suddenly understood many things. One of the details was that no matter how hard Chenyu worked in the sect in the past 3 years, the family didn't give him any resources to help him. Compared to Wang Lingyun, Ye Feng, and the others, the difference was like heaven and earth. In the past, Chenyu was very naive. He thought that the two of them were the young masters of the family, which was why they had so much resources. Now, the truth was clear. The family didn't have any hope for Chenyu at all. They even gave up on cultivating him. At night, the Chen family held a banquet to celebrate Chenyu's return. No matter what, the Chen family had a descendant who had established a foothold in the sect, which was worth celebrating. At the banquet, apart from Chen's father and Chen's mom, there was also the family head, Chen Tianwei, and some elders with higher status in the family. There was a hint of disappointment in Chenyu's heart. The family head, the elders, and the others didn't show much surprise that he had broken through to the meridian opening realm. At most, it could be considered a pleasant surprise. Of course, the elders present, although they all had mortal bodies or half-spiritual bodies, they had cultivated for decades. Many of them were at the meridian opening realm. Hee, you're that cousin of Chenyu. A bell-like voice sounded. Outside the banquet hall, a girl in a floral dress walked in. Although her appearance wasn't as good as Mu Shuiqing's, she was still bright and lively. Cousin? When did I have a cousin like this? Chenyu was stunned. Ying, why are you here? The family head hurriedly got up, his face full of concern. The other elders all stood up and greeted the girl in the floral dress, appearing very polite. The degree of importance they placed on her was far greater than that of Chenyu. This is? Chenyu only felt that this girl was a little familiar, including her name. His father, Chen Tianda, explained, "This is the adopted daughter of your uncle. We met when we were young. Do you have any impression of her?" Chenyu carefully recalled, but only had a vague impression. In his memory, the family head, Chen Tianwei, was also Chenyu's uncle. He only had one son, who didn't have the talent to practice martial arts and devoted himself to business. At some point in time, probably when Chenyu was 3 or 4 years old, the family head, Chen Tianwei, accepted an adopted daughter, which should be this Ying. But a few years later, that adopted daughter suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. At that time, Chenyu was just a child. There were many people of the same age in the family, so he didn't pay much attention to him. But now, what was going on? That adopted daughter that had disappeared for a long time now appeared again. It seemed that she was being pursued by the family's higher-ups. "I'm Ying, Chen Ying." The girl in the floral dress was very familiar with him, and said, "I've long heard of your useless cousin, but I didn't expect you to break through to the soothing pulse stage. It's really unexpected." Good-for-nothing cousin, Chenyu was stunned. This Chen Ying was really impolite. "You, don't mind her. Ying has that carefree personality, and her mouth is like a knife." The family head, Chen Tianwei, said to Chenyu with a smile. He was worried that Chen Ying's words would hurt Chenyu's self-esteem, but his words still showed his love and protection for Chen Ying. "Mother, this Chen Ying, what's going on?" Chenyu asked in a low voice. "You're talking about Ying. Her aptitude has been amazing since she was young. When she was about 7 or 8 years old, she stepped into the body forging stage and was sent to the Watermoon sect in the eastern part of Chu. Now, she's only 14 years old, but she's already reached the late soothing pulse stage. It's said that she has a middle-grade spirit body, and was taken in as a disciple by the elders of the Watermoon sect. She's already an inner disciple," Chen's mom said with a smile. From her words, it seemed that she was quite fond of Chen Ying. Watermoon sect? Late soothing pulse stage? Inner disciple? This series of news shocked Chenyu, and he received a big blow. One must know that this Chen Ying was a year younger than him. Finally, he completely understood why the family head, parents, and the others didn't feel much joy when they heard that he had reached the soothing pulse stage. So this was the truth of everything. to think that the Chen family had secretly cultivated such a heavenly daughter. Now you officially know Ying Er. In the past, we didn't make it public because we were worried that Ying Er's aptitude was too high and she would be harmed by the enemy family. Now that Ying Er has become the disciple of an elder of the sect, you don't need to be too careful anymore. The family head, Chen Tianwei, said with a smile. Chen Yu nodded in agreement, but he cursed inwardly, this Chen Ying Er is really well protected. Poor me, in the past, I had to endure Wang Lingyun's persecution. Little cousin. Chen Ying Er pursed her lips and said in an old-fashioned tone, in the future, if there's anything you don't understand in martial arts, you can ask me for guidance. Chen Yu. The whole banquet was said to be a celebration for Chen Yu, but the real protagonist was Chen Ying Er. At the banquet, the senior members of the clan were full of admiration for Chen Ying Er, and their words were full of flattery. Chen Ying Er was not a modest person, and she often used a preaching tone to talk to Chen Yu, her little cousin. Even a clay figurine had a temper. Chen Yu was not a clay figurine, and he was not a broad-minded person who would repay kindness with enmity. Naturally, he was a little unhappy. Come, Chen Yu. You are the protagonist of the banquet. Congratulations to the Chen family, another person has established a foothold in the sect. The head of the clan, Chen Tianwei, was a shrewd old man, and he took the lead to propose a toast to ease Chen Yu's embarrassment. Late at night, Chen Yu and his parents returned to their courtyard. Don't take what happened at the banquet to heart. Ying Er has a middle-grade spirit body, and she is a disciple of an elder in the sect. She has a bright future ahead of her. It is normal for the elders to chase after her, and your uncle to spoil her. His mother, Lu Ming, advised. It is indeed normal. Chen Yu smiled bitterly. After the banquet, he did not really take it to heart. After all, Chen Ying Er was also his cousin. Speaking of the fickleness of the world, the fickleness of human nature, Chen Yu had seen too much in the sect. However, now that Chen Yu had returned to the clan, he had a feeling of home, which made him feel a certain contrast with reality. At this moment, the 15-year-old Chen Yu finally understood. Whether it was in the sect, within the clan, or outside, the principle of respect for the strong was the same. It is good that you understand this. I hope you and Ying Er can live in harmony. Chen Tianda smiled faintly. Back in the wing room, Chen Yu was quiet for a while before he continued to circulate the Cloud Fiend Heart Sutra, his inner breath flowing through his meridians. The cultivation of mental cultivation methods was about the accumulation of time and effort. Cultivating for 2 to 4 hours a day was enough. Too much was not beneficial. 2 hours later, Chen Yu circulated the Cloud Fiend Heart Sutra a few times and could not help sighing. In terms of mental cultivation methods and inner breathing, his progress was sparse and ordinary. It was far from his stunning performance in the area of physical skills. I can imagine. Geniuses like Chen Ying Er and Ye Feng, in terms of cultivation efficiency and progress, would definitely far surpass Chen Yu. Chen Yu couldn't help but recall the red-faced old man's evaluation of him. At that time, the sect's elder praised him, but at the same time, he couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Why don't I try the bronze statue skill? Chen Yu recalled the unorthodox cultivation technique recommended by the red-faced elder. Because the bronze statue skill did not have a method to open meridians, Chen Yu had temporarily abandoned it. This time, Chen Yu looked at the bronze statue skill again and saw the description. After reading it carefully, Chen Yu couldn't help but be surprised. First, as an ancient body cultivation technique, the bronze statue skill was specifically for the cultivation of physical skills. This was very suitable for his talent. Secondly, the effects of the bronze statue skill were indeed not bad. It could greatly increase one's physique, strength, and especially defense. When the bronze statue skill was practiced to the large success stage, one's body would be like a bronze statue, invulnerable to weapons and extremely strong. The first half of the bronze statue skill was divided into 3 levels: bronze skin, bronze tendons, and bronze bones, which corresponded to the body forging stage, meridian opening stage, and viscera training stage. According to the description, if Chen Yu could cultivate to the bronze skin level, he could basically ignore the attacks of the body forging stage, including the slashes of normal swords. If he could cultivate to the bronze skin level, he could resist the attacks of the meridian opening stage. He could even rely on his strong physique to dominate the meridian opening stage, like a beast in human form. In terms of strength, the bronze statue skill was naturally not something to be picky about. However, as an unorthodox cultivation technique, it had very high requirements for physique and willpower. In terms of training time and difficulty, it was far above the Cloud Fiend Fist and other martial arts. A unique body cultivation technique. Bronze statue body forging technique? Qinyu found a specialized body cultivation technique in the bronze statue skill and his eyes lit up. The bronze statue body forging technique used the various body movements of the various parts of the body to train and stimulate the body. These movements included kneading, pinching, bending, knocking, twisting, and more than 10 other methods. It targeted every tiny part of the body, including muscles of all sizes, bones of all parts of the body, joints, and acupuncture points. Just by looking at the description, Qinyu's eyes widened. He had a new understanding of the human body. He never thought that the human body would have so many muscles, bones, joints, and countless acupuncture points. This bronze statue skill basically treats the human body as smelting iron. Every part of the body is tempered and stimulated thousands of times, finally creating a living bronze statue body. Qinyu roughly understood the theory. Ordinary people would not be able to endure this training method. Just the pain alone was not something that ordinary people could endure. Among these, there were some external environments such as furnaces, ice, waterfalls, and giant waves to train the body. This was enough to scare off a large number of people. For ordinary people, even if they had enough willpower and patience, they would still be far from success. This was because some of the more difficult movements in the body forging technique had very strict requirements for physique. For an ordinary person's physique, they might need 10 days to half a month to complete one of the small movements. Hu Qinyu let out a breath. He finally understood why there was a layer of dust on the book when he took it out. However, the difficulty of this martial art did not scare him. That night, Qinyu began to train the bronze statue body forging technique. In the room, one after another, Qinyu performed both meticulous and difficult movements. Some of the body forging movements required him to hit the key parts of the body, or even to twist and knead them. However, these movements did not pose a problem for Qinyu. Qinyu's physique could no longer be measured by common sense. He could bend and bend as he wished. Some of the hitting body forging movements were nothing to him. Perhaps it was because of his special physique, the pain during the training process was much lower than expected. If an ordinary person could barely achieve 40 to 50 points in these body forging movements, then Qinyu could achieve 120 points, exceeding the requirements of the body forging technique. Of course, one night was not enough for him to finish the complicated bronze statue body forging technique. That night, Qinyu mainly focused on his arms. The next morning, raising his arms, Qinyu noticed that his skin and flesh were covered in a faint layer of lustrous yellow. They were as hard as iron. So fast? Qinyu was a little surprised. In just one night, his arms already had some characteristics of the bronze skin level. Based on Qinyu's estimations, if an early-stage body tempering expert's punches and kicks landed on Qinyu's arms, it would be no different from kicking a wall. The rapid progress of the bronze statue technique made Qinyu surprised and excited. He thought about it carefully. Maybe it was because his physique had reached a new height after fusing with the mysterious heart. The bronze skin level was still considered low-end for Qinyu's current physique. Of course, Qinyu's powerful physique, freakish recovery ability, and the difficulty of completing those body tempering techniques were also important reasons. In the following days, Qinyu decided to focus on cultivating the bronze statue technique. Every day, other than the fixed movement of internal energy and a little rest, he spent most of his time training his body. In the blink of an eye, 3 to 4 days had passed. Qinyu's entire body had been tempered by the bronze statue body tempering technique. According to the progress of an ordinary person, it would take at least a few months to a year and a half to complete a full body tempering process, and the results would definitely be far inferior to Qinyu's. That night. Currently, Qinyu only wore a pair of underpants, revealing his bronze yellow skin. who when he activated the bronze statue technique, his skin and flesh had a faint bronze glow, and it expanded at an astonishing speed, making him look like a bronze man. This is the bronze skin body ? Qinyu had a look of surprise on his face as he took out an ordinary knife. Ding, with the strength of an ordinary body tempering cultivator, the knife cut the skin on his arm, but there was a crisp sound, and the latter was unharmed. Haha, at least I've achieved the bronze skin level. Qinyu grinned. The bronze skin level was still the most superficial layer of skin and flesh, the bronze tendons was a deeper layer of muscles, and the final bronze bones was a tempering that went deep into the bone marrow. Right now, Qinyu's bronze skin body was at least at the initial stage. Because Qinyu's physique was strong enough, the increase in strength was only a little. What increased the most was his body's defense. The next morning, Qinyu found his father, Qin Tianda. Father, I'm currently practicing a body tempering technique, and I need to buy some medicinal ingredients to temper my body. Qinyu said. The cultivation of the bronze statue technique did not only rely on oneself, but also external resources. Among them, the body tempering liquid was a supplementary method. The bronze statue technique introduced a few related prescriptions, from low to high. Oh? Chen's father took the 2 body tempering prescriptions. These 2 prescriptions were of the lower end in the bronze statue technique. The lowest one was called the commoner's prescription, and it was a precious medicinal ingredient that could be bought with money in the secular world. The other one needed some rare spiritual ingredients, and it might cost primeval stones to buy. The first prescription is fine. The second one might need some primeval stones, so I'll ask your uncle for it. Now that you've reached the meridian opening realm, the family should give you some resources. Chen's father nodded and left with the prescriptions. As for Qinyu, he continued to practice the bronze statue technique with the advantage of his physique. 3 days later, Qinyu's bronze statue technique had successfully reached the bronze skin xiaoqing level. Bronze skin xiaoqing, Qinyu's body's defense had greatly increased, and his strength had also increased. At this level, normal attacks below the meridian opening realm would probably be like tickles to Qinyu. At this moment, Qinyu felt that the speed of his body tempering technique had slowed down if he relied solely on himself. Fortunately, Chen's father had already gathered the ingredients for the body tempering potion. But to Qinyu's disappointment, Chen's father had only brought the commoner's prescription, the kind that could be bought with money. According to the bronze statue technique, this prescription had the worst effect. I've only gathered the ingredients for the first prescription. The second one requires primeval stones, and your uncle said that the family's finances are tight, so I need to think about it. Chen's father said with a guilty expression. He had originally thought that the family would give Qinyu some resources now that he had reached the meridian opening realm. In the end, the family head, Qin Tianwei, had rejected it. The reason was that Qining might be trying to reach the organ's refinement stage after returning to the sect, so the family's resources were all going to her. Although Chen's father didn't elaborate, Qinyu could roughly guess the reason. He had been in the sect for almost 3 years. Other than some money and other worldly possessions, his family didn't have any real resources to help them. Although the Qin family was a worldly family, they were still one of the top 3 families in Xianxia City. As a big family in this area, they had some transcendent resources in the sect's world, such as substandard primordial stones and some spiritual materials. However, Qinyu didn't receive any help in this regard. So, where did all the transcendent resources go? The answer was obvious. Qining the adopted daughter with the potential of a spiritual body, was a disciple of an elder of the sect, and was only 14 years old at the late stage of soothing pulse. She had too many halos. Obviously, she was already the proud daughter of the Qin family. I'll use the ordinary body tempering potion for now. My body tempering realm isn't high anyway. Qinyu took the herbs and comforted his father. Chen's father was angry that he didn't get a good body tempering potion for his son, but more than that, he felt ashamed. After getting the herbs for the commoner's potion, Qinyu immediately went back to his room and mixed and ground them into a pile of medicinal powder. This pile of medicinal powder, when mixed into hot water during a bath, became the body tempering potion. However, before Qinyu could make the body tempering potion, an uninvited guest barged in. That cheap cousin of mine, get your ass out here. A rude and unruly female voice came from outside the door. It was Chen Ying'er. Chen Ying'er was wearing a black warrior's attire. She had a beautiful face and a nice straight posture. She actually had a bit of a heroic spirit. Ying'er, what's the meaning of this? Chen Yu said angrily as he slowly walked out of the room. This girl had taken all the resources and was so arrogant. Naturally, Chen Yu didn't treat her well. Humph. Aren't you ashamed? Chen Ying'er's almond-shaped eyes widened in anger. Father told me to give you pointers on your cultivation when I'm free. So what? Chen Yu was baffled. But, your good-for-nothing cousin didn't even take the initiative to ask for advice. Don't you know, those guards and elders in the clan all humbly seek guidance from me? I can't be bothered to pay attention to them. Chen Ying'er's voice was like a string of pearls landing on the ground, causing Chen Yu to be stunned. Take the initiative, to ask for guidance? Chen Yu finally understood and rolled his eyes. This little cousin of his was truly worthy of being the daughter of the heavens. She was being pampered by the entire clan. Not only did he not take the initiative to seek guidance, he was even criticized. Perhaps, the first uncle of the patriarch had good intentions. He wanted Chen Ying'er, an inner disciple, to impart some experience to him. Alright, how do you intend to teach me? Chen Yu was calm and unruffled, with a smile on his face. He originally wanted to blurt out, I didn't say I wanted you to teach me, but he took it back at the last moment. All of a sudden, he really wanted to understand the strength of Chen Ying'er, an elder's disciple, and at the same time, he wanted to understand the Watermoon sect. There were 4 great sect legacies in Chu. Yunhua sect and Watermoon sect were 2 of them. Chen Yu had heard that the martial arts legacies of the Watermoon sect were unique, and that most of them were female disciples. Very simple. When Chen Ying'er mentioned the word teach, the arrogant look on her face disappeared. She said seriously, I will suppress my cultivation to the same level as you, the early stage of the meridian opening realm. While we spar, I will give you pointers. Looking at this girl's serious look, Chen Yu felt a little guilty. Maybe this girl really wanted to teach him. Fortunately, he did not say the words I didn't say I wanted you to teach me. Otherwise, it was hard to imagine how furious this girl would be, and it might even alarm the whole clan. That's good. Chen Yu nodded decisively. After the 2 of them finished talking, they moved to a training field in the clan. The servants of the Chen family reacted very quickly. The news of the 2 of them sparring quickly spread to the upper echelons of the clan. As a result, when the 2 of them had just arrived at the training field, there were already some clan elders nearby. Most of them, including the clan leader, Chen's father, Chen's mom, and some others, had already arrived. They looked at the 2 people in the training field with interest. The 2 people in the training field had different expressions. Chen Ying'er put her hands behind her back, looking like an elder and a teacher. Chen Yu, on the other hand, was calm and composed, with a faint smile on his face. Let's begin. You make the first move. Use your strongest attack to attack me. Chen Ying'er said impatiently. Be careful. Chen Yu took a breath and activated the murderous cloud internal breath in his body. An invisible air wave and a faint murderous aura spread out. The special and oppressive feeling of the internal breath surprised some of the elders present. Judging from this internal breath, you doesn't seem to be practicing an ordinary cultivation method. Chen's father and Chen's mom looked at each other. As a large clan in Xianxia City, most of the core members of the Chen family had martial arts foundations. At this moment, even Chen Ying'er had a strange look on her face. Iron plow fist. Chen Yu threw a punch. The murderous cloud internal breath vibrated in his fist. The power of the iron plow fist was like a thunderstorm. At the same time, his legs instinctively executed cloud treading steps. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yu's punch, pushed by his internal breath and footwork, had already hit Chen Ying'er. Child's play. The corner of Chen Ying'er's mouth curled up. Her slender hand, like the gentle wind, swept up a soft internal breath and blocked Chen Yu's attack. Bam, the fist and the palm collided in midair and fell into a strange stagnation. It was as if a piece of iron had fallen into a whirlpool and the 2 intertwined. Qinyu felt as if his fist had sunk into cotton, unable to exert any strength at all. He vaguely felt that a part of his power had been diverted away. But the stagnation in midair only lasted for a breath. The iron and the whirlpool. Either the iron broke through the water, or the whirlpool swept the iron away. After a breath, Xianxia's face was slightly red. There was a hint of surprise in her bright eyes and her mouth was slightly open. Boom, a powerful force exploded between the two of them. At the crucial moment, Qinyu's iron was heavy enough to break through the whirlpool. Tung, Xianxia's figure floated back a few feet. At the moment when Qinyu broke through, a strong surge of internal breath appeared in her body. Thump thump thump, Qinyu was forced to take 2 or 3 steps back by the sudden surge of powerful internal energy. It turned out. At the crucial moment, Xianxia's internal breath had exceeded the early stage of soothing pulse and reached the middle stage of soothing pulse. It was even close to the late stage of soothing pulse. How is this possible? My orb of water tactics is at the 3rd level. It's hard to find a match for someone with the same level of internal breath. Xianxia's expression was one of shock and bewilderment. In addition, there was a burning sensation on her small hand. The scene of the two exchanging blows shocked everyone present. Both of them came from the sect, especially Xianxia, who came from the inner sect. The profoundness of her martial arts was far beyond that of ordinary martial artists. Of course. What was really shocking was that under the same level of cultivation, Qinyu could have the upper hand and forced Xianxia to use a higher level of cultivation. Haha. Yu's strength is really beyond my expectations. It seems that the rules of this sparring match need to be changed. Master Chen Tianwei's laughter could be heard. At this moment, the master's heart was in turmoil. The little nephew that he had completely ignored and forgotten actually had such strength. One must know. All these years, he had tried his best to favor Xianxia and did not care about Qinyu at all. But this duel had subverted everyone's common sense. Would the clan elders present question his favoritism in the past, Chen Tianwei would not allow his prestige to be affected. Oh? How do you want to change the rules? Everyone looked at Master Chen Tianwei. You, it seems that you've really practiced a body refining technique. Coupled with your extraordinary internal breath, you can already fight with Ying air. There's no need to restrict cultivation in this sparring match. Chen Tianwei first praised Qinyu and then casually changed the rules. But, Xianxia was about to say something, but her godfather, Chen Tianwei, stopped her from saying anything. Alright, cousin Qinyu. I'll remove the word useless from my mouth. Ying air has indeed looked down on you. But now, Ying air will not hold back. Xianxia's eyes revealed a strong fighting spirit. Whoosh, she slowly waved her arms, and a surge of internal energy that far surpassed Qinyu's appeared on her dainty figure. The powerful internal breath seemed to have reached the late meridian soothing stage, and was even close to the limit. Qinyu's face was also solemn. At this moment, Xianxia was the strongest opponent he had faced since he entered the sect. Xianxia was stronger than Wang Lingyun, and even stronger than Yefeng when he killed Bear King. 13 forms of water sphere. Xianxia emitted a powerful internal breath. Her slender figure swept past, and her jade-like hands drew a torrent of internal breath. It was sometimes surging, sometimes fierce, and sometimes like a whirlpool at the bottom of a lake, mysterious and unpredictable. Bang! Bang! In just 1 or 2 exchanges, Qinyu was forced to take a few steps back. What a powerful internal breath! The changes in her moves are really fast. Qinyu was sure that his opponent's main martial art was not inferior to his fiendish cloud fist, and it had more changes. With his early meridian soothing internal breath, if not for his strength, speed, and reaction, he might have been knocked to the ground. Body of bronze. Qinyu took a deep breath and suddenly activated the bronze statue skill. A layer of dark bronze luster appeared on his skin and flesh. In an instant, his body expanded in a shocking manner, making him look like a bronze man. Bang! Qinyu's strength and defense increased greatly. His fist was like a bronze ball, and it collided with Xianxia a few times. What? Xianxia only felt that every time they collided, it was as if she was hitting a bronze wall. In her vision, Qinyu seemed to have turned into a powerful bronze man, and every attack contained great strength. Bang! Bang, every time they collided, Xianxia felt her hands go numb. In terms of internal breath, she was indeed stronger than Xianyu. But in terms of physique, strength, and defense, she was far behind Xianyu. So powerful. What kind of body tempering technique is this? It's so powerful. Around the training field, some of the elders and higher-ups of the Qin family were shocked. Even though Xianyu did not have an obvious advantage, it was already shocking that he could fight with Xianxia, who was in the late Meridian Soothing Realm, to this extent with his early Meridian Soothing Realm cultivation. Didn't Xianyu say that his talent is only average? The family doesn't seem to have given him much help these years. Some of the elders and higher-ups could not help but mutter. This scene was like an invisible palm ruthlessly slapping Qin Tianwei's face, causing him to feel a burning sensation. On the Qin family's training field. No matter how profound and varied Xianxia's martial arts were, she could not do anything to Xianyu. Xianyu's body was already that of a beast in human form. After using the bronze statue skill, his strength and defense increased once again. Especially in defense, the increase was extremely high. One could imagine what it would be like if a humanoid vicious beast was equipped with a layer of copper armor. Bang! Bang! Every time they clashed, Xianxia felt as if she was hitting a wall, and her slender hands hurt. What kind of monster is this guy? Xianxia secretly gritted her teeth. If Xianyu was only strong in defense and strength, it would be easier. But the problem was that he had great attainments in movement and speed. He was simply invulnerable. Of course, at this moment, Xianyu did not hold back much. Other than not using the cloud-killing fist, his cloud-killing inner breath was activated to the extreme, and the bronze statue skill was also activated to the extreme. Even the powerful strength of this body was almost fully unleashed. The reason why he did not use the cloud-killing fist was because this fist technique's murderous aura was too heavy, and it was not suitable to use against family members. Secondly, this fist technique's level of mastery was not high, and its power was limited compared to the iron plow fist. After all, Xianyu's iron plow fist was currently nearing a higher peak. However, this fist technique was almost at its peak, and its potential for improvement was limited. Looks like I have to improve the cloud-killing fist technique's level of mastery. Xianyu searched for his own shortcomings in the battle. However, the improvement of the cloud-killing fist technique needed to be done through slaughter. It was easier to train and improve only by fighting fiercely. It was hard to understand its true meaning by just practicing it. Soon, the two people on the training field had already exchanged more than 100 blows. Xianyu's style was to fight steadily, neither too fast nor too slow. Xianxia went all out, and the power of her martial arts was fully displayed. However, there was a faint trace of sweat on her forehead, and she was not as calm and relaxed as Xianyu. How could this be? Family head Qin Tianwei was shocked to discover that in terms of a prolonged battle, Xianxia, who was in the late meridian opening stage, might not be able to outlast Xianyu. This was a conclusion that defied common sense. Logically speaking, a late meridian opening realm cultivator's internal energy was denser, and in a battle of attrition, Xianxia should have a greater advantage. Little did he know that Xianyu, who had fused with the mysterious heart, had a huge advantage in terms of physique, and that was his recovery ability. Furthermore, in a battle, Xianyu relied on his strength and defense the most. The consumption of his internal energy was not as much as he imagined. In this way, the last hope that Qin Tianwei had placed on him was also shattered. Haha. This battle ended in a draw. My Xianxia family is able to produce two such geniuses at the same time. Congratulations. Qin Tianwei laughed and raised his hand to stop the spar. Zeng. Zeng, the two figures on the martial arts practice field quickly separated. Brother Yu, I didn't expect you to hide your strength so well. In this battle, Ying Er has lost. Xianxia gritted her teeth and admitted defeat. There was a tinge of shame on her pretty face. She thought about how she had been so arrogant and boasted that she wanted to teach her useless cousin, Xianyu. You stupid girl. How could you admit defeat? Qin Tianwei was so angry that he almost fainted. He tried his best to protect her. First, he changed the rules of the spar, then he stopped the spar, barely creating a draw result. But who would have thought that Xianxia would actually admit defeat? How could he put his face like this? Chen Yu was a little surprised. He did not expect this proud girl to admit defeat so calmly. However, a hint of confidence appeared on Chen Yinger's ruddy face. Er will only lose for a moment. I believe that the next time we fight, I will definitely win. Chen Yu was stunned. This Chen Yinger was full of confidence. Don't doubt me. My master said that body forging, meridian unblocking, and viscera refinement are only the beginning of the true path of cultivation. They are called the beginner's 3 levels. Chen Yinger put on a mature look. Beginner's 3 levels? Chen Yu's face froze. When he was in this sect, he had vaguely heard of this saying. Of course, no matter how the sect defined it, martial artists above the meridian unblocking stage were all considered experts in the secular world. Only by stepping into the higher qi transformation stage can one be considered to have begun to understand the path of cultivation. And with the talent of an ordinary or half-spiritual body, wanting to reach the qi transformation stage is almost an extravagant hope. The corner of Chen Yinger's mouth curled up. Her bright eyes swept across Chen Yu with a slight sense of superiority, as if she had already determined his future. That gaze made Chen Yu feel an inexplicable repulsion and displeasure. Good. I didn't expect Er to be so magnanimous. That's right. I have also heard of experts in the qi transformation stage. In the secular world, they are considered grandmasters of their generation. Patriarch Chen Tianwei smiled brightly. Not long ago, Chen Yu's powerful performance almost made him feel guilty and self-reproach. At this moment, hearing Chen Yinger's words, Chen Tianwei regained his faith. Chen Yu's current strength was indeed strong. But this strength was only temporary. It was difficult to maintain it for long. It's a pity, the talent of a half-spiritual body limits his future prospects. Patriarch's choice is correct. If the Qin family is able to nurture a qi transformation stage grandmaster, I'm afraid our clan will be able to become a great clan that shakes the world. The elders conversed with each other and nodded frequently. Chen Tianwei's face was flushed as he encouraged, Er, you must strive to become a qi transformation grandmaster. Even if our Qin family uses all of our resources. On the field, only Chen Yu, Chen's father, and Chen's mom remained silent. Qi transformation stage? Chen Yu murmured. Experts in this stage, in the Yunhui Gate, were all high-level experts. For most of the low-level disciples, this was an existence that they could only dream of. Generally speaking, only those with spiritual body talent had hope of breaking through this stage. Late at night. As usual, Chen Yu first circulated the baleful cloud inner breath a few times. Then, he took out the body-tempering powder that his father had given him during the day. This body-tempering powder was only the lowest level of the commoner's medicine, and its effect was one of the weaker ones. But no matter how weak it was better than nothing. Anyway, I still have more than 100 substandard primordial stones from the last mission. After returning to the sect, I'll look for another formula. Chen Yu had made up his mind. He planned to first test the effect of this commoner's medicine. Gurgle soon, the powder dissolved into a large tub of boiling water, and a layer of thick black ink instantly appeared in the water. Chen Yu hurriedly sat inside the medicine barrel and started circulating the bronze statue art. Whoosh, in an instant, a layer of green smoke and heat appeared on the surface of his copper skin. A moment later, a slight numbing pain appeared on the surface of Chen Yu's body, but he didn't think much of it. But, he was very strange. According to the bronze statue technique, any kind of body-tempering liquid would be extremely painful when used. Gurgle, there was a strange sound coming from the surface of Chen Yu's body, like a slight electric current. A sense of contentment and comfort washed over Chen Yu's entire body, and he nearly moaned in pleasure. 2 hours later. The tub of liquid turned from ink black to faint black, and there was some black residue left in it. Copper body. Chen Yu circulated the bronze statue technique, and a layer of deep copper luster appeared on his skin. The surface of his skin seemed to be harder and more delicate. Faintly, he felt that the bronze statue technique had improved a bit. Haha. The effect of this commoner's medicine is not as bad as I thought. Chen Yu was overjoyed. Originally, his progress in the bronze statue technique had slowed down after Xiaocheng, although it was still very fast compared to the average person. But tonight, after using the commoner's body-tempering liquid, it returned to its previous speed. As for these doubts, Xianxia could only attribute it to the crystal heart. The mysterious transformation of his body couldn't be measured by common sense. 3 days later, Xianxia focused on practicing the bronze statue technique. He used the commoner's body-tempering liquid 3 times a day, in the morning, afternoon, and evening. After all, the ingredients for this medicine were only from the mortal world. With the Qin family's power, it didn't matter if he spent some money. That night, Xianxia circulated the bronze statue technique again. He felt that his skin and muscles were like a whole iron plate. Buzz, the moment he circulated the technique, his body seemed to be plated with a layer of deep copper metal. That feeling of strength, had reached a whole new level. Large success in copper skin. Xianxia was ecstatic. He didn't think that the commoner's body-tempering liquid could help him improve so quickly. And reach the level of large success in copper skin. Large success in copper skin, the skin and flesh of the entire body can ignore the slashes of weapons below the meridian soothing stage. From now on, the ordinary weapons of the mortal world were useless to Xianxia. This was definitely a huge leap in strength. My body, after being transformed by the mysterious heart, is already as strong as a beast. Once I use the bronze statue technique of large success in copper skin, I don't even need to use my inner power to trample over the average meridian soothing stage cultivators. Xianxia felt his current strength. Now, even if he had to fight with the Iron Brown Bear King, he wouldn't be afraid. Soon after the bronze statue technique of large success in copper skin, the speed of his cultivation slowed down. The commoner's medicine had almost lost its effect. He could only wait until he returned to the sect and use the primal stones to buy better ingredients. Now, other than the bronze statue technique, I still need to improve on the Cloud Fiend Fist technique. If I can improve my cultivation to the next level, then I have some hope in the Outer Disciple competition. Xianxia didn't forget his goal. The Outer Disciple competition to become an Inner Disciple. The next morning, the upper echelons of the Qin family suddenly called for an emergency meeting. Most of the people present were from the previous banquet. Xianxia and Xianxia were also present. According to the mayor's mansion, the flooding Lake 3 wanted by the imperial court have entered Xiangyang City, the family leader said. Flooding Lake 3? The 3 evildoers that the imperial court has put a bounty on? I heard that these 3 evildoers have some background. Many experts have died in their hands. The crowd started to whisper among themselves. The bounty of 10,000 gold from the imperial court was a huge fortune to the Qin family. 3 evildoers? Xianxia was stunned. He wasn't interested in the gold of the mortal world. However, the word evildoer made him have an inexplicable thought, and the blood in his body shook. Now, the mayor's mansion has also put a bounty on the flooding Lake 3. Anyone who kills the leader of the 3, Death Haste, will be rewarded with a semi-precious weapon and a piece of fertile land south of the city. The family leader suddenly smiled. Semi-precious weapon? A piece of fertile land? The crowd was in an uproar. These 2 things were tempting even to the meridian opening and viscera refinement experts in the mortal world. Half-treasured weapon, Xianxia thought of Yefeng's broken weapon. Even an incomplete weapon could increase one's fighting power by a lot. Half-treasured weapons are the best weapons in the mortal world. Only a few famous craftsmen can make them. They are almost as powerful as treasured weapons, and in some aspects, they are even better than treasured weapons. The clan leader explained. These words made Xianxu's heart beat faster. An extra half-treasured weapon would mean another way to attack, and it would be more convenient for him to go on missions in the future. Although Xianxia practiced barehanded martial arts, it was not suitable for all environments. Besides, the bounty on a piece of fertile land was attractive to Xianxia. After returning to Xiangyang City, the clan's performance disappointed him, and he didn't have much hope for the clan. If he could have a piece of land, he could build his own manor, and he would have more freedom in his cultivation. Xianxia wasn't the only one who was tempted. Xianxia was a member of the sect, and even he was tempted, not to mention the clan leaders. Even though Xianxia didn't care about 10,000 gold, it was enough to make many people jealous. I've always wanted a treasure. Although it's only a half-treasured weapon, I should be able to exchange it for some yuan stones when I bring it back to the sect. Chen Ying'er looked happy, as if the bounty was already set in stone for her. Do you think the Flooding Lake trio are easy to deal with? The clan leader, Chen Tianwei, shook his head with a bitter smile. According to what he knew, the Flooding Lake trio were not only evil, but also cunning. They were good at working together to defeat the strong. There's something strange. Why would the governor's mansion put a bounty on them? A clan elder asked doubtfully. Logically speaking, the Flooding Lake trio were criminals who were wanted by the imperial court, and had nothing to do with Xiangyang City. However, Xiangyang City's bounty was even higher than the imperial court's. Moreover, as long as the leader of the trio was killed, the bounty would be increased. It had to be said that this matter was very strange. Because, the Flooding Lake's three Banes made a trip to the city lord's mansion and killed the city lord's mother. According to rumors, they even kidnapped the city lord's daughter. Chen Tianwei said coldly. As soon as he said that, the entire place fell into a momentary silence before everyone gasped. Impossible. There are more than 10 meridian opening experts in the city lord's mansion. That Xiangyang city lord, Yan Fengyun, is said to be close to the viscera refinement stage. Rumor has it that there is a viscera refinement stage expert overseeing the mansion. How could they let the three evils have their way? Everyone discussed spiritedly with solemn expressions. If the Flooding Lake Triad really had such strength, then this bounty wasn't something an ordinary person could afford to provoke. At the very least, it would be very difficult for the clan elders and higher-ups present to complete such a difficult task. Perhaps at that time, the city lord's mansion's viscera refinement stage master didn't have the time to act. Moreover, it's not like the Flooding Lake's three Banes have never fought against someone at the viscera refinement stage before. When have they ever suffered a loss? The patriarch, Chen Tianwei, said indifferently. Everyone nodded slightly in agreement with Chen Tianwei's words. However, no one suggested to participate in the hunt for the Flooding Lake Triad anymore. Although the bounty was high, one needed to be alive to enjoy it. What's the cultivation of the Flooding Lake Triad like? Chen Yu finally asked. The Flooding Lake Triad's talent isn't high. Even the strongest among them, the eldest, Death-Seizing Hand, hasn't reached the viscera refinement stage. He's probably at the peak of the meridian opening stage. However, the three of them have been running amok for more than 10 years and have many tricks up their sleeves. Their strength can't be measured with common sense. Countless people of the same level have died in their hands. It's even rumored that the three of them have once joined forces to heavily injure a viscera refinement stage expert. Chen Tianwei said solemnly. He didn't dare to hide too much about the rumors of the three evils' strength. Very good. I've decided to participate in this bounty. Chen Yu revealed a smile. Not long ago, his bronze statue skill had reached greater mastery of bronze skin. He was itching to find an opponent to fight. As for the cloud fists that he mainly practiced, he needed to increase the power of his fist technique through real combat and understand the true essence of the fist technique. Moreover, the bounty offered by the city governor's mansion tempted him. I'll join as well. Chen Ying'er giggled. Hearing this, the patriarch, Chen Tianwei, frowned. Chen Yu's participation was exactly what he wanted. After all, the kid's defense was extraordinarily strong. However, he was worried about Chen Ying'er's participation. The main reason was not a problem of strength, but the price she had to pay for the family's high hopes was too great. Father, don't worry. I'll work together with brother Yu. Why? Would we be afraid of a few thieves? Chen Ying'er was full of confidence. After some discussion, Chen Tianwei agreed to Chen Yu and Chen Yu's request. However, Chen Tianwei had a request. First, Chen Yu and Chen Ying'er could not be separated. They had to be together. Thinking about it, if the disciples of the two sects worked together, even if they could not kill the three evils, they would have no problem staying alive. Second, the family would send a group of experts to assist the two. They could not refuse. Third, if they could not win, they could not show off and retreat in time. Regarding these three conditions, Chen Yu and Chen Yike agreed to them. That night, Chen Yu and Chen Ying'er began to make arrangements in the family. Chen Tianwei assigned 2 illuminating pulse experts to the two. One was the head guard of the Chen family, and the other was an elder of the Chen family. They were both in the middle stage of the illuminating pulse realm. Qianyu sized up the two experts. The head guard, surnamed Feng, was a square-faced man in leather armor. He held a sword and shield. The elder was a young swordsman with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was the elder of the two. Uncle Feng, Uncle Qianyu and Qianyu got to know the two illuminating pulse experts. Uncle Feng was the head guard. He had fought many battles and was very experienced. He had a good relationship with the family master. Uncle Qianyu was the young swordsman. He was an expert of the older generation and had traveled all over the Chu country. Apart from these two, there were also 18 guards. They were all in the body-tempering realm. Not bad. Qianyu nodded inwardly. The lineup this time was much stronger than the one that killed the Bear King, be it the number of people or the quality of the powerhouses. Late at night, a group of 4 Meridian opening stage experts and 18 guardians quietly left Xianxia City. According to reliable sources, the 3 evils of the flooding lake have kidnapped the daughter of the city lord and are heading to the northern suburbs of Xianxia City. Uncle Feng, the guard, twisted the shield in his hand. Since they have a hostage, the 3 evils should want to force the city lord to give in. They won't be too far away from the city. If I were one of them, I would definitely occupy a high ground and be able to move around freely. The young swordsman, Uncle Qianyu, said with a smile. Fifth uncle is very experienced. I also acknowledge this point. Qianyu nodded. The 3 evils of the flooding lake must have a motive for kidnapping the daughter of the city lord. They wouldn't be far from Xianxia City in the short term. They would most likely be hiding somewhere nearby. After leaving the city and entering the suburbs, everyone became vigilant. The 18 great protectors were scattered within a mile or two, looking for clues. Not long later, a guard exclaimed, "There's a corpse here." Everyone hurriedly rushed over and saw the corpse of a man wearing leather armor in a pile of grass. Looking closely, there was a triangular dart stuck in the man's throat. This kind of dart was thin and long with 3 edges. At this moment, blood flowed down the grooves of the blades and dyed the soil red. I know this person. He's the head of the guards of the Mu family and one of the few illuminating pulse realm experts in Xianxia City. Uncle Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. After all, the person in front of him was very similar in status and strength to him. Qianyu's face also showed a hint of caution. The Mu family was the same family that Mu Xiuqing was from. They were also one of the 3 major families in Xianxia City. The 3 major families of Xianxia City had all sent experts to participate in this mission. It was normal to see people from the Mu family or the Wang family. Look at the wound. It was a fatal dart. The attacker should be the second of the 3 evils of the flooding lake, the blood poison dart. This person is very skilled in the art of hidden weapons and they say that he never misses. Uncle Feng took a deep breath and looked around cautiously. The blood poison dart of the second evils, Qianyu was also cautious. This person could kill a illuminating pulse realm cultivator with a hidden weapon from a distance. This meant that the people present could be killed by the second evils in a second. The second evil's blood poison dart. His triangular dart was coated with a deadly poison. But this dart didn't kill the Mu family guard with poison, but with the power of the hidden weapon itself. Guard Uncle Feng added. A poisonous dart could kill a illuminating pulse realm expert without relying on poison. Even if one was lucky enough to avoid being hit in the vitals, it might not be able to avoid the deadly poison. The second evils were really terrifying. Everyone was on guard as they followed some clues and moved forward. In the end, along the way, they saw 1 or 2 corpses at every distance. These corpses died in a similar way to the first one. They were all killed with 1 dart. Moreover, almost 90% of them didn't die from poison, but from the penetrating power of the hidden weapon itself. There are corpses from the Mu family, the Wang family, and even more from the governor's mansion. Uncle Feng felt a chill in his heart. It seemed that the governor's mansion had sent out the most people, but they had also lost the most people. And so far, only 2 of the 3 evils had made a move. The strongest of the 3 evils, Death's seizing hand, hadn't made a move at all. Report, there's a pile of corpses over there. A guard ran over, still in a state of shock. Qinyu and the other illuminating pulse realm experts rushed over to take a look. Their expressions became even more solemn. In the dark night, they could see 7 or 8 corpses. They had all died together, and there was an extinguished fire in the middle. Obviously, these people were gathered together, trying to deal with the second evil's blood-poisoned art. No. These people didn't die in the hands of the second evils. Uncle Fong's expression changed drastically. In the next instant, something unexpected occurred. Thump. Thump, the 2 Qin family guards suddenly fainted and fell to the ground. Oh no. This is the third evil's soul-dispersing fragrance. Uncle Fong and Uncle Chen Wu couldn't stand steadily, their faces filled with shock. A strong sense of fatigue attacked their minds. Qinyu and Chening also felt a trace of tiredness and discomfort, their complexions changing abruptly. Hee, a strange and cold laughter of a woman echoed in his ears. Swoosh, a ghost-like woman leaped out from the pile of corpses, as if she was a zombie. Under the moonlight, a ghost-like woman jumped out from the pile of corpses, her pale face faintly visible. Hiss, a chill rose in everyone's heart. This is the third fiend's soul-dispersing incense. Protector Feng and fifth Uncle Chen's bodies swayed from afar. They were actually a bit unsteady. The other 2 body-tempering realm guards had already fainted. This woman actually hid in the pile of corpses and set up the soul-dispersing incense. Uncle Feng and fifth Uncle Chen, you were both in the meridian opening realm. They gritted their teeth and revealed a trace of despair. Despair, the soul-dispersing incense was the third fiend's famous weapon. It was said that even meridian opening realm cultivators would find it hard to resist. Once the incense entered the body, the brain would become dizzy, the limbs would become weak, and they would lose control of their body. With their cultivation, they could barely keep themselves from falling unconscious. Young miss, young master, run, Uncle Fong, the guard, shouted in a low voice. He gripped his shield tightly and stood in front of Chen Yinger and Chen Yu. Even if he died, he had to protect the 2 geniuses of the clan. Hee, you've been hit by my soul-dispersing incense. Where do you think you can run? The pale woman sneered and flew towards the 4. Pa, the pale woman slapped towards fifth Uncle Chen on the other side. This attack was somewhat unexpected. She did not attack Uncle Fong, nor did she attack Chening and Chening, who were being protected and had important identities. Her target was fifth Uncle Chen, who was alone. Not good. Fifth Uncle Chen's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He barely managed to pull out his sword, but his arms were weak and he could not swing it. Don't you dare hurt fifth uncle. A shout was heard, and a soft aura surged beside her. Chen Yinger's petite figure flashed and appeared before him. From the side, she sent a palm strike towards the soul-dispersing fragrance of the 3 evils. If the third fiend hit fifth Uncle Chen, she would not be able to escape unscathed. Moreover, she felt that the last attack was not a small matter. The opponent was hit by the soul-dispersing incense, but he still had such strength. Pa, the 3 evils had no choice but to turn around and exchange a palm strike with Chen Yinger. A strong gust of wind surged in all directions. Chen Yinger let out a muffled groan and took a few steps back. Her face was flushed red. Little girl, you're so young, but you're already at the late meridian opening stage. The 3 evils exclaimed in surprise. She was also in the late meridian opening realm. The reason why she was able to gain the upper hand in that exchange was because her opponent had been affected by the soul-dispersing incense. Little boy. You've been poisoned by the soul-dispersing incense, and yet you still dare to circulate your inner energy. This will only allow the incense's power to be unleashed faster. The 3 evils said sinisterly. Chen Yinger's body swayed, and her expression changed drastically. Originally, although she had been poisoned by the soul-scattering incense, with the help of the sect's profound martial arts, she was able to suppress the incense and retain 50 to 60% of her strength. However, his rash actions just now had caused the soul-scattering incense to rebound to its limits. I'll kill you first. The 3 evils' faces were filled with murderous intent. They floated in the air and charged toward Chen Yinger, whose body had gone limp. Chen Yinger's profound cultivation made the 3 evils uneasy. This girl's background was not simple, and they had to get rid of her as soon as possible. In the blink of an eye, the three evils struck out again, and they were about to close in on Xianxia. Given her condition, she would not be able to withstand more than a few blows. At that moment, a faint laugh came from the side. The power of the soul-scattering incense is only SOSO. What? The three evils' bodies froze in midair. Swoosh, from the corner of her eye, she saw a tall young man moving to the back. Cloudfiend fist, the young man's fist brought up a dark and overbearing gust of wind, and his murderous intent was locked onto her. At that moment, the three evils seemed to hear the roar of a ferocious beast. The powerful punch made her feel a cold murderous intent, and even a sense of fatal danger. Get lost. The three evils' hearts turned cold. She could not care less about Xianxia, and hurriedly struck back at Xianyu. Her palm seemed soft, but it was actually similar to Ding Jiuhui's willow finger. It contained a soft inner energy, but it was much more powerful. Bronze hand. The corner of Qianyu's mouth curled up into a mocking smile. Whoosh, his fist expanded a little, and a layer of deep bronze metal appeared, bringing with it a great pressure. Not a second. The three evils' chi and blood sank, and they secretly cursed. Crack, the oppressive large bronze hand smashed the three evils into the air with an unstoppable force. Vaguely, the people at the side could hear the sound of withered wood breaking. Then, a shrill scream resounded in the night sky. A pale woman fell to the ground, and her arm was dripping with blood. They took a closer look. The three evils' arm drooped weakly. It was broken by a punch. Little girl. You broke my arm. It's been so many years, and you're the first. The three evils' eyes were bloodshot. The resentment in her eyes was like that of a frightened ghost, and she stared at Qianyu. At this moment, the other three members of the Qin family, Xianxia, Uncle Feng, and Uncle Chen all looked at Qianyu in shock. At this moment, they were all hallucinating. The tall young man in front of them was difficult to overlap with the young man in their memories. One punch, he broke the three evils' arm with one punch. TSK. So what if I broke your arm? I'm going to break your legs too. Qianyu blew a mouthful of hot air onto his fist. Whoosh, his figure flashed, and he approached the injured pale woman at an astonishing speed. No. The pale woman was shocked. She did not expect Qianyu to be so cruel that he wanted to break her legs. The most shocking thing was that Qianyu's speed was much faster than she expected. Under normal circumstances, she would not be afraid of Qianyu. But now, her arm was broken, and she suffered internal injuries. Her speed was less than 60% of her peak. Qianyu pounced at the three evils like a ferocious beast. Whoosh, the sound of wind breaking came from the night sky. A cold light pierced the back of Qianyu's neck from a tricky angle. Watch out. It's the second evil's blood poison dart. Uncle Feng and Uncle Chen Wu couldn't help but shout. Qianyu reacted quickly, and his face darkened. He stretched out his hand and activated the bronze statue technique. His entire palm was covered in a layer of bronze. Clink, the sound of metal rang in the night sky. A three-edged dart was forcefully shattered by a finger that was as hard as copper and iron. Whoosh! 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 Then, a few more darts were thrown at Qianyu's head, waist, and lower body. Ding! 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 These hidden weapon attacks were all forcefully broken by Qianyu. However, in just a few moments, the injured evils had already escaped a few dozen meters and met up with another figure in the forest. You, don't chase after a desperate enemy. Fifth Uncle Chen's voice rang out, stopping Qianyu's pursuit. Fine, there's no reward from the governor's mansion for killing these three evils. Dusting off his hands, Qianyu leisurely made his way back. The governor's mansion's reward was for the leader of the Flooding Lake Three Evils, Haste Hand. It was said that among the Flooding Lake Three Evils, Haste Hand's strength was the most unfathomable. When Qianyu returned, Xianxia had already recovered. Uncle Chen and Uncle Feng had also recovered slightly. After asking, he found out that Xianxia had used the secret mind-cleansing pill of the Shuiyue sect. Why didn't you use it earlier? Qianyu was speechless. Xianxia blushed and snorted, it was an emergency and I didn't react in time. Plus, even if I used the mind-cleansing pill, it would take time for it to take effect. Plus, you don't need the antidote. Xianxia pouted. The others looked at Qinyu with a strange look. The soul-dispersing incense was the three evils' famous weapon. Many experts had died because of it. The 8 corpses in front of them had all died because of the incense. On the spot. The 4 of them rested for a short while. Miss, Child Chin. I think this trip is quite dangerous. If the second and third evils are so powerful, it's hard to imagine how terrifying the first evils is. Uncle Fong and Uncle Chen looked at each other and wanted to retreat. The 2 of them wanted to retreat. If it wasn't for Qinyu and Xianxia, the 2 of them would have died. If I can't even deal with the 3 evils, how? Can I go back to the sect? Plus, didn't brother you cripple the 3 evils? Xianxia shook her head like a rattle. If you want to go back, you'll have to wait until we get the first evil's head. Qinyu shook his head. In the short fight just now, when he used the Cloud Fiend Fist, he showed his fierceness and comprehended the charm of the Cloud Fiend Fist. If this continued, the realm of his fiendish Cloud Fist would hopefully advance to the next level. It would also be beneficial to the cultivation of fiendish Cloud Inner Breath in the future. Even if there's no bounty, I'll continue to kill the 3 evils. A trace of killing intent faintly appeared between Qinyu's brows, causing the hearts of Uncle Fong and Uncle Chen to tremble. At the same time, 2 figures shuttled through the forest. Third sister, are you all right? A black-cloaked young man supported a pale girl. The pale girl was the soul-dispersing incense of the 3 evils whose arm was broken by Qinyu. I'm fine. The bone-healing ointment I used just now has a miraculous effect. I got it from the sect disciple I killed. The pale girl's arm was bandaged and fixed. Her face darkened with resentment. That kid just now is too strange. His strength is shocking. He's like a fierce beast. It's fine. This kind of person who practices external techniques is countered by Boss. If Boss was here, he'd be dead with one palm. The black-cloaked young man said in disdain. At this moment, a long whistle came from the mountain peak. Quick! Boss is summoning us. The black-cloaked young man's face changed. He flew towards the location with the pale girl. At the same time, a black-faced middle-aged man stood at the top of the mountain with his hands behind his back. His eyes were cold. A graceful girl was tied to a tree stump behind him. She wore a gorgeous torn dress and only the side of her face could be seen in the night. Let go of Miss. The 4 meridian opening experts faced the black-faced middle-aged man as if they were facing a great enemy. It was hard to imagine that this ordinary-looking man was the boss of the 3 evils of the flooding lake. Attack! The leader was an elder, a late-stage meridian opening expert. He charged towards the black-faced middle-aged man. Facing the attacks of the 4, the black-faced middle-aged man stood where he was and did not dodge. If one paid attention, they would see a hint of pity in his eyes. At this moment, the mountain peak shook. The black-faced middle-aged man stood where he was and did not move. He only lightly exchanged blows with the 4. Ah! The leader, a late-stage meridian opening elder, suddenly screamed and vomited blood. He died. He only exchanged a punch with the black-faced elder. Plop! Plop! The other 3 meridian opening experts who came into contact with the black-faced middle-aged man instantly vomited blood and fell to the ground. Plop! Plop! In an instant, the 4 meridian opening experts all spat out blood and fell to the ground. 3 of them died on the spot. The last one was a youth. His face was full of fear as he struggled to get up. Spare me. Sir, spare me. The black-faced middle-aged man was like the shadow of the Grim Reaper, standing proudly in front of him. The formless killing intent and coldness made him unable to even think of resisting. The youth didn't think that it was because he was strong that he could live until now. On the contrary, he was the weakest among the 4 meridian opening experts. He had only recently reached the middle stage. There was only one possibility as to why he didn't die. The great evil spirit purposely left him alive. Maybe he had some value. The great evil spirit's death-seizing hand was scarier than the rumors. The great evil spirit's expression was indifferent as the dagger in his hand slashed out like lightning. Ah, no, the youth panicked. Could it be that he had guessed wrong? In the next moment, the dagger hit its target, the girl tied to the tree. The governor's daughter. The youth opened his mouth wide. Poochie, a woman's bloody finger was chopped off, causing the young man's heart to skip a beat. The woman on the tree stump, her mouth wrapped with a bandage, instantly fainted. Bring this finger to Chu Fengyun. Tell him that if he doesn't get here in the time it takes for an incense to burn, the next time he sees it, it will be his daughter's thigh. The great evil spirit's tone was calm as he handed the finger to the youth. The youth felt like he was a walking corpse. In front of the great evil spirit, he lost all thoughts of resisting or disobeying. He was like a loyal slave. The young man staggered down the mountain. It's Deputy General Su. A figure exclaimed in front of a simple tent at the foot of the mountain. Soon, a few guards from the governor's mansion helped the youth with the surname Su into the tent. Inside the tent. Deputy General Su, what's the situation on the mountain? A slightly chubby middle-aged man wearing an official robe asked. Governor, this is the young lady's finger. The great evil spirit said that if you don't go up the mountain, he will cut off her leg. The youth's face was pale and his voice was hoarse. Seeing the woman's finger, the plump, middle-aged city lord's expression changed greatly. Yuner. There was a ring on the finger. He recognized it as his daughter's. The middle-aged man was the governor, Chu Fengyun. City lord. That great evil is truly inhumane. He actually dared to lay his hands on the daughter of a noble family. Let us kill our way up the mountain and tear him to pieces. Beside the city lord were two armored generals. Their cultivations were at the late meridian opening realm and their auras were sharp. You guys, quickly help Deputy General Su down to treat his injuries. The city lord ordered. However, as soon as he finished speaking, something strange happened. Wow, the young man spat out a mouthful of blood. His body twitched, and then he fell to the ground, dead. There was dead silence in the barracks. Everyone's faces were filled with shock and seriousness. The great killer's heart-hastening palm had already been trained to the point of perfection. The force of his palm had already seeped into Deputy General Su's heart meridian and calculated the time of his death. An old voice came from behind. Unbeknownst to him, a white-haired old man had appeared beside Chu Fengyun. Master Wu. City Lord Chu Fengyun's face was filled with joy. Everyone couldn't help but feel deep veneration when they saw the white-haired old man. Don't worry, City Lord. Since your daughter is in such a dangerous situation, this old man will not just stand by and watch. I will do my best to behead that evil thief, the white-haired old man said solemnly. Not long after. Dozens of guards surrounded City Lord Chu Fengyun as they walked up the mountain. Among the experts beside Chu Fengyun, there were only two Meridian late-stage generals and this white-haired old man. The rest of the guards were only at the body refining stage, and they were elites nurtured by the City Lord's mansion. City Governor, these guards will only be throwing their lives away when they face the flooding lake's three evils. The white-haired old man sighed. Chu Fengyun nodded and waved his hand for the guards to temporarily stay here and wait for orders. At the same time, he took out a candle-like object from his sleeve and lit it up. Whoosh, in an instant, a brilliant firework shot into the sky. It could be seen clearly from a dozen miles away. A few miles away, Jinyu sat cross-legged and used the Cloud Fiend mantra for a while. He found that the mantra circulation was exceptionally smooth tonight. On the side, Uncle Feng and Uncle Chen had already recovered to their peak condition. Everyone was recuperating and ready to go. Whoosh, at this moment, a cluster of fireworks rose in the distant sky. The signal from the City Lord's mansion. Uncle Feng, the guard, immediately stood up. Looks like the City Lord's mansion has found the Flood Lake three evils. Uncle Chen said solemnly. The group didn't say anything else and rushed towards the direction of the signal. Soon, halfway up the mountain, they met several experts who had rushed over after hearing the news. It's the Mu family and Wang family. Uncle Feng whispered to Qinyu and Uncle Feng. Qinyu glanced over. The Mu family and Wang family each had two meridian opening experts left, but the weakest was at the mid-stage of meridian opening. Ha ha ha. Chu Fengyun, I didn't expect you to be someone who values family. You came here for a mere daughter. A cold and forceful laughter sounded from the top of the mountain. The Qin family, Wang family, and Mu family all sped up and flew towards the top of the mountain. At the top of the mountain, the black-faced middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back. He had a cold smile on his face as he looked down on the crowd. Behind him stood a black-clothed youth and a pale girl. They were the double fiend blood dart and the triple fiend soul dispersing incense. A girl in a long dress with messy hair was tied to a tree stump behind the three evils. Opposite the flooding lake three evils was the mayor's palace. The mayor, Chu Fengyun, stood on the cold top of the mountain. His face was calm and he didn't panic at all. On his side were the white-haired old man and two late-stage meridian opening generals. He himself was a meridian opening expert, and his cultivation wasn't any weaker than the first fiend. In terms of strength, the mayor's palace had the upper hand. Plus, there were more experts on their way. Whoosh! Whoosh! The first to arrive were Qinyu and Xianxia. As disciples of the sect, they were young and full of vigor. Their martial arts were profound and their strength was undoubtedly higher than those of the same rank. "Boss, that's the kid that broke third sister's arm," the two evils said quietly. The black-faced middle-aged man glanced at Qinyu and Xianxia and his expression froze. These two are probably disciples of the sect. This mission is going to be a bit troublesome. The black-faced middle-aged man furrowed his brows. The sect was the ruler of this continent after all. Even someone as strong as the first fiend was wary of them. "What are you afraid of? It's not like we haven't killed disciples of the sect before. We've gained a lot," the blood-poison dart of the double evil said excitedly. The black-faced middle-aged man's face darkened. The killing intent and aura between his brows became even thicker. When facing disciples of the sect, they either didn't provoke them. But if they did, they would mercilessly eliminate them. "Third sister," the black-faced middle-aged man suddenly said, "focus on the rear. There's no need to fight." "Yes." The pale lady's eyes flashed. She sat cross-legged on a tree stump next to the mayor's daughter. Qinyu and the others had thought that she was responsible for guarding the hostages. But they were wrong. The pale woman took out a peculiar purple flute and started to play it. Suddenly, the sharp sound of the flute turned into an invisible ripple that rushed towards the mayor's camp and the experts of the three families. Some of the experts present felt dizzy and their blood churned. And the closer they got to the tree stump, the stronger the sound of the flute became. The people present were all at the illuminating meridian stage. They could use their inner breath to protect their ears, but it could only weaken the attack. It seemed that the attack of the flute didn't rely entirely on sound waves. Other than Qinyu and Xianxia, who weren't affected much, the other illuminating meridian stage experts felt uneasy and their blood was restless. Qinyu wasn't affected much. Firstly, it was because of his strong body. Secondly, the murderous cloud heart technique was a branch of the sect's cultivation technique. As the disciple of an elder, Xianxia was very skilled in both martial arts and cultivation, so she wasn't affected much. "That flute is indeed something I obtained from killing an inner disciple." The black-faced middle-aged man was satisfied. A few years ago, the three evils fled to the neighboring Qi country. Under some kind of coincidence, they almost killed an injured disciple of the sect who was alone. That kill was a great opportunity for the three evils. At this moment, the affected experts couldn't even use 70% of their strength. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh, the double evil blood poison darts had already been shot out. With shocking methods, they shot out dozens of darts in one breath. Basically, everyone present had a gun aimed at them. Among them, Qinyu was the one who was taken care of and was fed 3 darts. City Lord Chu Fengyun was also taken care of twice. Cries of agony sounded. Under the influence of the mysterious sound wave, most of the experts present felt their blood and minds shaken and couldn't dodge. Plop, on the city lord's side, a late-stage illuminating meridian stage general was poisoned to death. The Mu family was the worst off. 2 of their mid-stage illuminating meridian stage experts were poisoned. On the Wang family's side, a mid-stage illuminating meridian stage expert was poisoned, while another late-stage illuminating meridian stage expert barely escaped. The Qin family was the most well-preserved. Ding ding ding, the skin on Qinyu's body glowed with a copper luster. His hands danced in the air, blocking a few darts. Xianxia was extremely agile. Not only did she block her own darts, she also helped fifth Uncle Chen block a darts. "Bastard, don't you dare," an old voice shook the entire area, even covering the eerie sound of the flute. Only to see. On the city lord's side, the white-haired old man emitted a powerful aura, the air around him swirling. Before the darts of the second evil could get close to him, they were bounced away by an invisible force. Such a powerful aura. Everyone present, including the three evils of the flooding lake, felt their blood being suppressed. Could it be? A thought flashed across Xianyu's mind. Who? In the next instant, the white-haired old man turned into an afterimage and slammed his palm towards the black-faced man. Not good. Organ's refinement realm. The black-faced man lost his composure and quickly retreated. Despite the distance between them, the first evil was still worried. At the same time, he circulated his inner breath to block in front of him. In the next instant, pung, a formless cyclone of palm energy struck the black-faced middle-aged man from afar, sending him flying. The power of the organ's refinement realm. Xianyu and Xianxia looked at each other in shock. The white-haired old man's palm didn't hit the first evil, but the invisible inner breath had sent the first evil flying. In his field of vision, the white-haired old man stood proudly in the center of the chi current. Wild winds held around him, and an aura that surpassed the meridian opening realm shocked the flood lake three evils. The viscera refinement realm was indeed a level higher than the meridian opening realm. The white-haired old man sent the leader of the flooding lake three flying with a palm strike. "You were actually able to retreat unscathed from my palm strike. Looks like your cultivation base is already close to viscera refinement realm, and your mastery of heart-hastening palm has already reached the peak." The white-haired old man wore a solemn expression. In that instant of confrontation, not only did he feel that the great baleful demon's inner aura was deep, but he also felt that the great baleful demon understood the methods of the viscera refining realm and was very experienced in dealing with them. He was afraid that the strength of this great evil spirit was similar to that of a viscera refining realm cultivator. "Chu Lifei, I advise you to surrender as soon as possible. Master Wu is a viscera refinement stage expert that I've invited. In addition to the experts present here, you won't be able to escape today." City Lord Chu Fengyun coldly scolded. Hearing this, the crowd was stunned. City Lord Chu Fengyun had actually called out the great demon's name. All this time, they did not know the real names of the flooding lake's three banes. What was even more intriguing was that the great evil spirit's surname was also Chu. Could it be that he and Chu Fengyun had some sort of relationship? Ha ha ha. Chu Fengyun, do you think that you can kill me, Chu Lifei, by inviting a viscera refining expert? The dark-faced middle-aged man's laughter shook the mountain abyss. His inner aura surged, and he was already close to the organ's refinement stage. The white-haired old man sighed and slowly spread his arms. A great battle was about to begin. "Old fool." The dark-faced, middle-aged man sneered, "You have a cultivation at the early stage of the organ's refining realm, but instead of enjoying your remaining years, you came to fight with us. He's really tired of living." As soon as he finished speaking, a raging internal energy surged from the black-faced middle-aged man's body. In that instant, the strength of the inner breath had actually reached the level of the white-haired old man. Viscera refinement stage? No. Xianyu noticed that a layer of scarlet blood runes had appeared on the black-faced man's skin. His veins were bulging, and his expression was sinister. "Violet blood pill. You actually used this kind of pill to temporarily raise your cultivation." City Lord Chu Fengyun sucked in a breath of cold air. The violet blood pill was a type of pill that had quite a few side effects. Consuming this pill could forcibly raise one's cultivation for a short period of time, but there was a possibility of dying from blood loss. Furthermore, depending on how long he used it, he would fall into a state of weakness after that. Insignificant skill. The white-haired old man sneered. He leaped into the air and struck out with his palm. A viscera refinement realm cultivator that was temporarily stimulated by medicine was still different from a genuine viscera refinement realm cultivator like him. "Kill the three evils." Seeing the situation, everyone approached the tree stump where the flooding lake three banes were. "Make your move." The great Sha's lips curled into a cruel smile. Qinyu followed in the crowd and noticed the expressions of the big fiend and second fiend. He felt that something was wrong and subconsciously slowed down. Just as the white-haired old man was about to launch his attack, something strange happened. Whoosh, a cylindrical object appeared in the hands of the second fiend, which faced the group. Many holes appeared on the cylindrical object, giving off a cold aura. Not good. Everyone retreat. City Lord Chu Fingyun's expression changed greatly as he cried out in alarm. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to stop her. Torrential pear blossom needles. The second fiend pressed the mechanism of the metal cylinder, and a clicking sound was heard. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, countless silver needles rained down like a drizzle, sweeping through the area in front of them with shocking penetrative power. At least half of the needles were aimed at the white-haired old man in midair. The other half were aimed at the nearby crowd. Ah! The last meridian opening realm general of the city lord's mansion was pierced by a dozen needles and died on the ground. Fifth uncle! Xianxia exclaimed. She used her exquisite movement and inner energy to dodge and block the needles, only to find that fifth Uncle Chen had fallen on the ground. Ding ding ding, Qianyu circulated the bronze statue skill and a layer of deep bronze appeared on his body. He used his bronze arms to block the needles, which were the bane of hidden weapons. Of course. He still had to use his inner energy to strengthen his defense so that the needles wouldn't hit his vitals. Apart from him, only the white-haired old man could block the torrential pear blossom needles. Whoosh, there was an invisible inner energy layer around the white-haired old man that blocked most of the needles. However, there were too many needles and they had a certain penetrative power. Half of the torrential pear blossom needles used by the second fiend were aimed at him. While the second fiend was using his trump card, the third fiend beside him didn't just stand there. She held the strange flute in her hand and played a sharp and concentrated sound wave attack. This time, the flute attack was concentrated on one beam and hit the white-haired old man. For a moment. The white-haired old man was first hit by the torrential pear blossom needles and then the concentrated flute attack. Although the latter couldn't threaten him, it could disrupt him to a certain extent. Even someone as strong as the Viscera Refinement Realm could only deal with it, and he was hit by a few needles. Heart-killing palm. The second fiend's burly figure flashed in front of him and hit him with his palm. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, the second fiend put away the cylinder and threw a few triangular darts at the white-haired old man's face. Oh no! The white-haired old man hadn't even landed on the ground. He hadn't recovered from the few needles. Crack, in a moment of desperation, he forcefully operated his inner power and an invisible gust of wind shook away the triangular darts. However, the second fiend's palm attack was already in front of him and the white-haired old man could only hurriedly hit him. Crack, two palms met and a gust of wind swept across a radius of a few feet. Bang! The black-faced middle-aged man's body was sent flying, but he grinned in midair. Wow, the white-haired old man's body shook and he let out a breath. His face was pale. Old man, do you feel good after being hit by my heart-killing palm? With the same level of cultivation, my heart-hastening palm is able to shatter anyone's heart meridian if I cultivate it to its peak, let alone your old body. The black-faced middle-aged man landed on the ground and grinned. The palm attack just now was an attack that he had accumulated strength to catch the white-haired old man off guard. The white-haired old man had a few silver needles stuck in his body. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth along his beard. Everyone else on the scene was not feeling good. Other than Qianyu and Xianxia, the others were either killed by the pear blossom needles or were injured and lost their ability to fight. On the Chen family's side, fifth Uncle Chen was hit by 5 or 6 needles and was unconscious. Fortunately, Uncle Fong had a small shield with him. At the crucial moment, he managed to avoid the attack and only suffered light injuries. Uncle Fong, take fifth uncle away. Qianyu whispered. In this situation, Uncle Fong and fifth Uncle Chen could not do much. At the same time, around the tree stump, none of the 3 evils of the flood lake were injured. On the mayor's side, only the mayor, Chu Fengyun, and the heavily injured white-haired old man were left. No one from the Mu clan or the Wang clan stood up. The power of the pear blossom torrent was terrifying. Not only did it have a strong penetrating power, but its area of effect was also extraordinary. Bastard! Even if I die today, I will kill you. The white-haired old man's expression was fierce. He suppressed his injuries and a powerful inner power surged from his body. Swoosh, the white-haired old man's figure flashed and closed in on the dark-skinned middle-aged man. Old man. You are already at the end of your rope, how can you fight me? The dark-skinned middle-aged man laughed. This time, he did not fight the white-haired old man head-on. He took out a black iron whip and started to fight with the white-haired old man. Young heroes, I'll have to trouble you to restrain the second and third evils. The mayor, Chu Fengyun, said to Qin Yu and Chen Ying-er. At this moment, only Qin Yu and Chen Ying-er were still safe and sound, retaining their full strength. Okay. Qin Yu and Chen Ying-er looked at each other and nodded. The two of them flashed and approached the second and third evils beside the tree stump. Seeing this, the mayor, Chu Fengyun, roared and helped the white-haired old man to kill the big evil spirit. The white-haired old man and Chu Fengyun worked together to suppress the big evil spirit. But the big evil spirit was as cunning as an eel. He waved his iron whip and fought with the two masters on the mountain top. On the other side, Chen Ying-er and the blood-poison dart of the second evils were fighting. Clap clap, after a few rounds of close combat, the second evil's expression changed. This girl's martial arts are so profound. Chen Ying-er was a disciple of the sect after all, and she was the disciple of an elder. In a head-on fight, even Qin Yu could only defend and exhaust Chen Ying-er. The second evils quickly fell into a disadvantage and had to fight with her. Damn it, I've used all my hidden weapons, the second evils was furious. When had he ever been suppressed by a little girl? Of course, even if he had a large number of hidden weapons, it would not be of much use. Hidden weapons were suitable for sneak attacks. In a head-on fight, the effect would be greatly reduced. The remaining three evils were taken care of by Qin Yu. TSK. Three fools, we meet again. This time, I'm going to break your legs. Qin Yu sneered and approached the three evils' soul-dispersing incense. Three fools? The second evils were furious. They, the three evils of the flooding lake, had never been humiliated like this before. While they were stunned, Qin Yu's figure had already approached them. Cloudfiend Fist, a fist filled with ferocious aura held as if there was a ferocious beast bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. The three evils could not dodge in time and took Qin Yu's punch head-on. Thud. Thud. Thud, the three evils took a few steps back from Qin Yu's punch and almost spat out blood. Even though she was in the late-stage Meridian opening realm, she was the weakest among the three evils in a head-on fight. Furthermore, one of her arms had been broken by Qin Yu earlier, and her battle power had decreased. Qin Yu laughed and the ferocious aura between his brows became even thicker. The Cloudfiend chi in his body seemed to be boiling. Bronze Fist. Cloudfiend Fist, Qin Yu's fist had a deep bronze metallic luster, and the ferocious aura of the Cloudfiend Fist rose once again. The three evils felt their hearts palpitate, and the formless ferocious aura made it hard for them to breathe. Wah, after a few moves, the three evils was heavily injured and spat out blood. Her face was filled with despair. Inadvertently, she saw the daughter of the city lord who was tied up on a tree stump. The three evils' eyes lit up as she grasped a chance of survival. Whoosh, her figure leapt and closed in on the city lord's daughter. Cloud-treading steps, seeing through her intentions, Qin Yu's heart started beating vigorously, and he exerted force under his feet to execute his movement technique. In that instant, Qin Yu felt his body lighten, and with a whistling sound, he leaped into the air above the three Banes' heads. At this moment, the three evils' hands were about to grab the city lord's daughter's neck. Just as a trace of a victorious smile appeared on her face, it instantly froze. Boom, a heavy thud accompanied by intense pain made her fall into endless darkness. Third sister. The black-faced youth of the second evils not far away screamed as he saw a horrifying scene. Bronze leg, while in midair, Qin Yu's leg, which was as strong as iron, landed squarely on the three Banes' heads. The result was obvious. The heads of the three evils were not as hard as the Iron Brown Bear. Qin Yu's kick was similar to Yefeng's kick on the Iron Brown Bear, but it was much more powerful. This method of kicking in the air came from cloud-treading steps. Otherwise, it would be difficult for a normal person to borrow force in midair. No, the second fiend watched as the third fiend's head flew into the air and bloomed like a flower in midair. This was the first time Xianxia killed someone. Although he had killed many iron brown bears before, they were not of the same species. At this moment, Xianxia felt a trace of discomfort in his heart. Soon after, he was filled with a brazen killing intent. This was the aura of the Cloud Fiend Fist. After killing the three evils, Xianxia felt that the power of his fist technique had reached a new level. "You killed my sister, I want you dead." The eyes of the two evils were bloodshot. They seemed to be losing control of their emotions. Xianxia did not know. The three evils of the Flood Lake had fought side by side in life and death situations. Their relationship was no less than that of blood brothers. Between the second and third evils, there was even a hint of unspoken love between them. "I want you dead." The two evils ignored Xianxia and charged at Xianxia like a mad wolf. "Brother, you, watch out!" Xianxia shouted. The explosive speed of the two evils had stimulated the potential of their bodies. Moreover, the two evils were much stronger than the three evils in a head-on fight. Heavenly Wolf Claw. The two evils had a ferocious expression as they reached out to grab Xianxia's head. Cloud Fiend Fist, Xianxia was not afraid. After killing the three evils, the killing intent in his body had increased. His inner breath and the power of his moves had improved. Bang bang bang, the two of them exchanged a few blows on the spot. Xianxia felt a violent and ferocious aura surge over him again and again. He was unable to suppress the other party within a short period of time. "This kid doesn't seem like a human at all." The two baleful spirits felt a chill in their hearts. They felt that the other party was extremely strong and that his palms were as hard as steel. After a few consecutive clashes, his palms were almost numb. "Die, evil thief!" Xianxia flew over from behind, forming a pincer attack with Xianxia. The second evil spirit's heart sank into the abyss. He understood that facing a pincer attack from the two of them, he would undoubtedly die. "Third sister. I'll see you in a minute." But before that, the two evils took a deep breath and leaped into the air, dashing toward Xianxia at a shocking speed. In terms of movement techniques, the two fiends were slightly superior to Xianxia and Yefeng. Xianxia saw the second fiend's fearless expression. The other party actually ignored his attack and went straight for his head. "Taking me down with you?" Xianxia's lips curled into a pitiful smile. He had seen through the second fiend's thoughts. Facing the second fiend's desperate counterattack, Xianxia did not dodge. Instead, he leaped into the air and faced it head-on. Copper skin body. Xianxia circulated the copper statue art, causing his body to expand. A layer of deep copper appeared on the surface of his body, making him look like a copper statue. Whoosh! The Cloud Fiend Fist art circulated to the extreme and Xianxia's fist landed on the second fiend's face. But at the same time, his chest was struck by the second fiend's claw. The second fiend's hideous face revealed a victorious expression. But in the next instant, his body froze in midair. Clang, his claw felt like it had hit a copper wall. There was a burning sensation, but it did not manage to tear open the other party's skin. Under normal circumstances, his claw was enough to split open the chest of an illuminating Meridian Realm cultivator. Crack, Xianxia's fist contained a ferocious aura. One could vaguely hear the roar of a ferocious beast and the explosion of the clouds as it landed on the second fiend's face. Cloud Fiend Xiaocheng. The moment the fist landed, Xianxia's head shook. Finally, the Cloud Fiend Fist art had broken through to Xiaocheng. This was a profound martial art that was close to a top-tier martial art. Normally, it would be extremely difficult to train to Xiaocheng. The second fiend's body flew out in midair, and his cries of agony instantly stopped. Thump, the second fiend fell to the ground, dead, exchanging injury for injury, exchanging life for life. Unfortunately, he had hit the wrong person. Whoosh! After Xianxia landed on the ground, his face turned red. He took a deep breath and calmed his turbulent blood flow. He did not feel good after taking the second fiend's deadly claw head-on. He even suffered some light injuries. Looking down, there was a greenish-red claw mark on his chest. Even with Xianxia's beast-like physique and the powerful defense of the copper statue art, he could not completely defend against the second fiend's attack. Of course. After all, Xianxia's copper statue art was only at the copper skin level. If he could reach the copper tendons level, he would be able to ignore the second fiend's attack. Thump thump. Thump thump. At this time, Xianxia discovered that his heart was beating rapidly and strongly. The greenish-red claw mark on his wound was actually disappearing bit by bit. He could almost feel the self-recovery of the injury. He could even see it with his naked eye. My body's self-recovery ability is indeed extraordinary. Xianxia was delighted. The brutal attack just now had allowed his Cloud Fiend Fist technique to break through Xiaoqing. It had also further proved the strong self-recovery ability of this body. Junior. You actually killed second brother and third sister. A bone-chilling voice came from the other side of the battlefield. The Great Fiend's eyes were as cold as ice, flashing with a deadly killing intent. At this moment, the battlefield on his side was in a stalemate. If he wasn't worried about the white-haired old man's counterattack, the Great Fiend would have fought in close combat instead of running around. At this moment, seeing the second fiend and third fiend die, he finally couldn't take it anymore. However, from the death of the third fiend to the death of the third fiend, he couldn't help them in time. I'm sorry. The second fool and the third fool you mentioned, they were all killed by me. Later on, I'm going to use you, you idiot. Xianxia wiped off the blood on his hands. Bastard. I will rip you into pieces. The Great Fiend's pained voice was filled with rage and killing intent. In that instant, he lost control of his emotions, revealing an opening as he pounced towards Xianxia. Where are you going? Stay here too. An old voice spread out from the side of his ear, accompanied by a wave-like internal energy. The white-haired old man's face glowed with the last red light. His body closed in and he chopped down with a strong palm. He had waited for this chance for too long. Looking at his injuries, he couldn't take it anymore. At this crucial moment, Xianxia killed the third fiend and second fiend, provoking the Great Fiend with his words. Die for me, old fool. The Great Fiend couldn't dodge, so he circulated his internal energy to take this strike head-on. Heart-moving palm, that palm gave out a weird internal energy that instantly struck the white-haired old man's heart meridian. Crack, the white-haired old man's already broken heart meridian instantly split open. He spat out blood from his 7 orifices and fell to the ground dead. Pung, the Great Fiend was sent flying by the white-haired old man's palm before he died. He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. How is this possible? You took the explosive blood pill and suffered heavy injuries, but the side effects are so small? City Lord Chu Fengyun couldn't believe it. The longer one took the explosive blood pill, the greater the side effects. Especially when one was heavily injured, the danger would increase exponentially. One might even explode and die. Humph. Who said I took the explosive blood pill? What I consumed was an even more precious blood origin pill from a sect in the Qi nation. The Great Fiend laughed viciously. This pill can temporarily increase one's battle power, but it can only allow one to use power that surpasses their cultivation a few times. However, the side effects are much smaller. In the battle just now, I only used the true power of the Viscera Refinement Realm 3 times. Blood Yuan pill, City Lord Chu Fengyun's face was ashen. He finally understood. Why did the Great Fiend try to move around in the battle just now? Firstly, he was worried about the white-haired old man's counterattack. Secondly, the Blood Yuan pill had its limitations. It didn't allow the Great Fiend to squander it. After all, there were still some experts that he had to deal with and deal with all kinds of unexpected situations. Father! The woman in front of the tree stump screamed. At this moment, Xianxia and Xianxia took the opportunity to rescue the Great Fiend's daughter. The Great Fiend's daughter was about 16 years old. She had a slim figure and wore a torn dress, revealing her slender legs. In the hazy night, it was very tempting. However, when Xianxia saw this person's face, he immediately gave up on the idea. This Great Fiend's daughter wasn't ugly, but she was too ordinary. She had a wide, dark face, slightly sunken eyes, and a droopy nose. Young hero, you saved me. Yeoner will definitely repay you. The Great Fiend's daughter looked at Xianxia with a face full of admiration and expectation. Xianxia felt a chill run down his spine from her gaze. Ing Er, quickly take her to the back. Xianxia hurriedly said. No matter if the Great Fiend's daughter was beautiful or ugly, she couldn't be used by the enemy. At this moment, on the other side of the battle, there was a sudden change. Whoosh, the Great Fiend's Chu Fengyun suddenly turned around and ran. Don't be fooled by his fat, white, and plump figure. When he really ran, his movements were incomparably agile. This scene stunned Qinyu and Xianxia. The Great Fiend was stunned. Didn't Chu Fengyun step forward to save his daughter? Now, he actually abandoned his daughter and ran for his life. Ha ha ha. Chu Fengyun. I thought you were a person who valued family, but I didn't expect you to be a coward. The Great Fiend roared towards the sky. Seeing the Great Fiend run away, a hint of viciousness flashed across his face. The Great Fiend didn't chase after Chu Fengyun. Whoosh, he leapt into the air, bringing with him a terrifying inner breath as he approached Qinyu and Xianxia. Chu Fengyun. As a father, you don't even care about your daughter's life, don't count on us two outsiders. Qinyu almost cursed out loud. But at this moment, the Great Fiend's tyrannical attack came towards them with his inner strength. Qinyu and Xianxia were helpless. They could only circulate their inner breath and take on this viscera refinement level attack. Bang bang, the powerful palm force sent Qinyu and Xianxia flying a few feet away. Haha. The Great Fiend's figure flashed and he picked up the Great Fiend's daughter. Dad, save me, the Great Fiend's daughter screamed in despair with tears in her eyes. But Chu Fengyun didn't have any intention of saving his daughter. Young heroes, if you kill the Great Fiend, you can still get the reward. As for this girl's death, you don't have to worry about it. Chu Fengyun said. What? Qinyu and Xianxia looked at each other in shock and disbelief. You really don't care about your daughter's death? Believe it or not, I will torture her to death in front of you, her father? The Great Fiend's eyes flashed. But Chu Fengyun didn't move at all. This scene made Qinyu and Xianxia's hearts turn cold. The Great Fiend's daughter didn't care about her life at all. Crack, the Great Fiend's face was cruel. He tore off the Great Fiend's daughter's arm and she fainted. Not only that, he tore off the Great Fiend's daughter's skirt. Facing this scene, the Great Fiend's daughter laughed instead of being angry. Ha ha ha, the Great Fiend laughed loudly, his face full of mockery. What are you laughing at? The Great Fiend was startled and realized something was wrong. Chu Fengyun, did you realize that this girl's face is somewhat similar to yours? The Great Fiend laughed heartily. WH. What? The Great Fiend's body shook and he couldn't help but stare at the Great Fiend's daughter's face. He looked closely. The Great Fiend's daughter had a dark face, which was completely different from the Great Fiend's fair and chubby face. But the details of her face and her skin color were very similar to the Great Fiend's. Upon closer inspection, the Great Evil's expression changed. His body shook and his expression was almost deranged. This is impossible. Qinyu and Xianxia were dumbfounded. The development of the situation was completely out of their expectations. However, thinking back, the City Lord Chu Fengyun didn't care about the life or death of the City Lord's daughter. It seemed to make sense. Haha, you don't believe me, right? The City Lord Chu Fengyun smiled proudly. Back then, when I found out that this girl was your bastard child, I wanted to abandon her in the wilderness. But because the madam threatened to kill herself, I barely kept her. Is she really my and Xianxia's child? The Great Evil trembled. He quickly placed the unconscious City Lord's daughter down. Shut up! Chu Fengyun shouted. You can't call her Xianxia. Back then, if it wasn't for you, the bastard child, who attacked Xianxia when I wasn't home, I wouldn't have killed you, my half-brother. Don't slander me. The Great Evil Chu Lifeng was furious. Xianxia and I loved each other. It was you. You forcefully took her away from me. And that mother of yours, she tried to poison me, the bastard child, to death many times. Qinyu was stunned by the rebuke between the two. The general outline of the story was clear now. So, the City Lord Chu Fengyun and the Great Evil Chu Lifeng were half-brothers. But the Great Evil Chu Lifeng was an illegitimate child. The two of them had a life and death hatred because of a girl. Back then, the City Lord Chu Fengyun, the legitimate son, should have won. But the Great Evil Chu Lifeng wasn't satisfied. All these years, he had wandered around and cultivated a top-notch skill. He wanted to come back for revenge. He captured the city lord's daughter and used her as a hostage to force Chu Fengyun out. Chu Fengyun beat him at his own game and invited a viscera refinement stage expert to kill the great evil Chu Lifeng. No matter what, I, Chu Fengyun, have done my best. Chu Fengyun laughed coldly. Back then, Xianxia was my fiancée and I kept your flesh and blood. Originally, I thought that if you didn't make a comeback, you could still ensure this woman's safety for the rest of her life. But if you want to come back for revenge, she will be a chess piece that I can use against you. In other words, your hatred has harmed your own flesh and blood. Chu Fengyun sneered. Hearing this, the great evil Chu Lifeng's body trembled, and his blood almost rushed to his heart. No matter how thorough his plans were and how many trump cards he had prepared, he was still one step behind Chu Fengyun. Qinyu's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Although this Chu Fengyun wasn't someone from the sex world, his schemes were still shocking. Thud. Zung. Zung. At this moment, a group of 20 to 30 guards rushed up the mountain and met up with the city lord. These guards were stationed halfway up the mountain. Chu Fengyun had left them behind to provide support. City lord. These guards protected Chu Fengyun in the center. Young heroes, this bandit is already an arrow at the end of its flight. Behead him, and you'll be able to receive the rewards offered by the imperial court and my city lord's mansion. Chu Fengyun cupped his fists and said to Qinyu and Qinyu. Qinyu rolled his eyes. This Chu Fengyun's cultivation level wasn't lower than the great evil spirits, but he didn't want to fight them head-on. From the looks of it, this person wanted to use them as chess pieces. But I've already killed the second and third evils. It would be a pity if I give up now. Qinyu pondered. Qinyu didn't have any pity for the great evil spirit. Junior sister, how many more viscera refinement stage attacks do you think the great evil spirit can use? Qinyu asked in a low voice. First, they had to find out the enemy's true strength. He didn't want to wait until the two of them fought the great evil spirit, and then let Chu Fengyun take advantage of them. I've heard of the blood yuan pill. Qianxia said thoughtfully, looking at the great evil spirit's situation, he used a total of 3 viscera refinement stage attacks, plus the consumption in between. Right now, he can at most use 2 more viscera refinement stage attacks. After that, he will enter a weakened state. Oh? 2? Qinyu was relieved. If it was the viscera refinement stage at full strength, he would turn around and leave. Whoosh, the two of them looked at each other, took a deep breath, accumulated their inner power, and approached the great evil spirit together. Even though the great evil spirit was at the end of his tether, he still had 2 viscera refinement stage attacks, and his heart-hastening palm had reached great heights. Big idiot. Hurry up and hand over your head. Qinyu was full of fighting spirit. A terrifying murderous aura surged from his body, as if he was a huge beast. Fiendish Cloud Fist, Qinyu's figure flashed, and the Xiaocheng Fiendish Cloud Fist brought with it a domineering and cold inner power, and the sound of clouds exploding could be heard. Chu Lifeng's expression changed slightly. He could see how terrifying Qinyu's fist was. Fiendish Cloud Fist was, after all, a branch of the Yunhui Gate's most powerful technique. Its level was much higher than his heart-hastening palm. Water Circle Technique. At the same time, another nimble figure sent out a surging palm. Qinyu and Qianxia used a joint attack. The great evil spirit had a girl with him. Even if his cultivation was high, it was impossible to dodge the attacks of 2 people at the same time. Heart-hastening palm, the great evil spirit moved his body, dodging Qinyu's attack, and his palm met with Qianxia's. Bam, the 2 palms collided. Qianxia let out a cry and took a few steps back. The great evil spirit's body swayed on the spot, and he looked at Qianxia with a sinister smile. Girl, you were hit by my heart-hastening palm, and you're still fine? Even though he didn't use the power of the viscera refinement stage, he was very confident in his heart-hastening palm. Child's play. Qianxia said in disdain, your skill is to use your inner breath to reverberate into the opponent's heart. In the world of the sect, it's not a brilliant skill. The reason why she was at a disadvantage in the exchange just now was mainly because of the difference in their skills. The great evil spirit had cultivated for at least 20 to 30 years, and his inner breath was deep. The level of his heart-hastening palm was too high. In the world of the sect, heart-hastening palm was at least a mid-tier martial art, and when it was cultivated to its peak, it would be extremely powerful. Previously, Qianyu's low-tier martial art, Iron Plow Fist, was extremely powerful when it was cultivated to great success. That was why in the secular world, cultivators in the illuminating meridian stage of the same level were instantly killed by the great evil spirit, and that was how he became known as the Death Hand. How could this be? The great evil spirit was shocked. He realized that he had underestimated the background of these two people. Naturally, he didn't know that Xianxia was the disciple of the elder. Die, you old bastard. Xianxia leaped into the air, and she used the mysterious water circle technique to close in on the great evil spirit. The great evil spirit really believed it. If other cultivators in the illuminating meridian stage were to forcefully use their inner breath after being hit by his heart-hastening palm, they would instantly explode and die. Swoosh, his body flashed, and he dodged Xianxia's attack. Heart-hastening palm. The great evil spirit's palm surged with a low and heavy inner breath, and he slammed it towards Qianyu. Brother you, be careful. Xianxia exclaimed. The great evil spirit's attack had reached a new level. This was a strike from a viscera refinement stage. Whoosh, Qianyu only felt a deep and strange internal energy rush into his body before he could do anything else. Bang! He shouted, and his body was plated with a layer of deep bronze metal. His body expanded, and he pushed cloud fists to the limit. Bang bang, the ferocious bronze fist collided with the great evil spirit's palm that was surging with inner breath. A strange and powerful inner breath circled around and shook into Qianyu's heart. Qianyu immediately let out a muffled groan, and he felt a sharp pain near his heart. At that moment, he almost vomited blood. His body staggered, and he immediately took a few steps back. So powerful. This is the heart-hastening palm of the viscera refinement stage. Qianyu's face turned pale. However, a heavy beating like a mountain in his heart, and a strange power surged into his limbs and bones. Qianyu only felt that the power that surged into his heart disappeared without a trace. Of course, there was still a little internal injury, but for his strong body that had self-healing abilities, it was nothing. This is impossible. The great evil spirit stared at Qianyu as if he had seen a ghost. He was hit by his heart-hastening palm, and it was a strike from a viscera refinement stage cultivator, but he did not die on the spot. Even if you vomited blood, the great evil spirit would feel better. As for Qianyu, his face turned pale for a moment, but it quickly recovered its red color, and he looked like he did not feel any pain. Hee, you want to attack my heart? Qianyu revealed a strange smile. The strength of his body came from the modification of this heart. The modification started from the heart. Maybe the heart was the strongest point of defense in Qianyu's body. Qianyu's smile made the great evil spirit's hair stand on end. If others were hit by his heart-hastening palm, they would vomit blood and die. Not only was this guy fine, but he was also smiling so strangely. At that moment, the great evil spirit had an illusion that this kid was not human. Retreat. The great evil spirit's expression changed. His body moved, and he grabbed the city lord's daughter and rushed down the mountain. Slap, Xianxia wanted to stop him, but she was hit by the great evil spirit's last strike of the viscera refinement stage. Her delicate body trembled, and a trace of blood flowed out of the corner of her mouth. Air, are you okay? Qianyu quickly supported Xianxia. Xianxia was not like him. She had a strong heart. She could face the meridian illuminating stage's heart-hastening palm, but if it was the viscera refinement stage's palm, it would not be enough. The great evil spirit's last strike had already injured Xianxia. I'm fine. I just need to dispel the great evil spirit's heart-hastening palm. Brother you, the great evil spirit's blood yuan pill should be wearing off soon. He's going to be weak soon. Xianxia quickly swallowed a pill. Okay. Qianyu knew that the great evil spirit was going to be at his weakest. Thud, he leaped and used cloud-treading steps to chase after the great evil spirit. The great evil spirit was strong. In terms of speed, he was probably faster than Qianyu. However, he was carrying someone. The blood yuan pill's effect was almost used up, and his body felt weak. The two of them ran for hundreds of miles in one breath. Great evil spirit, you're wrong about endurance. Qinyu, who was chasing after him, was neither fast nor slow. He could see that the great evil spirit had become weak because of the blood yuan pill. Originally, he could barely catch up if he used his body's maximum speed. However, he did not do so. Qinyu just stared at him from a distance. He used up the great evil spirit's energy, making him even weaker. As expected. After running for hundreds of miles, the great evil spirit was panting and his legs were weak. Plop, the great evil spirit finally fell to the ground helplessly. No matter how he looked at it, he never thought that a freak like Qinyu would be his nemesis. Heh. Does this count as subduing the enemy without a fight? Qinyu clapped his hands and slowly walked towards the weak great evil spirit. However, he had his guard up. The great evil spirit was in despair. The youth in front of him could be considered his nemesis. The other party's cultivation wasn't high, but he was extremely vicious. He also had inhuman strength and physique. Vaguely, the great demon could see that a fiendish madman 10 times more terrifying than him was about to be born in the Chu country. At this moment, there was a hint of caution in the youth's expression. The great evil spirit felt bitter and helpless. How could he have any trump cards now? A few years ago, the Flood Lake Three Evils killed a disciple of the sect in the neighboring Qi country. It seemed that the disciple was an inner disciple. From the death of the inner disciple, they obtained the blood yuan pill, the mysterious flute, the torrential pear blossom needle, and some primal stone manuals. However, the Flood Lake Three Evils all had mortal bodies. With their age, even if they obtained this opportunity, it would be difficult for them to break through. Youth, you can kill me, but please let go of my daughter. But please let go of my daughter. If you can settle her down and let her live a peaceful life, I, Chu Lifeng, am willing to do anything in my next life. The great evil spirit begged. The Flood Lake great evil spirit had lived for many years. The moment before his death, his only kindness was placed on his daughter. If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. Qinyu sighed and glanced at the great evil spirit's daughter who had lost an arm. One could imagine how much meaning there was for her to live. Chu Fengyun had left the great evil spirit's daughter as a chess piece. If the great evil spirit let go of his hatred, his daughter might have a peaceful life. But now, this thought was just a dream. I have the things of the inner disciple I killed. I can give them to you. The great evil spirit said sincerely. A hint of hesitation appeared on Qinyu's face. He would definitely kill the great evil spirit. But his daughter was also a victim. Sing, the great evil spirit suddenly became violent and pounced towards Qinyu like a tiger. Bronze fist, Qinyu didn't even think. His powerful bronze fist brought with it a domineering aura and hit the great evil spirit's head. The great evil spirit was dead. Qinyu was stunned. He didn't think it would be so easy. The great evil spirit's attack just now was to force Qinyu to attack. Right at this moment, a woman screamed. She was the daughter of the great evil spirit. Qinyu didn't bother with the woman. Instead, he took out a few items from Desha's body. Apart from some worldly silver and miscellaneous items, he also found a few items belonging to the sect. One of them was a token that represented a certain identity. Who? Suddenly, a soul-shaking, sharp bird cry came from the sky. The qi and blood in Qinyu's body shook, and he felt uneasy. He felt a strong gust of wind blowing at him, and he was almost blown away. He raised his head and saw a shocking scene. A giant green-feathered bird with wings as big as a small courtyard was descending, bringing with it a strong wind and sand, its cry shaking the clouds. Looking at it, the giant green-feathered bird was at least 3 to 4 feet in length and width. Qinyu felt that the aura of this giant bird was more than 10 times stronger than that of the Iron Brown Bear King. Suddenly, Qinyu saw a slender and beautiful figure on the back of the giant bird. Along with the descent of the cyan-feathered giant bird, a stunning beauty dressed in a white muslin entered Qinyu's eyes, her beautiful celestial appearance. Qinyu was suppressed by the giant bird's powerful aura, and he could only barely stand still. The young girl's eyes were like cold autumn water. Her fluttering fine black hair covered a small half of her face. Even so, that half of her face was still flawless like jade, like a captivating fish and alighting beasts. This was the first time Qinyu saw a girl who could surpass Mu Shuiqing in terms of appearance and temperament. Qinyu didn't dare to look anymore. The girl's eyes had a bone-piercing coldness. One look was enough to make his body shiver, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Swoosh, the beautiful girl leaped lightly and floated down from tens of feet in the sky, like a pure white feather. What movement technique is this? Qinyu couldn't describe his feelings. How high was tens of feet? An ordinary house was only 10 feet high. A height of tens of feet was comparable to jumping off a cliff. However, the girl's body seemed to be weightless, and she landed lightly on the ground. Give it to me. The girl's cold eyes were fixed on Qinyu. Qinyu's blood almost froze. The girl didn't have any killing intent, but just the subconscious release of her aura made him unable to resist. May I ask which sect you are from? I am Qinyu, a disciple of the Yunhui Gate of the Chu Nation. Qinyu took out the item he found on the fiend's body and probed. In the entire Kunyan continent, the sect was the true ruler. Qinyu estimated that the girl's strength was at least in the Qi transformation realm. She wasn't someone he could provoke. Yunhui Gate? I seem to have heard of it. In the sect of the Chu Nation, only the Bone Demon Palace is worth mentioning. The girl murmured to herself as she took the item. Qinyu was speechless. He didn't know if the girl was doing it on purpose, or if the Yunhui Gate was too insignificant. As for the Bone Demon Palace, it was once the largest sect of the Chu Nation. However, because of its arrogant expansion, the Ironsword sect, the Yunhui Gate, and the Watermoon sect had joined forces to attack it. After that war, the Bone Demon Palace suffered heavy losses and gradually declined. It had kept a low profile for decades. Yes, this is Senior Sister Li's item. If she hadn't been fatally injured in a battle with a demon, she wouldn't have died at the hands of the Flooding Lake fiends, the ants of the Flooding Lake. The girl arranged a few items and nodded slightly. Among them, Qinyu saw a purple flute. It was the one used by the second fiend soul-dispersing incense. The Flooding Lake fiends? Ants? Qinyu felt that the girl was rather arrogant. They had gone to great lengths to kill the fiends, but they were nothing but ants in her eyes. Yet, she had the strength to back it up. Done. The beautiful girl put away the items and tossed a small porcelain bottle to Qinyu. This is a mid-grade body-nourishing pill. Consider it a reward for your hard work. With this pill, if your talent isn't too bad, it can help you break through to the middle stage of Illuminating Pulse. Reward for my hard work? Qinyu was a little confused. Senior, may I ask what's going on? The beautiful girl floated onto the back of the giant bird and said casually, I was ordered by my master to investigate the truth behind Junior Sister Li's death. I found the murderer and fled to the Chu Nation. I rode my sect's flying mount, the Azure Bird, and arrived here. So that's how it is. Qinyu understood now. She was indeed from this sect. However, this girl's sect rank was definitely higher than the Yunhui Gates, and her status was definitely not low. As for this girl, as the murderer's daughter, she naturally has to be eliminated. She can't be left in this world. The girl's cold eyes fell on the woman of the great fiend. Poof, the girl waved her sleeve, and a piercingly cold aura struck the woman of the great fiend. Hiss, in an instant, the woman of the great fiend's body was covered in a layer of frost. Her limbs quickly stiffened, and her vitality was instantly sealed. Qinyu could vaguely see that the woman's body had countless cracks from the frost. Whoosh, the girl rode on the Azure Bird and rose into the sky with a strong gust of wind and sand. As for the woman of the great fiend, her stiff body was shattered into countless ice shards in the strong gust of wind. May I ask for your name? I'll be able to answer to you later. Qinyu asked. In reality, he just wanted to know the name of this stunning girl. Skysword Sect, Yi Luofeng. The giant bird turned into a black dot and entered the clouds with the girl. Yi Luofeng, Qinyu retracted his gaze and played with the porcelain bottle in his hand. There was a small green pill inside. Although I didn't get the spoils of war from the great fiend's body, this trip was worth it. Qinyu kept the small porcelain bottle. Then, he brought the great fiend's body back the way he came. 2 hours later, Qinyu returned to the top of the mountain. At this moment, the top of the mountain was brightly lit. The guards and soldiers of the city lord's mansion had set up camp here. Brother Yu, you're back? In front of the camp, a girl who was sitting cross-legged floated up. It was Xianxia. Seeing Qinyu return with the great fiend's body, the camp was in an uproar. Young hero Chen, you're so brave. The city lord Chu Fengyun was overjoyed and quickly brought his men to welcome him. Inside the camp. Meanwhile, Qinyu was being sought after by many experts and generals. He wasn't interested in these social events. He smiled faintly and said, I wonder when I'll get the reward for killing the Flood Lake Evils. Speaking of which, the Flood Lake Evils were all killed by Qinyu. Young hero Chen, don't worry. I can't guarantee the reward from the imperial court, but I'll personally deliver the reward from the city lord's mansion tomorrow. Chu Fengyun smiled warmly, his eyes sizing up Qinyu from time to time, full of admiration. During this time, everyone was naturally interested in the details of killing the great fiend. When they learned that the great fiend was exhausted and was killed by Qinyu with one punch, they were somewhat disappointed. Some couldn't help but feel annoyed. Why did Qinyu get such a good deal? I wonder if the great fiend's daughter is alive or dead. Chu Fengyun asked. She fell into the cliff while running away. Qinyu didn't even need to draft a lie. Oh? Chu Fengyun gave Qinyu a meaningful look, but didn't pursue the matter further. In the following conversation, Qinyu learned of a detail. The flute in the hands of the second evil's soul-dispersing incense had disappeared. Qinyu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the Yi Luofeng who fell from the sky had watched the fight from beginning to end and didn't want to interfere with the fight of ants? When they returned to the Chen family, the sky was getting brighter. After learning that Qinyu had killed the flooding lake evils, the higher-ups of the Chen family were extremely excited. Qinyu and Xianxia were a bit tired, so they went back to rest. In the afternoon of the same day, City Lord Chu Fengyun brought the reward to the mansion. After learning that Qinyu and Xianxia were resting, Chu Fengyun told the family not to disturb them, but said that he wanted to meet Qinyu's parents at the banquet. Chen's father and Chen's mom were also a bit surprised. Chu Fengyun was the lord of a city, and he had the powerful Chu family behind him. Compared to him, the Chen family of Xiangyang City was insignificant. Such a person wanted to meet them in person. This was undoubtedly an honor. I heard that your son is a half-spiritual body and is an outer disciple of the Yunhui Gate. Chu Fengyun asked with a smile. That's right. Chen's father and Chen Tianda nodded slightly. Chu Fengyun's next words shocked everyone. May I ask if your son is engaged? Bang bang, Qinyu was woken up by a series of knocks on the door. Brother Yu, open the door. There's good news, the bounty from the mayor's office has arrived. The clear voice of a young girl sounded. Qinyu didn't need to open his eyes to know it was his cousin, Xianxia. Good news? The bounty is here? Qinyu got out of bed, the drowsiness on his face gone, and his heart was filled with anticipation. The bounty for killing the flooding lake's 3 evils was not small. He opened the door. Xianxia had a mischievous smile on her face as she looked at Qinyu, who was hastily washing up. You, what are you doing? Qinyu revealed a hint of caution. This girl, could it be that she wanted something from him? He knew that Xianxia was very tempted by the quasi-artifact on the bounty. Hee. I'm here to tell you about good news. Xianxia said mysteriously. Good news? Is it the bounty from the mayor's office? Qinyu finished washing up and tidied up his clothes. The reward belongs to you in the first place. Xianxia said snappily, it's a joyous occasion. Naturally, it's an important event in your life. Life? What's going on? Qinyu's gaze froze, he suddenly had a bad feeling. My dad and the others have arranged a marriage for you. The other daughter of the mayor, Chu Fengyun. Isn't this good news? Shouldn't you be ecstatic and give me that quasi-treasure? Xianxia's face was red, the more she spoke, the more excited she became. Marriage. Chu Fengyun's daughter, Qinyu felt like he was struck by lightning, he almost swayed on the spot. He instinctively rejected marriage, but when Chu Fengyun's daughter was mentioned, he inexplicably thought of the daughter of the evil spirit. Hey! What's with your reaction? I've seen Chu Fengyun's real daughter before. She's as beautiful as a flower and as beautiful as the moon. She's definitely not the daughter of that fiend. Xianxia tried her best to hold back the smile on her face, revealing her true nature of teasing. However, Qinyu's expression did not look too good. He was someone who had a firm foothold in the sect and yearned for the pinnacle of martial arts. Marriage was an important matter. How could the family decide on their own? Qinying, on the other hand, looked as if she was watching a good show and wished for the world to be in chaos. After a long while, Qinyu blurted out, "Let's talk about the same thing. No matter what, let's collect the bounty first." Qinying almost choked. At this moment, Qinyu already had a plan in mind. He had to take all the benefits that he deserved first. As for the marriage, it didn't matter whether it was a negotiation or a falling out. Not long after, Qinyu and Qinyue walked into a large guest hall. Inside the guest hall sat the city lord Chu Fengyun, the family lord Chen Tianwei, Chen's father, Chen's mom, and a few elders. You're finally here." The family lord, Chen Tianwei, had a smile on his face. His attitude towards Qinyue had changed greatly. Qinyue could vaguely see that this change was not only because of his achievements in killing the fiend, but also because of another reason. "Young hero Chen, I'm here to deliver the bounty as promised." Chu Fengyun smiled kindly. Even though he didn't have a good impression of these two, Qinyue still greeted them. "Young hero Chen, this is the bounty you deserve." Chu Fengyun didn't say any more pleasantries. He took out a long wooden box and handed it to Qinyue. Qinyue's eyes lit up as he took the box. When the box was opened, the first thing that was revealed was an exquisitely crafted dagger. The dagger's hilt was decorated with ancient bronze patterns. The sword's blade was as smooth as a mirror, as if it was made by nature. The edge of the blade was emitting a cold light. "This is the pseudo-treasure weapon?" Qinyue curiously picked up the sword. Immediately, a clear sound of the wind echoed around the blade. Holding the sword, Qinyue felt an indescribable sense of lightness. This was definitely not something an ordinary weapon could bring. This sword is called the Winchant sword. Its quality is close to a treasure weapon, and it is one of the most famous swords in the mortal world. This sword's sharpness is comparable to a real treasure weapon. It can cut through iron like mud. There are other characteristics, young hero will know after you try it. Chu Fengyun smiled. Obviously, he was very confident in the quality of this sword. Cut through iron like mud? Let me try. Qinying took out a fine broadsword from nowhere and slashed at Qinyue. Qinyue smiled and met the attack with the Winchant sword. Ding, the heavy broadsword on his back was directly cut into two by Fengyun's dagger. "Oh no! That's my male tiger saber." Master Chen Tianwei reacted and couldn't help but cry out. His face was full of pain. It turned out that the broadsword that Qinying casually picked up was the male tiger saber that had followed the master for many years. This saber was a rare fine weapon in the mortal world. However, in front of the incomparably sharp Winchant sword, it was actually cut in half. What a sharp sword! Qinying's eyes were filled with love as she played with the Winchant sword. Not bad. Qinyue was satisfied. In terms of sharpness, the Winchant sword was even better than Yefeng's broken sword. Other than the Winchant sword, there were two other items in the box. One was a land deed, and the other was a gold note. The land deed represented a piece of fertile land on the outskirts of Xianxia city, which was equivalent to the territory of a small village. The gold note was worth 10,000 gold. The appearance of these two items caused the eyes of the elders present to light up, and they were extremely moved. Even the patriarch, Chen Tianwei, seemed to be tempted. "This 10,000 gold was paid by my ancestors on behalf of the imperial court," Chu Fengyun explained. Qinyue was satisfied. He put away the land deed and the gold note, and put away the Winchant sword that Qinying was reluctant to part with. After giving out the reward, Chu Feng didn't stay any longer and left first. What are you going to do with that piece of land?" Chen Tianwei, the patriarch of the Chen clan, asked. He was very tempted by the land deed. It could expand his territory and consolidate the strength of the family. "I plan to use the 10,000 gold and the land deed to build a manor for myself." "Uncle, heir, you can come to my manor in the future." Qinyue didn't hide his purpose. Hearing this, the master and the other elders showed disappointment and dissatisfaction on their faces. But the current Qinyue had established a foothold in the sect. His strength wasn't ordinary, so they couldn't force him. I heard from Inger that uncle has arranged a marriage for me. I wonder if this is true. Qinyu changed the topic and said in a displeased tone. The atmosphere in the main hall was heavy. Master Chen Tianwei's face was a bit embarrassed. First, Qinyu's tone was not friendly. Second, this marriage was indeed not approved by the other party. This marriage was approved by my mother. Don't blame your uncle. Chen Mom Lu Zhai suddenly interrupted. Mother? Qinyu was speechless. As the saying goes, parents' orders, matchmakers' words. According to the rules of the world, parents could usually decide the marriage of their children. I've seen the portrait of Mayor Chu's daughter. She's definitely a beautiful woman, she's a good match for you. Chen Mom Lu Zhai comforted him in a soft voice. Swish, then, she took out a scroll and slowly unfolded it. Huh? This is... Qinyu took a closer look at the painting. On the painting, there was a graceful girl. Her eyebrows were long enough to reach her temples, and her eyes were like stars. She had a sweet smile on her face, and the pure beauty in the painting could make one's heart beat faster. Just by looking at the portrait, this girl's appearance was not inferior to Mu Xiuqing at all. She even had a different charm. Brother Yu should change his mind after seeing the portrait. Chu Wanyu is a disciple of the Shuiyue sect. Chen Inger curled her lips and said with a slight disdain. Ahem. Qinyu couldn't deny that this girl was a little tempting just by looking at the portrait. Seeing that he was tempted, Chen Tianwei clapped his hands and smiled. You've seen this girl's appearance. She and Mayor Chu both come from one of the largest clans in the Chu country. If you marry her, it'll be a great benefit to the Chen family. Marriage between large clans, Qinyu finally understood. All of this was for the benefit of the family. Son, Miss Chu is only 1 year older than you. She's in the Shuiyue sect. She's a half-spiritual body like you, but with the help of the family's resources, she's already in the middle stage of the illuminating pulse realm. Regardless of background, appearance, or talent, she's more than a match for you. Chen Mom said with a smile. Obviously, she was very satisfied with this marriage. Qinyu was secretly surprised. Why did Chu Fengyun like him and was willing to marry his daughter to him? Speaking of Chu Fengyun, although Qinyu didn't have a good impression of him, in terms of intelligence and scheming, he was a man with far-reaching plans. Even the cunning great evil spirit had suffered losses in his hands. Even so, you can't agree to this marriage rashly. Qinyu shook his head. After establishing himself in the world of the sect, his horizons had been greatly broadened, and he wholeheartedly yearned to reach the peak of martial arts. Once, because of Mu Xiuqing, he almost missed the best time to cultivate. He wouldn't make the same mistake twice. A girl he had never seen before, even if she was as beautiful as a fairy, Qinyu couldn't marry her so easily. What, you won't agree? The expressions of the elders present, including Chen Tianwei, stiffened. The atmosphere once again became oppressive. Especially the patriarch, Chen Tianwei, his face was a little displeased. To be able to marry a large clan like the Chu family, this was a good thing for the Chen family. But Chen Yu, this junior, actually rejected it? He actually rejected it, such a beautiful girl from a prominent family, and they were both in the world of the sect. Wasn't it a perfect match? Can't you make a small sacrifice for the family? Not to mention that Chu Wanyu is a good match for you, she's definitely. Chen Tianwei took a deep breath, a hint of sternness on his face. I can't. The young man's simple answer made Chen Tianwei's face turn red. You. Fine. You think you've grown wings, and you don't care about the family at all. Chen Tianwei didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed. At this moment, the elders present, including Chen's father and Chen's mom, looked at Chen Yu with disappointment and pity. I'm focused on martial arts, and I still need to become an inner disciple. I don't have the time to care about this girl's marriage. Chen Yu said indifferently. Then, he turned around and left the hall. Pfft. You want to become an inner disciple with your talent? This kid really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The elders looked unfriendly, extremely dissatisfied with Chen Yu's behavior. But when these words fell into the ears of Chen's father and Chen's mom, they felt a little uncomfortable. Why can't I, you, enter the inner disciple? Didn't you guys say the same thing before? But now, he has a foothold in the outer disciple. Chen's mom said indignantly. Humph. If he can become an inner disciple, I'm willing to beg for forgiveness from you. A white-bearded elder said disdainfully. The elders present sneered. Without the help of the family's resources, it would be harder for Qinyu to improve further. Inside the hall. After a round of argument, Chen's father and Chen's mom left with a wave of their sleeves. God's wrath. This Qinyu is too arrogant to respect his elders. He needs to be taught a lesson. Not only did he reject such a perfect marriage, he even took the title and gold for himself. Does he want to leave the family and start his own sect? A few elders said sternly. Qinyu had killed the flooding lake evils, took the half-treasure weapon, the bounty of the land, and 10,000 taels of gold for himself. This had already made them envious. Now, Qinyu had gone against the patriarch and rejected the marriage. It was a good opportunity for them to fish in troubled waters. If they could defeat Qinyu, they might even be able to get a share of the spoils. Patriarch, should we ask the ancestor to punish this kid according to the family rules? The white-bearded elder suddenly suggested. Ancestor, everyone present had respectful expressions when they heard this word. As a family that had a foothold in a region, the Qin family still had a hidden expert overseeing it. However, unless it was a matter of life and death, they wouldn't make a move. No, it's not time yet. The patriarch, Qin Tianwei, shook his head and said in a low voice, Qinyu hasn't done anything wrong yet, so we have no excuse to punish him. Plus, he is a disciple of the sect and has just killed the flooding lake evils. Then what should we do about the marriage with Chu Fengyun? We can only drag it out. Maybe he will change his mind. Plus, Chu Fengyun only promised to marry us, he didn't mention a date. Back at the courtyard. Qinyu calmed himself down and thought back to the scene in the hall. He didn't regret his decision. He had monopolized the title deed and the gold, but all of this was what he deserved. Facing the flooding lake evils, how many people in the upper echelons of the family would dare to fight? In the past, when he was in the sect, he was kept in the dark and didn't receive any substantial help. But now, he had risked his life and fought for the fruits of his labor. How could he allow others to touch it? As for the marriage, it was his freedom. You. At this time, Chen's father and Chen's mom walked in. Father, mother. Qinyu felt a little guilty. He had failed to live up to his parents' kindness. He could see that his parents were more in favor of this marriage, especially his mother, Lu Ming. However, when he came back, his parents didn't try to persuade him to get married as he had expected. No matter what decision you make, we will support you, his father, Chen Tianda, comforted him. Miss Chen said in a serious voice, you must become an inner disciple. Qinyu was a little stunned. Why did his mother suddenly have such expectations for him? Only after asking did he find out that his mother, Lu Jing, had actually argued with a few clan elders. The elders were certain that Qinyu wouldn't be able to become an inner disciple, so their words were filled with disdain. Inner disciple, I must succeed. Qinyu muttered. In 2 months, the outer disciple competition of Yunhui Gate would begin. However, Early Meridian Opening Realm was only qualified to enter. According to Qinyu's knowledge, those who could pass the competition and be chosen as inner disciples were basically at Late Meridian Opening Realm and above. To Qinyu, 2 months was a relatively tight time. In the wing room, Qinyu sat cross-legged and practiced the Cloud Fiend Heart Sutra as usual. He found that after the dangerous battle with the flooding lake 3 evils, not only did his Cloud Fiend fist Xiaoqing improve, but the strength of his inner breath had also improved a little. From then on, his Cloud Fiend Heart Sutra circulated more smoothly, and his progress was much faster. Qinyu guessed that after the battle, his state of mind was more in line with the true meaning of the Cloud Fiend fist. However, Qinyu frowned slightly. With my talent, even if my progress is faster, it will take at least a year to break through to the Middle Meridian Opening Realm. In terms of inner breath cultivation, he didn't have the corresponding talent. And it just so happened that after the Meridian Opening Realm, the level of inner breath corresponded to one's cultivation level. Qinyu fell into a short period of thought. In the sect, there were only a few geniuses with good talent. Most people didn't have top talent. Then, what did these people with average talent rely on to improve their progress? The answer was external resources. To a certain extent, the importance of external resources was no less than talent. For example, Qianyu's current fiancé Chu Wanyu was at the Middle Meridian opening realm. If it was someone without a family background, with such talent, it was hard to say whether they could break through to the Meridian opening realm. Oh right. Qianyu took out a small porcelain bottle and carefully stared at the crystal-clear pill inside. This was the hard work fee that the mysterious girl Yi Luofeng gave to Qianyu before she left. At that time, the beautiful girl called this pill a middle-grade body accumulation pill. According to her, if Qianyu's talent was not bad, with the help of this pill, it should not be a problem for him to break through to the Middle Meridian opening realm. A moment later, Qianyu was deep in thought as he carefully put away the middle-grade body accumulation pill. Right now, he didn't want to take this pill immediately. First, Qianyu didn't trust his half-spiritual body talent. Yi Luofeng had a high level of vision, and the talent she said was not bad. Perhaps to ordinary disciples in the sect, it was already very rare talent. Second, Qianyu had just broken through to the Meridian opening realm, and he wanted to rely on his own efforts to build up his foundation. So, he put this body accumulation pill aside for the time being and decided to take it at a critical moment. Then, Qianyu took out the semi-treasure Winchant sword and casually waved it a few times in the room. Qianyu found that when he waved the sword, it was abnormally light, and he could faintly hear the sound of the wind. The speed at which he waved it was 1 to 2 times faster than ordinary weapons. In order to verify this, he purposely got a short sword of similar weight and size, but it didn't feel as light. The sharpness is comparable to a treasure weapon, and it can slightly increase the speed of the sword. It seems that this is the true characteristic of the Winchant sword. Qianyu clicked his tongue in wonder. Of course, he didn't practice any sword arts, so he could give it a try when he returned. Qianyu suddenly thought that if he broke through to the Meridian opening realm, he could choose a mid-rank martial art for free. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. Qianyu had been staying in the clan, cultivating his martial arts. Among them, bronze statue skill and cloud steps were both progressing at a steady pace. In the field of body skills, Qianyu's talent was indeed impeccable. Only Cloud Fiend Fist, especially in the mental cultivation, was progressing slightly slower than the other two. On this day, Xianxia said goodbye in advance. It was time for her to return to Shuiyue sect. When she left, Xianxia received a large amount of resources from the clan, but this girl seemed to be reluctant to forget about Qianyu's semi-treasure weapon. Qianyu's deadline to return to the sect was coming soon. This time, he went home and applied for a month's leave. More than half of it had passed. A few days later, Qianyu stood up and said goodbye. Different from Xianxia, he didn't receive any help from the clan. Deep in the Qin clan, in a pavilion, Qianyu left? The clan head, Qin Tianwei, looked at the white-bearded clan elder in front of him. This clan elder was the one who argued with Lu Ming of the Qin clan a few days ago. He left. He didn't receive any resources. The white-bearded clan elder smiled. Yes. With his talent, it will be hard for him to fight his way to the top in this outer sect competition. At that time, he will naturally change his mind. Qin Tianwei nodded. Originally, after Qianyu advanced to the Meridian opening realm and established himself in the sect, the clan had to at least give him some resources. However, because of Qianyu's rejection of the marriage, as well as the problem of taking the territory and gold for himself, the clan elders all agreed to not give him any resources. Don't worry. The white-bearded clan elder had a face full of confidence. I have never heard of a half-spirit body who could become an inner sect disciple without the support of the clan's resources. At least, there hasn't been one in the Chu country in the past 20 years. On the way back to the sect, Qianyu still walked and used cloud-treading steps to hurry. He practiced his movement technique as he hurried on his way, so his actual speed wasn't too fast. 2 days later, Qianyu's cloud-treading steps was improving steadily, and he wasn't far from the great success stage. If he could break through to the great success stage, Qianyu's movement technique would reach a whole new level, and there wouldn't be many in the Meridian opening realm who could compare to him. At a certain moment, when Qianyu passed by a canyon that he had to pass through, Zeng! 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 Several figures suddenly leaped out from the nearby forest on both sides. Qinyu was on his guard, and he quickly saw 6 masked figures in black. These 6 masked people had cold gazes, and they gave off a murderous aura that could chill one's heart. A faint sense of crisis appeared in Qinyu's heart. Kill! Without a word, the 6 figures flanked Qinyu from both sides. These people had inner aura surging on their bodies, and they held blades or swords in their hands. Some even shot out sharp hidden weapons that tore through the air. Too late meridian opening realm, for mid-meridian opening realm, from the feeling of his inner aura, Qinyu came to a conclusion, and his heart shuddered. If it was just the number of experts, he wouldn't be so wary. Qinyu mainly cultivated Cloud Fiend art, and after the battle with the Flooding Lake 3 evils, he was extremely sensitive to fiendish auras. These people before him all had frightening fiendish auras, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. They were definitely battle-hardened. So, before they even got close, 1 or 2 hidden weapons that weren't much weaker than the double fiend blood-poisoned dart closed in on Qinyu from both sides. Give me your life. One of the late meridian opening realm used a black whip, and with a shocking howl, it went straight for Qinyu's lower body. Another late meridian opening realm held a long spear that turned into a cold snake shadow, and like a cunning poisonous snake, it went straight for Qinyu's vitals. The remaining 4 mid-meridian opening realm didn't hesitate. Facing such a formation, even the Flooding Lake 3 evils would have to retreat if they didn't have powerful moves like the torrential pear blossom needles and the mysterious purple flute. Retreat. In the blink of an eye, Qinyu made a decision. With his strength alone, facing the joint attack of so many seasoned experts, he was really at a disadvantage. At the same time, his thoughts spun. Who was it that wanted to kill him? Someone who could afford to do this should have a certain power behind them, and Qinyu was a 15-year-old youth, and there was a limit to the number of people he could offend. Suddenly, a figure appeared in Qinyu's mind. Above the canyon, a young man in green smiled coldly as he looked down at Qinyu, who was surrounded by a group of experts. Qinyu, you won't be able to escape today. Your good luck and opportunity ends here. Wang Lingyun's handsome face had a hint of malice. That day, after the battle with Qinyu on the mountain of the sect, he felt uneasy. After the incident with the meteoric metal, Qinyu's progress was too fast. It was as if he had changed into a different person. Wang Lingyun was sure that Qinyu most likely had some kind of opportunity or secret. After returning to Xianxia City, Wang Lingyun had been secretly paying attention to Qinyu's whereabouts and planning this assassination. When he found out that Qinyu had luckily killed the fiend and received a generous reward, he was jealous and resentful. How could he be willing to see his opponent, whom he had suppressed before, improve step by step, at the same time, at the entrance of the canyon? Qinyu, facing the attacks of 6 experts, made the fastest reaction, retreat, swoosh, activating cloud steps. Qinyu's body lightened. Using his extraordinary movement technique, he narrowly avoided the encirclement of the group of experts. Ding, there was even a dart among them. He couldn't dodge it in time, so he used bronze statue skill to block it. Seeing Qinyu escape from the encirclement with his brilliant movement skill, the 2 men in black in the late stage of the illuminating pulse realm were surprised. When did this kid cultivate his movement skill to such a level? Wait, why does this movement skill look like Yefeng's cloud treading steps? Above the canyon, Wang Lingyun was shocked. He had seen this movement skill from the outer sect genius, Yefeng. However, despite Qinyu breaking out of the encirclement so quickly, Wang Lingyun did not panic. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lingyun's eyes. Luckily, I've increased my estimation of your strength. Come and have a taste of my secret weapon. Boom. 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 Qinyu had fled several zhang away when 2 rows of powerful crossbow bolts suddenly shot out from the dense forest on both sides. Each of those crossbow bolts was as thick as a thumb. They cut through the air with a terrifying whistle. Armor-piercing arrow. Qinyu's expression finally changed. This was a rare armor-piercing arrow that could pierce through the steel armor of cavalry. In some cases, this kind of armor-piercing arrow was specially used to ambush experts. At this very moment, 2 rows of crossbow bolts, a total of 20 bolts, completely sealed off Qinyu's escape route. No matter how he moved, it was difficult to avoid all the armor-piercing arrows. Not only did armor-piercing arrows have the ability to pierce through armor, but they were also much faster than ordinary arrows and concealed weapons. Gulp, Jinyu hurriedly rolled on the ground and circulated the bronze statue technique to protect the vital parts of his body. Ding! Ding! There were still 2 armor-piercing arrows that pierced into Jinyu. They sent a powerful penetrating force through Jinyu, causing him to feel a stab of pain. The skin on Chinyu's body was pierced and a trace of blood flowed out. However, the blood on the wound quickly coagulated and was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. What a powerful penetrating force! Jinyu was very clear about the defense of his bronze statue technique. Of course, his bronze statue technique was only at the bronze skin level. If it reached the bronze tendons level, it would be a different story. How is this possible? Wang Lingyun, who was above the valley, had a stiff expression and a shocked expression. These armor-piercing arrows can even pierce through heavy armor, but they can't do much damage to Jinyu. Wang Lingyun was momentarily stunned. It wasn't that he didn't know that Jinyu practiced an external martial art. However, the armor-piercing arrows had a strong restraining effect on external martial arts. Wang Lingyun's mistake was that he didn't know the truth and details of the death of the flooding lake 3 evils. Most of what he knew was second-hand news. Those so-called involved parties all claimed that Jinyu had killed the Great Shah because the Great Shah had become weak after consuming the violent blood pill, and Jinyu had taken advantage of the situation. The only people who knew the truth were the Governor Chu Feng and Xianxia. Shoot again. Wang Lingyun took a deep breath and a terrifying light flashed in his eyes. He didn't believe it. Boom, the second round of armor-piercing arrows locked onto Jinyu again after 2 breaths. I'll be too passive if this continues. Even if I escape, I'll be injured. Jinyu took another 2 arrows and couldn't help but grit his teeth. Suddenly, he made a decision. He turned around and ran in the opposite direction. I'm not running anymore. Jinyu's face was filled with murderous intent as he turned around and attacked the 6 experts behind him. This kid has an insane defense. The 6 experts behind him were shocked when they saw Jinyu survive 2 rounds of armor-piercing arrows. At this moment, the young man was attacking them at a shocking speed. After he survived the 3rd round of armor-piercing arrows, the rest of the attack stopped. If they continued, the armor-piercing arrows would accidentally injure one of us. Kill. The whip-wielding late-stage meridian opening expert sneered and led the way towards Jinyu. Before the ambush, they had already prepared for it. If the target escaped, he would face the volley of armor-piercing arrows. Even if he didn't die, he would still be heavily injured. If the target retreated, they would continue to surround and kill him. In short, no matter what, the target couldn't escape the fate of being surrounded and killed. I'll kill you first. Jinyu's face darkened. He was like a leopard as he closed in on the late-stage meridian opening expert at the front. Whip-wielding experts were difficult to deal with and could easily be pinned down. You're courting death, kid. The whip-wielding late-stage meridian opening expert sneered. He used all of his inner energy and swung his whip. With his full strength, even if it was an iron plate, he would still be able to make a crack. Give it to me. Jinyu shouted. He didn't dodge or dodge. He activated the bronze statue skill and infused his inner energy into it, grabbing the whip. What? The whip-wielding expert sneered. How dare this kid grab my whip with his bare hands? Under normal circumstances, if one wanted to snatch the opponent's weapon, they had to be much more powerful. Otherwise, they would be asking to be humiliated. Pa. Jinyu really grabbed the whip, feeling a burning sensation in his hand. But for those who cultivated the bronze statue skill, their palms, legs, and head were the hardest parts. They were called bronze fists, bronze feet, and bronze head. Come here. Jinyu bellowed. The instant he grabbed the whip, he abruptly pulled it. Oh no. The meridian opening late-stage whips felt a huge force surging towards him, causing his body to stagger a few steps forward. He reacted quickly and let go of the whip, but his body couldn't be stabilized anymore. Such a huge flaw was serious in a life-and-death battle. Die. Jinyu's figure turned into an afterimage as he dashed in front of him and punched his chest. Crack, the overbearing punch cracked the late-stage meridian opening expert's chest. He spat out blood in midair and fell to the ground dead. He killed a late-stage meridian opening expert. At the start of the fight, Xianxia created an advantageous flaw and successfully killed the tough whip-wielding expert. Of course. For this, he had to pay a price. After all, he wasn't facing just one person. Ding! Ding! At the same time, his bronze body was hit by two hidden weapons, leaving a small wound on it. The biggest threat was the attack from the other late-stage meridian opening expert. Die! The spear in the other late-stage meridian opening expert's hand surged with cold waves. He infused his inner energy into it and stabbed at Xianxia from behind. Xianxia couldn't escape unscathed after killing the whip-wielding expert. He could only activate the bronze statue skill and use his arm to block the spear's full power thrust. Pfft! Xianxia's arm was cut open again, the wound almost half an inch deep. For Xianxia, this was the most serious injury he'd suffered since he'd started cultivating the bronze statue skill. How is this possible? The spear-wielding expert was shocked speechless. He'd used all his strength to sneak up on his opponent from behind, and that was how he'd managed to injure his opponent. This kind of injury wasn't a big deal for someone like Xianxia, who had a strong constitution. However, this made him a bit angry. He was a disciple who'd established himself in the sect and was about to make his way into the inner sect, but he'd been injured by an ordinary expert. Xianxia made up his mind. When he returned to the sect, he'd train the bronze statue skill to the bronze tendons level. At that time, as long as it wasn't a treasure, he'd be able to ignore attacks from ordinary meridian opening experts. Scram! With a wave of his arm, Xianxia sent the spear-wielding late meridian opening expert flying several meters away. However, he didn't continue to chase after him. The spear-wielding expert was the strongest of the remaining people, and he was also the strongest in a head-on fight. If he fought him head-on, he'd be surrounded by the other four mid-meridian opening experts. Whoosh! Xianxia's figure flashed, leaving behind an afterimage as he dodged the hidden weapon attacks and charged towards the other four mid-meridian opening experts. At this time, his mastery of the cloud-treading steps was nearing completion. The spear-wielding expert couldn't keep up with his pace in a short amount of time. Fiendish cloud fist, Xianxia punched out, his fiendish cloud aura howling like a ferocious beast. A cold and violent aura sealed off a mid-meridian opening expert who'd used a hidden weapon. Ah! The mid-meridian opening expert couldn't block such a violent punch at all and was sent flying, his organs shattered. In an instant, a second expert died a horrible death. Xianxia's mind was set. After killing this long-range hidden weapon expert, the remaining three mid-meridian opening experts would be easy to deal with. Whoosh! He used his movement technique and left the spear-wielding expert behind at an amazing speed, charging towards the other three mid-meridian opening experts. Junior! Fight me if you have the ability. The spear-wielding expert's eyes were burning, and a middle-aged man's voice came out. Xianxia sneered and used the same method to kill the other three mid-meridian opening experts in a few rounds. At this time, only the spear-wielding expert was left on the field. Hiss! The spear-wielding expert sucked in a breath of cold air. Without thinking much, he retreated in a flash. At the same time, above the canyon. Bang! Wang Lingyun's face was gloomy as he punched the rock under his feet, creating a crack. At this moment, he also knew that he had lost the upper hand. How could this be? How could this be? Wang Lingyun clenched his teeth, and there was a deep unwillingness in his eyes. Where are you going? Below, Xianxia shouted and chased after the spear-wielding expert. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh! Suddenly, some armor-piercing arrows shot out from the trees on both sides, stopping Xianxia's figure. The spear-wielding expert was in a sorry state as he dived into the dense forest. Xianxia didn't continue chasing, but knelt down and took off the mask of the whip-wielding expert. What entered his sight was a middle-aged man with a high-nose bridge. This person's face gave Xianxia a sense of familiarity. Thinking back to his previous guess, Xianxia suddenly remembered and murmured, "This person is an elder of the Wang family." Wang Lingyun, it really is you. Wang Lingyun, it really is you. Xianxia was already certain that the Wang family would not set up such a killing trap for a mere half-spirit body like him. Furthermore, The true genius of the Chen family, Xianxia, had already been exposed. This girl should be the threat that the Wang family was most afraid of. Whoosh, Chen Yu's figure flashed, and with a gust of wind, he charged into the dense forest. He would not give up so easily. Run! In the dense forest, there was a group of masked people retreating. Each of them carried a heavy crossbow on their back. These crossbowmen were only at the body-tempering realm, and they carried heavy crossbows on their backs. How could they outrun Qinyu? Die! Qinyu quickly caught up to a crossbowman. His fiendish cloud fist whistled with an astonishing fiendish aura, sending the crossbowman flying. The other crossbowmen were so frightened that they fled in panic. After entering the dense forest, the terrain was complex, and there were too many obstacles. With Qinyu's mysterious movement technique, he was not afraid of their armor-piercing arrows at all. Ah! Screams rose and fell in the dense forest. Qinyu's fiendish cloud fist was filled with fiendish might. With just a bit of maturity, he could instantly kill these body-tempering crossbowmen without even using his inner breath. The targets that were locked on by the fiendish might felt their bodies turn cold. They were terrified and had no strength to resist. After a round of killing, Qinyu only felt that the fiendish inner breath in his body was becoming fiercer and smoother. The bottleneck of the fiendish cloud fist and inner breath had a vague feeling of improvement. This brat is simply a star of evil. The spear-wielding late-stage expert felt a chill in his heart. Using his familiarity with the terrain and the obstruction of the crossbowmen, he finally escaped from Qinyu's line of sight. However, the remaining body-tempering crossbowmen were killed by Qinyu one by one. Not only were they killed, he also destroyed all those heavy crossbows. Qinyu knew that to secretly train such a group of loyal crossbowmen, he needed a lot of effort and money. Including the purchase of the armor-piercing crossbows, the value of the channels was not cheap. Humph. Wang Lingyun. I'll only charge you a little interest this time. Qinyu did not continue his pursuit. Wang Lingyun was in the sect, so they would meet sooner or later. There would be plenty of time in the future, and he would eventually have the chance to deal with this brat. An hour later. At the other end of the canyon, in front of a hidden cave. Hoo-hoo, the spear-wielding expert panted as he arrived before a gloomy and unwilling green-robed youth. Nephew Lingyun. The spear-wielding middle-aged man had an ugly expression on his face. We listened to you this time. Setting up a trap to kill this kid caused the family to lose 5 meridian opening experts, as well as 20 meticulously trained crossbowmen. In this ambush, the Wang family went for wool and came home shorn, suffering heavy losses. That brat must have a fortuitous encounter, Wang Lingyun gnashed his teeth. His face was filled with ruthlessness and anger. He was extremely uneasy. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, and a trace of blood seeped out of his palms. *CK your fortuitous encounter. The spear-wielding middle-aged man cursed. Your fourth uncle and I were tricked by you, saying that this kid might have a meteoric metal fragment on him. Looking at the current situation, even if this kid was lucky enough to obtain 1 or 2 meteoric metal fragments, he would have already digested them and used them to increase his strength. Actually, most of the elders in the Wang family did not agree to the assassination plan that Wang Lingyun had suggested. After all, the Wang family was most afraid of Qianxia, the disciple of the elder. Later, Wang Lingyun tried to rope in the 2 uncles, and was certain that Qinyu had a fortuitous encounter on him, and it was very likely that he had a meteoric metal fragment. Only then did he convince the 2 elders. But the final result was so miserable. In this assassination plan, apart from the spear-wielding middle-aged man, the rest could be said to have been wiped out. I will take responsibility for this failure. Wang Lingyun took a deep breath and finally calmed himself down. No matter what, before he became an inner disciple, he urgently needed the help of the family's resources. But I will not give up. Even if I am willing to give up, that Qinyu will not let me go. I have no other way out. In Wang Lingyun's eyes, there was a strong murderous intent. Humph. Even if you and I work together, we are no match for that kid. That kid's strong defense is not a simple external martial art. The spear-wielding middle-aged man did not think highly of it. I admit that we are no match for him now. In the secular world, there are very few people who can deal with him. But there are too many people in the sect who can kill him. I, Wang Lingyun, happen to be in the sect, and I have a lot of connections. I have at least 10 ways to harm him. On Wang Lingyun's calm face, there was a hint of cruelty and coldness. The spear-wielding expert beside him felt an inexplicable chill. A few days later, Qinyu arrived at the Yunhui gate. The first thing he did when he returned to the sect. Qinyu went to the Sky Martial Pavilion and chose an intermediate martial art. Since this was a free benefit for advancing to the Soothing Pulse stage, it would be a waste not to take it. This time, Qinyu did not see the red-faced old man from last time. From the hands of a middle-aged deacon, Qinyu obtained an intermediate martial art called Wind-Cutter Sword. Wind-Cutter Sword was a martial art that emphasized extreme speed. In this aspect, it was a good match for the Wind Chant sword that he had. Back at his residence, Qinyu tried to practice Wind-Cutter Sword. He chose this sword art not for his main cultivation, nor was it specially prepared for the Wind Chant sword. He wanted to verify one thing. My body technique talent is like a god's help in the cultivation of fist techniques. I wonder how my talent is with sabers and swords. Qinyu thought in his heart. 3 days later, Qinyu held the Wind Chant sword in his hand. In a wilderness of the sect, he lightly danced a ball of sharp sword shadow wind. Sword technique and body technique intertwined, strong wind whistled. Qinyu's progress in practicing Wind-Cutter Sword was not bad. Unknowingly, he was already initiated. The progress was enough to astonish some of the inner disciples. However, compared to Qinyu's fist-type martial arts, this progress was still much slower. But it was much faster than practicing the murderous cloud internal breath. At this moment, Qinyu verified his talent. His talent was indeed inclined towards body techniques. He could be called a body technique genius. His conclusion was purely using the body and limbs, such as fist and leg techniques, body refining techniques. His progress was monstrous, and indirectly using the limbs, such as sword and saber techniques, he could be considered a genius. Finally, in terms of mental cultivation, it was inclined towards the compatibility of the energy system. His talent was very ordinary. After finding out the truth about his talent, Qinyu heaved a sigh of relief. Even though his own aptitude for cultivation was not perfect, he had his own unique advantages. If that's the case, Qinyu's eyes flashed. After verifying his talent, a vague cultivation train of thought appeared in his mind. According to this train of thought, if everything went well, he should be able to advance to the middle stage of the Soothing Pulse before the outer disciple competition. His strength should be able to improve by another level. The next day, Qinyu got up and went to Zhongwu Hall. This time, he was not there to do the sect's tasks, but to collect and exchange some spiritual herbs. In Zhongwu Hall, apart from issuing tasks, there were some common spiritual materials and elixirs for exchange. The most common were some healing medicine and elixirs for cultivation. In a side hall, a total of 102 substandard primordial stones and 210 contribution points. In addition, the raging bull marrow and primordial grass that you need are a bit rare and are currently out of stock. A red-robed deacon said indifferently. So many? Qinyu's heart skipped a beat. The spiritual materials he had collected were the other body-tempering prescription of the bronze statue skill that was slightly higher than the commoner's prescription. This second body-tempering prescription was relatively low-end in the bronze statue technique. However, the ingredients used in this prescription were no longer the common materials of the secular world. Although Qinyu was prepared, the final price still exceeded his expectations. Most importantly, he had yet to exchange for the main material of this prescription, the raging bull marrow. Just the other 7 or 8 supplementary spiritual materials had already cost him so many primordial stones and contribution points. You think it's too expensive? Heh. The red-robed deacon let out a strange laugh. The materials in my Zhongwu Hall are naturally more than 20% more expensive than those bought privately. Otherwise, you would have to spend the effort to find them yourself. The price will be even lower. Qinyu did not waste any time and paid the primordial stones and contribution points to exchange for the supplementary materials. There was only 1.5 months left until the outer disciple competition. He did not have that much time to search for the supplementary materials one by one. This way. At this point, Xianxia was running low on contribution points. He had less than 100 substandard primordial stones. As for the remaining 2 spiritual materials, the raging bull marrow and the primordial stalk grass, Xianxia could only think of a way himself. Walking out of Zhongwu Hall, Xianxia ran into a familiar person, a man with triangular eyes. It was Ding Zhouhui. Chen? You came to Zhongwu Hall to collect materials? Ding Zhouhui greeted Xianxia with a smile. Ever since the mission to kill the Bear King, Ding Zhouhui had a whole new level of respect for Xianxia. If not for Xianxia's help that day, he would not have been able to successfully reach the middle stage of the Meridian Opening Realm. And now, Xianxia had reached the Meridian Opening Realm and become an official outer disciple. Ding Zhouhui naturally looked at such a powerful person in a different light. Yes. I'm still missing 2 precious materials. Xianxia waved the bag in his hand and explained his situation. Oh? Ding Zhouhui said curiously, it's not cheap to collect materials in Zhongwu Hall. But if you're only missing 2 rare materials, you can go to the Outer Sect Exchange the day after tomorrow to try your luck. Outer Sect Exchange? Xianxia was stunned and immediately thought of some rumors about this exchange. Now that Chen has advanced to the Meridian Opening Realm and is already an official disciple, it's time to come into contact with this circle. Why don't I bring you in? Ding Zhouhui had a look of realization. So, this Outer Sect Exchange was usually only for the senior Outer Sect disciples, who had at least reached the Meridian Opening Realm. In the past, Xianxia was only at the Body Tempering Realm and was a marginal figure in the Outer Sect. Naturally, he had never entered that small circle. Then I'll have to trouble senior brother Ding. Xianxia hurriedly thanked him. As far as he knew, this Outer Sect Exchange was a small event for senior Outer Sect disciples to exchange martial arts experiences and promote each other. Moreover, at the exchange, senior disciples could trade resources with each other. Xianxia had been looking forward to this exchange for a long time. It was said that some of the true geniuses and elites of the Outer Sect would occasionally appear at the exchange. I hope that the day after tomorrow's exchange will be fruitful. Xianxia returned to his residence and started to cultivate cross-legged. The collection of medicinal formulas was an important part of his cultivation path. The key to whether or not he could break through to the inner sect was the bronze statue skill. 2 days later, under Ding Zhouhui's lead, Xianxia arrived at a small courtyard in the northern corner of the Outer Sect. At the entrance of the courtyard, there were 2 Outer Sect disciples squatting, chatting, and joking, as if they were guarding the door. Senior brother Ding, you're here. The 2 Outer Sect disciples hurriedly stood up and greeted Ding Zhouhui. This is? One of the Outer Sect disciples looked at Xianxia. In the circle of senior disciples, Xianxia was still a fresh face. It was his first time participating in the exchange. Eh? You're that Xianxia who lives off a woman? The other Outer Sect disciple actually recognized Xianxia and blurted out. Damn. He's Xianxia? The pretty boy who got Mu Shiuqing? I don't think he's much more handsome than me. The Outer Sect disciple from before had a huge reaction, his eyes staring straight at Xianxia. The 2 of them looked at Xianxia as if they were looking at some rare animal. Living off a woman? Pretty boy, Xianxia's face twitched slightly. After he left with Mu Shiuqing that time, he still had the label of living off a woman on his head, even though he had advanced to the Meridian Opening Realm and became an official disciple. Humph. Both of you, cut the crap. Chen's strength is not inferior to mine. This time, I'm here to bring him to participate in the exchange. Ding Zhouhui glared at the 2 of them. Heh. Senior brother Ding, you guys go in first. The 2 of them smiled cheekily and raised their hands to let Ding Zhouhui and Xianxia enter the courtyard. As for Ding Zhouhui's evaluation of Xianxia's strength, the 2 of them naturally did not believe it. They thought that Xianxia wanted to enter the circle through Ding Zhouhui. They entered the courtyard. The first thing Xianxia saw was a spacious training field. Whoa. Hua. On the training field, 2 Meridian Opening Realm disciples were sparring with their fists and legs. Although their cultivation bases were at the mid-Meridian Opening Realm, their true strength was comparable to an ordinary late Meridian Opening expert. After all, the sect had a great advantage in terms of martial arts foundation and grade. Around the martial arts practice field, there were a few outer sect disciples standing here and there. They were watching the battle, and from time to time, they would discuss in low voices. Tisk, it's probably impossible for these two to fight their way into the top 20 in the grand competition. A chubby, round-faced youth nibbled on an apple as he stood on the stairs. He looked down at the two people fighting on the martial arts practice field and said with disdain. The chubby youth's voice was rather ear-piercing, and everyone present could hear it. When the people nearby heard this, they all looked at the chubby youth with some fear. However, that chubby youth had a high status in the outer sect, and there were even people bragging and walking horses beside him. Brother Huang is right. With such strength, you still have the nerve to embarrass yourself? On the martial arts practice field, the two people who were sparring immediately revealed expressions of unbearable anger. The sparring came to an end. Huang Yuan. Don't think that you can look down on us just because you got 7th in the last grand competition. The two youths on the martial arts practice field could not hold back their anger. So, this chubby youth was called Huang Yuan, and he was an elite among the outer sect disciples. In last year's grand competition, he got into the top 10. 7th in the grand competition, Qinyu revealed an expression of surprise, and he became interested in this Huang Yuan. Brother Chen, you have to be wary of this Huang Yuan. This person is temperamental and likes to pick on soft persimmons to step on. Ding Zhouhui lowered his voice and said. Qinyu nodded. He could clearly feel that the nearby disciples, including Ding Zhouhui, were somewhat fearful of the chubby youth, Huang Yuan. At this moment, the conflict on the martial arts practice field intensified again. Just the two of you? The chubby youth sneered, this young master will be able to beat the two of you down in 3 moves. Do you believe me? 1 against 2, defeat them in 3 moves, the nearby outer sect disciples revealed expressions of shock and doubt. I don't believe you. The two youths on the martial arts practice field were enraged. Defeating one of them in 3 moves was already a form of humiliation, not to mention 1 against 2. Where does this Huang Yuan get his confidence from? Ding Zhouhui was a little shocked. In terms of cultivation, the two youths were the same as Ding Zhouhui, mid-stage meridian opening realm. Huang Yuan's cultivation was only a small level higher, late-stage meridian opening realm. More importantly, was it even possible for him to defeat the two of them within 3 moves? Just as everyone was guessing, Huang Yuan had already entered the martial arts practice field. Watch out. The two mid-stage meridian opening realm youths revealed wary expressions. If Huang Yuan really succeeded, they would lose all their face. Huang Yuan had a smile on his face as he strolled on the martial arts practice field. Go, the two of them exchanged glances and charged towards Huang Yuan from the left and right. Flying eagle kick. One of the youths actually leapt into the air and gave a flying kick, bringing with it an astonishing amount of strength. Iron cloud claw. The other teenager actually used the same iron cloud claw as Wang Lingyun. His claw pounced forward, and a fierce cold wind rushed straight at Huang Yuan's face. Ha ha ha, Huang Yuan laughed loudly. His fat figure blurred on the spot and easily dodged the iron cloud claw attack of the youth behind him. The expressions of the spectators changed. Huang Yuan's fat body was actually so fast, especially when he moved from stillness to movement. That instant burst of speed, Qinyu realized that Huang Yuan only dodged the iron cloud claw attack, but not the other one. It wasn't that he couldn't dodge both of them at the same time. Get down. Huang Yuan's eyes flashed fiercely. His palm was like a cattail leaf fan, bringing with it a strong wind as he slapped the leg of the youth who used flying eagle retreat. Ah! The youth who kicked in the air let out a muffled cry as he felt a sharp pain in his leg. It was almost broken. Plop! The youth who used the leg technique fell to the ground and cried out in pain as he held his leg. The other youth was shocked. He didn't dare to fight Huang Yuan head-on and tried to dodge. However, Huang Yuan's movement technique was shockingly fast as he closed in on them. Ow! The moment the fist and the claw collided, the youth who used iron cloud claw felt his arm go numb. The powerful inner energy made him unable to stand steadily. Get down again. Before he could react, Huang Yuan sent out a quick thunder palm and sent him flying several feet away. He smashed onto the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. Hiss, some of the spectators couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. In less than 10 breaths of time, Huang Yuan had defeated the 2 intermediate meridian opening realm disciples in 3 moves. This Huang Yuan has practiced a family style of cross-training. Not only is his martial arts profound, but his physical defense is also far better than other disciples of the same level. Ding Zhouhui said in a low voice. So that's how it is. Qinyu had already realized that Huang Yuan was the same as him. Their physical strength was far better than ordinary intermediate meridian opening realm disciples. According to his estimation, Huang Yuan's strength was at least at the level of the great evil Chu Lifeng. Even though his cultivation technique was slightly weaker than the great evil Chu Lifeng, his strength and physical strength were definitely better than the great evil Chu Lifeng. This is the strength of the top 10 outer disciples? Qinyu felt a bit of pressure. Even with Qinyu's current strength, he didn't have 100% chance of winning against the great evil Chu Lifeng. It was hard to imagine the strength of the top 3 outer disciples. According to past experience, other than the top outer disciple, only the top 3 had a higher chance of entering the inner sect. In other words, if Qinyu wanted to enter the inner sect, he had to get into the top 3, or even the first. You know, bodies will only be a disgrace if you participate in the outer disciple competition. Huang Yuan clapped his hands and walked out of the training field in disdain. In the courtyard, many disciples were filled with dread and fear toward the chubby young man, and they all stayed away from him. Haha, fatty Huang, you can only bully the weak with that little ability of yours. A cynical laugh broke the silence on the field. Qinyu was shocked. Who was it that dared to use a mocking tone to call Huang Yuan fatty Huang? Everyone focused their eyes. A youth holding a folding fan walked out from the building in the middle of the courtyard. This young man was very fair and clean, and his appearance could be said to be elegant. If it wasn't for his sloppy appearance, he would really look like a scholar. It's him. The top genius of the outer sect. Nan Gongli. Ranked second in the outer sect. The expressions of the disciples in the courtyard changed once more. If Fatty Huang brought about fear and dread, then the young man with the folding fan brought about a formless sense of respect and admiration. Nan Gongli, he was that Nan Gongli, Qinyu sized up the youth. He had heard of Nan Gongli's achievements. The title of the top genius of the outer sect was well known. Nan Gongli's cultivation has reached the peak of the illuminating pulse. It is said that with his talent, he already has the qualifications to become an inner sect disciple. Even advancing to the viscera refinement stage is not difficult for him. Ding Zhouhui introduced. What? This time, Qinyu was really shocked. This Nan Gongli could already become an inner sect disciple and could even easily advance to the viscera refinement stage. Why was he still in the outer sect? Could it be that he had too much to eat? One had to know that many disciples like Qinyu were still working hard to become an inner sect disciple. Once he advances to the viscera refinement stage, he will automatically be promoted to an inner sect disciple. Moreover, there are higher-ups in the sect who are willing to take him as a disciple. But I heard that Nan Gongli wants to take first place in the outer sect. Firstly, there is some sort of glory and benefits. Secondly, it is said that the rewards for this year's first and third place in the sect are quite generous. Ding Zhouhui explained the reason. When Qinyu heard this, he couldn't help but be curious. What kind of generous rewards would there be for this year's first place to make Nan Gongli stay in the outer sect? In previous years, the top 10 of the sect competition would have a certain amount of rewards to encourage competition between disciples. I was wondering who it was. Nan Gongli, you have nothing better to do and refuse to leave the outer sect. You just have to snatch the spots of us poor disciples. Huang Yuan's face was full of smiles as he said casually. In front of others, he could be domineering. But in front of Nan Gongli, he had to smile. Boring. Looks like in this outer sect, only Duan Xiaolong can fight me. Nan Gongli couldn't help but shake his head. He looked down on opponents at Huang Yuan's level, no matter if it was strength or character. Right at this moment. Outside the courtyard, a few outer sect disciples walked in one after another. Senior Brother Yang. Brother Wang. The two disciples guarding the door had a trace of flattery in their voices. especially the short-haired youth who walked in front with a silver spear in his hand. His gaze was so fierce that no one dared to look directly at him. Beside him was a youth in azure clothes with a pleasant expression. It was a person that Qianyu was extremely familiar with. Wang Lingyun. Qianyu's face suddenly darkened as he recalled the scene of the ambush that day. When he thought up to here, he didn't say anything else and strode towards Wang Lingyun. Oh no. It's Qianyu. Wang Lingyun shuddered and his expression changed greatly. From the looks of it, Qianyu was definitely here to get even with him. Qianyu, what do you want to do? Wang Lingyun's face turned cold. The brutal scene of Qianyu killing 5 illuminating pulse cultivators a few days ago was still lingering in his mind. At this moment, seeing Qianyu approaching him with an unfriendly expression, Wang Lingyun even thought of running away. However, in front of so many people, Wang Lingyun could not put down his pride and run away. If he really did that, how would he have the face to stand in this circle? Most importantly, he had a powerful backer beside him. The short-haired young man next to Wang Lingyun was stunned when he saw Qianyu approaching Wang Lingyun. He vaguely felt that Qianyu looked very familiar. Qianyu, you want to? Qianyu's action startled Ding Jiuhui. Wang Lingyun was about the same level as Ding Jiuhui, but the short-haired young man next to Wang Lingyun was an ordinary person. Brother Wang, the sparring in the wild last time was not enough. Today, I want to learn from you again. Qianyu smiled faintly. He was hinting at the killing in the wild last time, and now he was openly proposing a sparring. Chen, you must be joking. We are so familiar with each other and have many opportunities to spar. Let's forget about it today. Wang Lingyun forced a smile and subconsciously shrank back. This scene caused the senior disciples nearby to be shocked. Everyone knew Wang Lingyun. He was quite popular in the circle and his strength was passable. Looking at the current situation, Wang Lingyun seemed to be quite afraid of Qianyu. He even did not dare to accept the challenge. Is that so? But I want to be more intimate with Brother Wang. Senior brother, take 3 moves from me. Qianyu smiled strangely and suddenly made his move. Separated by less than 10 feet, Qianyu arrived in front of Wang Lingyun in the blink of an eye. His fist, which was like a roar of iron thunder, pressed down. Wang Lingyun felt an oppressive and violent fist force pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. Even if he was prepared, he still couldn't escape Qianyu's extraordinary speed. Iron Cloud Claw. Wang Lingyun had no choice but to grit his teeth and circulate his lifetime's worth of internal energy, striking out with a sharp and piercing claw. Pung! Fists and palms collided in midair, producing a frightening muffled sound. Instantly, the attention of most of the people in the courtyard was attracted by the two of them. Hiss! Wang Lingyun let out a muffled groan and felt his arm go numb. He almost lost his senses and took a few steps back. Bronze fist, Qianyu's second punch. His entire fist was covered in a layer of deep bronze luster. It faintly expanded, and its power and speed reached a whole new level. Wow, it was even harder for Wang Lingyun to resist. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying by that inhuman fist. Bang! Wang Lingyun's body hit the courtyard wall. His face was pale and he was incomparably shocked. Only when he personally fought with Qianyu did he know how terrifying the opponent was. Compared to the last time, he was stronger by more than 1 level. When did Qianyu become? The expression on Ding Jiuhui's face was very interesting. Last time in the battle with Bear King, he could see that Qianyu was not ordinary and had already slightly overestimated him. But he didn't expect that Qianyu could be strong to this extent. 2 punches and Wang Lingyun, who was at the same level as him, was sent flying and spitting out blood. Not far away, the 2 outer sect disciples guarding the door, at this moment, had a look of lingering fear on their faces. Thinking back to before, they were still mocking Qianyu for being a gigolo who lived off a woman. Still 1 move left. Qianyu exhaled on his fist, with a slightly playful expression, he slowly approached Wang Lingyun. 2 punches had already made Wang Lingyun spit out blood. He estimated that another punch could make the other party lie down for 10 days to half a month. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, the 3rd punch was ready, the power of it was 1 to 2 times stronger than the 2nd punch. Kid! It seems that you really think that I don't exist. Suddenly, a low and powerful voice came from the other side. Qinyu felt a domineering force, with a piercingly cold and invisible sharpness, coming straight at him. He looked sideways. The short-haired youth who was with Wang Lingyun waved the silver spear in his hand, the cold and domineering force lingering on the spear body. Chen, this is senior brother Yang Fan, ninth in the last large competition. There's no grudge between you two, so there's no need to fight. Ding Zhouhui laughed dryly, and hurriedly came over to dissuade him. In the Yunhui Gate, to be able to fight into the top 10 of the outer sect, they were definitely not ordinary people, each of them was an elite of the same level. Of course there's no need to fight. But, junior brother Qinyu also needs to take 3 moves from me, oh no, 2 moves from me. The short-haired youth Yang Fan had a trace of coldness at the corner of his mouth. Ding Zhouhui's face suddenly became embarrassed. This Yang Fan did not give him face at all, he was determined to help Wang Lingyun. As expected. In the other corner, Wang Lingyun's eyes flashed a trace of coldness. Yang Fan was originally Mu Xueqing's pursuer. I recently talked about this kid Qinyu's bad deeds in front of him. Yang Fan was one of his reliants. But Qinyu was not shocked by the title of top 10 of the outer sect. Alright, I also want to see the strength of the top 10 of the outer sect. A wave of battle intent emerged from Qinyu's body. His goal was to become an inner sect disciple. If he could not even cross the lowest threshold of the outer sect's top 10, how could he compete for the top 3, or even first place? Take my first spear first. Yang Fan sneered, the silver spear in his hand suddenly shook, drew a deep cold blurry spear shadow, and stabbed straight at Qinyu. Pucci, on the body of the spear, the biting cold wind had already enveloped Qinyu. Such a powerful spear made Qinyu have the illusion that he was once again facing the great evil Chu Lifeng. Open! Qinyu shouted, his fist expanded, a layer of deep bronze metallic luster appeared, and his body erupted with a wave of evil and domineering inner breath. The people nearby had the illusion of a fierce beast roaring in their ears. The surging inner breath in that punch carried an invisible killing intent. It even caused Yang Fan, who was standing opposite, to feel a trace of pressure that originated from his mind and qi. Huh? In the corner, the indifferent Namgong Li revealed a trace of a strange expression. Clang, the two domineering forces collided in midair, and a strange muffled sound, like a copper bell suddenly rang. So strong. Nearby, the disciples whose cultivation was lower than the late pulse opening realm all felt their eardrums hurt, and their blood and qi fluctuated. Whoosh, dust floated near the battle circle of the two. In their field of vision, a spear and a fist froze in the void, the two were like 2 statues connected into one. This kid, such a strong power. A trace of surprise flashed on Yang Fan's cold face. His opponent's tyrannical power gave him the illusion that he was facing the 7th-ranked Fatty Huang. Not only that. A strange evil power surged in Qinyu's fist, and vaguely, it could also produce a certain degree of suppression on his spirit and blood. Clang, a huge force surged in Qinyu's copper hand, shaking off Yang Fan's spear. Then, his figure gracefully turned around, and a few consecutive punches were launched at Yang Fan. Clang! 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 In the blink of an eye, Qinyu's thunderstorm fist art clashed with Yang Fan more than a dozen times. If it was an ordinary late pulse opening realm disciple, he would have been defeated by Qinyu's tyrannical power. Whoosh, but Yang Fan's silver spear danced up and down, accompanied by bursts of whistling wind, domineering and fierce, but not lacking in agility. It could be said that he could attack and defend freely. How could this be? Wang Lingyun on the ground was almost out of his wits. That Qinyu was so tyrannical that he was actually on par with Yang Fan, one of the top 10 outer disciples. In the courtyard, some of the other senior disciples also looked at Qinyu with different gazes. So strong, Ding Zhouhui's face was full of shock. Yang Fan, one of the top 10 outer disciples, was a strong opponent that he could not defeat, and usually respected. This is the kid who hooked up with Mu Xueqing? He's not as weak as I thought. The 7th-ranked Huang Yuan's round face showed a trace of playfulness. Both of you, stop. A gentle young man's voice came from the other side. Not knowing when. A handsome young man with long hair appeared between the two, and calmly passed through the gap between their attacks. Such a movement skill shocked everyone in the courtyard. Yu only felt that the voice was very familiar, and quickly guessed its identity. Yefeng? The silver spear in Yang Fan's hand stopped attacking. The person who came was Yefeng. At this moment, he was calm and composed, and his demeanor was better than before. Just looking at how he calmly passed through the two's attacks, one could see his astonishing improvement. Greater mastery of cloud steps? Yu roughly glanced, and confirmed that Yefeng's movement skill was slightly better than his. Besides, after Yefeng obtained the Bear King's Gall that day, his cultivation had already stepped into the late pulse opening realm, and made up for his only shortcoming. Brother Lu, you've come at the right time. Ding Zhouhui let out a sigh of relief, and his tense heart finally relaxed. Yefeng, you like to meddle in other people's business. After the outer sect competition, we'll see who's stronger. Yang Fan lightly snorted, and actually pulled out his spear and left. This surprised Yu. It seemed that Yang Fan was somewhat afraid of Yefeng. Hehe, Chen, you don't know. After Brother Lu advanced to the late pulse opening realm, his martial arts also improved. A few days ago, the 9th-ranked Yang Fan, the 7th-ranked Huang Yuan, and the others were all defeated by him. Ding Zhouhui walked closer, and explained with a smile. Yu couldn't help but understand. It turned out that when Yu returned to the family, Yefeng rose strongly in the outer sect. Now, Yefeng was already a genius in the outer sect, and he was even one of the hot candidates for the top 3. Brother Chen's improvement is really shocking. I'm ashamed of myself. Yefeng smiled and looked at Yu deeply. Back then, Yu was only at the peak of the body-tempering realm, and he was still a marginal figure in the outer sect. But today, Yu could already compete with the top 10 elites of the outer sect. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they entered the pavilion one after another. In the outer sect competition, apart from sparring and communication, there would also be some trading activities. At this moment, there were already 10 to 20 people gathered in the pavilion, and their cultivation bases were all at the pulse opening realm, and most of them were above the mid-stage. Because the outer court competition was approaching, everyone's need for resources in this exchange meet was very urgent. A few outer sect disciples even entered the trading segment. Brother Chen, you should also want to exchange something for this competition, right? Yefeng said with a smile. Inside the pavilion, the disciples were divided into a few groups. They were all familiar with each other, and they formed a group of 35 to 56 people. On Yu's side, Yefeng was the core, and including Ding Zhouhui, there were a total of 5 to 6 people. I need bull's marrow and origin stock grass. Yu didn't hide it. This was his main purpose for coming to the competition. Bull's marrow? A pretty female disciple beside Yefeng reacted. Bull's marrow? Beside Yefeng, the pretty female disciple looked at Yu in response. This pretty female disciple could be considered a member of Yefeng and Ding Zhouhui's circle. It seemed that her status wasn't low. This is senior sister Tong Yuling, Ding Zhouhui introduced. So it's senior sister Tong. Do you have the bull's marrow that I need? Yu felt a sense of urgency in his heart. His bronze statue technique had basically reached the peak of the bronze skin level. Although his cultivation speed wasn't bad, it wasn't as fast as before. Previously, the effects of the commoner's medicine were getting worse and worse. And that barbarian bull's marrow was the main ingredient in the second formula. If he could get it, it would be easy to get the remaining supplementary ingredient. I do have the bull's marrow, but it can improve one's physique. It said that it can increase one's strength, so it's worth a lot. Tong Yuling revealed a slightly troubled expression. Hearing this, Yu felt uneasy. The bull's marrow was worth a lot, and the few primeval stones he had were far from enough. What does senior sister Tong want to trade, or how many primeval stones do you want? Yu braced himself and said. He calculated in his heart. If it really didn't work, he could trade the inferior treasure for a sum of primeval stones. How about this? Tong Yuling thought for a moment and said seriously, looking at Chen's fight with Yang Fan, he basically has the strength of the top 10 outer disciples. If Chen can help me with one thing, I'll give you the bull's marrow for free. Give it away for free? Yu was a bit surprised. Tong Yuling was obviously interested in his strength, so the thing she wanted to do shouldn't be easy. Oh, senior sister Tong, is it for that? The blood-handballed wolf, ranked 60th and 70th on the assassination roll, is quite strong. However, if senior sister Tong and brother Chen work together, we have at least a 70% chance of winning. Ye Feng said with a smile, obviously knowing the inside story. Assassination roll? Blood-handballed wolf? Chen Yu roughly understood what was going on. Tong Yuling had accepted an assassination list mission and wanted to bring him along to increase her chances of success. I accepted this mission not only for the bounty on the assassination roll, but also because this bloody handballed wolf has been stained with the blood of a few of my clansmen. Tong Yuling's delicate and pretty face was completely calm. I see. Then, may I ask, what is the cultivation level and strength of this blood handballed wolf? Chen Yu asked. Tong Yuling said, the blood-handballed wolf is in the late meridian opening realm like me. He's strong, ruthless, and extremely cunning. However, if you and I work together, we have a higher chance of success. Even if we don't succeed, we won't have to worry about our lives. Moreover, no matter if the kill is successful or not, as long as Chen puts in the effort, the barbaric bull's marrow will be given as a reward. Chen Yu naturally wouldn't decline since he had already put it this way. He immediately agreed. Afterward, the two of them discussed the details. It would take about 3 to 5 days to confirm the news of the blood-handballed wolf before carrying out the kill. After finalizing it, Chen Yu made a request. This. Senior sister, can you give me the barbaric bull's marrow in advance? Chen Yu said with slight embarrassment. The main reason was that he urgently needed this item. If he could gather the formula in advance, his strength would be able to advance faster. Alright, I'll believe you this once. Tong Yuling and Ye Feng exchanged glances and agreed. Chen Yu was naturally very surprised. He was only trying to ask, but he was already prepared to be rejected. After all, he wasn't familiar with Tong Yuling at all, and the barbaric bull's marrow was very valuable. Soon, Chen Yu took a small bottle the size of a baby's fist and opened it. There was a ball of dark red blood marrow inside. This is the blood marrow of the red-horned bull, a type of barbaric bull's marrow. A few days ago, all the experts in our clan came out, but we only managed to kill one. Its true strength is comparable to a viscera refinement expert. Tong Yuling introduced. Chen Yu nodded in satisfaction. The barbaric bull's marrow was the main ingredient of the formula. The higher the quality, the better the effect. In the pavilion, the group of senior disciples first traded privately in their own small circle. When the small circle couldn't satisfy them, they began to trade officially. Blood Qi pill can help increase the sense of Qi and open meridians. I want to trade for a 50-year-old yellow spirit ginseng. I want to buy materials to forge artifacts. My family's saber art is comparable to a mid-rank martial art. I want to trade for the body accumulation pill. Some senior disciples couldn't wait to state their needs. There were many rare resources that needed to be sold quickly. Especially now that the outer disciples' competition was getting closer. Chen Yu looked around and found that other than a semi-artifact, he didn't have many things that he could offer. Some of the resources that he was interested in were limited by the primeval stones. However, the body accumulation pill that he had obtained seemed to be quite popular among the senior disciples. He only took one out and it was traded away. Moreover, the body accumulation pill that was traded away was of the inferior grade. The body accumulation pill is effective for all 3 stages of the introductory level. It can improve one's cultivation, be it in meridian or viscera refinement. The higher the quality, the better the effect. He got the answer from Ye Feng. Chen Yu realized that the value of the mid-grade body accumulation pill was higher than he had imagined. According to Ye Feng, the outer disciples only had inferior grade body accumulation pills, and they were all rare. Every time they appeared, they would be sold out. 2 hours later, the trade in the pavilion came to an end. Then, it was the martial skill exchange. The martial skill exchange was mainly to discuss martial arts and cultivation problems, and to learn from each other. Chen Yu was new to this circle, so he didn't say anything. On the other hand, Ye Feng, one of the outer disciples' geniuses, was the center of attention. He shared some of his cultivation experiences, and he was asked many times because of his amiable personality. Although the outer disciple's number one genius, Nangongli, was strong, he didn't speak much. When he heard some of the discussions, Nangong-li's face had a hint of disdain. It seems that the outer disciple's resources and environment won't help me much, Nangong-li shook his head. If it wasn't for the reward for the first place in the competition, he would have entered the inner disciples long ago. Suddenly, Nangong-li's gaze fell on Chen Yu, who had been silent. Chen, I observed your internal qi during the battle, and it's a little familiar. It's like a cultivation method with a long history. You've already surpassed 90% of the disciples here for being able to cultivate it to such a level. Nangongli held the fan in his hand and glanced at Chen Yu with interest. Chen Yu's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect Nangongli to suddenly mention him, and there was even a hint of praise in his tone. Could it be that Nangongli saw through the Cloud Fiend fist that he cultivated? Although he used the Cloud Fiend internal qi in his previous attack, he didn't really use the Cloud Fiend fist. At this moment, many people looked at Chen Yu with fear, shock, sneers, and disdain. Ye Feng, Ding Jiuhui, and the others were naturally shocked. Nangongli was the number one genius in the outer disciples, and he could even be considered as an inner disciple. In terms of true strength, only Duan Xiaolong, who was ranked number one in battle strength, had a chance of defeating him. In other words, Nangong-li's strength was considered one of the best in the outer disciples. Such an arrogant person frequently showed disdain in the martial arts exchange, but he praised Chen Yu. Senior brother Nangong, you're too kind. My cultivation base is shallow, you might have mistaken me. Chen Yu calmly replied. Since Nangongli didn't mention the Cloud Fiend fist, he wouldn't mention it either. Otherwise, he would be easily targeted and guarded against in the outer disciples' competition. In the afternoon, the outer disciples' exchange came to an end. Other than Duan Xiaolong, who was ranked number one in battle strength, and a few others who didn't participate, there were 15 people in the top 20. Chen Yu had heard of Duan Xiaolong's legend. It was said that Duan Xiaolong had gotten second in the competition 2 years ago. At that time, he actually had the chance to get first, but he gave up for some reason. As for last year's competition, Duan Xiaolong didn't participate at all. It was said that he had been practicing a special cultivation method and had fought many viscera refinement cultivators without losing. In the outer disciples, Duan Xiaolong and Nangongli were two insurmountable mountains. In front of the courtyard, a group of senior disciples walked out one after another. In a certain corner, Wang Lingyun, Yang Fan, and a chubby, round-faced youth stood together. The chubby youth was ranked number 7, Huang Yuan. Even I couldn't get my hands on Mu Shiuqing, and this kid really got his way? Huang Yuan's small eyes widened in disbelief. It's true. I'm from the same county as Chen Yu and Mu Shiuqing. Once when I came home, I saw those two twisting in the fields, doing that unspeakable thing. Wang Lingyun said with a face full of hatred. Hearing that, Huang Yuan and Yang Fan's faces darkened. Especially Huang Yuan, his eyes were full of jealousy and resentment. Thinking back, he was once rejected by Mu Shiuqing, and it was a public rejection, on the way. Brother Chen. Ye Feng suddenly called Chen Yu aside. Brother Lu, what's the matter? Chen Yu asked. I called you for 2 things. Ye Feng paused and said, first, you have to be careful in the outer disciples. The second-ranked Nangongli, the fourth-ranked Hu Yiba, and the seventh-ranked Huang Yuan were all pursuers of Mu Shiuqing. Nangongli is one thing, but Hu Yiba and Huang Yuan aren't broad-minded people. Hearing that, Chen Yu frowned. He sighed in his heart. Even though Mu Shiuqing had gone to the inner disciples, she still left him with endless trouble. Maybe Chen Yu could announce to the outside world that he had nothing to do with Mu Shiuqing. But if he did that, it didn't matter if others believed it or not. First of all, it was an act of cowardice. In the world of the sect, the more cowardly one was, the easier it was to be bullied. I'll be careful. Chen Yu nodded, but there was no fear in his eyes. No matter how big the trouble, he would use a pair of iron fists to sweep away the dark clouds. Second thing. I hope Brother Chen won't spread the cloud steps that I gave you that day. It won't be good for either of us. Ye Feng continued. That's what I should do. Chen Yu immediately understood. This was Yefeng's real intention. Yefeng's cloud steps had reached great mastery. In terms of movement and speed, it could be ranked top 3 in the outer disciples. If Qinyu were to secretly spread the cloud-soaring steps, and other opponents of the same level understood the profound principles behind the cloud-soaring steps, then there might be a way to restrain it. Of course. Qinyu's own cloud steps was close to great mastery, so he naturally wouldn't do such a thing. I happen to have an elemental stock grass here. Take it as compensation for you, junior brother. Yefeng smiled and took out a stalk of grass that was half a foot tall. Elemental stock grass, Qinyu's head twitched, unable to hide the joy on his face. This elemental stock grass was the last ingredient he lacked. Qinyu was overjoyed and quickly accepted Yefeng's yuanzhu grass. But he wasn't stupid. The yuanzhu grass that Yefeng gave him was actually a hush money. As such, it would be difficult for others to dig out the contents of the cloud-treading steps from Qinyu. Brother Lu, don't worry. I'm also preparing to become an inner disciple. I won't do such a stupid thing. Qinyu guaranteed. Become an inner disciple? Yefeng was stunned. Qinyu was only at the early stage of the illuminating meridian realm and he wanted to become an inner disciple? Wasn't his ambition a little too big? Then I wish you success, senior brother Qin. Yefeng naturally wouldn't say anything to hurt Qinyu. He didn't say anything else and turned to leave. On the spot, Qinyu held on to the elemental bead grass, feeling a little excited in his heart. He had finally gathered all the ingredients for the second prescription, on the same day. Qinyu returned to his residence and took out the bull's marrow, yuanzhu grass and other spiritual materials to create the second body-tempering liquid. This second prescription was considered low-end in the bronze statue technique. However, it used some spiritual materials and extraordinary resources. It was a grade higher than the commoner's prescription. Gurgled before long, a bucket of crimson medicinal liquid churned with bubbles and heat. The concoction was complete. Poof, Qinyu put one foot into the medicinal tub and squatted down. In an instant, a burning numbness and pain came from the surface of his skin and slowly seeped into his muscles. Qinyu quickly used the bronze statue technique. The effect of the second prescription was a lot better than he had expected. Chi-chi-chi. When Qinyu's skin came into contact with the liquid, a strange sound could be heard. The spiritual energy in the prescription was fusing into his body. Once again, Qinyu experienced the feeling of rapid progress in the bronze statue technique. His bronze statue technique was originally stuck at the peak of the bronze skin level, but now it was making obvious progress. Thump. Thump. All of a sudden, Qinyu's heart began to beat strongly. It suddenly sped up, and he felt a sense of urgency. What's going on? Qinyu felt an invisible suction coming from his heartbeat. This suction was not targeted at any object, nor was it targeted at the inner breath in his body. Gulp. Gulp, a string of bubbles floated up from the medicine barrel as the invisible spiritual power of the medicine turned into fine spirit snakes and fused into Qinyu's body at an even faster speed. Qinyu was shocked. He felt that the effects of the body-tempering liquid had almost doubled. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that this phenomenon was related to the crystal heart that had fused with his body. Don't waste it. Qinyu took a deep breath and pushed the bronze statue skill to its limit. No matter how much medicinal energy came, he would absorb it all. Buzz, Qinyu's skin was now a deep bronze color, and there was even a layer of faint red light flowing through it. At that moment, he seemed to have turned into an ancient bronze statue, and there was a faint solemn aura that made gods and ghosts retreat. What Qinyu did not know was that most of the treasures of heaven and earth could not be fully absorbed by the human body during the process of absorption. Most of the spiritual power would be lost. This was related to the absorption efficiency of the human body. Originally, a normal person could absorb 40% of the medicinal energy from a barrel of medicine. And at this moment, under the invisible suction of the mysterious heart, the medicinal energy was almost 100% absorbed by Qinyu, and when it was used on his body skill talent body, the effect would have a qualitative change. If it was someone with a normal body, they would probably be possessed by the devil and bleed from their orifices. But Qinyu's body was no longer in the category of a normal human body. Gurgle he was absorbing so crazily, and the surface of his deep bronze muscles had a faint outline of muscle lines. It looked. Qinyu's muscles were not much bigger than before. But at this moment, his muscles were full of the beauty of a three-dimensional sculpture, emitting a masculine charm. 2 hours later. A barrel of the body-tempering liquid was completely absorbed. Qinyu felt that his bronze statue skill was almost half a step into the bronze muscles level. This effect is really great. Qinyu was overjoyed. However, he barely managed to gather all the ingredients for this formula. It was only enough to concoct the body-tempering solution twice. He used one today, and there was only one left. In order to achieve the best effect, Qinyu did not use the remaining one immediately. And then, he spent the whole day using the bronze statue body-tempering method to train his body, squeezing out the first medicinal effect. The next day, Qinyu began to use the remaining body-tempering liquid. The second time. The effect was slightly weaker, but it still brought rapid progress to Qinyu's bronze statue skill. Gulp. Gulp. At a certain moment, the muscles of Qinyu's body formed a perfect line, firm and tough, full of toughness. As he breathed in and out, Qinyu felt that his body was filled with an explosive force like that of a leopard. Bronze muscles body. Qinyu activated the bronze statue skill, and his whole body formed a fluid sculpture like bronze muscles. Not only was it hard, but it also contained a strong tenacity. Looking over, Qinyu was like a living bronze statue, and the muscles in his body were faintly discernible, forming a simple bronze pattern, emitting a mysterious and solemn aura. Qinyu punched out, and there was a whistling sound of the wind. The strong wind was heavy. That punch did not seem to come from a human, but an ancient great ape. My strength has increased. With just one punch, Qinyu felt that he had improved at an astonishing rate. The bronze muscles level before, because it corresponded to the body tempering stage, did not increase his strength by much, but mainly increased his defense. And now, the bronze muscles level corresponded to the meridian illuminating stage. It strengthened the deeper layers of muscles, allowing his strength to increase. Gurgle, there was still half of the medicinal potency left in the tub. Qinyu suppressed his excitement and continued to absorb. He could not waste the medicinal potency. The remaining medicinal potency was used to further strengthen the bronze muscles body. The next morning, Qinyu woke up early, and his face was red. After yesterday's strengthening, his bronze statue skill had improved. As for the increase in strength, Qinyu could not estimate it. Conservatively speaking, his body's strength had increased by more than half. More importantly, his body's tenacity, explosive power, and resistance had greatly increased. With my current strength, it should not be difficult for me to enter the top 5 of the outer sect. Qinyu pondered. One must know that Huang Yuan, who was ranked 7th in the outer sect, was already at the level of Great Fiend Chu Lifeng. Meanwhile, the strength of the top 5 was only Qinyu's initial estimation. As for the specific situation, he had to wait for actual combat to verify it. Also, after his physique had been greatly strengthened, Qinyu could clearly feel that the cultivation efficiency of the murderous cloud heart technique had increased. This verified his guess. Qinyu's train of thought was to improve the bronze statue skill, which was the easiest to improve, as soon as possible. There were 2 benefits to doing this. Firstly, the strengthening of the physique defense would bring about an increase in strength. In the world of the sect, the stronger one was, the more resources and the right to speak. Secondly, the improvement of the physique could promote the cultivation of the heart technique and inner breathing. The improvement of the physique, to a certain extent, could be considered as an increase in cultivation aptitude. Reality proved that Qinyu's train of thought was feasible. Is Chen here? A gentle voice of a young girl came from outside the house. Creak, Qinyu opened the door and saw a delicate and pretty face of a young girl. It was Tong Yuling. Senior sister Tong. Qinyu smiled, understanding the other party's intention. Speaking of which, his bronze statue skill could improve so quickly was thanks to Tong Yuling, who gave him the bull's marrow in advance. Chen Yu? When Tong Yuling saw Qinyu, she was stunned for a moment, and a bright light flashed in her eyes. The teenager in front of her was tall and muscular. He had the beauty of a fluid sculpture, filled with a masculine charm. So much so. In that instant, a blush appeared on the pretty girl's face. Chen has changed a lot. It seems that his strength has increased. I'm even more confident in this mission. Tong Yuling smiled. The two walked side by side, discussing the details of the assassination list. Senior sister, don't worry. I have already received your payment. This time I will definitely do my best to kill the bloody handbaldi. Qinyu was very confident. A few days later. In the north of Chu country, in a shabby and quiet villa. A man and a woman, dressed in green, walked over at a moderate pace. I have received news that the bloody handbaldi has arrived nearby. There is good news and bad news. Tong Yuling's expression was calm. Qinyu said, what is the bad news? The bad news is that the bloody handbaldi has gathered his 4 subordinates, the 4 blood sons. These 4 blood sons are all at the illuminating pulse stage, and they are good at working together. Tong Yuling's expression was solemn. Oh? What is the good news? Qinyu's expression didn't change. Instead, he became more interested. If the opponent was too weak, he would be disappointed. Tong Yuling replied, the good news is that the bloody handbaldi has obtained a few spiritual materials and is in seclusion. His base is very easy to find. Easy to find. That was the good news. It is indeed good news. Qinyu had a smile on his face. He wasn't afraid that the opponent was strong, but he was afraid that it would be difficult to find and waste a lot of time. An hour later. Qinyu and Tong Yuling arrived in front of a large house in the villa. The two looked at each other and slowly walked into the house. Ha ha ha. Another idiot who wants to die. A burst of strange laughter came from the house. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, in the blink of an eye, 4 people in blood-red robes leaped out and lined up. The 4 people in blood-red robes consisted of 3 men and 1 woman. Each of them had a blood mole between their eyebrows, and a cold aura surged from their bodies. Based on the aura, Qinyu judged that the 3 men were at the mid-stage of the illuminating pulse stage. The woman in the blood-red robe was actually at the late stage of the illuminating pulse stage. Damn it. The 4 blood sons have a higher cultivation base than the information said. Moreover, they aren't surprised that we are here. Tong Yuling sensed that something was wrong. Her years of experience told her that when faced with such a situation, she shouldn't force her way through. She should even be prepared to retreat. Hee, it's 2 brats from the sect. We've hit the jackpot this time. A gloomy and hoarse voice came from behind the two. Whoosh, a bald old man in a blood-red robe appeared behind them. Bloody handbaldi. Tong Yuling's expression changed slightly. At this moment, the 2 of them were surrounded by the bloody handbaldi and the 4 blood sons. TSK, delicate skin, pure face. I love to enjoy young girls like you. The bloody handbaldi licked his lips and narrowed his eyes as he ravaged Tong Yuling's beautiful figure and delicate face. He seemed to be very satisfied with his prey. In front of the courtyard, Qinyu and Tong Yuling were caught in a pincer attack by the 4th Bloodmaster and the bloody baldi. There was no one else in the quiet, dilapidated villa. It was said that this place had been frequented by bandits. Most of the people in the villa had moved away, leaving only the old and weak. The bloody baldi licked his lips like a greedy wolf staring at a white lamb. He and the 4th Bloodmaster had used the environment here to ambush their enemies and bounty hunters. At this moment, standing in front of him were 2 fat, tender lambs from the sect. The bloody baldi had a plan. After he was done with this sect girl, he would immediately move to another location. The sect was not something he could fight head-on. Chen, it's my fault. The information was inaccurate. Tong Yuling looked ashamed. What did you do wrong, senior sister? It's just 4 more shrimps. Qinyu said indifferently. For shrimps, as soon as he said that, the 4th Bloodmaster's face darkened, and a fierce killing intent locked on to Qinyu. Even the bloody baldi's expression froze. Kid, don't be afraid that the wind will cut your tongue. Later, I'll show you what it means to live a life worse than death. The woman in the blood-red robe said. The woman in the blood-red robe was a beautiful woman in her 30s. She had the highest cultivation base among the 4 blood masters. There was a hint of mockery and coldness on her bright face. She had a plan to capture the young man alive and torture him. "Junior brother, I'll deal with the bloody baldy." Tong Yuling's expression softened. Qinyu's words gave her confidence. If Qinyu could stall the 4 blood masters, there would be a lot of hope. "All right. Look at these 4 shrimps. They can't wait any longer," Qinyu said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 blood masters, 1 woman and 3 men, roared and attacked him. Cloud-soaring steps, Qinyu let out a hearty laugh as his body blurred and evaded the 4th blood master's attack at an uncanny speed. In terms of movement technique, he was only slightly inferior to Ye Feng. At the same time, Tong Yuling's delicate body flashed, and a flexible sword appeared in her hand. It transformed into a nimble and elegant sword ray, and she attacked the bloody baldy. The blood hand baldy exclaimed in surprise. His figure retreated as he fought with Tong Yuling. Tong Yuling's strength was higher than he had imagined. She was at the late meridian opening realm, and her swordplay was nimble and crafty. The important thing was, her actual combat experience was not bad, and she was more experienced than Qinying. From the simple exchange of blows, it could be seen that Tong Yuling's strength was probably in the top 15 of the outer sect. Qinyu calmed down and began to focus on dealing with the 4 blood masters. The beautiful woman was the most powerful of the 4 blood masters. She brandished a slender sword and focused on attacking Qinyu's eyes, throat, and chest. Coupled with her advantage of being in the late meridian opening realm, even Qinyu could not underestimate her. The other 3 blood masters used a broadsword, a whip, and a concealed weapon respectively. When the 4 of them worked together, they produced a shocking amount of power. All of a sudden, Qinyu was drowned in the 4 weapons, and it looked like he was in danger. "I've really underestimated these 4 small fries," Qinyu thought. The 4 blood masters' cooperation was too tight. If he attacked one of them, he would immediately be attacked by the other 3. Of course, he did not use the power of the bronze statue skill. He only relied on his speed to deal with the 4 blood masters. "Kid, your movement technique is not bad. Let's see how long you can last." The beautiful woman in a blood-red robe smiled cruelly. Although Qinyu's movement technique was fast, he was still fighting against 4 people at the same time. If this continued, he would definitely be exhausted. The beautiful woman in a blood-red robe estimated that even a late meridian opening realm cultivator could only last for half an hour. Furthermore, this kid was only in the early meridian opening realm. However, what surprised the 4 blood masters was that Qinyu's movement technique was becoming more and more relaxed as he weaved through their attacks. Whoosh! 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 Qinyu's movement technique was sometimes slow and sometimes fast. Sometimes, he leaped into the air and completed some of the movement techniques in the cloud-soaring steps. This was not his usual practice. It was to sharpen his movement technique through life and death battles. Usually, the sharpening of one's martial arts could be improved through actual combat, not to mention a body technique genius like Qinyu. Half an hour later, the 4 blood masters' faces were filled with shock and solemnity. The young man's movement technique was mysterious, and he seemed more and more relaxed. "I can't hold him any longer." The man in a blood-red robe, who used a broadsword, was breathing heavily. "Damn. We're almost out of hidden weapons, but none of them hit him. What kind of freak is this guy?" The man in a blood-red robe, who used hidden weapons, complained. All he did was use his movement technique. Qinyu brought great pressure to the 4 of them. At this moment, the baldy's strange laughter came from the other side. "Little girl, you'd better obediently surrender yourself to us. Maybe I'll have a good time and spare your life because I don't want to destroy you." There was a change in the battle on the other side. The baldy attacked fiercely. His palms and even his arms were faintly red, setting off a wave of heat. Clang! 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 His red arms were as hard as metal, and they carried a strange inner breath as they flicked away Tong Yuling's soft sword. "Oh no!" Tong Yuling's breathing quickened, and beads of sweat appeared on her delicate face. She realized that she had been tricked, at first. The baldy hid his strength, but his movement technique was good. He pretended to be weak and fought with Tong Yuling. Tong Yuling wanted to kill the Baldy to avenge her clansman and complete her mission. Naturally, she attacked with all her might. However, her fierce attacks did not hurt the Baldy at all. Instead, it consumed a lot of her inner breath and physical strength. As soon as her momentum weakened, the Baldy showed his true strength and began to attack wildly. The Baldy's true strength was stronger than expected. His inner breath was vigorous and close to the visceral refinement stage. Secondly, the blood hand technique that he cultivated was even more astonishing. His strength was definitely higher than Tong Yuling's. Blood hand catching tiger. The Baldy suddenly closed in and blocked Tong Yuling's sword. His other hand grabbed the girl's shoulder. There was a chi-la sound. Tong Yuling's clothes were torn, revealing her red shoulder and snow-white skin. There was a bloody mark on her shoulder. If it was not for her quick reaction, she would have been caught by the Baldy. Haha, delicate girl, I can't wait. The Baldy licked his dry lips and stared at the girl's delicate skin and her rising and falling breasts. The fourth blood disciple was overjoyed by the situation on the other side. Hold on. When the boss catches that girl, this guy will have no way to escape. The four blood masters laughed sinisterly. Xianxia was immersed in the realm of his movement technique when he suddenly noticed Tong Yuling's disadvantageous situation. It's almost time. Xianxia murmured. Under the tight siege of the four blood masters, his cloud-soaring steps had greatly improved and almost reached the mastery level. Swoosh! His figure suddenly turned into a shadow and approached the blood-robed person with the whip at an amazing speed. For some reason, Xianxia especially liked to attack people with the whip. Xianxia suddenly grabbed the opponent's whip. Ah? The blood-robed person did not even have time to react. Xianxia's speed was too fast and it was a sudden attack. Then, a huge force came along the whip and pulled his body into the air. Not good. The other three blood masters' expressions changed greatly. The beautiful blood-robed person reacted the fastest. The thin sword in her hand stabbed at Xianxia from behind. Swish! However, Xianxia's figure leaped into the air and dodged the sword. Cloud-killing fist, a fierce and overbearing fist force lingered on the bronze fist and hit the head of the blood-robed person with the whip. Crack! The head of the blood-robed person with the whip exploded in the air. The other three blood masters were filled with fear and astonishment. It was only one move. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia had killed one of them. Then what was his purpose in dealing with the three of them? Hey! That's it. Thank you for sparring with me. Xianxia's laughter chilled the three blood masters' hearts. It turned out he had been dealing with them so many times to improve his movement technique. Swoosh! Xianxia landed on the ground and made a strange turn, flashing to the front of another blood-robed person. Cloud-killing fist. An astonishing fiendish aura whistled through the air as it struck the other blood-robed man. The chest of the blood-robed person suddenly exploded. Run! The beautiful blood-robed person's face was full of fear. However, she had just retreated a few steps when a tall shadow blocked the sunlight. Then, her vision turned black and she fell into endless darkness, at the same time. Girl, where do you think you're going? The Baldy let out a perverted smile and forced Tong Yuling into a forest. Tong Yuling's face was pale and she was panting. Her hair was disheveled, and her clothes were torn in many places, revealing her snow-white skin. The sight made the bloody Baldy laugh out loud. Thump! The Baldy's powerful palm strike sent Tong Yuling flying with her sword. Tong Yuling almost vomited blood. She was almost exhausted after fighting for so long. Come on, girl. The Baldy approached step by step. This time, he reached out to grab Tong Yuling's voluptuous breasts. Tong Yuling instinctively took a step back, but she hit a tree and her face turned pale. It's over, her face was ashen, as if she had seen her own fate. Whoosh! Suddenly, the figure of a young man quickly approached the forest. The Baldy sneered and still tried to grab Tong Yuling. Not good. Xianxia was anxious. At the crucial moment, his body suddenly became light. The core method and footwork of cloud-soaring steps suddenly flowed like a river. In an instant, his speed entered a whole new level, cloud-soaring steps, mastery, Thump, the heart in his body fiercely beat, and a wave of vigorous energy was stimulated from his body. Swoosh, a series of afterimages could be seen. The Baldy's hand was just about to touch Tong Yuling when he felt a gust of wind. So fast, the Baldy was shocked. Tong Yuling was pleasantly surprised, but she was even more shocked. It was too fast, the youth in his field of vision was even dancing in the air. The speed of his movement technique was exactly the same as Lu Feng's cloud-treading steps. Both of them had mastered cloud-soaring steps, but Qin Yu's speed at this moment had completely surpassed Ye Feng's. Scram! The Baldy's eyes flashed fiercely as he activated blood hand technique. A layer of dark red appeared on his arm, and it became as hard as iron. However, the young man in the air had a sneer on his face, and a short sword that was as smooth as a mirror appeared in his hand. The short sword sliced through the air, and the wind whistled beside his ears. It was as fast as lightning. Poochie, blood splattered, and an arm fell to the ground. In the air, wielding the wind-chant sword, Qin Yu slashed down with great force and landed on the ground. Poochie, a human arm also fell to the ground. Tong Yuling was leaning against a tree. Her mouth was slightly open and her pretty face was filled with shock. The young man in front of her was like a cold god of judgment. He descended from the sky and cut off the Baldy's arm. Ah! The Baldy screamed as he realized the cruel reality. His face was pale as he looked at his arm that had fallen off. Treasure! Treasure weapon! The Baldy's voice was hoarse as he stared at the wind-chant sword in Qin Yu's hand. His blood hand technique was not only special, but it also had a defensive effect. When his hands were activated, he could resist swords and sabers of the same level. Only a treasure weapon could cut off his arm so easily. At the same time, from the corner of his eye, he saw the corpses of his 4 subordinates scattered near the courtyard in the distance. His heart sank. How many times did it take to turn around? That youngster had actually killed 4 of his subordinates in a single breath. Furthermore, it was as if a celestial had descended, crippling him with a single sword strike. Even if this kid doesn't have a treasure weapon, his strength is not inferior to mine. In terms of movement technique, he is even faster than me. The Baldy's heart sank to the bottom. The most terrifying thing was Qin Yu's advantage in movement technique. This meant that he could not run away, not to mention that he had lost an arm. Run, however, the Baldy still chose to run for his life. If he fought recklessly, he would only die more miserably. Whoosh, using his footwork, Qin Yu moved like a shadow, and in a breath's time, he had already cut off his escape route. This speed made Blood Hand Baldy feel despair. Plop! The Baldy knelt on the ground. Young hero, please spare my life. I have a few spiritual treasures and materials with me. I'll give them all to you. Qin Yu couldn't help but be stunned by the spineless scene. Treasures and materials? Qin Yu was a little tempted in this aspect. He had already used up all the body tempering prescriptions he had gathered last time, so he was as poor as a doornail. Blood hand piercing een. The Crimson Baldy, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly rose to his feet and thrust his scarlet hand at Qin Yu's genitals with a heat wave. At such a close distance, this attack combined with the crouching jump of his legs allowed him to explode with his peak speed. Be careful! Tong Yuling exclaimed. Even in such a desperate situation, the Blood Hand Baldy could still use such a sinister trick. Qin Yu's lips curled into a mocking smile. Bronze feet, he did not dodge. Instead, he activated the bronze statue skill and lifted his heavy bronze leg up. Thump! Crimson Hand Baldy's attack seemed to have hit a copper wall. The sinister smile on his face froze. His entire claw felt a burning sensation as he felt a huge force surging towards him. Get down! Qin Yu exerted force under his feet and directly stomped Blood Hand Baldy to the ground. Wow, Blood Hand Baldy spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt as if he was being stepped on by a bronze statue that weighed 1,000 pounds. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not move at all. After the bronze statue skill reached the bronze tendons level, Qin Yu's strength had increased tremendously. It was difficult for illuminating pulse realm cultivators to fight against him. Chen, leave this bastard to me. Tong Yuling's face was filled with hatred. After that, she dashed over, took out a dagger and personally chopped off the Blood Hand Baldy's head. Yu stood on the spot, but he was deep in thought. His cloud-treading steps had reached the greater mastery level, which was a pleasant surprise. However, the moment he pounced on the blood-hand Baldy, a mysterious and vigorous power surged from his heart, and the speed he burst out with was already beyond the greater mastery level of cloud-treading steps. He could not understand this. After killing the blood-hand Baldy, the two did not immediately leave. Often, targets like this were usually worth a lot. Sometimes, the spoils of war from the target might be even higher than the reward. Soon after, the two found a blood-hand skill manual, 2 bottles of elixirs, and dozens of substandard primal stones from the blood-hand Baldy's body. This time, it was all thanks to Chen's help. Yuling even owes you my life. Other than 1 item from my family, I will give the rest to Chen. Tong Yuling said seriously. Chen Yu did not refuse. The outer disciple competition was approaching, and he was in urgent need of resources. He took all of the blood-hand Baldy's spoils. The blood-hand skill should be a mid-rank martial art. If the Sky Martial Pavilion of the Yunhui Gate did not accept it, he could exchange it for some contribution points. After that, he searched the 4th blood disciple's body, and only found 10 to 20 substandard primal stones from the blood-robed woman. The rest were all ordinary items. This doesn't seem to match the reputation of the blood-hand Baldy. Chen Yu was a little disappointed. The two entered the courtyard where the blood-hand Baldy lived. Soon, on a piece of fertile soil, he found a stalk of blood lingji mushroom that had matured well. I heard that the blood-hand Baldy annihilated a small declining family and obtained a few spirit materials. One of them was an 80-year-old blood lingji mushroom. Tong Yuling's eyes lit up. But according to the agreement, the blood lingji mushroom belonged to Chen Yu. Although she was tempted by it, she did not regret it. If it was not for Chen Yu, she did not know what would have happened to her. They searched the room for a while. At a certain moment, Tong Yuling reached out and knocked on a wall, feeling that the sound was unusual. Click, she pressed on a picture frame on the wall, and the sound of a mechanism was heard. Soon, a door opened from where the picture frame was. A secret room appeared in front of the two. This blood-hand Baldy still has some treasures. Chen Yu clicked his tongue in wonder. There were a few luminous pearls in the secret room, and the light was dim. In the secret room, the two found more than 200 substandard primal stones, and a few secret manuals. Apart from that, there were a few rare materials, a strange blood-red stalagmite, a fan-sized beast claw, and 2 palm-sized scales. Found it. Tong Yuling grabbed the blood-red stalagmite, her face full of joy. Thinking about it. This should be something that belonged to her family. Whether it was or not, Chen Yu would not take it to heart. He came this time to help, and now he had obtained many other spoils of war, which was a pleasant surprise. Congratulations, Chen, that beast claw and scale should be from a viscera refinement level fierce beast. Any one of them is worth as much as the bull's marrow. Tong Yuling said with a smile. She was already very lucky to get that blood stalagmite, and her goal had been achieved. This is a good harvest. No wonder the assassination list attracted so many people. Chen Yu beamed with joy. He sorted out the items he had received. Secret manuals, a total of 6, with the blood hand as the main one. After handing them to the sect, he should be able to exchange them for some contribution points. Rare materials, blood lingji mushroom, a beast claw, and 2 scales. This was definitely a priceless item. Substandard primordial stones, 270 pieces. In addition, there were a few bottles of pills, which were commonly used healing pills, Qi recovery pills, etc., which could be used by himself. These rewards were probably going to surpass the bounty of the assassination list itself. After sorting out the rewards, the two got up and left the villa. If you return to the sect, you can pass by my family. If Chen still needs the bull's marrow, you can use a few other rare materials to trade with my family. Tong Yuling said with a smile. After this battle, she looked at Chen Yu in a new light. She originally thought that Chen Yu would at most have the strength of the top 10 outer disciples, but looking at his performance in this battle, it was a conservative estimate that Chen Yu could at least make it to the top 5. It was even possible for him to make it to the top 3. Bull's marrow? That's great. Chen Yu rejoiced. He was thinking about how to sell the resources he had and find a way to buy the bull's marrow. Bull's marrow was the most valuable of the body-tempering recipes, but it was also the most difficult to obtain. 2 days later, Qingyu followed Tong Yuling to Fengyang City, where her family was located. In Fengyang City, Tong Yuling's Tong family was one of the two major families. In terms of family strength, the Tong family was stronger than Qinyu's family. This time, Tong Yuling brought back the head of the bloody handbaldi and received praise from the upper echelons of the Tong family. Looking at the popular Tong Yuling in the crowd, Qinyu felt bad when he thought about how he was treated in the family. In terms of threat, the flooding Lake 3 was probably slightly stronger than people like the bloody handbaldi. Qinyu killing the three had created a rift with the family. That night, with Tong Yuling's help, Qinyu traded the beast claw and 2 scales to the Tong family. The beast claw and scales of the viscera refinement stage were naturally valuable and had a wide range of uses. For example, they could be used to nourish the body, refine pills, and make divine armaments. From the Tong family, Qinyu obtained 4 bottles of the bull's marrow. Both sides were naturally happy. The remaining blood lingji mushroom in Qinyu's hands also tempted the Tong family. However, Qinyu didn't make a move. The blood lingji mushroom was an 80-year-old natural treasure. Whether it was eaten directly or used to refine pills, it was extremely valuable. Even if one was in the viscera refinement stage, they would be able to increase their power. The two didn't stay long in the Tong family and quickly set off. 3 days later, Yunhui Gate, in a side hall of Zhongwu Hall. Among these manuals, 3 of them can be kept in the Sky Martial Pavilion. Blood Hand is a mid-rank martial art and can be exchanged for 1,000 contribution points. As for the other 2, 2,000 contribution points in total. An old man with a flowery beard put away the manuals. 2,000 contribution points? Qinyu was very satisfied with this harvest. With 2,000 contribution points and some of the origin stones he had on hand, he could easily gather the remaining supplementary spirit materials for the body tempering formula. Moreover, he had more than enough contribution points. Tong Yuling also completed the mission of killing the bloody baldy and received a few thousand contribution points and some primeval stones as a reward. Overall, on this trip, the 2 of them could be considered to have returned from a rewarding journey. After returning to the sect, Qinyu and Tong Yuling received an important piece of news. The Outer Disciple competition will begin in a month. The top 10 will be rewarded. The first place will be rewarded with 30,000 contribution points, a treasure weapon, a qi circulation pill, and can enter the 3rd floor of the Sky Martial Pavilion to choose a holy rank martial art. The news of the competition spread throughout the outer sect. Treasure weapon, qi circulation pill, holy rank martial art. When Qinyu heard these words, his heart skipped a beat. Treasure weapon and 30,000 contribution points aside, the former's power and the latter's usefulness in the sect were known to everyone. Qi circulation pill? Even viscera refinement stage cultivators are tempted by that pill. It can help them break through to the qi transformation stage. Tong Yuling was shocked. As for the holy rank martial art, it was a transcendent martial art that could truly stand in the sect's world and could be cultivated to a higher level, the qi transformation stage. The reward for the first place was too tempting. It was enough to make the inner sect disciples jealous. Qinyu finally understood why Nangongli, the top genius of the outer sanctum, didn't break through to the viscera refinement stage and stayed in the outer sanctum. He could imagine that some people must have found out about the rewards of the outer sanctum competition through internal channels. This generous reward for the first place is rare even in the past 20 years. Tong Yuling exclaimed. Treasured weapons, circulation pills, holy martial arts. In previous competitions, the appearance of any one of these 3 was enough to make people excited. But this year, all 3 appeared at the same time. Apart from the first place, the top 3 and top 10 all had exciting rewards. Top 3 rewards, 20,000 contribution points, top rank martial arts, mid-grade circulation pills. The rewards for 2nd and 3rd were almost on par with the rewards for the first place in previous years. Further down, top 10 rewards, 10,000 contribution points, high rank martial arts, low-grade circulation pills. Even the lowest reward for being in the top 10 was enough to tempt any outer disciple. 10,000 contribution points? How much risk and effort would a normal disciple have to take to get it? High-rank martial arts. In the outer sect, there were very few people who could practice high-level martial arts. It could be said to be as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Circulation pills? Every time it appeared, it would be snatched up. Let's go and sign up. In the mountain gate, some outer disciples could be seen moving restlessly. The disciples who had hopes of making it to the top 10 were all excited and rubbing their fists. Even some of the weaker disciples wouldn't let go of this opportunity. The outer sanctum competition didn't just rely on strength. If one was lucky, one could get a good ranking. Chen, let's go and sign up. Tong Yuling said with a smile. She believed that with Chen Yu's strength, he would definitely sign up. Okay. Chen Yu nodded. Seeing the rewards of the competition, he was simply overjoyed. With his strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to make it to the top 10. He had a high chance of making it to the top 5. As for the top 3, they would have to fight fiercely. Not long later, the two of them came to the outer sanctum central hall and lined up to sign up. Do you know why the rewards for this year's competition are higher? Sounds of discussion came from the crowd. Isn't it because our Yunhui gate has declined, and the sect wants to nurture some new elites to revitalize our sect? Hee, this is only one of the reasons. More importantly, I heard that the extraterrestrial meteoric iron from 2 months ago earned the sect a fortune. Oh. I see. I heard that this batch of meteoric iron caused the surrounding sects to be envious. Meteoric iron, hearing these rumors, Qinyu was stunned. The landing of the meteorites did bring opportunities to the Yunhui gate, but at the same time, it also brought some risks and pressure. As for how this batch of meteoric iron would be dealt with in the end, it was not something that Qinyu and the other outer sanctum disciples could understand. Shoo, suddenly, the crowd fell silent. Some of the boastful disciples suddenly fell silent. They looked in a certain direction with fear and caution. Qinyu followed his gaze and saw a group of people with powerful auras. The leader was a fierce-looking man with a yin-yang head hairstyle. This person had an invisible valiant aura, and as his eyes blinked, he emitted a domineering and fierce aura. The group of outer sanctum disciples who made eye contact with him couldn't help but shiver. Next to this yin-yang head were Huang Yuan, Wang Lingyun, Yang Fan, and a few others. Qinyu was more familiar with them. It depended on the situation. Huang Yuan and Yang Fan, who were ranked 7th and 9th, were just foils in front of this person. As for Wang Lingyun, he had a flattering smile on his face. Hu Yiba is here, and so is Huang Yuan. Some of the outer sanctum disciples looked cautious, not daring to look directly at the yin-yang head man. Be careful, Qinyu. That yin-yang head is Hu Yiba, one of Mu Shuiqing's pursuers. He ranked 4th in the last competition, and is a tyrant in the outer sanctum. Tong Yuling reminded in a low voice. Qinyu nodded slightly. He had already received Ye Feng's warning. At this moment, Hu Yiba, Huang Yuan, Yang Fan, and Wang Lingyun headed straight for the middle of the line. It seemed like they were planning to cut the line. Whoosh, suddenly, Wang Lingyun and Yang Fan's gazes fixed on Qinyu. This kid. A trace of hatred flashed in Wang Lingyun's eyes. Yang Fan's gaze was also unfriendly. The two immediately whispered to Hu Yiba. Oh? Hu Yiba's ferocious gaze instantly fell on Qinyu. Huang Yuan, who was beside him, had a trace of playfulness and cruelty on her chubby face. Not good. Tong Yuling, who was beside Qinyu, had a bad feeling. She knew Huang Yuan very well. She liked to cause trouble and bully the weak. As for Hu Yiba, he was even more domineering, and his methods were incomparably vicious. Other than Namgongli and Duan Xiaolong, no one in the outer sanctum dared to provoke him. You're Qinyu? Come out. Hu Yiba's deep voice was like the roar of a lion. The nearby disciples were all frightened by his ferocious and domineering aura, shrinking their heads back. The line was dead silent. Many gazes fell on Qinyu, and some of them were filled with pity and sympathy. Wang Lingyun had a cold smile on his face, taking pleasure in his misfortune. Come out? Qinyu clicked his tongue and waved his hand. Why don't you roll over from that side? Roll over? The faces of the disciples turned pale. They looked at Qinyu with shock and pity. What? Hu Yiba's face was almost twisted. Green veins popped out on his forehead, and the cold glint in his eyes was like a cold knife slicing through one's skin. In an instant, the anger and killing intent on his body were like a volcano that was about to erupt. Wang Lingyun, Huang Yuan, and the rest were in disbelief. This Qinyu dared to go against Hu Yiba, the tyrant of the outer sanctum, at that moment. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. The breathing of the disciples was extremely heavy. They were a few feet apart. Qinyu did not move. His eyes were bright and sharp as he stared back at Hu Yiba. Kid, you will soon know the consequences of offending me, Hu Yiba. A shocking inner aura surged from Hu Yiba's arms. The surrounding air whistled and the wind howled. The powerful inner aura had a domineering aura that could crush everything. What a powerful inner aura! Hu Yiba's cultivation has long reached the peak of the meridian opening realm. His family's overlord halberd technique is comparable to a high-ranked cultivation technique. The nearby disciples felt the pressure and their blood flow stagnated. Qinyu could also feel his opponent's strength. Hu Yiba had practiced the overlord halberd technique since young. In terms of cultivation and strength, he was probably above the great fiend Shu Lifeng. This was the strongest opponent Qinyu had faced since joining the sect. What's with the ruckus? Line up. An old deacon in the side hall snorted, interrupting the confrontation outside. Phew, the atmosphere calmed down. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. Kid, don't let me meet you in the outer sect competition. Hu Yiba's cruel gaze swept across Qinyu's body. Qinyu ignored it and continued to line up. However, with his extraordinary senses, he vaguely heard some whispers of discussion. I heard that in the last competition, 2 fellows were crippled by Hu Yiba and were bedridden for a month. They even missed the opportunity to participate in the competition. Sigh, this Qinyu is also stubborn. How can he stand in the outer sect after offending Hu Yiba? These discussions were filled with pessimism towards Qinyu's future. Except for one person who didn't think so. That person was Tong Yuling. Her eyes flickered as she took a deep look at Qinyu. She had experienced Qinyu's true strength. Even if he couldn't beat Hu Yiba, he wasn't far off. An hour later. After registering, Qinyu bid farewell to Tong Yuling and left. A few days later. Qinyu used his 2,000 contribution points and 300 primeval stones to search for the supplementary ingredients for the body-tempering formula in Zhongwu Hall. He had already obtained the rarest main ingredient bull's marrow, so the other supplementary ingredients weren't hard to find. Although the price in Zhongwu Hall was higher, the ingredients were gathered quickly. 2 days later. Qinyu had gathered all the necessary ingredients, and the quantity was sufficient. For a period of time, Qinyu began to focus on training. Every day, he used the body-tempering liquid and trained in the bronze statue technique, making steady progress. He cultivated the Cloud Fiend fist step by step, and his progress was faster than before. Whether it was the mental cultivation method or the fist technique, he was slowly accumulating. Just like that, time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. Qinyu's bull's marrow body-tempering liquid was finally used up. At this time, his bronze statue technique was steadily improving at the bronze tendons level, and he was almost at the initial success stage. The bronze muscle level was divided into beginner, Xianxia, and advanced. To be able to reach the bronze muscle level so quickly and reach the Xianxia level, it wasn't just because of Qinyu's talent, but also the help of the body-tempering liquid. Also, Qinyu's meridian opening stage cultivation also improved a bit, and his foundation was not bad. It's about time to use that thing. Qinyu murmured. He took out a translucent white pill. This pill came from the beautiful girl Yi Luofeng, a medium-grade body-tempering pill. Qinyu swallowed the pill with a determined expression. Soon. A surge of surging yet gentle medicinal energy surged within his body, slowly spreading throughout his entire body. Qinyu quickly used the Cloud Fiend Heart Sutra to absorb the spiritual medicinal power. Time passed. Qinyu felt his inner breath growing bit by bit. His body seemed to have received some kind of baptism, and the circulation of his inner breath became smoother. 2 days later, the medicinal power was basically absorbed. Qingyu felt his inner breath become purer and deeper, close to the upper limit of the meridian opening stage. Just a little bit more and he would be able to break through the meridian opening stage. Sigh, Qingyu let out a long sigh. He was so close. It seemed that his half-spiritual body talent was lagging behind in the cultivation of inner breath. On the other hand, Qingyu had broken through the meridian opening stage less than 2 months ago, and he didn't have enough experience. If he was a little more powerful, or had better talent, it would be very easy for him to break through the meridian opening stage this time. Then, Qingyu instinctively used the bronze statue technique. He felt that the body tempering pill had improved his body a lot. In the end, he was shocked. Buzz, a layer of ancient bronze patterns appeared on the surface of Qinyu's body. His muscles were tough and soft at the same time, as if he had become a lifelike metal bronze statue, emitting a solemn and majestic aura. Under the light, there was even a layer of metallic luster on his skin. Qingyu was pleasantly surprised, but he also sighed bitterly. The body tempering pill did not help him break through the meridian opening stage, but it allowed the bronze statue technique to reach the copper muscle Xianxia level. However, I need help to break through the meridian opening stage. Qinyu's expression was calm. He had an 80-year-old blood lingji mushroom in his hand. If he used the blood lingji mushroom, he had a 70% chance of breaking through the meridian opening stage. However, the medicinal power of the blood lingji mushroom was extremely strong. If he used it to forcefully push his cultivation to the meridian opening stage, his foundation might be unstable. Should he use it or not? South of the Yunhui Gate, on a plain hundreds of miles away. Go, 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 a group of ferocious-looking burly men were riding tall, black-maned horses and attacking a green-robed young man. Surround this kid. This kid killed 4 or 5 of our brothers. Today, we must cut him into pieces. These burly men on horses had ferocious looks on their faces and murderous intent. One look and anyone could tell that they were not kind. They were a group of bandits in the nearby area. This group of bandits was known as the 10 evildoers. In half a year, they had massacred 3 or 4 small villages, killing all the men and torturing and killing the women. Everywhere they went, they burned everything. The crimes they had committed could be said to be unforgivable, so they were known as the 10 evildoers. At this moment, a young man in green had an indifferent expression as he shuttled back and forth among the 10 evildoers. Dozens of bandits in the body tempering stage and 5 leaders in the meridian soothing stage worked together, but in a short period of time, they could not even touch the corner of the young man's clothes. Ah! A scream was heard, followed by the sound of people and horses tumbling. The young man flew in the air and hooked his leg on the throat of a bandit. The bandit died on the spot and fell to the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. Kill him. Don't worry, the boss will be here soon. The 5 leaders in the meridian soothing stage were afraid of the young man's movement technique and quickly formed a formation. However, the young man's movement technique was extraordinary. Sometimes he was as fast as the wind, and sometimes he was still. He played these notorious 10 evildoers around in circles. Thump. Thump, every few breaths, there would be a bandit falling to the ground. This caused the bandits to roar in anger. As for the young man, he frowned as he moved. My cloud-treading steps has already reached the great success stage of the same level as Yefeng. But why can't I reach the shocking speed of the blood handbaldi? The young man was Qingyu. So, a few days ago, he did not use the blood lingji mushroom to break through to the middle stage of the meridian soothing stage. Qingyu still felt that the foundation was very important. In terms of inner breath cultivation, his aptitude was average. If he spoiled it now, it might kill his future potential. At this stage, faced with all kinds of bottlenecks in cultivation, Qingyu decided to come out and temper himself. One of them. He wanted to try out the explosive technique of cloud-treading steps from last time. Qingyu remembered. At that time, Tong Yuling was about to be grabbed by the bloody baldi. Logically speaking, even if he had mastered the cloud-treading steps, it would still be difficult to save her. But at the key moment, a mysterious and vigorous energy suddenly burst out from his heart, causing his speed to instantly soar. It was almost 2 times faster than his normal speed. However, later, after many attempts, he still couldn't find the opportunity to erupt. Xianxia was certain that this eruption had something to do with the secret of the mysterious heart. "Boss is here." The surrounding bandits suddenly became excited. They saw a scar-faced man dressed in tiger skin was riding an extremely ugly purple-furred horse. He held a large blade with golden rings in his hand as he charged over. 10 Evilest Bandits King, 59th on the assassination roll. Some information about this person appeared in Xianxia's mind. The 10 Evilest Bandits King was the leader of the 10 Evilest Bandits. His cultivation had reached the peak of the Meridian Opening Realm. This person's strength was even higher than the Bloody Baldy's, and he had many subordinates. The purple-furred horse he was riding was extremely strong and fast, which added to his power. This time, Xianxia accepted this assassination mission alone mainly because he wanted to practice and see if he could find an opportunity to break through the bottleneck. "Kid, you're just one person and you dare to challenge us, the 10 Evilest Bandits. You're really audacious." The 10 Evilest Bandits King looked down at Xianxia with a mocking expression. His group of 10 Evilest Bandits was extremely mobile and could move around. During this period, he was chased by disciples of the sect. It was just that the 10 Evilest Bandits had a large number of people and could come and go without a trace. Even a normal viscera refinement stage cultivator couldn't do anything to them. It was rare for a kid in the Meridian Opening Realm to challenge the 10 Evilest Bandits alone. Swoosh, Xianxia ignored them and left a few afterimages on the spot. His speed suddenly increased as he shuttled through the crowd of bandits. "Ah!" Miserable shrieks immediately rose and fell. One by one, the 10 Evilest Bandits fell to the ground and died. The scene was chaotic. The youth's movement technique was extremely fast and mysterious. He was also extremely strong. Whether it was a man or a horse, one touch would instantly kill them. The 10 Evilest Bandits King could only watch as the 2 Meridian Opening Realm leaders were instantly killed. So fast and so strong, the terror of his opponent could only be described with one word. "You're courting death." The 10 Evilest Bandits King rode a purple-furred horse and attacked Xianxia from 3 sides with the 2 Meridian Opening Realm leaders. Tung. Tung, tung. 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 The Bandit King held the golden-ringed saber in his hand. Under the push of the strange horse, the saber created a golden wave and a piercing wind. When the man and the horse worked together, the power of the saber was almost at the viscera refinement stage. Cloudfiend Fist. Xianxia did not dodge. His body emitted a ferocious and domineering murderous aura. His fist suddenly expanded, and under the sunlight, a layer of gold and bronze luster appeared. Whoosh, the punch was full of murderous aura. The explosion was deafening, and a dark cloud of murderous aura appeared. This scene was a sign that the Cloudfiend Fist was approaching the greater mastery stage. This kid's background is not simple. The 10 Evilest Bandits King's heart skipped a beat. He could see that Xianxia's cultivation technique was extraordinary. It was probably beyond the scope of high-level cultivation techniques. The formless murderous aura of the fist even made him feel suffocated. Dang! Bang! The sound of gongs and drums resounded throughout the plains. The formless gust of wind blew the nearby bandits off their feet. The bandits turned pale with fright. There was actually someone below the viscera refinement stage who could fight the Bandit King, who was one with the horse and not lose. One had to know. The Bandit King who was one with the horse could already fight against a viscera refinement stage cultivator. The youth's face only turned slightly red after taking the blow. Whoosh, his figure flashed and swept past a mid-stage illuminating pulse leader. The latter immediately fell and died. The 10 Evilest Bandits King stood rooted to the ground, his face filled with horror. The hand that was holding the gold-ringed saber was torn, and a trace of blood flowed out. In that instant, it was as if he was fighting a fierce beast king. Even though he was one with a horse, he was still at a disadvantage. As for the youth, he was still calmly killing the bandits nearby after the blow. Thump. Thump, the youth came and went like the wind. He was killing wantonly as if there was no one around. Retreat. Retreat now. The Bandit King took a deep breath and made a decision. At that moment, more than half of his bandits had been killed by Qinyu. Go! 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 The group of horse bandits fled in panic, causing a huge wave of dust to rise. It was hard to imagine that the famous 10 evilest bandits were being chased by a young man. My men have excellent horses and extraordinary endurance. No matter how strong that kid is, he won't be able to chase us for long. The bandit king calmed down a little. However, in the next hour, fear and shadow filled the entire 10 evilest bandits. The youth behind him seemed to have endless stamina. He could still chase them for a long time at an astonishing speed. In the end, the bandit king's subordinates were almost killed. Almost 90% of them were killed. What kind of monster is this guy? The bandit king finally began to panic, but it was too late. The youth behind him had already locked onto him. He would occasionally catch up and punch him. Every time they fought, the bandit king's scalp would go numb. His hand would crack several times, and he could barely hold the gold-ringed saber. An hour later, the destitute bandit king fled into a valley. This was his stronghold. Perhaps he could use the familiar geographical environment to escape. Thud. Qinyu followed the bandit king into the depths of the valley and saw some simple wooden houses. The stench of rotting corpses wafted over. Near the wooden houses, there were some corpses of women. Their clothes had been taken off. The corpses were green and purple, and disgusting mucus was flowing on them. Some of the corpses were almost dismembered. The humiliation they had suffered was unimaginable. 10 evilest bandits. An indescribable anger surged in Qinyu's chest. Thump, thump. Thump, in his heart, there was a strong and rapid beating, and a burst of power emerged. Thump, in an instant, the speed of Qinyu's body technique exploded to a new level. Swish. A series of blurred shadows flashed in front of him. This feeling, flying in the air, Qinyu felt his whole body become light. The mysterious power surging from his heart almost doubled his speed. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with the bandit king. How could it be? The bandit king's face was pale. He did not expect Qinyu's speed to increase so suddenly. This disrupted his escape plan. With no other choice, the bandit king had to use his lifelong strength. The gold-ringed saber swept out a golden blade edge. Cloud-killing fist, while in midair, Qinyu simply channeled the vigorous energy surging from his heart into his punching technique. At that moment, something strange happened. Whoosh, Qinyu's fist roared like a cloud explosion. He punched out a light black evil chi fist shadow, which was the size of a bamboo basket. Viscera refinement stage? How could it be? The bandit king's heart sank. His chi, blood, and breath were all suppressed. The evil chi fist shadow shrouded him like an exploding dark cloud. Boom! Before the punch arrived, the overbearing and invisible evil chi fist shadow hit the bandit king. Whoa! The bandit king spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backward, and a cracking sound came from his chest. What's with this punch? Qinyu was taken aback as he looked at his own fist. The punch just now only relied on the evil chi fist shadow that suddenly appeared to hit the bandit king and severely injure him. This was definitely the power that could only be possessed by someone who had mastered the cloud-killing fist or the viscera refinement stage. Whoosh! Whoosh! Qinyu's breathing was a little heavy. The mysterious power in his heart receded like a tide. His body also felt a little weak. The evil chi fist force. You're in the soothing pull stage, how could you? The bandit king stared at Qinyu. Facing such a shocking attack, he did not care if he died. Before he died, he just wanted to know the answer. Bang! Qinyu's figure flashed, and he punched again, killing the bandit king who was on the verge of death. I don't know the answer either. Qinyu stood there for a long time and murmured to himself. At this moment, he could not find the opportunity to stimulate the power of his heart, especially the cloud-killing fist that was at a higher level. According to the cloud-killing fist, one needed to be in the viscera refinement stage to be able to use the cloud-killing fist that was at a higher level. However, Qinyu was furious. The mysterious heart had stimulated his incredible potential, allowing him to use the high-level power of the evil chi fist force. The power of the evil Qi fist force was really domineering. One hit could kill experts at the level of the Bandit King or the Great Evil Qi. In the valley, Qinyu pondered for an hour, but he could not find the right feeling. He sat cross-legged and used the Cloud-Killing Heart Sutra to recover. However, after using his inner breath, Qinyu felt that something was wrong. Boom! The cloud-killing inner breath in his body was like a wild horse that had escaped its reins. It surged like waves, and it became stronger and stronger as he used it. This feeling, Qinyu was overjoyed. The baleful cloud inner breath in his body started to expand a new meridian network. His inner breath flowed continuously, becoming purer and stronger. The so-called meridian unblocking stage was to open up the meridians and dig out the true strength of the human body. The meridian system of the human body was mysterious and complicated. The meridian unblocking stage only targeted the external meridians. The deeper 8 extraordinary meridians had to wait until the viscera refining stage. Even the external meridians were usually divided into 3 main meridian networks. The early meridian unblocking stage corresponded to the first one, the middle one corresponded to the second, and the late one corresponded to the third. At this moment, Qinyu's inner breath started from the first meridian network and flowed into the second meridian network, opening up smoothly. Some of the blocked meridians in the past were now unobstructed. Some people with good potential, such as those with spirit bodies, had meridian networks that were naturally lively. As they grew, their bodies would absorb a small amount of heaven and earth yuan qi, nourishing their bodies and meridians. As for those with ordinary or poor bodies, their meridians would not be so lively and resilient, and they would not be compatible with various types of energy. Qinyu was one of those people with average potential in this aspect. But now, the opening of his second meridian network felt like it was a matter of course. There were many factors in this aspect, but there were 2 main ones. First, Qinyu's foundation could be said to be better than others. Second, his baleful cloud fist had reached greater mastery, and its meaning was profound. He could even use the high-level power of the baleful cloud fist. Now, the purity and quality of his inner breath had reached an unimaginable extreme for people of the same level. Under the high purity and strength of the baleful cloud inner breath, the bottleneck that Qinyu faced was instantly broken. Half a day later, Qinyu's baleful cloud inner breath successfully entered the second external meridian network, and his inner breath became stronger and purer. This meant that his cultivation had advanced to the middle meridian unblocking stage. As his foundation was really solid, the quality and strength of his inner breath was extremely high. Even though he had just broken through to the middle, his realm was already very stable. This phenomenon was the same as when he had just advanced to the early meridian unblocking stage. Qinyu felt a great sense of accomplishment from taking one step at a time and establishing a solid foundation. I'm afraid that my internal energy has already surpassed the mid-meridian opening stage, and can even compete with the late meridian opening stage. Qinyu murmured. His inner breath was far superior to those of the same level. Other than the fact that his foundation was solid and he had used the fist force condensed evil, it was also because the cloud demon fist itself was of a high level. If one disregarded the drawbacks of the cloud fiend fist, this technique was basically on par with top-grade martial arts. Try asking. In the entire outer sect, who could practice top-ranked martial arts, according to Qinyu's knowledge, those who were able to practice high-level martial arts were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns, and this was because they had the support of the family behind them. After staying in the territory of the 10 evildoers for a day, Qinyu had completely stabilized his cultivation. Before leaving, Qinyu searched the place thoroughly. In the end, he was slightly disappointed. Other than the Ko-King, who had 1 to 200 substandard primordial stones, he did not have any other extraordinary resources. In the lair of the 10 evildoers, there was a large amount of gold and silver. However, these worldly possessions did not mean much to Qinyu, who had a foothold in the sect and yearned for the peak of martial arts. Swoosh, Qinyu took out the wind chant sword and cut off the Ko-King's head. The 10 evildoers king was ranked 59th on the assassination list. This bandit's ranking was above the bloody handbaldi. Qinyu knew that the top 50 on the assassination list was a watershed. Once he crossed the watershed and entered the top 50, his targets would most likely be powerhouses above the viscera refinement stage. The Co-King was ranked 59th, which was basically the most tyrannical and terrifying group of people below the viscera refinement stage. Kid, leave the Co-King's head. A cold voice came from the opposite side of the canyon. Huh, Chinyu was stunned. He saw two teenagers, one tall and one short, standing on the opposite slope. These two people were wearing gray robes and carrying swords on their backs. From their attire, Chinyu judged that these two people were from another sect in Chu country, Iron Sword sect. Oh? Fellow Taoists of the Iron Sword sect, have you crossed the line? Chinyu asked curiously after wrapping up the skull. The Iron Sword sect was a very powerful and aggressive sect in the world of sects in Chu country. In terms of strength, this sect was much stronger than the Yunhua sect. Crossed the line? Hee, these 10 evildoers have been committing crimes everywhere in Chu country. We chased them all the way from the territory of the Iron Sword sect to here. The short youth said nonchalantly. The other tall teenager said coldly, hand over the head and I'll let you go. Chinyu was a little speechless. These two disciples of the Iron Sword sect were really overbearing. I can hand over the head. Only if you pay me 4,500 contribution points and 800 subgrade primal stones. Chinyu waved his hand. Then let's do it. The tall teenager said coldly and matter-of-factly. Whoosh. Whoosh, the two teenagers, one tall and one short, jumped down from the hill and headed straight for Chinyu. Their speed shocked Chinyu. Just based on their speed, the two of them weren't any slower than Yefeng. The tall teenager was at least at the same level as Yefeng. He was afraid that the two of them were not ordinary people in the Iron Sword sect. Clang, the tall teenager unsheathed his sword and a cold sword aura pierced through the air. The formless cold intent locked onto Chinyu. Chinyu's expression changed. With just one sword, he could feel the powerful strength of the tall teenager. The martial arts that the other party practiced seemed to be on par with his fiendish cloud fist. No wonder this person was so arrogant. Fiendish cloud fist. Chinyu punched out. The overbearing inner breath and fiendish aura formed a ball of fiendish cloud and exploded like thunder. The tall teenager was shocked. The sword aura in his hand struck the fist that was covered by the fiendish cloud. Boom, there was a thunderous explosion, and a ring-shaped chi tornado was formed in the place where he stood, bright and dark interlacing. Pung. The tall teenager was pushed back by Chinyu's bronze fist and his sword almost fell out of his hand. The other short teenager was quite wretched. He took advantage of the moment when the two of them clashed and slashed at Chinyu's knee joint. Get lost. Chinyu used the bronze statue technique and his legs seemed to be plated with a layer of bronze lead, which was as heavy as a giant hammer. Clang, the short youth held in pain as he was kicked away along with his sword. This made Chinyu stunned. He could feel the power of the tall teenager when he fought. He didn't dare to ignore the short teenager and naturally used the bronze statue technique. He didn't expect the short teenager to be so weak and was sent flying with a kick. Of course. This was mainly because Chinyu's strength had increased by leaps and bounds compared to half a month ago. In terms of strength, the short teenager could be ranked top 15 in Yunhui Gate. Brother Wu, are you okay? The tall youth hurriedly helped the short youth up and looked at Chinyu with a fearful expression. Before the fight, neither of them had expected that a mere outer sanctum disciple of Yunyu sect would possess such strength. In their impression, Yunhui Gate was at the bottom of the 4 sects of Chu. Brother Gao, I'm fine, wah. The short teenager spat out a mouthful of blood before he could finish his sentence. The tall young man was shocked. Just a casual kick from the other party had injured his senior brother Wu. Although brother Wu's strength wasn't top-notch, he was ranked in the top 20 in the Iron Sword sect. What a weakling. Chinyu shook his head and didn't bother to pay attention to the two. He turned around and left. At the same place. The two from Iron Sword sect looked terrible. Don't go. I haven't used my real strength. The tall teenager had never been humiliated like this before. He held his sword and was about to rush forward. But he was caught by the short teenager. Brother Gao, let's forget it. I think this person is one of the best in the outer sect of Yunhui Gate. Besides, you've just mastered the Sky Shadow Sword skill and your realm isn't stable yet. Don't use it easily. The short teenager coughed. Indeed. The tall teenager didn't use his real strength. But how could he be sure that his opponent had used his full strength? Kid, tell me your name. I, Gao Feng, will fight with you in the future. The tall teenager said unwillingly. He was a genius in Iron Sword sect and it wasn't difficult for him to enter the inner sect. He had never been looked down upon by a disciple of Yunhui Gate. However, the teenager in his sight didn't pay attention to him and walked further away. 2 days later, Jinyu returned to Yunhui Gate and handed in the mission of killing Ko Wang. He received 4,500 contribution points and 800 substandard primordial stones. At this moment, the atmosphere in the outer sect was tense. So, the outer disciple competition was about to begin. There's 2 days left. Jinyu returned to his residence and started to meditate. Now that he had reached the middle stage of the illuminating pulse realm, his bronze statue technique and bronze tendon xiaoqing had been improved to the limit. Among them, his Cloud Fiend Fist was in a special state. Jinyu had understood the meaning of the Cloud Fiend Fist technique. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to use the Fist Force Condensed Fiend that day. But due to the limitation of his cultivation, he couldn't use the power of the Cloud Fiend Fist technique. Because the mental cultivation method and the realm of the fist technique were linked and couldn't be too far apart. In other words, his Cloud Fiend Fist technique wasn't complete. Unless he had a breakthrough in his cultivation, or if he activated the explosive technique of his heart. As for the explosive technique of the mysterious heart, Jinyu still didn't understand it. Time passed quickly. Soon, it was the last night before the outer disciple competition. In a room of the outer sect encampment, a beautiful girl was sitting cross-legged with her hands spread open. On the girl's palms was a blood stalagmite that was flowing with traces of blood-colored light. The blood-red light slowly seeped into her body. The surface of the girl's body was wrapped in a layer of strange blood-red gas. If Jinyu was present, he would definitely discover that this blood stalagmite was the spoils of war he obtained from killing the blood-hand Baldi. I can't absorb any more. Tong Yuling muttered to herself, the strength and quantity of my inner breath has reached the limit. Otherwise, I might have broken through to the viscera refinement stage. Whoosh, she circulated her power and a cold and violent flow of air rose from her body. Her eyes flashed with a trace of blood. The powerful inner breath she displayed was almost at the viscera refinement stage. It's all thanks to this blood jade spirit stalagmite. That blood hand Baldi once massacred the declining Feng family and obtained this treasure, but he didn't know how to open it. Even that Jinyu, a normal outer sect disciple with limited experience, didn't recognize this item. The corner of Tong Yuling's mouth curled into a faint smile. So, this blood stalagmite wasn't an ordinary precious material and didn't belong to her Tong family. I want to give everyone a pleasant surprise in tomorrow's outer sect competition. Yunhui Gate, in a remote courtyard. Ding. Ding. Dang. 2 young men, holding a saber and a sword, clashed in the night. Among them, a sword-wielding man slashed out with his treasured sword, creating a sharp air-piercing light. Sword shadows crisscrossed with astral winds, leaving behind sword marks on the ground nearby. If there were mortal masters present, they would definitely be surprised. This young man's inner breath had reached the level of being able to attack through the air through his weapon. The air-piercing sword shadows were enough to cut through metal. Even if several Meridian Opening Realm cultivators joined forces, they wouldn't be able to get close. Obviously, the sword-wielding man's cultivation had reached the viscera refinement realm, and his opponent was a handsome man with thick eyebrows and tiger-like eyes, holding an ancient broadsword. Break! The handsome man's eyes were like cold lightning. The ancient broadsword in his hand slashed out a wave of saber light, filling a radius of 10 feet with violent saber wind. Puff puff puff, in an instant, he didn't know how many sabers he had slashed out. There was a look of infatuation in his eyes. Finally, the saber shadows overlapped into a huge saber light, like the blade of lightning. The wind howled, and a series of crackling sounds could be heard. Chi, that thunderous saber forcefully broke through the defense of the viscera refinement realm sword-wielding man. The sword-wielding man's expression changed. His inner breath surged, and he slashed out a few sword shadows. His figure retreated a few steps before he could block the thunderous saber. I won't fight anymore. The sword-wielding man smiled bitterly and shook his head. In the confrontation just now, his visceral refinement realm cultivation was actually suppressed by his opponent. It was indeed frustrating. Senior brother Duan, I didn't expect that after entering the inner sect and breaking through to the visceral refinement realm, I actually couldn't resist you. The sword-wielding man sighed. It was rare for a visceral refinement realm cultivator to be suppressed by a meridian opening realm cultivator, even in the sect. But there wasn't much shame or surprise on his face. Because his opponent was the strongest in the outer sect, Duan Xiaolong. Duan Xiaolong was the legend of the outer sect. If he wanted to, he could have won first place in the competition 2 years ago. The reward for first place is really tempting. If I don't get first, it won't be worth it. Duan Xiaolong shrugged. Outer court competition? Aren't you being too much of a bully with your strength? The sword-wielding man was speechless. Yunyue Gate, in the courtyard of a quaint pavilion. Roar, 2 huge purplish azure tigers let out deafening roars as they surrounded a handsome young man. Thud. Swoosh, the elegant young man held a folding fan in his hand and dragged a series of afterimages behind him. He was elegant and graceful as he fought with the 2 huge tigers. These 2 giant tigers were comparable in size to the Iron Brown Bear King, but they were faster and more powerful. Not bad, not bad. The strength of these 2 purple cloud tigers that I'm raising is almost the same as a visceral refinement cultivator, but you're actually able to contend with them without losing. An old man with a white beard said with admiration. This elegant young man was the #1 genius in the outer court. Nangongli, with my talent and your status in the sect, entering the inner sect will be a piece of cake. However, I want to rely on my own strength to become the #1 in the outer court. While winning glory, I want to shut other people's mouths. Nangongli smiled faintly. He was born into an extraordinary family, and his grandfather was an elder in the sect. However, Nangongli wanted to rely on his own strength to reach the peak step by step and obtain his own glory. He didn't want to be a young master who relied on the patriarch and grandfather in other people's eyes. You have a good ambition. The elder stroked his beard and said with a smile, coincidentally, the meteoric iron descended and the sect had a great harvest, so they wanted to nurture the younger generation. Under the influence of Grandpa and me, the prize for the first place in this competition has been greatly increased. Don't worry, Grandfather. I've mastered the 2 secret techniques. It won't be a problem for me to be #1. Nangongli was full of confidence. He knew. His grandfather's influence had greatly increased the reward for the first place. To a certain extent, it was also because of his selfishness. Therefore, he wanted to be #1 even more. Whoosh, Nangongli waved a series of afterimages from his fan and hit the 2 giant tigers, causing them to bleed and let out a series of angry roars. At the same moment, in the outer sect of the Yunyue Gate, the powerful disciples were rubbing their fists and palms, secretly accumulating strength. The reward for this year's outer disciple competition was too generous. No matter who got the reward, it would definitely give birth to a batch of elites in the Yunyue Gate. This was definitely a rare opportunity for the outer sect in 20 years. The next morning, Xinyu sat cross-legged and adjusted his breath. His eyes were slightly closed as he adjusted his state and gathered all the energy in his body. His state was improving bit by bit. The outer disciple competition is held once a year. This time, it's because of the meteoric iron. Next time, it's unlikely that there will be such a generous reward. Xinyu had a strong thought that he had never had before. This time's competition. I must become an inner sect disciple, that was at least the top 3. Due to his average aptitude, even if he was in the top 3, Xinyu couldn't guarantee that he would definitely become an inner sect disciple. Therefore, he had to fight for the first place in the competition. The generous reward for the first place was a great opportunity for any outer sect disciple, including Xinyu. If he succeeded, he would be like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. If he failed, with Xinyu's aptitude, he might be quiet for a year or even a year. He might even be mediocre for the rest of his life, unable to enter the true palace of the sect. Dang! 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 3 consecutive rings of the bell reverberated through the entire Yunyue Gate. The competition is about to begin. Jinyu took a deep breath and slowly stood up. The sound of the bell came from a treasure of the Yunhui Gate, the cloud-shaking bell. It was usually rung when something big happened. The more times it was rung, the more important the situation was. If it was rung 9 times in a row, it meant that the entire sect was in danger. It's about to begin. Outer disciple competition, here I come. One by one, the disciples heard the bell and immediately stood up. The location of the outer disciple competition was on the east side of the Yunhui Gate, the Cloudy Sky Peak. The Cloudy Sky Peak was surrounded by clouds. It was still autumn, but there was still some snow on the edge of the peak. Somewhere on the peak, there were 2 arenas. The 2 arenas were oval-shaped, no more than 20 zhang long and no more than 10 zhang wide, slightly larger than a basketball court. For experts, this didn't seem to be big. In the past 2 years, Jinyu had watched the outer disciple competition. He was clear that the medium-sized arenas were used to restrict some disciples from stalling for time or using some underhanded methods to fight. Once one was knocked out of the arena, it would be considered as a loss. Thus, every time the competition was held, there would be over 100 participants, and the speed of the competition would be faster. For this year's competition, the number of participants had reached 180. This number was the highest in the past 10 years. Basically, all the disciples that met the requirements of the competition had signed up. Half an hour later, there was already a sea of people near the arena. The competition will begin. The first round will be an elimination competition, and the top 20 will be chosen. An old and dignified voice resounded through the entire venue. Only to see. On the high ground to the north of the arena, there were 3 pavilions. In each pavilion, sat some of the middle and upper echelons of the Yunhui Gate. These people included hall masters, elders, and even the sect leader. This time, there were 3 big shots in the competition. The 3 of them sat in the pavilion in the middle. In the pavilion in the middle sat 2 men and a woman. They were a white-bearded old man, a middle-aged man in a blue robe, and a beautiful woman in a palace dress. The voice just now came from the white-bearded old man. The white-bearded old man was Nangong Li's grandfather, an elder of the sect. Jinyu knew the blue-robed middle-aged man in the middle. He was the sect leader of Yunhui, who had appeared in the previous competition. As for the beautiful woman in the palace dress, she looked to be in her 20s. She was beautiful, and her skin was as white as snow. She had a dignified and refined temperament that no one dared to disrespect. It's Elder Nangong and the sect leader. Eh? Which big shot is that beauty? That's Senior Xianxia, the youngest elder of the sect. In the sect of the Chu Nation, she's known as Fairy Xiaoyu. Some disciples murmured in a low voice. Sect leader Yunhui, Elder Nangong, and Senior Xianxia. They were the 3 high-level elders present. Their cultivation levels were definitely above the Qi transformation realm. At this moment, 2 black-robed law enforcers walked out of the arena. The first elimination round begins. Let's briefly explain the rules of the competition. One of the law enforcers began to explain the rules. The rules of the competition were the same as the previous years. First, there would be a random drawing of lots. Everyone would have to participate in about 10 rounds of competition. Your score would be based on the number of wins you won. You would get 1 point for a win, no points for a draw, and 1 point would be deducted for a loss. The rules were simple. After about 10 rounds of competition, the top 20 would be selected according to the score. Those who were in the top 20 would be eliminated. Only the top 20 could participate in the competition for the top 10, top 3, and first place. After the introduction of the rules, 2 law enforcers each took charge of 1 arena. The 2 arenas were called Arena A and Arena B. They were each ruled by a law enforcer. On the A stage, number 9 versus number 56. A law enforcer waved a flag. Every contestant received a number when they registered. Jinyu's number was 99. In next to no time, the battle on Arena A began. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 youths jumped onto the arena and quickly began to fight. One of them was in the mid-stage of the Meridian Soothing Realm, while the other was in the early stage of the Meridian Soothing Realm. Usually, there was not much suspense in such battles. Ding ding dang, the saber and spear exchanged more than 10 moves. The youth with the saber forced the spear out of the arena with his stronger inner breath. Number 9 wins and gets 1 point. Number 56 loses and gets 1 point. The law enforcer waved the flag expressionlessly. The blade-wielding youth watched with a smile on his face, while the defeated youth had a depressed look on his face. At this moment, there was an uproar on Arena B. Get down. A chubby youth shook his arm and there was a deep whistling sound of inner breath. He slapped the mid-stage Meridian Soothing Realm youth to the ground. Plop, the Meridian Soothing Realm youth's head was bleeding and he fell to the ground. It's Huang Yuan. Some of the disciples present had fear on their faces. Defeating the opponent in one move was the style of Huang Yuan, who was ranked 7th in the previous tournament. Whoosh, with a victorious smile on her face, Huang Yuan leaped off the stage. Senior brother Huang, that move was really powerful. Wang Lingyun walked over with a smile on her face and said respectfully. There was a ferocious man with a yin-yang haircut standing beside them. The terrifying aura on his body made the surrounding disciples move away. Hu Yiba, the battle hasn't started yet and your aura is already terrifying. Huang Yuan said with a smile. Humph. Don't let me meet that kid. Hu Yiba's cold and sharp gaze swept across Qinyu, who stood at the other end of the crowd. Qinyu stood on the spot and suddenly felt a fierce and hostile gaze. He immediately saw the ferocious man with the yin-yang hair. It was Hu Yiba, who was ranked 4th in the previous competition. At this moment, Hu Yiba, Huang Yuan, Yang Fan, and the rest were in the evil circle. Many disciples were afraid and did not dare to approach them. Wang Lingyun was a member of this circle. Seeing Wang Lingyun walking around the evil circle with a respectful expression, Qinyu knew that he was up to no good. As expected, the few people in the evil circle looked at Qinyu with unfriendly expressions. Qinyu did not care at all. Holding on to his number tag, he indifferently watched the fight on the stage. Given his current level, he needed to see at least the battles of the top 20 in the outer sect. After more than 10 battles, a handsome young man with long hair stepped onto the stage. The eyes of some female disciples lit up. It's Ye Feng. He's the man of the moment in this competition. Ye Feng's handsome face and gentle temperament attracted many people's attention, especially some female disciples. This Ye Feng is really the perfect prince of the outer sect. Hee, that's right. He's handsome, approachable, and has a high cultivation level. I heard that he's the young master of a large family. In the eyes of the female disciples, Ye Feng was perfect. On the stage, Ye Feng's opponent was a late-stage Meridian Soothing Realm black-faced young man. His strength could be ranked in the top 20. This battle was a little interesting. Begin. The policeman waved his hand and the battle began. I want to see the strength of an outer sect genius. The black-faced young man was unconvinced. They were both in the late-stage Meridian Soothing Realm, but why was his opponent the man of the moment? Why was he favored by so many female disciples? Weight-breaking saber, the black-faced young man waved the saber in his hand. An astonishing inner aura surged on the blade, creating layers of saber waves and gales. Swoosh, however, an afterimage flashed in front of him. The saber waves and gales missed. The black-faced young man cursed in his heart. The next moment, Ye Feng moved to his side and spun a few more times, leaving behind an afterimage. Puff, the black-faced youth slashed a few times consecutively, but all of them hit empty air. His expression became even more unsightly. Only after exchanging blows did he realize how much the other party's movement technique suppressed him. Whoosh, amidst Ye Feng's graceful footwork, a palm print suddenly appeared in front of him, and a mysterious inner breath palm force surged forth. Dang, the black-faced youth barely managed to block it with his saber, but his body staggered. The opponent's miraculous palm force had dissipated the force of his saber. Come down. Ye Feng suddenly smiled, and his other hand cut in. Clang. The black-faced youth's hands went numb, and the broadsword in his hand fell to the ground. All right. Snatching a white blade with bare hands, truly brilliant. A burst of cheers came from below the stage. Some of the female disciples even screamed. Ye Feng's move was too beautiful, Even the three big shots of the sect in the pavilion in the middle were surprised. This seedling has some potential, Sect Master Yunue said with a smile. The white-haired elder and Senior Xia also nodded slightly. This was the first time since the start of the war that someone had received the approval of the three big shots. The black-faced youth was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. Thank you, Senior brother, although your inner breath saber technique is powerful, you're still lacking in the use of your inner breath. Yefeng smiled and cupped his fists. He picked up the broadsword on the ground and handed it to the black-faced youth. Thank you for your guidance. I accept my defeat. The black-faced youth was flattered. Yefeng was not arrogant, and he was approachable. He had received the unanimous approval of the seniors in the sect. TSK. Hypocrite. A harsh voice came from the circle of villains. The owner of the voice was Huang Yuan. He disliked Yefeng, especially after he had lost to Yefeng. However, he was soon drowned by the voices of the girls. This Yefeng is a formidable opponent. I heard that he's best with the sword, but he didn't even draw his sword earlier. Hu Yiba said in a deep voice. Hu Yiba's goal was to at least get into the top 3. If that was the case, Yefeng would be a formidable opponent for him. In the Outer Disciple Tournament, the first and second stages were divided into 2 stages, and the sparring would be carried out round after round. Duan Xiaolong is up. A commotion broke out on Arena A. A handsome man stepped onto the arena. Duan Xiaolong. Qin Yu sized him up. He had heard of this legendary figure in the outer sect. Duan Xiaolong was in his 20s, but his face had the vicissitudes of life. His eyes were deep, and he had the aura of a mature man. His appearance attracted the respectful gazes of the disciples. Senior brother Duan, I should admit defeat. But it's an honor to be able to fight you. A mid-stage meridian illuminating youth had a nervous expression. Iron plow fist. With that, the young man circulated all of his power and punched out, bringing with it the sound of a thunderstorm. Qin Yu realized that the youth was using the iron plow fist that he was familiar with, and it seemed to be close to greater mastery. The power of this attack was naturally extraordinary. Qin Yu subconsciously put himself in the youth's shoes. Iron plow fist, the powerful punch went straight for Duan Xiaolong's face. Duan Xiaolong did not move, and his face was expressionless. When the punch reached its limit, he moved. A rough and powerful hand grabbed the youth's wrist. The youth's body trembled, and his body stiffened. At the same time, Qin Yu, who was below the arena, trembled. In that instant, he had put himself in the youth's shoes. Duan Xiaolong's powerful grip seemed to have grabbed onto a snake's weak point. Qin Yu's expression froze. Even though his strength was greater, and his fist technique was stronger. But if his wrist was grabbed, how could he circulate his strength? Duan Xiaolong's attack gave him a feeling of being extremely experienced and simple. I admit defeat. The youth's face turned red, and his wrist seemed to be clamped by an iron clamp, and he could not move. Duan Xiaolong's first fight was simple and simple. Below the arena, the disciples who wanted to compete for first and third place had a solemn expression. Not bad. A faint laugh came from a youth holding a folding fan. At this moment, only the number 1 genius of the outer sect, Nangongli, could give a casual evaluation. It was a coincidence. Not long after Duan Xiaolong went up, Nangongli went up. Contest Stage B. Nangongli held a folding fan, and opposite him was a cold youth holding a spear. Nangongli vs. Yang Fan. Many expectant gazes gathered on Arena B. Yang Fan held a silver spear, and his face was solemn. He knew that Nangongli was very strong, but even if he lost his first fight, he could not lose too badly. Wind spear. Yang Fan shook the silver spear in his hand, and a wave of spear shadows shot towards Nangongli like a raging dragon. The strength of the top 10 in the outer sect was hard to pick on, whether it was power, speed, or timing. Yang Fan's strength is a bit stronger than when I fought him the other day, Qin Yu thought. He had fought with Yang Fan during the outer sect exchange meet, and at that time, they were evenly matched. Haha, not too weak. Nangongli held the folding fan in his hand, and spun it without dodging. Pow, the fan had a strong spinning force, and it hit Yang Fan's silver spear. What? Yang Fan's expression changed, and he felt that his silver spear was uncontrollably stabbing towards the ground. Don't even think about it. Swoosh, Yang Fan's reaction wasn't slow, and he used this force to draw a deep cold arc of light on his silver spear, and it swept towards Nangong Li's lower body. Good, the crowd couldn't help but cheer. The top 10 in the outer sect were definitely not easy to deal with. Hee hee. A playful laughter suddenly came from midair. Swoosh, leaving an afterimage, Nangong Li soared into the air, and one of his feet stepped down. That foot stepped on Yang Fan's silver spear. Oh no, Yang Fan only felt a strange soft force sticking to his spear shaft, but it was also extremely heavy, causing him to breathe heavily. Bang! In the next instant, Nangong Li jumped up along the silver spear, and kicked Yang Fan's shoulder. Bang! Yang Fan was sent flying by a shocking internal force, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and the silver spear in his hand fell to the ground. Nangong Li won. While laughing and joking, Nangong Li's strength as the top genius had won everyone's admiration. Nangong Li's speed is even faster than Yefeng. He was just playing just now. Qinyu was very accurate. So far, only Nangong Li and Duan Xiaolong were on the stage, and he couldn't see them clearly. At a certain moment. Number 99 versus number 106. On the second stage, the law enforcer shouted. Huh? Number 99, Qinyu's head jumped. It was his turn to go on stage, on the second stage. Qinyu went on stage and looked at a skinny young man opposite him. The skinny young man was also in the mid-stage of the Meridian Illuminating Realm. He was circulating his internal force, preparing to attack. Qinyu. He's the guy who sponged off a woman and managed to woo Mu Xiuqing? There was a sudden uproar in the crowd. There were many jealous, disdainful, and hostile gazes. Xiuqing? In the middle pavilion, Aunt Xia exclaimed softly. Junior sister Xia, the Mu Xiuqing mentioned by the crowd seems to be your disciple recently, right? Sect Master Yunhua smiled and said. Yes. Aunt Xia nodded. Mu Xiuqing was her disciple. At this moment, she frowned slightly, and the young man in front of her seemed to have some conflict with her female disciple. On the stage, the battle began. 3-inch fist, the skinny young man on the other side attacked extremely quickly, and his internal force whistled between his fists. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Qinyu. Qinyu was prepared to throw a punch. However, he suddenly remembered that his kick had caused internal injuries to the short young man from the Iron Sword sect. And now, the skinny young man in the mid-stage of the Meridian Illuminating Realm was even more vulnerable. After all, they were from the same sect, so there was no need to be ruthless. Thinking of this, he changed to a fist and grabbed with his hand. Qinyu grabbed his opponent's fist with one hand. The skinny young man's expression changed. He felt that his opponent's palm was like the giant hand of the Buddha, and he couldn't move it at all. Up. Qinyu waved his hand and threw the young man out of the stage like a ball. Because he remembered a rule. As long as he left the stage, his opponent would lose. Plop. Bang bang, the young man was like a sandbag. He was thrown out of the stage by Qinyu, and a few disciples were hurt. Suddenly, there was a burst of cursing. Ah! Someone was knocked down and became a human cushion. Damn. A trapeze artist. Why are they throwing people in the competition? Contest Stage B. The two enforcers were stunned for a moment, then they looked at Qinyu with a strange look and announced his victory. Qinyu won the first round amidst the uproar and curses. Humph. Let that brat steal the limelight. If he meets me and Senior Hu, he'll crawl off the stage himself. Huang Yuan said in an unfriendly tone. The more he looked at Qinyu, the more he disliked him. In the past, it was because he failed to woo Mu Xiuqing and Wang Lingyun fanned the flames. Later on, he realized that Qinyu and Yefeng were close, which made him hate him even more. He doesn't look weak. We'll meet sooner or later. Hu Yiba said sinisterly. The first round would be the elimination round. There would be around 10 matches, and a portion of the opponents would be gradually eliminated. Among them, there was a hard and fast rule. Once they scored -3 points, they would be eliminated. Given Qinyu's strength, it was unlikely that he would be eliminated. They would meet sooner or later. Not long later. Hu Yiba stepped onto the stage. His ferocious gaze and yin-yang hairstyle, as the tyrant of the outer sect, actually caused everyone to fall silent. His opponent was a short-haired youth at the mid-stage of the Meridian opening realm. Hu Yiba, the short-haired youth shuddered in fear and was about to admit defeat. Get out, a gust of wind swept over. Hu Yiba was like a ferocious leopard, exploding with terrifying speed. His huge fist landed on the youth's face. Crack, the short-haired youth screamed in pain. Blood flowed from his face and his nose was broken. Hu Yiba wasn't done yet. He raised his leg and was about to step on him. If he stepped on him, his opponent would probably be bedridden for half a month. Stop. A blurry figure appeared in a flash and blocked Hu Yiba's kick. The person who did it was the judge. As a judge, he was at least at the peak of the viscera refinement realm and was good at speed. Hu Yiba laughed and swaggered off. Some disciples below the stage had fear on their faces and subconsciously distanced themselves from him. Hu Yiba didn't use the overlord halberd technique that he was good at. Yefeng murmured. Hu Yiba was a strong opponent that he had to face in order to reach the top 3. In the afternoon, the second round began. This time, Qinyu entered the arena relatively early and was quickly picked at random. Opposite Qinyu stood a burly youth with a stocky build. It's actually you. Brother, I've admired you for a long time. Can you teach me how you managed to hook up with Mu Xueqing? How does it feel to be living off a woman? The burly youth was actually a chatterbox. Qinyu, the big guy stared at Qinyu in admiration, endlessly expressing his admiration for Qinyu. Don't talk nonsense during the duel. Otherwise, I'll disqualify you. The judge's face twitched. Off the stage, there was an uproar of laughter. Qinyu's figure flickered, and he directly reached out to grab the bulky teenager. Bro, you want to throw me? This was impossible. I'm not that bamboo pole just now. Back in the village. The burly youth was not stupid. He saw through Qinyu's intentions. His face was full of confidence as he stood there without dodging. Go down, Qinyu grabbed his arm and shook it. Although this big guy was almost twice as heavy as the skinny guy just now, there was not much difference for a humanoid beast like Qinyu. Ah. Don't, the big guy screamed, and his body had already soared into the air. Whoosh, bang. In the next moment, he was thrown out of the arena like a sandbag. Bang, 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 below the arena, there were a few people with slow reactions who became human cushions. Damn. Why is it here again? Motherf asterisk cur, why did it hit me again? There was a commotion in the crowd, and curses were heard one after another. This time, the big guy that was thrown out affected a larger area, and more than a dozen people were affected. Number 99 wins. The judge had a strange expression and waved the flag in his hand. With a smile on his face, Qinyu walked off the stage amidst the curses and condemnation. At this time, he won 2 rounds in a row and got 2 points, which was a good start. The sun was setting. The third round of random battles had already begun. Duan Xiaolong, Nangongli, Hu Yiba, and other strong disciples had won 3 rounds in a row. In fact, these few people's opponents all admitted defeat at the beginning, especially Hu Yiba. Before the judge even announced the start of the battle, his opponent was so scared that he admitted defeat. When the night was about to fall, Qinyu's third round began. As soon as he got on the stage, there were shushes and even some curses. Be careful this time, don't get hit. Some of the disciples who were hit earlier had a look of caution on their faces. Begin. The judge glanced at Qinyu. He had an impression of him. This time, opposite him stood a handsome and elegant man. You're Qinyu, right? The handsome man straightened his hair and revealed a charming smile. Perhaps I might not be your opponent. But you want to use the same method to deal with me. It won't work. This man was very confident and narcissistic. Yun Shi, who was in the top 20 in last year's competition. Doesn't this guy always think of himself as the most handsome man in Yunwei? The handsome man's appearance attracted some people's attention and heated discussions. Obviously, he was also a hot topic. Make your move. Qin Yu was expressionless as he approached Xianxia at an extremely fast speed. He still reached out to grab her. Haha, I told you, it won't work. Xianxia wiped away the bangs on her forehead and moved a few feet to the side. Qin Yu's grab missed. Xianxia's attainment in movement technique was actually close to Yefeng's level. But Qin Yu's reaction was extremely fast. He activated cloud treading steps, and with a strange turn, he intercepted Xianxia. Xianxia was shocked. She did not expect Qin Yu to be so fast. That footwork, why does it look like Yefeng's cloud steps? It doesn't seem to be much weaker than Yefeng's. A low voice came from below the stage. Yefeng himself was also shocked. Obviously, he did not expect that Qin Yu's cloud steps could reach such a level. On the stage, Xianxia was intercepted by Qin Yu and could not avoid a head-on confrontation. Whoosh, he waved his palm, accompanied by a soft inner breath. A strong wind swept towards Qin Yu's face. At the same time, Xianxia was on guard and could not be caught by Qin Yu. He was unable to accept being thrown out of the stage and losing face like this. Bang, Qin Yu's punch landed on his soft palm. Instantly, a huge force hit Xianxia's arm numb. His body retreated and he could not stand steadily. Hee. Qin Yu reached out and grabbed Xianxia's shoulder. No, Xianxia's body felt light and he was already in the air. Regardless of whether he was willing or not, his body flew out of the stage with a swoosh. The force of Qin Yu's throw was still relatively strong, to ensure that the opponent could not turn around in the air. Ah! Who can catch me? Xianxia's body flew into the crowd. Quickly dodge, this time everyone was prepared and quickly made an empty space. With a bang, dust flew everywhere. Xianxia fell on his face was all messed up. He hugged his head and cried, my face, my face. Qin Yu shrugged and walked down the stage. This time, the gazes of the disciples below the platform toward him were completely different. The first time was luck, the second was coincidence. But the third time, his opponent Xianxia's movement technique was not bad and he could rush to the top 20, but he still could not get rid of Qin Yu's throw. Cloud Sky Peak. After 3 rounds, the sky was already dark and the disciples went back to rest for the night. The next morning, the disciples gathered at Cloud Sky Peak again. Today, in front of the 2 stages, a rectangular board appeared, on which some formation patterns were carved. Activate. An old man in a black robe pointed in the air, and a light blue chain visible to the naked eye merged into the formation board. Buzz, on the formation board, some numbers and names lit up, and the results were written: number 12, Nangongli, 3 points; number 49, Yefeng, 3 points; number 58, Duan Xiaolong, 3 points; number 78, Hu Yiba, 3 points; number 99, Qin Yu, 3 points. In front of the formation board, the names were all bright, recording the top disciples with the most points. Behind the formation board, there were gray names: number 2, Zhang Fenglin, -3 points; number 7, Wei Yun, -3 points; number 16, Li Xian, -3 points. Sigh, bad luck, I was eliminated so quickly. The gray names represented the eliminated disciples. In the knockout stage, -3 points would be kicked out. Yesterday's 3 rounds of competition, a batch of low-level Meridian Opening Realm disciples were kicked out. It was a new day. The 4th round of random battles soon began. Number 99 versus number 80. The judge's voice was heard. Qin Yu was stunned. He did not expect to be the first one. Below the stage, some disciples were on guard. This guy is going again, everyone be careful. This time, Qin Yu's opponent was a beautiful girl. She had a pretty face, and her eyes were like autumn water, making people feel pity for her. I'm Jiang Yin'er, I hope senior brother will go easy on me and not throw me away. The girl smiled like a flower, and her voice was sweet. Jiang Yin'er, some male disciples below the stage subconsciously licked their lips. This girl's beauty could make people's hearts race. This Jiang Yin'er almost made it to the top 20 in the last competition. Heh. If Qin Yu falls for her honey trap, he might suffer a setback. Some disciples said with interest. Sure. Facing the girl's soft words, Qin Yu's expression softened. Whoosh, Jiang Yin'er carried an intoxicating fragrance, and her petite body soared into the air, kicking a few times. Soft cloud leg, the girl's beautiful figure spun in the air, and it looked like a gentle kick. The moment they clashed, Qianyu's complexion changed slightly. Bang, her fist collided with the attack, and her slender leg transmitted a sinister inner breath that pierced the organs. Get up. Qianyu's palm swelled faintly, and there was a layer of copper luster on it. He grabbed the girl's slender leg. Xianxia, who was in the air, groaned, and her jade-like leg went numb. It feels different this time. Qianyu grabbed the girl's slender leg, and he felt a sense of softness and elasticity, which was very different from the previous few. Maybe it was a reflex. He didn't think much and subconsciously swung his hand. Ah! Xianxia screamed, and her petite body lost balance. She was thrown out of the stage by a strong force. Wow! It's a beauty! Quick, quick! Some of the disciples below scrambled to receive Xianxia. This was a good opportunity to be the hero and save the beauty. At the very least, he could take advantage of her and take advantage of her. Instantly. The crowd below the stage was in chaos, and there was even a stampede. Bang! Ah! Some disciples were bleeding, and those who were trampled screamed like pigs being slaughtered. In order to fight for the chance to hug the beauty, a few disciples even punched and kicked each other. Yuntian Peak. There was a commotion below the stage, which shocked everyone. Xianxia, the beautiful girl who fell from the sky, attracted the attention of the male disciples. All of them wanted to be the hero who saved the beauty. No matter how bad it was, they wanted to take advantage of her. There were as many as 10 to 20 people involved, and dozens of people were implicated. Ah! I got here first. Get out of my way. The beauty is mine. In the crowd, some disciples bumped into each other and were bleeding. There were at least 5 or 6 people who were trampled, and they screamed in pain. Long arm punch, 13 blades of willow leaves. There were many people fighting among the crowd, and the sound of metal clanging could be heard. In the end, under the collisions, no one got the beauty. Ah! With a scream, Xianxia slender body fell into the crowd, and her face instantly turned red. The few male disciples who had been hit scrambled to hug and pull the young girl. Get out of my way. Xianxia flew into a rage and kicked a few male disciples who were trying to take advantage of her away. Bang! Dust flew in the air, and a few more people were knocked down. Silence! A dignified voice with a strong spiritual pressure descended from the sky. In an instant, the disciples felt as if they had been hit by a heavy hammer. Their breathing slowed down. The crowd was silent. The voice came from the pavilion in the middle. Sect Master Yunue glanced at the disciples below the stage with an indifferent gaze. However, the scene made the middle and upper management of the sect look at each other with strange expressions. In the pavilion in the middle. Is this the brat who has a relationship with junior sister Xia's female disciple? The white-bearded elder squinted his eyes and sized up Qianyu. Suddenly, he found that the young man looked a little familiar. Oh. I remember now. This lad obtained the bronze statue skill from Old Man Mao at the Sky Martial Pavilion. I wonder how he's progressing. The eyes of the white-bearded elder, who was Nangong Li's grandfather, flickered. Humph. This child is so rude and unreasonable, disrupting the order of the competition. Senior brother sect master, do you think we should disqualify him? Martial Xianxia frowned slightly, a trace of displeasure appearing on her beautiful and dignified face. Obviously, this Martial Xianxia, who had the reputation of fairy summer rain, was dissatisfied with Qianyu's behavior. Qianyu's ungentlemanly behavior of not taking pity on women was enough to make most women hate him. Furthermore, there was some emotional entanglement between Qianyu and Martial Xia's female disciple, Mu Shiuqing. Disqualification? Sect leader Yunue shook his head and said. I'm afraid this is making a mountain out of a molehill. This kid did not break the rules of the tournament. As long as he could make his opponent leave the stage, it would be considered his victory. Moreover, he didn't injure any disciple with malicious intent. He muttered in his heart, that brat really doesn't know how to have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. What a delicate-looking girl, yet she was thrown off the stage. Immortal Lady Xiao was speechless. Indeed, she could not find any fault in Chen Yu's principle. Chen Yu. I, Jiang Yuner, will not let today's humiliation go. Just you wait. Jiang Yuner was ashamed and angry. She stared at Chen Yu with hatred. Chen Yu rubbed his nose. The hand that had grabbed the girl's slender leg had a faint fragrance and he sniffed it hard. If he had known that he would be retaliated against, he would have squeezed more. Sigh. Chen Yu shook his head, looking slightly regretful. His expression and actions made Jiang Yuner's face turn as red as blood and she almost went crazy on the spot. After this battle, Chen Yu won 4 rounds in a row. Swish, on the array board, Chen Yu's name suddenly rose to first place. Number 99, Chen Yu, 4 points. Because he was the first to fight in the 4th round, he was temporarily at the top. Damn. Is there any justice in this world? This guy can be ranked first even if he just randomly threw someone. The disciples below were speechless, especially those who had been thrown and smashed. On the other side, in the evil men's circle, Hu Yiba, Huang Yuan, Wang Lingyun, and the others had extremely gloomy expressions. He won 4 rounds in a row and is temporarily in first place. Could this brat be the dark horse of this year's competition? Yang Fan muttered softly. If it were him, he might be able to win 4 rounds in a row if his luck was not bad. However, he would not be able to casually throw someone to win like Chen Yu. Don't worry. This brat is just strong. Wang Lingyun said in a deep voice. The word dark horse made his heart sink. This was what he was most worried about, but it was about to happen. Strong? Huang Yuan and Hu Yiba grinned when they heard that. Speaking of strength, there were a few extremely strong people within 5 kilometers of the outer gate. Right now, Huang Yuan had cultivated her family's external techniques since she was young. She could suppress those of the same cultivation realm and easily defeat ordinary meridian illuminating cultivators. Hu Yiba cultivated his family's overlord halberd technique. Just from the word overlord, one could imagine how strong he was. However, the two did not know that Wang Lingyun's evaluation of Chen Yu was a little reserved. The greatest characteristic of Chen Yu's bronze statue technique was not his strength. Time passed. The 4th round of random battles quickly passed. In this round, some disciples who were not strong were eliminated. Of course, there were some disciples who were strong but unlucky. For example, the disciples who were in the top 10 or 20 in a row. At this moment, on the formation board, there were not many people who could maintain a winning streak. There were only 20 to 30 people. Even the disciples in the top 10 of the previous competition could not guarantee a winning streak. For example, Yang Fan met Nangongli in the 1st round and lost 1 round. He had 3 wins and 1 loss. The 5th round of the elimination round began. Not long later. Now that Chen Yu was back on the stage, the crowd booed and raised their guard once more. Chen Yu, you better not throw people anymore. There are important people above who think that you are disrupting the order. A voice rang in Chen Yu's ears. Chen Yu looked to the side. It was the judge who was transmitting his voice to him. Secret voice transmission could only be used by those who were at least in the organ's refinement realm. I can't throw people anymore, Chen Yu muttered in his heart. Which important person did I offend? Fine. I won't throw people anymore. Chen Yu did not care and looked at a youth opposite him. Don't throw me. I admit defeat. The youth opposite him was only in the middle stage of the meridian opening realm. He knew that he was no match for Chen Yu and quickly admitted defeat. Losing was a small matter, but being thrown down and carried away was too embarrassing. Directly admitting defeat, this was the first time Chen Yu had encountered such a situation since the beginning of the competition. It seemed that his reputation was gradually established in the hearts of the disciples. 5 wins in a row, Chen Yu grinned and walked down the stage. The 5th round of the competition ended even more quickly. On one hand, some contestants were eliminated, and the number of people decreased. On the other hand, some strong people, such as Duan Xiaolong, Hu Yiba, Nangongli, and the others, their opponents would decisively admit defeat. The 5th round ended. Then they looked at the ranking on the formation board. 5 wins in a row, only 23 left. The ranking on the formation board attracted many people's attention. Of course, there were some dim names, and some disciples were eliminated. The sixth round began. In the following battles, the strong disciples frequently exchanged blows, and the battles were in full swing. Among them, a battle caused a wave of exclamations. Iron palm. A young man with a slightly dark face had a scorching inner aura rising from his palm. It was like a ball of high-temperature iron sand, and his aura was astonishing. His opponent was a man with a square face. Bang! The youth's palm was like a hot iron stone, and the man with a square face was forced to retreat. How could this be? Who is that youth? He actually beat Qingdong, who was ranked 11th in the previous competition. Iron sand palm? Isn't that a low-rank martial art? The crowd of disciples couldn't help but exclaim. A low-rank fist art could actually suppress Qingdong, who was ranked 11th. Peak fist art. Qinyu noticed that something was wrong. Outside the stage, some of the middle and upper echelons of the sect were also slightly surprised. It wasn't easy to cultivate a martial art to the peak and comprehend its true meaning. Even if it was a low-rank martial art, when it reached the peak, the power would be shocking. Moreover, the youth was in the late-stage meridian opening realm. After a few rounds, bang, the man with a square face, Qingdong, was sent out of the stage. I'm Chao Lei. Thanks for letting me win. The youth's voice was calm, and he was neither arrogant nor impatient. Whoosh, on the formation board, the youth's name, Chao Lei, jumped to the top. Looking closely, Chao Lei's result was actually 6 wins in a row. Dark horse. Another dark horse. I've seen this kid before. He's been training hard, and I didn't expect him to amaze everyone today. Some disciples discussed in private. Chao Lei's performance was not a problem for him to enter the top 10. Number 99 versus number 33. The judge's voice rang out. It was Jinyu's turn again. On the stage, Wang Lingyun. Jinyu looked at the familiar youth in green and couldn't help but be stunned. Number 33 was Wang Lingyun. The corner of Jinyu's mouth curled up into a playful smile. In the 6th round of the competition, he finally met Wang Lingyun. Oh no. Wang Lingyun knew that things were not looking good. However, he couldn't admit defeat in front of Jinyu. Even if he lost, he had to lose in a dignified manner. Wang Lingyun had a plan in his heart, and he had his guard up. He couldn't be thrown off the stage. Iron Cloud Claw, Wang Lingyun moved forward steadily, and his claw slashed out with a sharp inner breath. The energy was sharp and ear-piercing, sending chills down people's spines. Compared to the previous time, Wang Lingyun's martial arts had obviously improved. Open! Jinyu threw a punch, and the huge force and overbearing inner breath made Wang Lingyun stagger. Pfft, there was a trace of blood at the corner of Wang Lingyun's mouth, and he was shocked. He didn't expect that he couldn't even take one punch from his opponent. Then, the figure of the youth in front of him blurred. Swoosh, a strong wind blew, and Wang Lingyun knew that it was not good. He was afraid that Jinyu was going to throw him off. However, the next feeling wasn't the feeling of being caught. Bang, a heavy foot kicked Wang Lingyun's buttocks from behind. Wang Lingyun only felt a piercing pain in his buttocks, and he let out a shrill scream. Swoosh, in the next moment, he was kicked out of the stage by a powerful kick. Plop, some of the disciples below the stage were already prepared and moved aside, causing Wang Lingyun to fall flat on her face. However, this time, to everyone's surprise, Jinyu didn't throw him, but kicked him instead. Ah! My butt! Wang Lingyun struggled to get up, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He pressed his butt with one hand, and walked with a limp like an old man. The judge was stunned, and he glanced at Jinyu. I didn't throw him this time, can't I kick him with my feet? Jinyu lowered his voice. The judge's face twitched, and he waved the flag, announcing Jinyu's 6 consecutive victories. Wang Lingyun's tragic end made many disciples feel a chill in their hearts. In comparison, Jinyu's previous tossing of the man could still be considered a gentle behavior. Chen Yu. I will repay today's humiliation tenfold. Wang Lingyun clenched his teeth and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes showed unprecedented hatred. He already understood. In the Yunhui gate, there could only be one of him and Qinyu. Qinyu walked down the stage and naturally noticed Wang Lingyun's vicious eyes. He decided that if there was a good opportunity, he would definitely get rid of this guy. Although he had surpassed Wang Lingyun, he didn't want to be on guard against this poisonous snake in the dark all the time. The 6th round of the competition went on in an orderly manner. By now, there were only more than 70 disciples who had not been eliminated on the field. That was to say, up to now, nearly 2/3 of the disciples had been eliminated. Duan Xiaolong, Nan Gongli, Hu Yiba, and the others were still strong. Their opponents basically admitted defeat. At the end of the 6th round, a battle caught people's attention. "Get out of here!" A man with slanted eyebrows shouted fiercely. He held a black iron rod in his hand, which was whistling and muffled. His vigorous internal breath was added to the iron rod, which was extremely powerful. It's Fang Xing. This person ranked 8th in last year's competition. This year, his strength has increased greatly. Many disciples recognized Fang Xing. Fang Xing's opponent was a beautiful woman. She held a soft sword in her hand and brandished it, creating a nimble sword shadow. Tong Yuling. Qinyu recognized the woman at a glance. She was senior sister Tong, who had killed the bloody Baldy with him last time. To Qinyu's surprise, Tong Yuling could actually fight with Fang Xing calmly. In his impression, Tong Yuling's strength was probably ranked 15th in the outer disciples. There was a gap between her and Fang Xing and Yang Fan, who were in the top 10. Sweeping the world with a rod. Fang Xing, the man with the slanted eyebrows, was holding the iron cudgel in his hand. His inner breath was surging and roaring. Suddenly, he waved a pillar-like shadow of the cudgel, which had the momentum of splitting mountains and sweeping away thousands of troops. The might and strength of that staff was the limit of the meridian opening stage. Spirit Snake Sword Dance. Tong Yuling did not retreat at all. The soft sword in her hand shook, as if it had turned into a living sword snake. It burst forth with an astonishing cold aura, and a faint blood glow flashed on its surface. Not only was the sword strange and agile, but the inner breath that erupted from the sword was even stronger than Fang Xing's. Puchi, the snake-like sword slammed onto the iron rod, causing Fang Xing's figure to sway. He revealed a look of disbelief. The next moment, Tong Yuling took the opportunity to cut in. The cold light on her soft sword intertwined with the bloody light. She wrapped around the iron rod and suddenly swung it. "No!" Fang Xing cried out in alarm. The iron rod in his hand had already left his hand. Clang! The iron cudgel fell from midair, leaving behind a dazed and incredulous Fang Xing. "How is that possible? My cultivation base has already reached the peak of meridian opening. I can even fight for the top 5. Fang Xing could not accept the reality. In the last session, he was ranked 10th in the outer gate, but he was careless and lost to Huang Yuan, who was ranked 7th. In this session, he had made a lot of progress and wanted to fight for the top 5. If he performed well, he might be valued by some big shot in the sect and even enter the inner gate. In the previous battles, he had won several times in a row and did not encounter any strong opponents. He was lucky. Unexpectedly, in the 6th round, he lost to someone who had been defeated by him in the last session. In front of the formation board, an elder in a black robe stretched out his finger and a visible light blue chain hit the formation board. Swish, on the formation board, Tong Yuling's ranking jumped up. Tong Yuling's result was also 6 wins in a row. She was tied with Nan Gongli, Yefeng, Qinyu, and the others. Another dark horse. Tong Yuling has made great progress. Judging from her strength just now, she can definitely fight for the top 5. There was a lot of discussion in the field. Qinyu and Yefeng were a little surprised. Tong Yuling, on the other hand, walked down with a smile, as if this victory was natural. Tong Yuling didn't have the strength to kill Bloody Hand Baldy last time. Could it be that she had some luck recently? Qinyu couldn't help but ponder. If Tong Yuling had the strength, she could have killed Bloody Hand Baldy last time by herself. However, Qinyu soon thought it through. The world of the sect was mysterious and bizarre. He wasn't the only one who had luck. There might be many people like him. Not long later, the 6th round of random battles ended. After 6 battles, there were only 19 people who could still maintain a winning record. That kid actually made it into the top 20. Wang Lingyun was jealous and unwilling. Looking at this trend, as long as Qinyu's luck wasn't too bad, he could easily make it into the top 20 and enter the next round of the ranking competition. Don't worry. He was just lucky and didn't encounter any disciples in the top 10. Huang Yuan said coldly. The remaining disciples are getting lesser and lesser. The chances of encountering each other are already very high. The corners of Hu Yiba's mouth curled into a cruel smile. Indeed. After round of elimination, the number of disciples left was getting lesser and lesser. Everyone. Wang Lingyun suddenly clenched his teeth and said, "If any of you can defeat Qinyu and stop his winning streak, I'll give it to you. I, Wang Lingyun, offer you a 50-year-old spirit worm grass and 500 subgrade primordial stones." As soon as he said that, the few people in the evil circle looked at Wang Lingyun in shock. A 50-year-old spirit worm grass and 500 substandard primordial stones were a huge sum for an outer disciple. Even for a young master like Wang Lingyun, it was a rare resource. Me and 1,000 substandard primordial stones. As long as anyone can teach Qinyu a lesson on stage, 1,000 primeval stones will go to that person. The gentle voice of a young girl could be heard. Everyone looked to the side and saw a pretty girl. It was Jiang Yuner. Jiang Yuner, a beautiful girl, was thrown off the stage by Qinyu in public. That kind of humiliation and resentment was something she rarely experienced in her life. It's a deal. Hu Yiba and Huang Yuan looked at each other and smiled at the same time. A total of 1,500 substandard primordial stones and a 50-year-old spirit worm grass was already very attractive. Furthermore, if they could complete this task, they might be able to get Jiang Yuner's attention. Haha. Can we join such a good thing? A few more people heard the noise and came over. The reward offered by Wang Lingyun and Jiang Yuner was enough to tempt any outer disciple. Of course. Wang Lingyun was overjoyed. If it was just him alone, he would not be able to attract so many people. However, with Jiang Yuner, the effect would be multiplied by several times. For a moment, a total of 5 to 6 outer disciples rubbed their fists and palms, looking forward to the battle with Qinyu. A stop operation had officially begun. Those who participated in the sniping had the strength of at least the top 15 or 10 outer disciples. Among them, besides Hu Yiba who was ranked 4th, Huang Yuan who was ranked 7th, Yang Fan who was ranked 9th, Qing Jun who was ranked 6th, and Su Jing who was ranked 10th. TSK, this Qinyu seems to have aroused the anger of the outer disciples. Who can resist the charm of a beauty and primordial stones? If I was stronger, sigh, some disciples nearby couldn't help but look at Qinyu with some sympathy. Stop my winning streak? Qinyu soon received the news. After all, the operation over there was not hidden. Knowing the generous reward, Qinyu shook his head and sighed. Even I am tempted. He wished he could punch himself down and throw himself into the arms of the beauty and primordial stones. The elimination round soon came to the 7th round. Finally, the opportunity that the Stop the Storm group had been waiting for came. Number 99 against number 132. Following the referee's voice, a figure from the crowd rushed onto the stage excitedly. Ha ha ha. I've snatched it. A country bumpkin carrying an axe ran onto the stage with a face full of joy. The other people who participated in the sniping showed a look of regret. Qinyu stood on the stage and looked at the impatient country bumpkin in shock. Looking at the opponent's gaze, it was as if he had a mountain of gold and silver and a beauty on him. He had an impression of this person. It was Su Jing who was ranked 10th in the last competition. Begin. Just as the referee's voice fell, the country bumpkin Su Jing raised his axe and rushed over. Whoosh, the axe cut through the air and the sound of cloth tearing could be heard. Under the support of the huge power and roaring inner breath, the axe seemed to have turned into a crazy iron bull. Facing such a momentum, if he didn't use the bronze statue technique, Qinyu wouldn't be willing to face it head-on. After all, the opponent was using a heavy weapon. Whoosh, the axe chopped down and Qinyu's body instantly broke and disappeared. He missed. The country bumpkin Su Jing's reaction was extremely fast. He swung his axe again and chopped towards Qinyu who appeared from the side. But this time, Qinyu's figure and footwork abruptly paused for a moment. Then, he strangely spun around and cut in. Pucci, that axe not only missed, but Qinyu also got close to him in an instant. So fast, this footwork is so familiar. Isn't this the cloud-treading steps? It looks like the effect is not any weaker than Yefeng himself. The crowd was shocked. Not good, Su Jing's axe chopped down and he felt that something was wrong. His axe was heavy and powerful, but it could be easily countered by people with good footwork. Open! The moment Qinyu cut in, he punched out. The heavy punch brought with it an evil and domineering aura. In his panic, Su Jing forcefully pulled back his axe and blocked the powerful punch. Bang! The domineering inner breath and violent power that surged out from the fist directly forced Su Jing to take a few steps back, his blood and qi churning. Before he could steady himself, Qinyu disappeared in front of him again. *T. Su Jing just steadied himself, there was a strong wind behind him, but it was too late. Immediately after, a sharp pain came from his buttocks. Bang! A foot flew from behind, Su Jing flew in the air, covering his buttocks and letting out a heart-wrenching howl. Thump! After Wang Lingyun, another person was kicked out of the stage by Qinyu. The crowd was dead silent for a moment, then another wave of shock. This is the top 10 from the previous session, but he lost so badly. Did you guys notice that Qinyu's footwork is exactly the same as Yefeng's, and it's not the slightest bit weaker? The disciples below the stage were either shocked or in deep thought. Those who were observant realized that there was something strange about Qinyu's footwork. If it wasn't so, he wouldn't have won so easily. Throughout the entire process, his footwork restrained Su Jing, who was ranked 10th in the previous session. How can it be? His cloud-treading steps has been trained to the same level as mine. Yefeng's face was gloomy. The following battles were all remarkable. Sometimes it was hard to tell who had the upper hand and all kinds of tricks were used. All the disciples in the audience, including Qinyu and the others, shuddered. This time, it was still a frontal attack. In the corner of the stage, Nangongli held a folding fan and glanced at Qinyu and Yefeng with interest. There's only a fine line between swordsmen. What's more, Yefeng's movement technique is slightly better and he has a broken sword in his hand. The 3 dark horses had also won 8 matches in a row. After a short probing. At the same moment. Senior brother Qing has improved a lot. How could he lose so quickly? There were only 30 to 40 names still lit up on the formation board. There was a discussion among the audience. He cultivated the beheading wind sword, which was a very famous sword technique in the outer sect. Huang Yuan. Brother Qing, let's start. Qinyu had made quite a name for himself during the competition. If he didn't want to be kicked off the stage, it was best to admit defeat. At this moment. Up until now. Pucci, now. For the sake of primordial stones and beauties, Hu Yiba, Qingyun and Huang Yuan, who were ranked 4th, were willing to stand up for her. Qinyu was very interested. Yuan Beitong was ranked 5th in the last competition. His biggest advantage was his innate strength. Qingyun was shocked and there was a trace of blood on her cheek. Yang Fan held a silver spear in his hand and his clothes were torn. He walked off the stage unwillingly. It could be said that this was an accident. The 8th round of the knockout competition was coming, but he never expected. In addition to the twin dragons and the 3 dark horses, there was also Hu Yiba, who was ranked 4th, Yuan Beitong, Qingyun and Huang Yuan. Swish, facing opponents of this level, Yefeng couldn't suppress them with his movement technique alone. Hu Yiba said matter-of-factly. The audience held their breath. It was difficult to see the details of the confrontation with the naked eye. They could only see a blurry sword shadow and sword light. 3 dark horses had appeared in this year's outer court competition, and they were Tong Yuling, Qinyu, and Chao Lei. Huang Yuan looked confident in front of the beauty. Of course. Yuan Beitong let out a low roar. His vigorous inner breath vibrated with a low hum. He punched out with both fists, like millstones cutting through the air. Any one of his punches could crush a bull tiger to death. Tong Yuling used her profound inner breath and nimble sword technique to easily defeat an opponent ranked in the top 12. In the ninth round, the chances of strong opponents meeting each other had greatly increased. After he woke up, he loudly shouted, "What kind of sorcery is that? How could I lose?" Qingyan also took out an exquisitely crafted sword from the mortal world. Whoosh! On the third day, the ninth elimination round began. The one with the most complicated feelings about Qinyu's victory was Yefeng. Duan Xiaolong's expression froze, and his body trembled slightly. Nangong face, on the other hand, revealed a strange expression. So it's a mental secret technique. Bang! The three dark horses continued their winning streak. Their gazes met in the void. Below the stage, the disciples looked at each other with deep respect as they looked at Nangong Li versus Yuan Beitong. "Brother Lu, aren't you going to use your sword? Do you think you can win with just your movement technique?" No one knew what kind of sparks would be created in the final clash between the two dragons and the three dark horses. His gaze swept across Yefeng. This was an opponent that could not be ignored. Suddenly, a figure quickly took a few steps back, looking slightly embarrassed. Qinyu, who was once a fringe disciple, was able to practice cloud steps to the greater mastery realm. The elimination round was coming to an end. Yefeng held his sword behind his back with a smile on his face. In the ninth round, there was another closely watched battle. Yuan Beitong's burly body rolled off the stage. Ding, ding, ding. As expected of the young master of the Nangong family. He has cultivated mental secret techniques at such a young age. As he punched out, the ground faintly trembled and the terrifying power created a wave of air. Wang Lingyun sneered in his heart. While everyone was puzzled, Nangongli opened his mouth and let out a strange sound that sounded like a cat's meow. Bang! On the other hand, Qingyun, who was ranked 6th, met with Yefeng, the outer sect genius. The famed sword in Qingyun's hand was like a gust of wind. The blade was suffused with a transparent cold light that lingered around a ball of ear-piercing wind. He had defeated Su Jing, who was in the top 10 in the previous session, and established Qinyu's position as a strong dark horse. At this moment, there were only 30 to 40 disciples who had not been eliminated. Some disciples who had -2 points were extremely nervous. In this round, Qinyu's opponent was not in the top 10, so he won easily. Mental secret technique, junior sister Jiang, don't worry. The chances of Qinyu meeting us are getting higher and higher. Qinyu, let's see how many more rounds you can win. Of course I believe you. He wanted to fight his way into the top 5 and top 3, and Qingyun was a big obstacle. Nangongli held a folding fan in his hand and looked at the towering man in front of him. He's really strong. His inner breath is dense and his reaction is fast. As expected of the 5th in the previous session, he can even fight me face to face. The two's robes fluttered in the wind, and a powerful invisible wave of qi forced the nearby disciples to retreat. At this stage, there were no weaklings among the remaining disciples. Huang Yuan said in surprise. In the battle just now, they had witnessed the strength of the outer disciples' famous genius, Yefeng, and the last session's veteran, Qingyun. Chao Lei had used the iron sand palm to defeat Yang Fan, who was ranked 9th in the previous session, in 50 moves. Soul-chasing sword. That strange sound made people dizzy and their minds tremble. And in this session, the three of them had defeated their opponents in the top 10 and won 6 times in a row. Yefeng's body and the treasured sword became one, and the afterimage and sword light intertwined. His sword was extremely dangerous. He was only a little interested in Qinyu, and would not treat him as an opponent. 3 months ago. Other than the sect seniors, no one could see what kind of battle the two had just had. Ha ha ha. Qinyu. Your grandpa Huang has finally met you. Nangongli and Duan Xiaolong, as the twin dragons, still had a winning streak. However, when night fell, the 8th round of the competition came to an end. I didn't even see the details. It was too fast. Twin dragons. Miao the Two's powerful and invisible aura was no weaker than the viscera refinement stage. The mysterious and unpredictable battle made people's blood boil. Qinyu's opponent in the 8th round only had the strength of the top 20, and his opponent directly admitted defeat. Including Qinyu, who had practiced this sword technique. The moment Yuan Beitong stiffened, a fan swept across his body. Plop, Nangongli and Duan Xiaolong hadn't met a match that could last more than 3 rounds. Their true strength could be said to be unfathomable. Some of the sect's seniors were knowledgeable, and they saw through the mystery. Yefeng's broken sword was unsheathed, and like a cold arc in the night sky, it emitted a cold and sharp aura. Qianyu was shocked. What they had endured was only a trace of the aftershock. But, let's end it. Yefeng against Qingyun. Number 49 wins. Of course. Qingyun's defeat wasn't undeserved. It was already an accident that Qianyu didn't want Cloud Steps to fall into his hands. This year's competition could be said to be a grand occasion that was hard to see in 10 years. His behavior was a bit cheap. After all, his opponent was someone with innate divine strength, and he still went to fight head-on. His innate divine strength was innate, not acquired after Qinyu fused with the mysterious heart. Bang! Bang! On the stage. Nangongli had a smile on his face. The main reason why he participated in the attack against Qinyu was that he was attracted to Jiang Yun'er. Jiang Yun'er giggled, and her smile was like a flower, which made the elite outer disciples fall head over heels for her. The 9th round of the competition quickly ended. This time, he finally met a strong opponent. Chao Lei's iron palm had been cultivated to the peak, and he had comprehended a trace of a unique true intent. Its power was beyond imagination. Mountain-splitting fist, Nangongli flashed and retreated 5 feet. His movement technique was stronger, and his weapon was stronger. These were all advantages. Qinyu was excited. In the previous years, the elimination round usually lasted for 10 rounds. I lost. I actually lost to a low-level martial art. The 10th round. The judge waved the flag and announced Yefeng's victory. That sword slashed out, and the air was torn apart. The wind and the force surrounded Yefeng, blocking his path. At this moment, there were only 12 or 13 people who still had a winning streak. Poof. Qingyun smiled indifferently. An invisible mental power collided in midair. Qinyu had a feeling that this kind of invisible attack was a threat to him. Qingyun lost? What kind of attack is this? In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged more than 10 blows. This is Yuan Beitong, the strongest outer disciple? Some disciples were stunned when they saw the chubby young man. Yefeng cupped his fists and said. To prevent Qinyu from leaking the cloud-treading steps, Yefeng specially showed up and gave him an essence pearl grass to rope him in. In the 10th round, the chances of encountering a strong opponent were higher. It was normal even if he encountered people like Duan Xiaolong or Hu Yiba. Qingyun was a yellow-skinned young man, and he looked slightly old. In the evil men's circle, Hu Yiba and Qingyun looked somewhat regretful. Qingyun did not expect to meet the famous genius Yefeng instead of Qinyu. Everyone's gazes gathered on the stage. Nangongli's folding fan suddenly struck Yuan Beitong's arm. The latter roared and retreated a few steps. Clang, Duan Xiaolong's gaze landed on his old enemy, Nangongli. In the past, these 3 people did not stand out. After this battle, Yefeng's popularity soared, and he won the admiration of many female disciples. Some of the male disciples also admired his strength and demeanor. A chubby, round-faced young man laughed loudly and leaped onto the stage smugly. Nangongli only had one opponent, and that was Duan Xiaolong. Qinyu's victory was undoubtedly a blow to Wang Lingyun, who had proposed the interception operation. That burly man was half a head taller than an ordinary person. Before the battle started, his fists were like iron hammers, and the savage aura that assaulted one's face made one's heart palpitate. Nangongli had already realized that Qinyu was not simple during the outer sect exchange. Except for Yefeng's battle. The crowd was in an uproar. The attention paid to this battle was even greater than Yefeng's battle. Soon, it was Qinyu's turn in the 10th round. This is interesting. Many disciples were excited and expectant. Could it be that fatty Huang Yuan could obtain the origin stones and marry a beauty? This scene was too hard to accept. On the stage, Yuan Beitong's figure suddenly swayed. He held his head with both hands, looking frustrated and pained. Windcutter sword. He endured the full force of that strange sound. His entire body spun, and his mind buzzed. In the end, in the 9th round, these 3 experts still did not meet Qinyu. Suddenly, Nangongli left an afterimage on the spot, and the folding fan in his hand slapped toward Yuan Beitong. Huang Yuan, who was ranked 7th, was definitely a ruthless person in the outer sect. Seeing him enter the stage, Wang Lingyun and Jiang Yuner were both delighted. This time, Qin Yu had finally met a tough opponent. "Chen Yu, your winning streak ends here," Qin Yu said coldly. Wang Lingyun smiled coldly. Until now. Qin Yu had already won 9 times in a row. If he won another match, it would be 10 and he would be able to sit firmly in the top 10. Luckily, his plan to intercept Qin Yu at the very end had been completed. Huang Yuan against Qin Yu. Good. This year's Black Horse against last year's 7th, it's worth watching. The disciples below the stage were looking forward to it. The disciples did not have a good impression of the two people on the stage. One bullied disciples in the outer sect, the other caused public outrage at the competition. Now, everyone was happy to let these two villains fight. However, Huang Yuan is too strong. Can this Black Horse, Qin Yu, win? Many disciples did not have high hopes for Qin Yu. Huang Yuan's notoriety in the outer sect was too great, second only to Hu Yiba. "Kid, if you admit defeat now and apologize to junior sister Yuner, I can let you off in the future." Huang Yuan's chubby body stood on the stage with his belly protruding. Junior sister Yuner, some disciples below the stage could not help but curse in their hearts. This Huang Yuan was definitely trying to win the heart of the beauty. This stinking fatty. Jiang Yuner's face turned green and she was secretly furious. If not for the fact that she wanted to vent her anger, she would have turned on him long ago. "A grain of rice dares to compete with the moon," Qin Yu said calmly. "Shut up. I should be the one saying that." Huang Yuan was furious. A fringe disciple actually dared to compare the moon with a grain of rice. The key was that he was being treated as a grain of rice. Everyone below the stage burst into laughter. Qin Yu's smile seemed like he wanted to tease Huang Yuan. If it was in the past, when he was at the early stage illuminating Meridian Realm and was at the Copper Skin Realm, he would have been wary of Huang Yuan. But now, his strength had risen by more than a level, and his edge was about to be revealed. Huang Yuan was a suitable character to sharpen his knife. "You are courting death." Huang Yuan's figure flashed. Her round and swarthy figure was abnormally agile. Whoosh, in the blink of an eye, his chubby body scurried in front of Qin Yu. Dragon subduing hand, one of Huang Yuan's hands swelled up a little, like a huge cattail leaf fan. With a powerful and shocking inner breath, she slapped Qin Yu's face. "You want to slap my face? Isn't it a little too rushed?" Qin Yu was at ease. Whoosh, with a graceful turn of his body, he dodged Huang Yuan's slap and moved to her side. "Humph. Don't even think about suppressing me with your movement skills." Huang Yuan let out a cold laugh. Her plump body shifted slightly as her other hand swept across Qin Yu's throat like a shovel. Qin Yu was slightly surprised. Huang Yuan's movement skills were only half a step away from Ye Feng's, and she was very experienced. Seeing this, he took a light breath and punched against Huang Yuan's dragon subduing hand. Whoosh, as soon as Qin Yu punched out, his entire arm expanded slightly, turning into a large hand with a dark bronze luster. At the same time, a ball of domineering yin energy gathered around it. The copper statue martial art seems to have reached the greater success stage. The white-bearded Nangong elder had a strange look in his eyes. Boom! A shocking wave of air rose between the two. In that instant, Huang Yuan's expression changed drastically. Thump! 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 Huang Yuan's body took a few steps back, and his palm was aching. "How is this possible?" "Your strength." Huang Yuan's face was full of shock, as if he couldn't accept it. One had to know. He had practiced a family martial art since he was young, and his strength and defense were superior to those of the same level. However, he was suppressed in the previous attack. This kind of crushing of power had only happened when he fought with the outer court's Herculean Yuan Beitong. The disciples were even more shocked. Hu Yiba, Qing Yun, Wang Lingyun, and the rest looked as if they had seen a ghost. However, what happened next was even more beyond their imagination. "I didn't even use half of my strength in the previous attack. It seems that this is all you can do." Qin Yu smiled faintly. Half of his strength. These words were like a huge wave that swept through the hearts of the disciples. Huang Yuan felt small, as if he was being swallowed by the wave. At that moment, the tall young man in front of him seemed to have turned into a giant, with an unstoppable aura. Half of his strength? That can't be true, right? This kid is too good at bragging. Not only the disciples, but some of the seniors of the sect also looked over in shock. Interesting. He's using the power of words to create psychological pressure on the opponent and build his own aura. The Yunhua sect elder smiled. Sometimes, in a fight between experts, when their strength was similar, one side could defeat the other side on the psychological level and gain a breakthrough. Humph. It's just a trick of words. Xia Shangu snorted coldly, a hint of disdain on her dignified face. I don't believe it. Don't even think about psychological warfare. Huang Yuan was not stupid. He growled and spread his arms, which became harder, like two huge pincers. Whoosh, as he shook his arms, a violent inner breath surged and a strong wind held around him. In an instant, Huang Yuan had condensed her entire life's worth of cultivation and strength into a single strike. If he had used 80% of his strength in the previous attack, then this time, he might have used 120% of his strength. Cloud-killing fist, Qin Yu's fist stance changed, and a ferocious aura burst forth from his body. The domineering aura let out a low roar. Boom, that punch vaguely produced a blurry dark cloud of evil qi. The fierce and cold power of the evil qi rushed over, and some of the disciples in the audience felt a chill down their spine. This is? Huang Yuan's face was full of shock. The blood and inner breath in his body stagnated, and his mind was swept away by the invisible evil qi. Under such circumstances, he could not even use 70% to 80% of his strength. Primordial fiend divine skill. No. It's the cloud-killing fist. Some of the elders in the sect were speechless. In the pavilion in the middle, Sect Master Yunhua, Elder Nangong, and Fairy Xiaoyu were all shocked. Boom, the martial stage shook. Huang Yuan's arms were like a cart as she was blasted several feet away by that overbearing punch. Ugh, Huang Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood and barely steadied himself. His face was pale. There was an uproar in the audience. The power of Qin Yu's punch was really terrifying. It faintly produced a dark cloud of evil qi, which had the power of a viscera refinement cultivator. As strong as Huang Yuan was, he was sent flying by the punch and vomited blood. They were not on the same level. How can he be so strong? Wang Lingyun and the others were speechless. Jiang Yun'er's face was filled with shock, but she was also attracted by the domineering power of the punch. It was strong, domineering, and cold. This was the sensory impact brought about by that punch. Half of his strength? That kid's words just now were actually very modest. Sect Master Yunhua said in a low voice. He can actually cultivate the Cloud Fiend fist to such a level. I'm afraid that punch is almost at the greater mastery stage? Fairy Xiaoyu was shocked for the first time. Because of Mu Xueqing, she always had a prejudice against Qin Yu. But she did not expect that the kid would be so talented in fist techniques. If it wasn't for the restriction of cultivation, that punch might have been the greater mastery of the Cloud Fiend fist. Elder Nangong murmured to himself. It was rare to see someone in the outer sect who could cultivate a dangerous technique like the Cloud Fiend fist to such a level. On the arena, Huang Yuan's face was pale, and his breathing was rapid. He was shocked and unwilling. You still want to fight? Qin Yu glanced at him playfully. Number 99 wins. The judge waved the flag and announced Qin Yu's victory. Barf, Huang Yuan spat out another mouthful of blood. His body trembled, and he almost fell to the ground. The crowd was even more shocked. That punch was more terrifying than they had imagined. It had already injured Huang Yuan. If he forced himself to fight, his life would be in danger. No wonder the judge announced the winner. 10 consecutive victories. Qin Yu let out a sigh and walked off the arena. Swoosh, when he walked off the arena, the crowd looked at him with awe, and they automatically made a path for him. Some people chose to avoid him. Some even took the initiative to compliment him. Senior brother Chen, that punch just now was too domineering. Hee, brother Chen, that punch was too manly. I admire it. Not only the male disciples, but even some female disciples took the initiative to talk to him. Chen Yu could not help but be shocked. Before this, he had never received such a great welcome. Obviously, that punch made Chen Yu truly famous in the outer sect, and at the same time, established his position as the first dark horse in the competition. I'm so angry. Jiang Yun'er, who was not far away, was so angry that her face turned green. How did he do it with such strength? Wang Lingyun was dazed. His plan to stop him had ended in failure. At this moment, the strength that Chen Yu had displayed was enough to make it to the top 3. After this battle, the battles of the 10th round were all brilliant and varied. On the arena, there were no weaklings. Their strength was basically in the top 30. Among them, Hu Yiba and the dark horse Chao Lei met, attracting many gazes. In the end, after a dozen moves, Hu Yiba waved the Overlord halberd, which was famous in the outer sect. With one swing, the halberd swept Chao Lei out of the competition. Chao Lei, the dark horse's winning streak, ended here. Hu Yiba's Overlord halberd is probably a semi-precious weapon. Chen Yu took note of this. Hu Yiba's cultivation, and strength were all higher than Huang Yuan's. He truly lived up to his reputation as the 4th in the previous tournament. Hu Yiba, who had won 10 times in a row, glanced at Chen Yu's face with a cold gaze that was filled with battle intent. Ever since the battle at the registration, Hu Yiba and Chen Yu were destined to be enemies. A glimmer of hope flashed in Wang Lingyun's eyes. Although Chen Yu could be in the top 10, there was still a lot of resistance for him to reach the top 3. In front of him, there were still Nan Gongli, Duan Xiaolong, Hu Yiba, Ye Feng, and other strong opponents. Not long later, the 10th round of the elimination round ended. The elimination round is over. The top 20 will enter the ranking battle. The old man in a black robe announced in front of the formation board. Whoosh, on the formation board, other than the first 20 names, the rest of the names dimmed and were eliminated. At this moment, on the formation board, there were only 6 people who could maintain a 10-win streak. These 6 people were Duan Xiaolong, Nan Gongli, Hu Yiba, Ye Feng, Chen Yu, and Tong Yuling. It could be confirmed that these 6 people could enter the top 10, and the top 3 would be decided by these 6 people. 3 days later, the first elimination round of the Outer Disciple competition finally came to an end. On the formation board, the names of the top 20 were bright and dazzling. Especially, the first 6 were tied for first, attracting a lot of attention. I didn't expect him to reach this step. Ye Feng took a light breath, his eyes fixed on the name Chen Yu. 3 months ago, when he killed the Iron Brown Bear, he didn't expect this. If he had known, Ye Feng wouldn't have traded Cloud Steps to Chen Yu. In terms of movement technique, it was Ye Feng's advantage to be in the top 3. For example, Hu Yiba and Yuan Beitong, their movement techniques were slightly inferior to him. But Chen Yu was different. He had also mastered the cloud treading steps and cultivated the even more profound fiendish cloud fist. It seemed that he also had an unknown external skill. Ye Feng even felt that Chen Yu's strength might not be as simple as it seemed. While regretting his decision, Lu Feng came to a frightening conclusion. Chen Yu was the biggest threat to his chances of getting into the top 3. The difference between the top 3 and 4th in the Outer Disciple competition was too big. Firstly, the top 3 would be rewarded with 20,000 contribution points, top-tier martial arts, and mid-grade body accumulation pills. And from 4th to 10th, the top 10 would be rewarded with 10,000 contribution points, high-tier martial arts, and low-grade body accumulation pills. The difference in rewards was huge, and the overall difference was a level. Secondly, usually, the top 3 would be more likely to be selected into the inner sect. It could be said that the difference between 3rd and 4th would affect the fate of people like Ye Feng or Hu Yiba. Hu Yiba was a classic example. He was 4th in the previous competition, and the top 3 had basically all entered the inner sect. Looks like I have to do something. Ye Feng's eyes flickered, and he made a decision. At this time, the disciples on Sky Cloud Peak dispersed one by one. After the elimination round, there would be a day of rest, and the ranking competition would be held the next day. After all, many disciples were injured and exhausted from the continuous battles, so they needed to rest and recuperate. Qinyu didn't think too much about it. After he returned to his room, he began to adjust his breathing and recuperate in preparation for the battle tomorrow. At night, in a deserted courtyard in the outer sect, Xianxia, one after another, the figures of a few outer disciples quietly walked into the courtyard. Not long after, there were 5 people gathered in the courtyard, 4 men and 1 woman. If there were other disciples present, they would definitely be shocked. At this moment, 5 of the disciples who were temporarily ranked in the top 10 of the outer sect competition had arrived, 4 men and 1 woman, Hu Yiba, Yuan Beitong, Qingyun, Yefeng, and Tong Yuling. Yefeng, we don't seem to be familiar with each other. Why did you suddenly summon us here tonight? Hu Yiba said indifferently. The gazes of the others gathered on Yefeng's face. As it turned out, Yefeng was the one who initiated the gathering of the 5 elite disciples. I won't beat around the bush. What do you all think of Qinyu's strength in today's 10th round? Yefeng smiled faintly. Qinyu, as soon as the 2 words came out, Hu Yiba and Qingyun's eyes flickered. The few of them looked at each other and quickly understood. Yefeng, you want us to help you deal with Qinyu so that you can fight into the top 3? Qingyun sneered. No, it's to help each other. According to my plan, it'll be beneficial for everyone. Yefeng's face was calm and confident. After that, Yefeng lowered his voice and let the few of them come closer to whisper. Oh, Hu Yiba and Qingyun listened carefully and soon revealed excited and expectant expressions. Ha ha ha. Good plan. Qinyu is a huge obstacle that prevents us from entering the top 3. In tomorrow's competition, each of us will challenge him. This will be a disguised tag battle and we'll wear him down. Hu Yiba laughed loudly and was very satisfied. In the past, the ranking battles would be based on the results of the elimination rounds. After that, those who were dissatisfied could challenge those who were ranked higher. Yefeng's plan was very straightforward. Each of the 5 experts present could issue a challenge to Qinyu once, exhausting his stamina and Yuan Qi. Yuan Beitong, Tong Yuling, what do you think? Hu Yiba's eyes turned. I heard from Wang Lingyun that Qinyu is very strong and can suppress our outer sect's Hercules title. Of course I want to challenge him. Yuan Beitong said in a low voice. Good, Yefeng and the others were delighted. This Yuan Beitong was simple-minded and was very suitable to be the vanguard. Everyone's eyes shifted to the last person, Tong Yuling. I don't have much hope of entering the top 3, so I won't join you. Tong Yuling pondered for a moment and gave her answer. Her words made Yefeng a little disappointed. He had always been on good terms with Tong Yuling, but he didn't expect her to reject him this time. Yefeng didn't know. Qinyu had saved Tong Yuling's life when they killed Bloodhand Baldi. The 5 of them quickly left. Yefeng, you've changed. Tong Yuling watched the handsome long-haired youth leave and sighed softly in her heart. In an elegant pavilion at the peak of the sect. You're not lying to me? That kid's bronze statue art was successfully initiated? He even cultivated it to the greater success stage. A red-faced elder stared at the white-bearded elder in front of him with his eyes wide open. The white-bearded elder was Elder Nangong, Nangong Li's grandfather. Why would I lie to you? Not only did that kid achieve success in the bronze statue art, but his Cloud Fiend fist is also at least at the Xiaxing stage. The white-bearded elder Nangong said with a face full of shock. It's only been 2 to 3 months. It's unbelievable for a half-spiritual body. The red-faced elder had a strange expression on his face. If it was an inner sect genius that could achieve this, they could accept it. But the target was a half-spiritual body ordinary disciple. No matter what, the plan of this serene moon ancient well has a certain possibility. Elder Nangong said with a smile. Hee, I didn't think that the seed I casually sowed that day would actually succeed. As for the secret of the serene moon ancient well, other than you, me, and Junior Pan, no one else in the sect knows. The red-faced elder said with a face full of pride. This matter must be kept a secret. The 2 reached an agreement and their conversation became softer and softer. The next morning. Dang. 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 Dang, the cloud-shaking bell rang 4 times, resounding through the clouds and reverberating in the mountains. On the cloud sky peak, the two dueling stages A and B merged into a large dueling stage that was twice the size of the first one. In front of everyone, a formation board was erected. On it, 20 shining names appeared. From first, second, all the way to the 20th. Among them, 6 people were tied for first place. They were Duan Xiaolong, Nan Gongli, Hu Yiba, Ye Feng, Qin Yu, and Tong Yuling. Many people had gathered at the peak. Because it was the day of the final battle, there were more people than the previous 3 days. Other than Sect Master Yunyue, Fairy Xia Yu, and Elder Nangong, there were 2 or 3 elders. Hee, I heard that the outer sect disciples this time are quite talented, so I came to try my luck. One of the red-faced elders came over with a smile. Elder Mao, you've never asked about the outside world, but you actually have the time to come and watch the outer sect competition today. Sect leader Yunyue and a few other elders were amazed by it. Qin Yu's gaze fell on the red-faced elder. He immediately recognized this elder Mao. Wasn't he the one who recommended the bronze statue art to him in the Sky Martial Pavilion? Other than the upper echelons of the sect, there were also some inner sect disciples who came to watch the outer sect competition. There were a total of 6 or 7 inner sect disciples. It was not a lot, but compared to the past, it was a lot. Xueqing. You actually have the time to come and watch the outer sect competition? The 7th prince's lazy voice was heard. He was wearing a gorgeous long robe, which was different from the uniform of the ordinary disciples. He stood out among the crowd. Beside him stood a beautiful and refined young girl. She wore an exquisite long dress that accentuated her delicate and beautiful figure. Her waist-length black hair that flowed like a waterfall fluttered in the wind. It was a very beautiful sight. The young girl's face was like a peony after the rain, and her skin was like white porcelain with a hint of pink. Her pure fragrance made people's hearts beat faster. Mu Xueqing. The number 1 beauty in the outer sect. Didn't she enter the inner sect? Mu Xueqing's appearance attracted many people's attention. Her popularity almost surpassed that of Nan Gongli and Duan Xiaolong. The young girl's bright eyes were fixed on the ranking on the array board. First place, Qin Yu, 10 points. That name made the young girl's long eyelashes tremble slightly, and there was a trace of complexity in her expression. She still remembered that on the day they parted, the young man indifferently left a sentence, also, we will meet again in the inner sect. At this moment, the young man's name was ranked first. Although there were a total of 6 people, he was temporarily ranked first. A little interesting. The 7th prince smiled leisurely, and his eyes swept through some of the names on the array board. He still had a casual expression on his face. He had been pursuing Mu Xueqing for some time. Although it was difficult to succeed, he enjoyed the process. If it was too easy to succeed, he would feel bored. As for Qin Yu, this potential love rival, he would just be a little spice. The ranking competition begins. In front of the array board, the black-robed old man announced loudly. All the disciples in the field were silent. The rules of the competition state that those who are ranked lower can challenge those who are ranked higher. Each person only has 2 chances to challenge. If they lose, they will lose 1 challenge, and if they win, they will not lose the challenge. The winner and the challenged will exchange places, and if they lose, they will keep their original place. The rules were the same as in previous years, very simple. Each person had 2 chances to challenge. If they win, they will not lose the challenge, and if they lose, they will lose the challenge. So, this challenge target had to be careful. If the challenge target was too high, they would fail twice, and there would be no progress at all. Each person has 2 chances. Start now. The black-robed old man said in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yu suddenly felt a wave of hostility and fighting intent locked onto him. Those gazes came from Hu Yiba, Yuan Beitong, Qing Yun, and even Ye Feng. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. Chen, you have to be careful. Hu Yiba and the others will join forces to target you, and want to sweep you out of the top 3. A familiar woman's voice rang in Qin Yu's ears. At some point in time, Tong Yuling had appeared beside Qin Yu and lowered her voice. Sweep me out of the top 3? The corner of Qin Yu's mouth curled up into a cold smile. But my goal is not to be in the top 3. What, not in the top 3, could it be that he wanted to? Tong Yuling was shocked. She looked at Qin Yu in disbelief, and found that she could not see through this young man. Tong Yuling's heart was in turmoil. She felt that the young man in front of her suddenly seemed tall and unfathomable. She was reminding Qin Yu out of goodwill to guard against Ye Feng and the others. She didn't expect that Qin Yu's plan was not limited to the top 3 that Ye Feng and the others were fighting for. He actually wanted to join the competition for the Twin Dragon competition and get the crown of the first place, not to mention his strength, his confidence and boldness had already surpassed those in front of him. I challenge the 10th place, Chao Lei. A pretty girl took the lead and challenged the top 10. This girl was Jiang Yan'er, who was ranked 20th. The second round of the ranking battle was usually challenged by those who were ranked lower. Originally, Jiang Yan'er's strength was expected to enter the top 15, but because she lost to Qin Yu, she was greatly humiliated and did not perform well. As soon as she appeared, she aimed for the top 10. However, Jiang Yan'er was forced out of the arena by Chao Lei in less than 10 moves. There was no suspense. There was a big gap between the top 10 and the top 20. After her, the 19th place, the 18th place, the 17th place started their first round of challenges. Most of their challengers were top 10 like Chao Lei and Huang Yuan. The facts proved that the approximate rankings of the elimination rounds still had a certain degree of credibility. These people who were ranked lower than the 15th challenged the top 10 and lost one by one, and the gap was quite large. Even so, the top 10 was still the target of everyone. Because only the top 10 in the outer sect competition would be rewarded. Although the top 10 did not have a greater chance of being selected into the inner sect as the top 3, at least they had more exposure. Until the top 12, the challenges became really intense. The 11th and 12th places were Yang Fan and Fang Xing, tied. These two people were originally ranked 9th and 8th in the previous competition, but they were actually squeezed out of the top 10 this time. The main reason was, this time, there were 3 dark horses, Chen Yu, Tong Yuling, Chao Lei. I challenged the first place, Tong Yuling. Yang Fan held a long spear and stepped onto the arena, aiming for the first place. This time, he was rather unlucky and was squeezed out of the top 10, which made him very angry. He did not challenge Chao Lei, Huang Yuan and the others, but aimed for the temporary first place, Tong Yuling. At present, among the 6 who were tied for first place, only Tong Yuling seemed to be slightly weaker. As you wish. Tong Yuling smiled and flew up the stage. On the stage, the two of them quickly exchanged several moves. In an instant, they were truly enraged. In less than 10 moves. Go. The soft sword in Tong Yuling's hand flashed with a blood-red light, sweeping up an astonishing cold aura. The sword's shadow was like a raging wave, whipping Yang Fan's long spear away. Wow, Yang Fan spat out a mouthful of blood with a shocked look on his face. How did Tong Yuling become so valiant? Especially her inner aura, it was terrifying and shocking, carrying with it a wave of domineering blood energy. This girl probably has some fortuitous encounters. Sect Master Yinue glanced at Tong Yuling. In this world, there are countless precious treasures. It's naturally good if one is able to use them properly, but if one is overly reliant on them, then it will kill one's own potential and even draw fire to oneself. Fairy Xiaoyu nodded. Some disciples' fortuitous encounters were not rare in the sect's world. For these elders to be able to reach their current level, each of them had a lot of luck. Behind Yang Fan, Fang Xing, who was ranked 8th in the last session, issued a challenge. He challenged Chao Lei and was defeated after dozens of moves. Since then, none of the challengers outside the top 10 had succeeded, then. From the 7th to the 10th, Yuan Beitong, Qing Yun, Huang Yuan, and Chao Lei could issue challenges. These 4 people's scores were actually tied, and they had only lost once in the knockout round. I challenge Huang Yuan. Chao Lei, one of the 3 dark horses, was the first to issue a challenge to Huang Yuan, who was ranked 7th in the last session. Iron Palm Strike. Chao Lei's perfect palm strike was rolling, and his palms were red and hot. This battle lasted nearly 100 moves. In the end, Huang Yuan barely defeated Chao Lei, relying on her great strength and vigorous inner aura. From the 7th to the 10th, the competition between Yuan Beitong, Qingyun, Huang Yuan, and Chao Lei was very fierce. In the end, Huang Yuan and Chao Lei both failed, and Yuan Beitong and Qingyun were temporarily in the lead. However, Yuan Beitong and Qingyun did not immediately compete for the ranking, but fixed their eyes on Chen Yu. Yuan Beitong, who was as tall as an iron tower, stood on the arena with his eyes wide open. His fists banged against each other, and the powerful air waves were frightening. Lu Feng, Hu Yiba, and Qingyun all had smiles on their faces. According to the plan, Yuan Beitong was the first to fight. "Big guy, you came at the right time." Qinyu smiled faintly and jumped onto the arena. Since merging with the mysterious heart, his physical strength had been greatly strengthened. In most cases, including the previous battles, he deliberately held back and didn't use his full strength. At this moment, his opponent was Yuan Beitong, the #1 Hercules of the outer sect, who was born with divine strength. Qinyu really wanted to know the difference between his acquired divine strength and Yuan Beitong's inborn divine strength. "Let's see who's stronger." Yuan Beitong's voice was like muffled thunder. He slowly raised his fists, and his vigorous inner aura vibrated. Mountain-splitting fist, a punch like a millstone blasted out, and a fierce wind blew. A wave of dust was set off on the ground with an oppressive heaviness. Good timing. Qinyu wasn't surprised. Instead, he was happy. His heart beat steadily in his body, and a surging power surged out of his fist. A layer of copper appeared on his fist as soon as he exerted his strength. Bang! When the two enormous forces collided, the violent force caused the entire martial stage to slightly tremble. In an instant, with the two of them as the center, an invisible shock wave swept across a radius of several feet. Everyone in the arena held their breath, shocked by the confrontation of the terrifying power. It was as if they were watching two iron oxen collide. In terms of size, Qinyu was already tall and burly at his age, while Yuan Beitong was half a head taller than the average person, like a giant ape. However, the moment the two fists collided, Yuan Beitong's body shook, and a trace of shock appeared on his face. Tung, Qinyu and Yuan Beitong took a few steps back at the same time. But it seemed that Qinyu's pace and breathing were steadier. This scene shocked all the disciples. Qinyu's strength has reached this level. Yuan Beitong must be holding back. Wang Lingyun found it hard to accept. Ha ha ha. He can actually take a blow with 70% of my strength. I didn't expect that I, Yuan Beitong, would meet an opponent who can match my strength. Yuan Beitong laughed. His face was flushed with excitement. He took a deep breath, and the muscles all over his body swelled abruptly, producing a stronger explosive force. Mountain-splitting fist, Yuan Beitong's next few punches reached a whole new level of power. Qinyu was not afraid. As his heart beat, his strength surged, and his bones, flesh, and blood seemed to be activated, radiating amazing power. He didn't circulate the bronze statue skill to the level of bronze tendons because he wanted to study the secret of his heart. Bang! Bang, bang! Qinyu felt refreshed with each collision, and his strength kept erupting. Not long after, the two people on the stage exchanged 1 to 200 punches. It was a soul-stirring fight. Every blow created the illusion that the ground was shaking. Qinyu vaguely grasped some of the techniques of using the mysterious heart as he exerted his strength. Combined with his breathing, the mysterious heart could accumulate strength. For example, taking a deep breath and accumulating strength could make a punch that was far more powerful than normal. In addition, under the stimulation of external pressure, the rapid beating of the heart could instantly increase the explosive force. That kind of instantaneous increase was similar to the day when he killed the Bandit King with one punch and executed the profound power of the Fist Force Condensed Fiend. If this continues, Qinyu's physical strength and vitality will be greatly consumed. Hu Yiba and Qingyun both had smiles on their faces. However, Yefeng felt a little uneasy. He thought of the miracle of Qinyu holding back the Bear King for half an hour with his body tempering realm cultivation. After 200 moves, Qinyu's breathing was steady and unhurried. Yuan Beitong's forehead was already covered in sweat. It seems that strength is the biggest advantage that the mysterious heart has brought me. My body's recovery, self-healing, and durability are the biggest advantages. Qinyu thought. Although Yuan Beitong was strong, his punches were already running out of strength. Let's end this. Qinyu suddenly muttered and activated the bronze statue art. His entire body was plated with a layer of metallic copper luster, outlining the lines of copper flesh that resembled fluid sculptures. His entire body swelled up a little. In an instant, an invisible aura brought with it a powerful pressure. He transformed. Does this guy also know sorcery? Yuan Beitong held his breath as he looked at Qinyu, whose body had changed greatly. Bronze statue art. The upper echelons of the sect and the elders all exclaimed in surprise. This kid's bronze statue art has actually reached the bronze tendons level. It's at least the beginner stage. Elder Nangong and Elder Mao were shocked. The two of them looked at each other and were overjoyed. Pung! Qinyu's copper-patterned hand seemed to come from a bronze Buddha. With one punch, Yuan Beitong was sent flying dozens of feet away. Stop, stop, stop. The position of the strongest god of the outer sect is yours. Yuan Beitong jumped off the stage in a panic. In the head-on fight just now, he was at a disadvantage. In the last punch, Qinyu's transformation really shocked him. Below the stage, Ye Feng, Hu Yiba, and Qingyun exchanged looks. According to the plan, I'll go first. He should have used up some of his strength and vitality. Qingyun nodded. After that, he asked the judge to challenge Qinyu. Qinyu, you've just been challenged. You have the right to postpone the next one. The judge asked. So what if I postpone the next one? Wang Lingyun sneered. Some of the faster battles were over in a dozen moves. No need. Qinyu sneered. You guys want to challenge me? Then line up together and solve it at once. Save the trouble. What? Yuan Beitong, Ye Feng, and Qingyan's faces darkened. This Qinyu was really arrogant. Knowing that it was a one-on-one battle, he still dared to ask everyone to line up. In a corner of Yuntian Peak. Brother Qinyu, this major competition concerns your fate. How can you be careless? Mu Xiuqing's eyelashes fluttered, and there was a trace of worry in her beautiful eyes. For some reason, she had a strong hope. If Brother Qinyu, whom she relied on since childhood, could enter the inner sect and practice martial arts with her, how happy would his life be? Ding! Bang! At this moment, two figures on the stage quickly exchanged a few blows. Clang! A heavy copper-like hand directly slapped Qingyun's sword away. So fast, Mu Xiuqing and the careless seventh princes were all taken aback. There was an uproar below the stage. Qingyun, who was ranked 6th in the outer sect, could not even withstand 10 moves from Qinyu. The confrontation between Qinyu and Qingyun was too fast. In just a few breaths, the outcome was decided. How could this be? Hu Yiba and Lu Feng's faces were filled with shock. Qinyu and Yuan Beitong had exchanged more than 100 blows previously, and they were all head-on clashes. They thought that he would have expended a lot of energy. Unexpectedly. However, before Qingyun could even stabilize her footing, Qinyu had already defeated her. He's too strong. I can't take it at all. Qingyun smiled bitterly as he walked off the stage. He was convinced of his defeat. This guy was probably hiding something in his battle with Yuan Beitong. If we weren't enemies, I would be impressed by his strength and spirit. Hu Yiba's ferocious face revealed a trace of seriousness and even respect for the first time. Although he was rude and fierce in the sect, he also respected the strong. Hu Yiba, Brother Lu. Which one of you is up? If you want to make it to the top 3, you'll have to get past me. Qinyu was still standing on the stage. Continue to fight. The disciples were dumbfounded and in disbelief. Brother Chen, I'll go. A handsome young man with long hair fluttering in the wind landed on the stage. Qinyu versus Ye Feng. The battle between the two immediately attracted everyone's attention. One was a rising outer disciple while the other was a shining black horse. Ye Feng stood on the stage and looked at the unstoppable Qinyu with complicated feelings. Brother Lu, before we fight, I want to thank you for giving me a chance. I want to thank you for giving me a chance, the battle with the Iron Brown Bear, and the outer sect trade fair, the elemental bead grass you gave me. Qinyu said with a sincere expression. At this moment, the two were competitors and Yefeng had even used some tricks. But in his heart, Qinyu did not hate Yefeng. The top three of the competition not only had extremely rich rewards, but also a chance to become a carp leaping through the Dragon's Gate. If one had the ability, who wouldn't fight for it? Within the rules, Yefeng launched a tag team battle against Qinyu. This was a battle for fate. Thank you? Yefeng murmured, comprehending these two words. Qinyu silently said, thank you for the Iron Brown Bear mission, which gave me a generous amount of contribution points and primordial stones. Thank you for the Bear King battle, which gave me the cloud treading steps, which made up for my lack of movement skills, and thank you for the elemental bead grass, which allowed me to reach bronze skin faster. Qinyu might not have had the strength he had today if he had been lacking in any of the aspects. There was no need for outsiders to understand the charm of these details. With Yefeng's intelligence, he could probably guess something from the word thank you. In the past, I admired your talent and strength, Brother Lu. Today, I'm very fortunate to meet you in this fated battle. After Qinyu finished speaking, he started to circulate his inner qi. Cloud-soaring steps. As their gazes met, they quickly moved. Swoosh! Swoosh! Two elegant and fast figures crossed each other on the stage. Their attacks missed at the same time. Their movement skills are exactly the same. They're both cloud-soaring steps, and their level of attainment is similar. The disciples below were dumbfounded as they watched the strange battle unfold before them. On the stage, two figures with almost identical movement skills crossed each other on the stage, as if they were dancing in front of a mirror. After a few exchanges, the two of them actually missed each other. Cloudfiend Fist, Qinyu was the first to break the balance, activating the mysterious heart's power and suddenly increasing his speed. Whoosh, he suddenly closed in and punched out a blurry murderous aura cloud. The air exploded, and the formless murderous aura caused the qi and blood in Yefeng's body and inner qi to stagnate. Using murderous aura to strengthen oneself and suppress the opponent. This was the advantage of Cloudfiend Fist, which was a branch technique of the sect. Soul-chasing sword. The broken sword in Yefeng's hand drew a long and narrow cold arc, bringing out a blurry afterimage of the sword light. At the same time, his footwork combined with his sword technique and strangely cut in. Clang, the fist and sword crossed each other in midair. Yefeng's figure gracefully retreated a few steps. Qinyu was slightly shocked. That attack just now did not suppress the opponent. After thinking for a while, he quickly understood that Yefeng's sword technique and footwork combined perfectly. That attack did not completely clash head-on, and even tried to cut in. However, Qinyu's fist was filled with murderous aura. It was too powerful, and Yefeng's skillful use of force did not go smoothly. On the other side, Yefeng only felt his arm go numb, and his heart trembled. In the exchange just now, he did not completely clash head-on, and was at a disadvantage. Clang! Clang! The two of them continuously exchanged dozens of moves on the stage, dazzling the eyes of the audience. In terms of movement skills, both of them had mastered cloud-soaring steps. However, Yefeng had practiced this movement skill for a long time, and comprehended its essence. His movement skill was even more graceful, and it complemented his sword technique perfectly. Qinyu was slightly inferior in terms of elegance, but he had the advantage of physique, and in terms of absolute speed, he was superior. Bronze statue technique. Cloudfiend Fist, a layer of ancient bronze patterns appeared on Qinyu's arm, and he had reached the bronze tendon realm. His fist technique and strength had increased. Clang, clang, after a few consecutive attacks, Qinyu forced Yefeng to retreat, and his blood and qi churned. After 50 moves, Yefeng's hand that was holding the sword went numb, and with a clang, the broken sword fell to the ground. Chen, I lost. Yefeng had an ashamed expression, and he floated down from the stage. He suddenly regretted using the strategy of taking turns against Qinyu. Hu Yiba. Qinyu had a smile on his face, and he looked at the fierce man with the yin-yang hair. Hu Yiba, the number one in the outer sect. He was fourth in the previous competition, and he was just a step away from entering the inner sect. Chen Yu. Hu Yiba took a deep breath, and said solemnly, "Your strength and boldness have impressed me. If I'm not wrong, your goal is no longer the top 3. That's right, first is my goal." Chen Yu did not deny it. Hua, the crowd was in an uproar, and the disciples looked at Chen Yu with shock and excitement. Fight for first place. This was probably the first time since the start of the competition, other than the Twin Dragons competition, that someone dared to openly aim for first place. If it was during the elimination rounds, everyone would think that Chen Yu was overestimating himself. But now, not only did Chen Yu defeat Yuan Beitong, Qing Yun, and Le Feng consecutively, but he also did so with ease. If everything went smoothly, it would not be difficult for him to defeat Hu Yiba consecutively. This strength was too terrifying. Hee, it's getting more and more fun. This guy is indeed qualified to challenge us. Nan Gongli slapped the folding fan in his hand. Duan Xiaolong looked at Chen Yu with a serious expression, and nodded. First place, there's one more opponent. The Twin Dragons competition had acknowledged Chen Yu's strength. At this moment, the crowd was in an uproar, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the dark horse of the outer sect. He had overcome many obstacles and was now in the top 3. Was there a chance for him to win first place? If he could, it would be a miracle in the outer sect. You must succeed. Mu Xiuqing clenched her fists, and it was as if she had returned to her childhood, and the strong boy stood beside her, and stood up for her. Brother Yu, if you can succeed, I might be able to convince my parents to let us be together. Mu Xiuqing's eyes were misty. Hope was ignited in her heart. Previously, she had made the biggest decision to cut ties with Chen Yu, mostly because of the pressure from her family and parents. Chen Yu. Hu Yiba laughed self-deprecatingly. You are indeed the number 1 swordsman. Our previous actions were really not worth mentioning, and we fell into a disadvantageous position. I'm ashamed that I don't have the heart to fight with you, so I might as well pave the way for you. Pave the way? Chen Yu was stunned. I challenge first place, Duan Xiaolong. Hu Yiba took a deep breath, and the overlord halberd in his hand pointed at the first name on the board. Challenge Duan Xiaolong. The crowd was in an uproar again, and everyone looked at Hu Yiba in shock. Chen Yu was also shocked. Pave the way for you. Hu Yiba, the bully of the outer sect, actually made such a decision. All right. Duan Xiaolong's expression was calm, and he landed on the stage. Chen Yu had a strange expression, and he could only walk down the stage. On the stage, Duan Xiaolong and Hu Yiba were about to fight. Overlord of no return. Hu Yiba's overlord halberd swept out, bringing with it a powerful force and dense inner breath. His moves were domineering and heroic. Below the stage, Chen Yu, Ye Feng, and the rest were shocked. In terms of strength and inner breath, Hu Yiba was above Ye Feng, and the overlord halberd was a pseudo-artifact. You're qualified for me to use my blade. Duan Xiaolong lightly shook the ancient-looking blade in his hand, and the faint sound of lightning could be heard. Before the blade was unleashed, the crowd could already feel the pressure of a huge wave. This pressure is comparable to the organ's refinement stage. The disciples were speechless. This was the first time Duan Xiaolong had used his blade since the start of the competition. As the blade slashed out, it left behind a shadow of a blade. A dazzling blade aura could be vaguely seen with the naked eye, and it flashed in the violent wind. In the air, the faint sound of thunder could be heard. Clang! The overlord halberd, which was as heavy as 10,000 tons, clashed head-on with the lightning blade. The disciples felt their blood boil, and their minds wavered. This blade. Hu Yiba's face turned pale, and he took a few steps back, his arm feeling numb. Duan Xiaolong held the ancient-looking blade in his hand, and he did not move, while Hu Yiba's clothes were torn. Overlord's berserk dance. A trace of madness appeared in Hu Yiba's eyes, and the overlord halberd in his hand danced crazily, forming a small whirlwind. Clang! 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 In an instant, the overlord halberd and the ancient-looking blade clashed several times in the air. Buzz! In the last clash, the blade in Duan Xiaolong's hand was like lightning, and it had a supernatural power. Clang! The terrifying blade clashed with the overlord halberd, and sparks flew, leaving a half-inch gap. Wah! Hu Yiba vomited blood, and his figure retreated several feet, leaving a bloodstain and burn mark on his shoulder. That blade seemed to have brought along lightning and thunder. I'm afraid it's beyond the scope of ordinary martial arts. Qianyu's face was solemn. Duan Xiaolong, the strongest in the outer sect, was even more terrifying than he had imagined. He was afraid that even a weak viscera refinement cultivator might not be his opponent. Thunder Roar Blade. This kid has cultivated the Thunder Roar Blade to near greater mastery. This level of comprehension is rare even in the inner sect. On the stage, some of the sect's upper echelons exclaimed. Qianyu, this is all I can do. Hu Yiba staggered down from the stage. Qianyu's battle intent surged, and he felt the mysterious heart in his body beating faster in excitement. He was about to go up the stage to challenge. Wait. A familiar voice sounded. Qianyu glanced over, and the person who spoke was Yafeng. I still have one more chance to challenge, and I'll challenge the number one, Nangongli. Yafeng went up the stage. Nangongli was stunned, and his body flipped in the air, landing on the stage. Yafeng is going to. Qianyu was surprised to hear this. Brother Chen, if I knew you had the strength to fight for the number one position, I wouldn't have used that method. Just treat it as my compensation. Yafeng silently went up the stage, and his long hair fluttered in the wind, facing the number one genius in the outer sect, Nangongli. Yafeng had the same thoughts as Hu Yiba. Since he could no longer fight for the top three, he might as well do Qianyu a favor or make up for the guilt in his heart. On the stage, Nangongli said leisurely, Yafeng, right? In terms of overall strength, you're not bad. I understand what you mean. You want to test my strength? Yafeng was stunned. Nangongli had exposed his intentions so directly. That's right. He had the same thoughts as Hu Yiba. He wanted to test the number one outer disciple. Hu Yiba had succeeded. Now it was his turn. Then as you wish. Nangongli's lips curled up, looking generous. Cloud treading steps, the broken sword in Yafeng's hand was in sync with his movement technique. He was like an arc in the night sky as he dashed towards Nangongli. Swoosh, Nangong Li's figure flashed, leaving behind a few afterimages as he exchanged a few blows with Yafeng. What a brilliant movement technique. Nangong Li's movement technique is slightly better than Yafeng's. The disciples widened their eyes. This was the first time Yafeng's cloud-treading steps had met a movement technique that was stronger than his. Of course, Nangong Li's movement technique was only slightly better than his. If he fought steadily, it wouldn't be a fatal difference. Yuan Gang fan, the fan in Nangong Li's hand suddenly created a gust of wind. The surrounding wind condensed into a ball under the strange force. Other than a deep whistle, there was no other noise. Clang, the strange force of the fan actually caused Yafeng's sword to deviate, immediately putting him at a disadvantage. Lu Feng gritted his teeth and pushed his movement technique and sword technique to the extreme, using all of his strength to resist. He didn't want to win, but he wanted to avoid making mistakes. In an instant, Yafeng was suppressed for more than 10 moves. His breathing became hurried and he was at a complete disadvantage. Below the stage, Qianyu frowned as he observed the battle. Nangong Li's attacks were very casual, obviously not using his full strength. Brother Yu. A gentle and familiar voice sounded in his ear. Qianyu's head jumped. He saw a beautiful young girl standing in front of him. Her hair was like a waterfall, and her face was as beautiful as the first snow. She was enough to stun anyone her age. Xueqing? What are you? Qianyu was greatly surprised. Brother Yu, you've just fought a few battles in a row, so you must be exhausted. I'm afraid Yafeng won't be able to hold on for long. Quickly take this high-grade qi recovery pill. A sparkling pill appeared in the young girl's hand. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. What exactly is this? Qianyu felt a little strange, not understanding what was going on. In his mind, the emotional imprint that originally belonged to Mu Xueqing had long faded bit by bit. The path of martial arts, the peak of the sect, was what he was looking forward to the most. Even if we're just ordinary friends, can't I help you? The girl smiled sweetly, as if recalling how dull Qianyu used to be. All right. Qianyu thought for a while and took the expensive high-grade qi recovery pill. He suddenly thought that it was best not to expose his body's terrifying regenerative ability, in order to avoid more people's suspicions. This Qi recovery pill could cover it up. If it was just strength, he could say that he ate some kind of spiritual fruit that transformed his body and increased his strength. Similar opportunities were not unheard of in the world of the sect. If his extraordinary strength, shocking regenerative ability, abnormal regenerative ability, and body technique genius were all exposed, then it would be hard to say. At least before he became stronger, it was best not to expose it. Brother you have to fight to become an inner disciple. Mu Xiuqing clenched her fists, as if she cared more than Qinyu himself. Qinyu nodded and took the high-grade Qi recovery pill. As soon as the pill entered his stomach, Qinyu felt his heart tremble. A strange suction force came and instantly absorbed the pill. Instantly, a feeling of fullness spread throughout Qinyu's body. Almost in an instant, Qinyu's body, with the help of the mysterious heart, absorbed all the pill's energy. Qinyu could feel that his essence, qi, and spirit, especially his internal breath, had reached an unprecedented peak. Thank you, I will return it to you when I have time. Qinyu looked at Mu Xiuqing again, and the girl's face instantly blushed, making her look even more beautiful. This scene made Wang Lingyun, who was not far away, clench his teeth in jealousy. He never thought that Qinyu would not only be able to enter the top 3, but also have the possibility of fighting for first place. Ye Feng and Hu Yiba were actually willing to pave the way for him. The former number 1 beauty of the outer sect, Mu Xiuqing, personally gave him a precious Qi recovery pill. If he could get first place, then wouldn't he have rewards, beauties, status, everything would be at his fingertips, in the corner of the mountain. Why do I feel so bitter and unwilling in my heart? Could it be that I have really fallen for this girl? The 7th prince murmured in his heart. Looking at the beautiful girl with a shy face, at this moment, he had the desire to hug her and fulfill all his wishes. But, the girl's charming shy smile, such care, was for another person. Suddenly, the 7th prince's expression turned serious, and the careless expression on his face disappeared, as if he had made a decision. At this moment, the battle on the stage took a turn. The warm-up is over. Since the start of the competition, you are the first person to be able to fight with me to this extent. Nan Gongli's figure paused. On the opposite side, Ye Feng's breathing was already rough, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The disciples below the stage were shocked. In such a short period of time, Nan Gongli had easily forced Ye Feng to this extent. Was this still a warm-up? Stretching his muscles and bones? I'm ready. Nan Gongli took a step forward, and slowly walked towards Ye Feng. Ye Feng seemed to have realized something. But as soon as he moved, he felt a strange and rapid drawn-out sound vibrate in his mind. In an instant, Ye Feng's body shook, and he almost lost his balance. Mental mystic art, soul intimidation. Nan Gongli's lips moved in a strange manner, making a drawn-out and rapid sound. And when the aftermath of the sound fell into the ears of the disciples, they only felt uneasy, and their blood and qi were restless. This sound, Qinyu suddenly remembered the situation when he was fighting against the flooding lake 3 evils. Among them, the 3 evils had played a mysterious flute, and made strange sound waves, but it was not a simple sound wave attack. It involved the mental domain. And at this moment, Nan Gongli did not use any tools, and the power of the soul intimidation sound was far stronger than the 3 evils. Ye Feng only felt his mind tremble, and his mind was in chaos, and his mind was buzzing. Pow! Nan Gongli waved the fan in his hand, and a gust of wind howled, and the sword in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Ye Feng lost, the crowd was dead silent, leaving behind a sea of shocked faces. Nan Gongli's mental mystic art was too strange, and impossible to defend against. With your strength, you can only complete half of my mental mystic art. Nan Gongli shook his head and said. The disciples were in disbelief. Brother Chen, I've tried my best, and this is it. Ye Feng smiled bitterly. Facing Nan Gongli, the top outer disciple genius, he was nothing. Of course, it wasn't just his talent. Nan Gongli's family was even more powerful, and he had an elder of the sect behind him. Come, Qinyu, let's see if you have the ability to complete the other half of my ability. Nan Gongli was calm after winning the battle. All right. Qinyu jumped onto the stage at a shocking speed. Brother Yu, be careful. The most important thing to deal with mental mystic arts is to guard your heart and fight with your own will. Mu Shuiqing reminded. On the stage, Qinyu was accumulating his internal energy, and his heart was beating slowly, as if he was waiting for something. You're not going to fight? If I fully activate my mental mystic art, you might not have a chance. Nangongli said casually. When you recover, you can win fair and square. I don't want to be the subject of gossip. Qinyu said calmly. Nangongli, this was the first person who dared to be arrogant in front of him. Although Lu Feng, Hu Yiba, and the others are kind enough to help me fight for first place, I want to rely on my own strength without any external interference. Qinyu said calmly. Hearing that, some of the disciples were in awe. Some of the upper echelons of the sect had approval on their faces. Qinyu's path of cultivation had always been one step at a time. He wanted to be the same after winning first place. Well said. But you've also fought 3 battles, so we're even. Nangongli smiled shamelessly and suddenly attacked. Swoosh! Pow! His body moved at a speed far faster than when he fought against Lu Feng. The folding fan in his hand slapped out a gust of strong wind that condensed and condensed. So fast, the disciples could not see the trajectory of his figure. Nangongli actually held back when he fought against me. Yefeng was stunned for a moment. This Nangongli was really unfathomable. He had no idea how much strength he had. Cloud-soaring steps, another figure leaped into the air like a leopard and dodged Nangongli's attack. Nangongli was surprised that his fan missed. Damn. This guy actually held back his speed. He's even faster than before. Qingyan's face was gloomy as if she had suffered a huge blow. All the spectators were very excited as they stared at the confrontation between the 2 people on the stage. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 2 figures on the stage exchanged a few rounds, but they were evenly matched. Thump, thump. Thump, Qinyu's heart beat faster. His body's speed had truly exploded. What kind of monster is this guy? In terms of speed, he's actually slightly faster than me. If it wasn't for my movement technique. Nangongli was secretly shocked. One must know that he practiced a high-rank movement technique that was superior to cloud-soaring steps. Cloud-fiend fist. Suddenly, Qinyu took a deep breath and punched out with his fist. As the strong wind whistled, a dark cloud of murderous aura faintly appeared. Bronze hand, his arm was plated with a layer of bronze, and there were ancient bronze patterns on it. It was like an attack from the Buddha. Yuangang fan, Nangongli waved his fan, and the condensed gust of wind clashed with the dark cloud. Boom, the 2 clashed, and a shallow pit a few feet wide appeared on the stage. This was a rock that was harder than steel. The 2 figures separated from each other. Thump. Thump, thump. Thump, Nangongli held his fan and coughed a few times, then took a few steps back. Qinyu took a step back, and his face was slightly red. Many of the spectators held their breaths and stared at the 2 of them. Very good. You're the first person that can suppress me in a direct confrontation. Nangongli's face darkened. However, you'll have to face the full force of my mental technique. As soon as he finished speaking, Nangongli strode towards Qinyu. Mental technique, soul intimidation. A drawn-out, ear-piercing sound reverberated in Qinyu's mind, causing his mind to tremble. Mental energy secret art, soul intimidation. A long and hurried scream resounded throughout the entire venue, and a strange mental energy swept toward Qinyu. At that moment, the disciples below the stage felt dizzy and their minds trembled. Qinyu's mind buzzed. The chaotic energy caused his mind to tremble and the scene in front of him to shake. Thump, thump. Thump, his heart beat steadily. Qinyu took a deep breath and stabilized his body and blood. Nangongli noticed that Qinyu's resistance to the mental energy secret art was stronger than Yefeng's. Most importantly, Qinyu had great control over his body. His blood weren't affected. Unlike Yefeng and the others, their bodies trembled when they faced the secret art. Bronze statue art, Qinyu's body suddenly expanded. It was as if his body was covered in a layer of copper armor. Your body is strong, but your mind can't avoid it. Nangongli said confidently. Soul intimidation wasn't an ordinary sound wave attack. It was a disturbance that contained mental energy. Buzz, Qinyu's mind trembled. Even though he had control over his body, he couldn't even use half of his strength. Lose. Nangong-Li's figure flickered as he swept the fan in his hand toward Qinyu. Break for me, Qinyu's organs suddenly throbbed. They felt as heavy as a mountain. The blood and aura in his body were like raging waves. His aura seemed to be boiling at this moment. It had an unruly and tyrannical aura that looked down on everything. Whoosh, a ferocious gust of wind appeared around Qinyu's body. His skin was covered in a layer of dark green markings. His eyes were cold and domineering like a peerless demon looking down on the world. Roar. A loud roar that shook the clouds soared into the sky, and a sinister wind and baleful aura howled. The roar sounded like a peerless demon had awakened. Thump. Thump. Thud, Nangongli was shocked, and his figure retreated a few steps. The sound shook him to the point his vital energy and blood roiled, and his eardrums almost bled. That roar filled with murderous intent directly overshadowed his secret spirit technique. Furthermore, Nangong-Li's secret mind technique almost suffered a backlash. His face turned red and white as he stared at the man who was surrounded by a fierce, fiendish aura. This boy seems to have comprehended some of the true meaning of the Cloud Fiend Fist. The elders of the sect were moved. That roar contained an astonishing murderous aura that engulfed the mental plane. Heh, the practitioners of the Cloud Fiend Fist accumulate a fiendish aura in the midst of slaughter. Their consciousness is tainted with fiendish aura. Not only can it cause them to go berserk, but at the same time, it is also a fiendish demon that can resist external mental attacks. A smile appeared on the red-faced elder's face. At this moment, Qinyu's eyes emitted a terrifying murderous aura, cold and sinister. What a terrifying gaze. Some of the disciples below the stage felt their hearts tremble when they met his gaze, and their bodies turned cold. That was the fiendish aura that came from the mental plane. It was a type of mental power that was formed from the accumulation of fiendish aura after many battles. This fiendish aura almost caused Nangong-Li's secret mind technique to suffer a backlash. The Cloud Fiend Fist is only a beginner branch of the Yuan Fiend Divine skill. How can it have such a terrifying fiendish aura? The white-bearded elder Nangong found it hard to accept. He was mainly worried that his grandson, Nangong-Li, would be at a disadvantage. Haha. You might not know this, but the Cloud Fiend Fist is the original beginner version of the Yuan Fiend Divine skill. There are very few people who know this secret. Old Man Mao said with a smile. What? Not only was Elder Nangong surprised, but the middle and upper echelons nearby were also surprised. Elder Mao explained, our sect's Yuan Fiend Divine skill is an ancient skill that has been passed down for a long time. Its beginner version is extremely difficult and dangerous. Basically, 7 out of 10 people who practice it will go berserk and lose control. Later on, a founding master of the sect modified the beginner version, making it more suitable for people with normal physiques to practice. As time went by, the current Yuan Fiend Divine skill is the modified version. And the original beginner version was separated, and it became the Cloud Fiend Fist that was gradually forgotten. Hearing this secret, the experts of the sects all clicked their tongues in wonder. So, Elder Mao concluded, the Cloud Fiend Fist that Qinyu practices is the original beginner version. Its advantage is that its fiendish aura is stronger and more domineering, but its disadvantage is that it is extremely dangerous, and it has high requirements for physiques and temperament. I just don't know if Qinyu will be any different from others if he practices the Yuan Fiend Divine skill in the future. So that's how it is, the few elites of the sect suddenly understood. No wonder Qinyu in front of them had such a strong fiendish aura and was so violent and fierce. At this moment, on the stage, Nangong-Li calmed his qi, blood, and mind. You're very strong. You actually used such a brutal and direct method to break my mental secret skill. But now, Nangong-Li said solemnly before giving a weird smile. Suddenly, his body went silent and gave off a weird mental energy aura. Mental energy technique, strange pupil. Wave-like circles appeared in his eyes, extending and circling, as if they could reach an endless abyss. Thump, Qinyu's footsteps froze. The instant his eyes met Namgong Li's eyes, the scene in front of him changed. The stage in front of him disappeared. His surroundings turned into a sea of lava and fire. A flame giant appeared in front of him, and he instantly became as small as an ant. What's going on? What evil technique is this? Everyone present exclaimed loudly as they looked at Qinyu, who had suddenly stiffened. Even the upper echelon of the sect couldn't help but exclaim. I bloodline? How is this possible? The Namgong family doesn't seem to have an I bloodline, right? The elders of the sect all looked at the white-bearded elder Namgong. If my grandson had the legendary I bloodline, he wouldn't have stayed at the tiny Yunhui gate. This strange pupil mystic art was created by using the blood essence of a rare, blue-eyed fox demon to create a special spirit liquid. When smeared on one's eyes, it could enhance one's psychic mystic arts. To a certain degree, it can be used to a simplified version of the eye technique, but it's not a true eye bloodline. The white-bearded elder Namgong said smugly. The Namgong family's foundation is quite deep. You actually have the method to create this liquid and use the blood essence of the jade-eyed fox. Even if several qi condensation Xianxia cultivators were sent out, they might not be able to kill it. That's right. If we can tame the jade-eyed fox, it can be used strategically. The elders sighed at the Namgong family's wastefulness. You've misunderstood. With the Namgong family's strength, we don't have the ability to kill it. It was just a coincidence that I managed to purchase 1 or 2 small parts of the demon fox's corpse at an auction in a neighboring country. The white-bearded elder rolled his eyes. After understanding the reason, the elder's gazes all landed on the stage. One had to say that Namgong Li's strange pupil technique was unfathomably powerful. Just one look was enough to make Qinyu fall into illusions and misunderstandings. Brother Yu's luck is too bad. He actually met such an opponent. Mu Xueqing sighed. The Namgong family has a long history. Even the Imperials have to respect them. If this Namgong Li wanted to enter the inner sect, he would have done so long ago. The 7th Princess smiled faintly and said. He secretly rejoiced that the unstoppable Qinyu had met such a terrifying opponent. To be able to force me to use the strange pupil technique, you won't have any regrets even if you lose today. Namgong Li smiled faintly. After that, he used the strange pupil technique while getting closer to Qinyu. Because he had to maintain the mind secret technique, he couldn't use it at full strength. At the same time, all sorts of illusions appeared in front of Qinyu's eyes. His consciousness fell into them. Thump, thump, thump. However, the strong beating of his heart was steady and clear, allowing him to sense his body and the outside world. Break for me, Qinyu clenched his fists tightly. Ferocious aura surged from his body, but he couldn't break free from the illusion. Such a strong resistance. Namgong Li's body trembled. He could feel Qinyu's struggle and a surge of ferocious aura hit him. Fortunately, his strange pupil technique was enhanced by the emerald pupil blood essence and it used the power of illusion. It was hard to break it with brute force. Whoosh, the folding fan in Namgong Li's hand slapped towards Qinyu's shoulder. At that moment, all the disciples held their breaths. This was the moment that would decide the winner and the first place. In all sorts of illusions, Qinyu could feel the incoming attack due to his control over his body. Thump, thump. Thump, thump, his heartbeat was getting faster and faster, like a heavy drum being hammered. In an instant, Qinyu felt the murderous aura in his body surging like a raging wave. His body was stimulated with a shocking power, and his consciousness was shaken. This feeling, Qinyu's eyes suddenly lit up. The illusions in front of him disappeared. Suddenly, he entered the powerful state when he used the fist force condensed aura. Whoosh, however, Namgong Li's fan was already in front of him. There was no way to dodge. Bronze. Statue technique. Qinyu's body suddenly expanded and was plated with a layer of ancient bronze patterns. There was even a glimmer of luster. His whole body was like a bronze statue, emitting a solemn aura. That is, Namgong Li felt a heavy pressure on his face. His blood flow stagnated. Unfortunately, it's too late. Namgong Li's lips curled into a faint smile. The inner aura on the fan increased and hit Qinyu. Clang, the condensed wind slapped against the golden copper-like arm, producing a deafening sound of metal clashing against metal. Qinyu's body swayed, but he was as steady as a bronze statue. What? Nangongli felt his arm shake. The fan seemed to have hit the bronze statue, but Qinyu did not move at all. This is your attack? Qinyu stood on the spot without moving. Bronze statue technique. Bronze muscle xiaoqing. Elder Mao and Elder Nangong exclaimed from afar. Qinyu's bronze statue technique had not only reached the bronze muscle level, it was bronze muscle xiaoqing. This meant that attacks at the meridian opening stage were meaningless to him. This is impossible. Nangongli was speechless. He suspected that this was an illusion. He did not believe it. Yuangang fan, Nangongli waved the fan in his hand again. A strong gust of wind rushed towards Qinyu's head. Bronze head, Qinyu did not dodge. The ancient bronze patterns on his head shone, and with a bang, he hit Nangongli's arm and fan. At that moment, the super strong power in his heart also surged out. It was twice as strong as usual. Bang! Nangongli, along with his fan, was sent flying by Qinyu's copper head. With a crack, his arm was almost broken. The scene shocked the crowd. All the disciples were dumbfounded. End of chapter 52. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.